Chapter 1. The Descent. June 7th, 1979. Eastern Rome, Italy. Within a solemn and stately estate. The Lucifer family, an ancient lineage that has endured for over a millennium, yet remains shrouded from the mundane world. Although the Lucifer family refrains from unfurling its wings in the presence of the secular, some long-established clans harbor a certain trepidation towards this family, bearing a name synonymous with demons. It is said that the progenitor of the Lucifer family was born of a union between the demon Lucifer and a mortal woman. Due to the inherently malevolent nature of their demonic bloodline and the overwhelming power of their innate abilities, each generation of the Lucifer family produces but a single heir. Thus, the birth of a new descendant invariably sends ripples of excitement through the family. Today, the estate bustles with uncharacteristic vivacity. Normally austere and devoid of guests, the estate is now teeming with seasoned denizens of the magical realm, all gathered for a singular purpose: to partake in the banquet celebrating the addition of a new member to the Lucifer family. Indeed, just last night, a new scion was welcomed into the world. The grandson of the current head of the family, bestowed the name Alec Lucifer by the present patriarch, Samuel Lucifer. With the arrival of Alec Lucifer, the family now counts 4 active members: the current head Samuel Lucifer, his son young Samuel Lucifer, his wife Chloe Lucifer, and the guest of honor, Alec Lucifer. The remaining elder members have either succumbed to slumber or departed from this realm. Thus, the arrival of Alec Lucifer has brought immense joy to the Lucifer estate. In the heart of the grand parlor, young Samuel Lucifer finds himself encircled by a cadre of noble gentlemen. This middle-aged man, poised to inherit the mantle of patriarch, engages in essential discourse with prospective family allies. Meanwhile, in a nearby chamber, a few noble women are playfully cooing at the infant Alec, who is cradled in the arms of a statuesque woman of seemingly giant lineage, yet possessing an elegance befitting nobility. With her immense hands, she lifts Alec as if he were a mere doll. "Goo gaj, my precious little Alec," she exclaims, gently poking the cherubic face of Alec, and turning to Chloe, she adds, "Chloe, I can hardly believe how swiftly time has passed. It feels like just yesterday when you were studying at Beauxbatons, and yet you never returned to visit me, your headmistress." Indeed, the tall and graceful figure before them is none other than Madame Maxime, the current headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy. "You know, shortly after graduation, I married young Samuel and relocated to Italy. Although the Lucifer family possesses assets in France, my father was initially opposed to my union with young Samuel," Chloe replies. "Alas, you needn't feel that way," Madame Maxime sighs. "Did you not inform them of the child's birth?" Chloe shakes her head. Just then, an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair and a face lined with age yet radiating warmth appears at the door, accompanied by a woman of similar age. The others present in the room, upon sighting this venerable figure, promptly remove their hats and bow respectfully. Noticing the commotion, Chloe rushes to the elderly couple, exclaiming, "Grandfather Nicholas, Grandmother Perenelle, how delightful to see you." The 2 elders are none other than the greatest alchemist of the century, Nicholas Flamel, and his wife, Perenelle Flamel. Upon seeing Chloe, Nicholas gently remarks, "We came to see you and your child." During her tenure at Beauxbatons, Chloe had the fortune of studying alchemy under Nicholas for a time, although she ceased her studies upon graduation. Despite this, she has maintained correspondence with him. Nicholas then retrieves a pendant from within his robes, stating, "A small alchemical gift, designed to subtly awaken the Lucifer bloodline. Consider it a present for young Alec." Chloe, taken aback, hastily protests, "Grandfather Nicholas, this is far too extravagant." Before she can finish, Nicholas has already fastened the pendant around Alec's neck. Seeing this, Chloe resigns herself to the futility of further refusals. At that moment, Alec gazes up at the towering, graceful woman holding him, then at the kind, old man who has just adorned him with a pendant, pondering, "Have I been transported to another world? Grandfather Nicholas? Madame Maxime? Am I in the realm of Harry Potter?" Indeed, within the small body of Alec lies the spirit of a young man from the 21st century. Is it truly the case that I was whisked away simply for perusing a hefty tome in an antiquated library in England? Had I known, I would have refrained from opening that ancient book surely. It was a sign of ill tidings. As Alec muses, in a dimly lit corner of a crumbling library in 21st century England, an elderly man murmurs to himself, while closing the book, "Who dared to open this tome?" He then returns it to the shelf. At this juncture, Alec has come to accept the reality of his transposition, reflecting, "At least I am not the sole child my younger brother can care for a parents." Before I left for England, I ensured that most of my funds remained at home. Since I have crossed over, I shall fully immerse myself in this magical narrative. With that thought, Alec begins to scrutinize the room he inhabits. The chamber is spacious, adorned with opulent gilded accents and Renaissance murals, and numerous frames hang upon the walls, each containing figures that seem to move with a life of their own. It appears I have landed in a rather affluent wizarding family. But to be in the presence of Madame Maxime and Nicolas Flamel called it be that I am amidst a noble family in France? And what year is it, I wonder? Has Voldemort met his end? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a wave of drowsiness washes over him. Due to the irresistible nature of a child's fatigue, Alec ultimately succumbs to the physiological pull, drifting into slumber in the embrace of Madame Maxime. Chapter 2. Interlude. 5 years later. The afternoon sun shines particularly bright as 5-year-old Alec sits at the desk in his personal study, diligently inscribing something. The desk is adorned with a leather-bound notebook, and a stack of books rests in one corner. Alec is using a quill to write the Lumos spell, Lumos. Thanks to the potent bloodline of the Lucifer family and the pendant gifted by Nicholas, Alec was able to converse fluently with his family by the age of 1.5. Through both intentional and incidental means, he has learned the current year and the country in which he resides. Shortly after his 3rd birthday, he received news via the family owl that the dark wizard Voldemort had been vanquished by the infant Harry Potter during an attack on the Potter family, bringing an end to a decades-long era of darkness in Britain. The jubilant populace hails Harry Potter as a savior, even weaving his tale into the stories of young wizards. Before these events, however, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Lucifer castle when Alec was just 2 years old. The Lucifer family, the fabled demon lineage, said to draw its magical prowess from the fallen angel Lucifer. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. A figure clad in black robes with a matching hat and a gaunt, pallid visage's eyes resembling those of a serpent stands before the gates of the Lucifer estate. Ah, what brings the renowned Dark Lord of Britain to my humble abode? Young Samuel Lucifer approaches the entrance with a smile. As you know, the Lucifer family generally steers clear of the affairs of the magical world. Therefore, I must kindly ask you to leave Voldemort. At the mention of his name, Voldemort's expression darkens, and he swiftly raises his wand, unleashing a burst of green light. Avada Kedavra! Young Samuel's countenance shifts in an instant as he hastily sidesteps. Since your family refuses to serve me, prepare for annihilation, Voldemort declares ominously. In response, a frost settles upon young Samuel's features as he retorts. While our family typically shuns involvement in the magical realm, should someone come knocking at our door, I possess a modicum of magical knowledge. With that, young Samuel grasps his wand staff, forged entirely from redwood. Disarm. In an instant, a robust beam of crimson light erupts from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Voldemort. As Voldemort beheld the unfolding scene, he raised his hand to unleash another vibrant green curse, which collided fiercely with the spell cast by young Samuel. The violent clash of magic reverberated through the surroundings, resulting in the destruction of the gates of the Lucifer Manor and the trees encircling them. Noticing that the killing curse had little effect on young Samuel, Voldemort shifted his strategy, conjuring a flame that gradually transformed into a colossal, 3-headed fire serpent under the amplification of his dark powers. Delighted by the monstrous creation birthed from his fiend fire, Voldemort erupted into a sinister laugh. He cackled, "Young Samuel, behold this magnificent flame. Alas, it shall be the last you ever witness." With that, Voldemort dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing at the entrance of the Lucifer Manor. In the very next moment, before Samuel could make a move, a voice, ancient yet commanding, resonated from within the manor. "Flames be gone." Immediately, a spell surged forth from the manor's drawing room, striking the advancing infernal serpent with unerring precision. Upon impact, the fiery beast let out a wretched cry before disintegrating into a cascade of embers, vanishing at the entrance of Lucifer Manor. Samuel turned to see an elderly man standing within the drawing room, cradling a child of about 2 years in his left arm while wielding a black wand in his right. The man was none other than Samuel Lucifero, the previous head of the Lucifero family. He nodded at young Samuel before retreating deeper into the manor. A faint smile graced Samuel's lips as he turned, catching sight of the now dilapidated manor gates, his brow furrowing. He sighed softly, muttering, "What a predicament this is." In the days that followed, Alex could only recall that old Samuel had been absent from home for several consecutive days. Whenever Alex inquired of his father and mother about his grandfather's whereabouts, they would exchange knowing smiles and, in unison, say, "You'll find out in a few days." Alex scratched his head, puzzled by his parents' peculiar behavior. However, upon casually glimpsing a newspaper headline reporting the mysterious death of an Italian dark wizard later confirmed to be one of Voldemort's subordinates, he suddenly understood. Seated at his study desk, Alex closed his notebook, resting one hand on his head while rhythmically tapping the other on the surface. He pondered, having traversed into the world of Harry Potter, there are certain matters I might be able to subtly influence. I wonder if I will receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts while in Italy. If not, how might I gain access to Hogwarts? Lost in thought, Alex's stomach growled unexpectedly. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized dinner time was approaching. He snapped his fingers and called out, "Gel, how is the dinner preparation coming along?" With a resounding pop, a house elf appeared before Alex, bowing deeply. "Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to dine in the restaurant, or shall Gel bring it to your study?" After a moment's reflection, Alex replied, "They'll dine in the restaurant. Please inform my parents and grandfather." "Very well, Master," Gel responded, and with another snap, vanished from the study. At the dining table, Alex sat facing his father, young Samuel, with his mother, Chloe, beside him, while the head of the table was occupied by Alex's grandfather, Samuel. As he dined, Alex addressed his father at the head of the table. "Father, I have finished reading the beginner's guide to spells you retrieved from the family library last month. In a few days, I would like to select some new books for study." Young Samuel smiled in response, saying, "Then let Gel accompany you to choose them in a few days. I must attend to matters regarding my membership in the Wisengamot. With others still coveting the power of the Lucifer family, it is time to re-enter the magical realm." Young Samuel was not surprised by his son's swift learning. It was a trait inherent in every member of the Lucifer lineage, merely a matter of time. Chloe gently caressed Alex's cheek, softly advising, "You need not remain in a constant state of study. Allow yourself some time to relax." Alex nodded and declared, "I am finished," before sprinting to his room. Chloe could only shake her head in resignation. Chapter 3. The Birthday Banquet. June 6, 1990. Lucifer Manor. The summer evening sun cast its slanted rays upon Lucifer Manor, where on the second-floor balcony stood a young boy clad in a black and gold formal attire, his mesmerizing blue eyes and striking platinum hair catching the light. The boy gazed intently at the manor's entrance, where guests were gradually arriving at the Lucifer Manor's drawing room. He waved his hand, and a house elf, adorned in butler attire, appeared behind him, bowing deeply. "Master, do you have any instructions?" "Gel, how are the guests arriving? Is everyone here?" came the boy's cool voice. Gel responded, "Almost everyone has arrived. The Lord and Lady have just entered the drawing room. I expect they will soon send for you." The boy nodded slightly before turning to walk into the depths of the manor. Moments later, he strolled into the drawing room and approached his father. Seeing his son, the boy's father called out, "Welcome, welcome, everyone to my Lucifer Manor. Today we gather to celebrate my child, Alex Lucifero, who will be turning 11 years old after today. I hope all guests enjoy themselves at this banquet and indulge in the feast. Thank you all." A moment of silence enveloped the room before it erupted into applause, everyone rejoicing for the boy who was soon to embark on his educational journey. At the banquet, Madame Maxim approached the young boy at the center of the festivities, softly saying, "Alex, after today, you will be 11 years old, which means you are eligible to attend Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Although this letter was meant to be delivered by Owl tomorrow, since I am here, I shall give it to you now." With that, Madame Maxim turned her palm, and an envelope appeared in her hand. Alex accepted the envelope and scrutinized it in Madame Maxim's presence. The envelope was exquisitely adorned, featuring 2 golden, crossed wands on the front, each emanating 3 stars. At the bottom, the inscription read, "Italy, Eastern Rome, Lucifero Manor, for the attention of Mr. Alex Lucifero." The reverse side bore a crimson wax seal, securing the envelope's opening. Alec opened the envelope to reveal 2 sheets of parchment. The first sheet bore the clear inscription in black ink. Admission notice to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Dear Mr. Alec Lucifer, we are delighted to inform you that you have been successfully accepted as a new student for the academic year of 1990 at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Renowned worldwide, Beauxbatons is a prestigious institution dedicated to providing exceptional magical education, fostering both specialized skills and holistic development in the realm of magic. The registration date is set for September 1st, 1990. Please ensure your arrival at the school between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. The registration location is the main campus of Beauxbatons Academy, nestled in the majestic Pyrenees Mountains of France. Enclosed, you will find the Freshman Orientation Guide. We eagerly anticipate welcoming you in September 1990 as we embark on this enchanting journey of magic together. Wishing you a delightful conclusion to your summer. And may you prepare well for the forthcoming adventures in magical learning. Sincerely, the Admissions Office, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, June 6, 1990. After finishing the reading, Alec promptly extracted the second parchment from the envelope. The parchment, inscribed in black ink, bore the title New Student Enrollment Guide. Items to bring. Kindly ensure to bring this notification letter along with personal belongings. The detailed list of required items is as follows. Classroom supplies. 1 wand. 1 cauldron tin, standard size no. 2. A set of glass or crystal potion vials. 1 telescope. 1 brass balance. A pair of dragonhide gloves. Materials of a similar nature are acceptable. Parchment, quill, ink, a silver dagger for potion classes. Various potion ingredients required textbooks. Standard spells by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Swish. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Uniform Requirements. 3 blue robes. A white shirt, a black tie, and black trousers. Accommodation arrangements. The school has arranged for your lodging. Beau's Batons provides a comfortable living environment where you will reside with classmates from around the globe. Special reminder, young witches and wizards may bring 1 pet upon enrollment. Note, to ensure safety, please refrain from bringing any prohibited items onto campus, including dark magical artifacts and dangerous creatures. Should you have any questions or special requests, please promptly notify the admissions office via OWL. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic admissions office. After reading the letter, Alex smiled at Madame Maxim and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Madame Maxim, for bringing me the admission notice. I feel that I can no longer address you as Madame Maxim. It would be more appropriate to call you Principal Maxim. What do you think, Principal Maxim?" Upon hearing this, Madame Maxim chuckled and replied, "Such a title is fitting within the school, as a certain dignity must be maintained in an academic environment. What do you think, Alex?" Aliette gazed at Madame Maxim, and their eyes met, eliciting a shared laughter. "Well then, as we anticipate the arrival of the new semester, I shall seek out your mother for a delightful chat, until we meet again in the new term." With that, Madame Maxim turned and approached Aliette's mother, engaging her in conversation. Alec, witnessing this, neatly folded the parchment and placed it into an envelope, which he then tucked into the pocket of his coat. He glanced around and noticed an elderly gentleman seated on the living room sofa, surrounded by a circle of esteemed scholars from the academic realm. Alec Dunn, filled with astonishment, stepped forward and bowed slightly to the elderly gentleman, saying, "Grandfather Nicholas, what brings you here?" The venerable figure before him was none other than the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, cradling a steaming cup of coffee in his hands. Upon hearing his name called, he turned his head and responded, "Ah, it is our protagonist Alec who has arrived. I trust that the pendant I gifted you all those years ago is still serving you well." Upon hearing this, Alec glanced at the pendant around his neck and remarked, "The pendant is remarkably effective. I can sense my magical power steadily increasing." Nicolene chuckled softly and extended a hand. "Let us converse elsewhere." Seeing this, Alec hurriedly assisted Nicolene to her feet, guiding her out of the living room. They made their way into the garden of the estate, where Nicole turned to Alec and inquired, "Maxim has already given you the admission letter from Busbaton, hasn't he?" Alec nodded and retrieved the acceptance letter from Boozbarton from his pocket, presenting it to Nicole. Upon glancing at it, Nicole remarked, "It has been many years since I last beheld a Boozbarton acceptance letter. I am astonished that it has not changed in the slightest. Back in the day, when your great-grandfather attended Boozbarton, he could venture to the 2nd floor of the library and discover delightful surprises." With that, Nicole turned and re-entered the living room. Alec pondered what delightful surprises might await him in the garden. With that thought, he turned and made his way into the living room, where the banquet continued to unfold harmoniously. Chapter 4. The journey to the mysterious shop. That evening, at Lucifer Manor, the festivities had recently concluded. Alec's father, the esteemed Samuel, found himself seated in his study, holding several magical contracts, contemplating which one to sign. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door of the study. Samuel set down the magical contracts and raised his gaze toward the entrance. Alec stood at the threshold of the study. Little Samuel gently inquired, "Alec, is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Alec stepped into the study and placed the admission letter from the Busbaton Academy of Magic, which Madame Maxim had given him earlier that day, onto the desk. Young Samuel caught sight of the envelope and smiled faintly, sensing that our dear Alex had indeed received an invitation from the school and was about to embark on his academic journey. Alec nodded and inquired, "Father, where might I procure the items listed in the new student enrollment guide?" Young Samuel snapped his fingers, summoning the house elf, Gur. In an instant, Gur appeared with a pop in the study. Young Samuel addressed the house elf, "Gur, please inform Madam to come to the study." Shortly thereafter, Alik's mother, Chloe, entered the room. "What is it?" Chloe asked, puzzled. "If there's nothing urgent, I would like to prepare for rest." Young Samuel exchanged a glance with Chloe before handing her the envelope, saying, "Alik has received his acceptance letter from Beaux Batons. In a few days, please take him to the mysterious shop. Although our family possesses these items, it is important to indulge the child's curiosity and allow him to experience the journey of a typical young wizard. Wouldn't you agree?" Young Samuel winked at Chloe, his meaning clear. Chloe rolled her eyes at him and replied, Fine. Honestly, I don't know how you've become so lazy day by day. At this rate, even Alik will come to dislike you." Young Samuel feigned innocence. How could that be? I am, after all, Alik's father. Seeing her husband's demeanor, Chloe rolled her eyes once more. "You do remember that you are Alik's father." Alik had grown accustomed to such antics from his parents. Ever since he had traversed into this world, for 11 years, aside from the first 2 years when his parents acted rather serious, his father, young Samuel, had consistently been rather insufferable. Consequently, Alik's grandfather, old Samuel, had reprimanded young Samuel on several occasions. Alex vividly recalls the most significant incident when little Samuel was beaten and lay in the hospital for several days. During this time, Chloe was alone at home, taking care of Alex each day. Alex interrupted his father's daily antics and turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, shall we visit the mysterious shop 3 days hence to procure the items I need for school?" Upon hearing this, Chloe nodded in agreement and subsequently exited the study. Alex followed closely behind, leaving little Samuel alone in the study. Little Samuel gazed at Alex, who had just exited, exhibiting a demeanor of maturity. He shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. His son had always been like this since childhood, and he wondered if it was due to their familial lineage. He had inquired with old Samuel about Alex's unusually mature disposition for a child, but old Samuel was equally perplexed, as their ancestors had not exhibited such traits. However, old Samuel was certain that this did not hinder Alex's development, and thus refrained from excessive intervention. "Alex, my psychological age exceeds 30. If I were to behave like a mere child, I would surely become a subject of ridicule among the masses. Mother, are we to use the key to the mysterious shop today?" Alex stood before the table in his living room, upon which rested an exquisitely crafted teacup. "Indeed, Alec. This poor key was procured a few days ago through the French Ministry of Magic. It will transport us directly to the enigmatic shop. Other means of reaching this mysterious establishment are far more cumbersome." Chloe reached out and lifted the delicate teacup from the table. "Remember, when using the poor key, one must not let go. Otherwise, we may find ourselves transported to an unknown location." Alec nodded, grasping the opposite side of the teacup. With a sudden sound, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if his vision had become obscured. He instinctively closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, the scene before him had transformed remarkably. Before Alec lay a bustling street, its cobblestone surface winding and narrow, exuding an ancient charm that evoked a sense of traversing through time. Flanking the street were numerous charming shops, their facades adorned with distinctive, weathered shutters and wrought iron balconies. At the heart of the thoroughfare stood a magnificent public fountain, hewn from stone, exuding a rich ambience reminiscent of medieval France. Palpable in both the architecture and the very air itself. Alec exclaimed, then turned to his mother Chloe and inquired, "So, where is our first destination?" Chloe pointed to a quaint white building across from the street fountain and replied, "Let us first visit Gringotts to procure some galleons, for we have quite a number of purchases to make." Alec nodded in agreement and followed Chloe into Gringotts. Upon their entrance, a resplendent bronze door materialized before them, adorned with large inscriptions that read Gringotts Wizarding Bank, crafted from an unknown material. As they ventured further, Alec beheld a second grand door, this one shimmering in silver. Etched upon it were the ominous words, "Enter, stranger, but beware. Greed may lead to dire consequences. To take without toil will surely invite the harshest retribution. Thus, if you seek to claim wealth that has never belonged to you from our underground vaults, thief, you have been warned. What awaits you may not be treasure, but rather a curse." Observing her son captivated by the second door, Chloe glanced up at the inscription and scoffed. "These goblins are utterly unreliable. A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Alec, remember, the only person you can truly trust in this world is yourself." Her voice, though not loud, was sufficient for the young goblin stationed at Gringotts' entrance to hear. Gritting his teeth, the young goblin retorted, "Madam, if there are no pressing matters, please refrain from causing a disturbance within Gringotts." Disregarding the young goblin, Chloe firmly grasped Alic's hand and strode directly towards the counter. Standing before the teller, she produced a key and addressed the goblin within, saying, "We require access to Vault 666 to retrieve some items." The goblin meticulously examined the key before leading Chloe and Alic towards the mine cart that would take them underground. The cart sped along at an exhilarating pace, and soon they arrived at the subterranean Vault 666. Upon disembarking, the goblin unlocked the vault door with the key and stepped aside. Seizing the moment, Chloe took Alic's hand and guided him into the vault. The moment Alic stepped into the vault, he was utterly astonished by the sight that unfolded before him. It was not merely the vast array of gold galleons, which he estimated to total no less than 100,000, but also the numerous shelves laden with magical artifacts he had only encountered in books. Observing her son's awe, Chloe stifled a laugh behind her hand, striving to contain her amusement. She then inquired, "Are you at a loss for words? This vault is merely one of the many that the Lucifer family possesses in France. They maintain vaults in most countries' Gringotts, so there is no need for excessive astonishment. Once you inherit the position of head of the Lucifer family, all of this will rightfully belong to you." With that, Chloe approached one of the shelves on the left side of the vault and began to select items. Alic stood frozen for a moment, then immediately exhibited an expression of uncontainable joy. Upon witnessing her son's delight, Chloe also smiled. She approached Alic's side and handed him a box and a pouch resembling a wallet. Both the box and the pouch were enchanted with a seamless expansion spell, intended to serve as his luggage and wallet for school. Alic took the box and wallet, while Chloe turned and approached the large pile of galleons, casually scooping a handful to fill Alic's wallet. "These galleons would suffice. Let us proceed." Once Chloe completed this task, she took Alic's hand and led him towards the mine cart. Upon seeing them board, the fairies also climbed aboard, ascending in the direction the two were headed. Chapter 5. The journey to the mysterious shop 2. Exiting Gringotts, Alic murmured to himself, "Should I first visit the bookstore for books, or perhaps purchase clothing? Or even a wand?" As Alic pondered, Chloe interrupted his musings, suggesting, "Let us split our efforts. I shall assist you in acquiring books and cauldrons, while you will need to select your wand and school robes on your own. We must also return home in time for lunch before noon." Alic nodded in agreement with the decision. "Mother, where are the wand shop and the clothing store located?" Chloe pondered for a moment, then replied, "I recall that the wand shop and the clothing store are quite close to each other, perhaps at the end of this street among a few establishments. You might want to explore and see for yourself." She then gently patted Alic on the head before turning to head towards the cauldron shop. "Let us meet later at the bookstore." Alic glanced at the bookstore of magical tomes adjacent to Gringotts and remarked to his mother, Chloe, who did not turn back but merely waved her hand to indicate her awareness. Alic could only sigh, then turned and walked deeper into the street. As Alic strolled along, he attentively observed the surrounding shops. Just as he was nearing the end of the street, he caught sight of a boutique named Madame Imogen's Robe Emporium. Alic pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior of the shop was lavishly adorned, with exquisite robes displayed in the windows. Some of these garments were more than mere clothing. Alic noticed that beneath certain robes, descriptions were inscribed, stating, "Crafted from magical materials such as unicorn tail hair." Combining aesthetics with practicality, capable of withstanding lesser dark magic, priced at 5,000 galleons. While Alic was admiring the robes in the display, a lady clad in a purple robe approached him and inquired, "Young wizard, I am the manager of this establishment. Are you here to purchase some attire?" Alic finally came to his senses and addressed the lady. "Indeed, madam, I am about to enroll in the illustrious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Hence I require the accompanying academic robes." The lady smiled. "Very well, young sorcerer, you may call me Madame Malkin. Now could you please extend your arms? I need to take various measurements of your physique." Alic extended his arms wide. Subsequently, a measuring tape flew out from Madame Imogen's pocket, measuring Alic from head to toe. As the tape gauged Alic's physical dimensions, Madame Imogen diligently recorded the data with a quill on a piece of parchment. In a short while, she put away the quill and measuring tape and addressed Alic. "Might the young wizard share his name with me?" Alic Lucifer," he replied. Madame Imogen inscribed Alic's name on the parchment she had just filled. Then, turning to Alic, she said, "Very well, Mr. Lucifer. The creation of your school robe will require some time. You may first visit the wand shop across the way to select your wand. After you have chosen your wand, you may return for your school robe." Alic nodded. "Then I shall entrust you with the matter of the school robes, Madame Malkin. Here is a portion of the payment for them." Madame Malkin smiled at Alic and replied, "Not to worry, dear young wizard. Do hurry and select your own wand. Upon hearing this, Alec opened the grand door of Madame Imogen's robe shop and made his way towards the wand store across the street. Alec stood before the wand shop, which was adorned with an exquisite elegance. A sign gracefully hung above the entrance, inscribed in gilded letters, Fleur wand craftsmanship. Alec murmured to himself, reflecting on the illustrious Flamel family, which, alongside the Ollivander and Grigovich families, is renowned as one of the three preeminent wand-making dynasties in Europe. It is said that the Ollivander family venerates the notion of wands choosing their wizards, while the Grigovich family champions the idea of wizards selecting their wands. One wonders how the members of the Flamel family go about the process of selecting wands for young sorcerers. As Alec pondered, he gently pushed open the door to the Fleur wand crafting shop. With the sound of a delicate bell chiming, he stepped into the elegantly adorned establishment. Before him lay a spacious interior, with an array of shelves lining the walls, each adorned with pristine glass domes. Within each dome rested a wand, meticulously placed upon a soft cushion, each one uniquely crafted. At the heart of the shop stood a long counter that bisected the room. Behind it sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair, a monocle perched over his left eye, and a carving knife in hand, diligently etching designs into a wooden stick. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire if you are the proprietor of this shop, Mr. Flyer?" Alec's voice interrupted the elderly man's actions behind the counter. The old man raised his head, removed the monocle from his left eye, and placed it into a pocket on the left side of his chest. "Ah, yes. I am indeed the proprietor of this establishment, Rick Fleur. May I inquire, young wizard, are you here to purchase a wand or for its maintenance?" "I wish to purchase a wand, sir. I am set to commence my studies at the Busbarton Academy of Magic this September, and today I have come to acquire my very first wand." Fleur stepped out from behind the counter, speaking as he approached. "Ah, indeed. It is customary for every young wizard to receive their first wand before enrollment. May I ask your name?" "Alec Lucifer, sir." After scrutinizing Alec's eyes and hair color, Fleur pondered for a moment. "Very well, let me see, young Mr. Lucifer. Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand with?" Alec raised his left hand and said, "Left hand, sir." Fleur slightly frowned. "The left hand, a rather unconventional dominant hand. Allow me to see the holly wand, 11.5 inches, dragon heartstring. Both supple and powerful." Fleur handed the wand to Alec. "Give it a wave and see." Alec brandished his wand, addressing a tome upon the counter with the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Immediately, the book began to levitate gracefully. Fleur, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "An impeccable levitation charm. However, it appears that this one does not harmonize with you. I can sense a rejection emanating from its core. A dragon heartstring seems ill-suited for your essence. Perhaps you should try this one, an oak wand, adorned with a phoenix feather, measuring 12 inches, ideal for dueling." Alec grasped the wand and waved it with a flourish, a burst of flame erupting from its tip, igniting a piece of parchment upon the counter. "Oh, certainly not this one. Perhaps this one will do." After experimenting with 7 or 8 wands, Mr. Fleur began to show signs of distress. "What a discerning customer you are. Perhaps we should alter our approach. Let you sense the wand that is truly meant for you." A perplexed expression crossed Alec's face as he pondered. "Sir, what should I do?" Mr. Fleur stepped beside Alec and instructed, "Close your eyes and attune yourself. Feel the magical energy emanating from the wands around you. The wand that is most suited to you will call out to you distinctly." Upon hearing this, Alec shut his eyes, and a faint wave of magical energy radiated from him. As it came into contact with the wands throughout the shop, he could distinctly sense one wand responding to his magic in a unique manner. "Mr. Fleur, I believe I have found my wand," he announced. Chapter 6, The Journey Through the Mysterious Shop. 3. Could you please retrieve the 6th wand from the 6th column of the left cabinet for me, Mr. Fleur? Upon hearing this, Fleur approached the wand, furrowed his brow, and carefully extracted it from its glass case, handing it to Alec. This wand, crafted from elder wood, is rumored to symbolize death, while the phoenix feather at its core represents the essence of rebirth, measuring 15 inches in length. This wand was fashioned in my youth in collaboration with the wandmaker Grigovich from Germany, replicating an ancient wand. Both Grigovich and I believed that it would never find a suitable wielder, as we had sought many individuals to wield it, including the current owner of the ancient wand, Dumbledore. None could wield this wand effectively. We once inquired with Dumbledore, who remarked that when he attempted to use this wand, he felt as though its magic was blocked, making it difficult to unleash its power. It is indeed surprising that this wand has found compatibility with you. Could it be that? Alec did not catch the latter part of Fleur's words. He was engrossed in examining the wand in his hand. The wand was entirely obsidian, adorned with protrusions at intervals that resembled the knuckles of a human hand, exuding an aura of antiquity. Alec waved his wand, restoring everything to its original state. The items within the shop, which had been inadvertently shattered when Alec tested his wand, were instantaneously returned to their former glory, as if he had just entered. Seeing this, Fleur could only sigh and remark, "Indeed, 15 gold galleons. As you know, the elder wood is a rare find." Alec unhesitatingly retrieved 15 golden galleons from his wallet and handed them to Fleur. Fleur accepted the galleons and, addressing Alec, remarked, "A suitable wand can greatly enhance a wizard's ability to cast spells efficiently, so please treat the wand in your possession with care." Alec nodded with a smile and said, "I will. Until we meet again, Mr. Fleur." He then tucked away his wand and turned to exit the wand shop, making his way toward Madame Malkin's robe shop. Fleur watched Alec's departing figure, seemingly murmuring something under his breath. He turned back to the counter, donned his monocle, and resumed his carving. Alec, having stepped out of the wand shop, was oblivious to Fleur's demeanor as he strode confidently into Madame Malkin's. Upon seeing Alec enter, Madame Malkin handed him a set of robes, saying, "Try these on, and do let me know if anything feels amiss." Alec stepped into the fitting room, and shortly thereafter emerged clad in the robes of Busbarton. Mrs. Malkin gazed at Alec, adorned in the long robe emblazoned with the emblem of Busbarton's School of Magic, and remarked with a smile, "This uniform suits you beautifully." Alec nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the fitting room to change out of his garments. Emerging shortly thereafter, he presented the removed school uniform to Madame Moak. "Could you kindly pack these accompanying items for me and place them within this box?" he requested, handing her the box enchanted with the undetectable extension charm that he had acquired from Gringotts. Madame Moak nodded, smiling as she ventured deeper into the shop. In a brief moment, she reappeared before Alec, carrying the box. "Mr. Lucifer, your clothing has been arranged within the box as per your specifications. The total is 40 galleons. However, since you previously made a partial deposit, you now need only to pay 25 galleons." Alec briskly retrieved 25 guineas from his pouch and handed them to Madame Malkin. He then took the box from her hands and turned to exit the elegant robe shop of Madame Malkin. Alec, with a suitcase in hand, strolled along the cobblestone path of the enigmatic shop. He cast curious glances to his left and right, occasionally captivated by the intriguing displays in the shop windows. Each time this occurred, he would step inside to peruse the offerings. Fortunately, the ample amount of gold doubloons in Alec's possession allowed him the luxury of indulging in his interests. Otherwise, he would have been left merely to gaze longingly at the objects that piqued his curiosity. As Alec strolled along, lost in thought, he unexpectedly found himself at the entrance of Gringotts, the place where he had parted ways with his mother, Chloe. Alec glanced around and spotted a quaint establishment named the Enchanted Bookstore. Through the window, he observed numerous young wizards meticulously selecting tomes within. At that moment, Alec's mother, Chloe, approached him, carrying a box and a cage. "These are the essentials you will require for your classes at school, ingredients for potions, a cauldron, everything is contained within," she explained. She then lifted another cage in her hand, revealing a majestic owl. "This owl, a majestic screech owl, will serve as your messenger while you are at Hogwarts, delivering letters home. I scoured every pet shop and found only this particular screech owl to be suitable for international correspondence." Alec took the owl in his hands and addressed it, "From now on, I shall rely on you. We need to bestow upon you a name. How about Oreo?" The owl tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by the term. "Since you have not declined, I shall take it as your silent agreement." Alec smiled at the owl and turned to his mother, Chloe, saying, "Shall we now proceed to the bookstore to purchase some books?" With that, Alec made his way towards the bookstore, and seeing her son so determined, Chloe could only shake her head and follow him. The bookstore was quite spacious, with each shelf clearly labeled to indicate the specific types of books contained within. Alec ventured into the section of elementary textbooks within the bookstore, retrieving Busbarton's letter from his pocket. He meticulously scanned the shelves, searching for the titles listed on his reading list: Standard Charms, History of Magic, and Magical Creatures and Their Origins. Just as he was on the brink of locating the last remaining volume, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, he failed to notice a person ahead of him due to the stack of books he was holding. In an unfortunate turn of events, Alec collided directly with the individual engrossed in the reading. "Ouch!" Both exclaimed in surprise, and it dawned on Alec that he had accidentally bumped into someone. "I sincerely apologize." "Madam, I was not paying attention while walking." The girl, wincing as she rubbed her sore backside, cast a reproachful glance at Alec. However, upon noticing Alec bowing in apology, she refrained from reprimanding him. Oh well, it's nothing of great consequence, she thought to herself. Upon hearing this, Alec straightened his posture and gazed at the girl before him. She possessed a cascade of long, silvery hair that flowed like a shimmering waterfall, and her eyes, a delicate shade of blue, sparkled with wisdom and nobility. Alec, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, soon realized that it might be somewhat impolite to stare at her for too long, prompting him to divert his gaze. The girl, noticing his reaction, felt a flicker of surprise. Due to her unique lineage, she had always found that boys she encountered were utterly captivated by her presence, unable to tear their eyes away from her innate charm. Yet, this boy merely appeared momentarily dazed, leading her to ponder whether there was an issue with her lineage or perhaps a peculiarity in the boy's preferences. Chapter 7. A chance encounter at the magic bookstore. After Alex encountered the girl, he fell into a silence, merely gazing at himself, which rendered the situation rather awkward. He could only quietly gather the scattered books from the ground. Observing this, the girl assisted Alex in collecting the fallen volumes. Just as she picked up the history of magic, she caught sight of Alex's acceptance letter and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you a new student at Beauxbatons this year?" Alec nodded. "Indeed, I will be enrolling in Hogwarts this September. Are you as well?" The girl shook her head and extended her hand for an introduction. "I am Fleur Delacour, a second-year student at Hogwarts. Welcome to the school." Alec was slightly taken aback, pondering that this was none other than Fleur Delacour from the Harry Potter novels. He had not anticipated encountering her so soon. He had assumed he would have to wait until entering Beauxbatons to meet her. Alec came to his senses and extended his hand to gently clasp with Furong's. "I am Alec Lucifer. I look forward to your guidance, Senior." Upon hearing this, Furong smiled. Just as she was about to hand over the book in her possession to Alec, she noticed that he was already holding a substantial stack of books. With a wave of her wand, she softly intoned, "Wingardium Leviosa." In an instant, Alec felt a significant lightness in his hands. He turned to Furong and smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." Furong waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely a trifling matter. She then handed the parchment to Alec while simultaneously retrieving a beginner's guide to transformation from the bookshelf, presenting it to him with the words, "I believe you will find this useful as well." Alec glanced at the reading list and discovered that the book was precisely the beginner's guide to transformation he had been seeking. He took the book from Furong's hands and expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Furong, with the same silver hair and blue eyes, approached her. It appeared that Furong had gained a new friend. The woman teased her, and Furong shot her a glare before responding, "Mother, this is Alec, a first-year student from Busbarton." "Lucifer, Alec, this is my mother, Clemence Drackle." Upon hearing this, Alec slightly bowed and said, "Greetings, Madame Drackle." Madame Drackle patted Alec's head and smiled. "What a polite child. May I inquire, Lucifer, who is your father?" "My father is Little Samuel," replied Lucifer. "Ah, so you are the child of Senior Little Samuel. That explains much." Just as the conversation unfolded, Alec's mother, Chloe, approached gracefully. "Alec, have you found all your books?" Upon hearing her voice, everyone turned in her direction. "Chloe, what brings you here?" asked Madame Drackle. Upon hearing this, Chloe noticed the two women beside Alec who bore a striking resemblance to one another and pondered, "You must be Clemence Green?" Seeing her former senior recognized her, Madame Drackle smiled and replied, "Indeed, Chloe, but I married Marduro Drackle over a decade ago, and now bear the Drackle surname." Chloe remarked, "I never imagined that the illustrious Miss Clemens from Beauxbatons would end up with that fellow, Marduro. And who might this be?" Furong, upon hearing this, introduced herself, "Madam, I am Furong Drackle, and this is my mother." Upon hearing Furong's introduction, Chloe's expression softened into a gentle smile. "No wonder you bear such a striking resemblance to Clemence. It turns out you are mother and daughter. I was your mother's senior at Beauxbatons, so you may call me Aunt Chloe." Seeing that the two had made each other's acquaintance, Madame Drackle inquired, "Senior, after all this talk, you haven't yet informed me of your purpose for being here. I recall you had read all the books here during your time at Beauxbatons. What prompts your visit to the junior section for books?" Chloe, glancing at Alex standing beside Furong and Madame Drackle, smiled and said, "I am not here for books. I am here to find my son. It seems you are already acquainted, so I need not introduce myself again." Madame Drackle, astonished, turned to look at Alec, who stood with her daughter. "This is your son?" He just introduced himself as Little Samuel's child. Furong regarded her mother with skepticism, pondering whether her mother truly did not grasp the situation or was merely feigning ignorance. Before Fleur could voice a reminder, Chloe interjected, "Indeed, Alec is the child of little Samuel and also my son. After graduating from Beaux Batons, I was with little Samuel. But our wedding took place in Italy, and we did not invite any schoolmates to attend." At this moment, Fleur cast a speechless glance at her mother, gently prodding her to be more mindful of her demeanor. Madame Draco, observing her daughter and the long-lost senior before her, extended her hand to grasp Chloe's, exclaiming, "It has been so many years since we last met. We must take the time to reminisce." She then added, "Fleur, why don't you take little Alec to explore the bookstore or perhaps wander outside?" Chloe, glancing at her son, subtly gestured to Alec, signaling him to find her later. Meanwhile, Madame Draco led her away from the entrance of the bookstore. Inside, the two, one tall and the other short, exchanged a knowing look, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. A brief silence enveloped them. "Shall we venture to a nearby CAF for a cup of coffee? I noticed a quaint beverage shop on my way to the bookstore." Alec was the first to break the brief silence. Fleur nodded in agreement, saying, "Allow me to settle the payment for the textbooks at the counter, and then we shall set off to the beverage shop." Subsequently, Alec took the books from Fleur's hands and made his way to the counter. In a short while, he had completed the transaction for the books. Turning to Fleur, who stood behind him, he said, "Let's go, senior." "All right," she replied. The two then arrived at a shop named Angel Beverages. As Alex gazed around the shop, perhaps due to the impending noon hour, the number of patrons was relatively sparse. He then settled down with Fleur at a window-side table and summoned a waiter to order 2 cups of coffee. "Fleur, could you kindly enlighten me about the circumstances at Busbarton? You see, for someone about to embark on their studies, gaining insight into the school may prove to be a wise choice." Upon hearing this, Fleur began to slowly elucidate the details regarding Busbarton. Once Alex and Fleur emerged from the CAF, they discovered that their mothers were waiting for them at the entrance of the bookstore. "It seems you two had quite an engaging conversation," Chloe remarked with a smile. "I suppose I need not worry about Alex facing any bullying at school. I trust that Miss Fleur will keep a watchful eye on him, won't you?" Fleur nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Aunt Chloe. I shall take good care of Alex." Soon after, the group parted ways, with Mrs. Draco escorting Fleur away from the enigmatic shop, while Chloe retrieved the key to the teacup door they had used earlier and led Alex back to the Lucifer Manor. Chapter 8. Family Secrets. A chilling voice resonated from the magical practice room of Lucifer Manor. Inside, Alex was gripping his elderberry wand in his left hand, waving it at a small white mouse. Occasionally, he would glance at the textbook on transfiguration as an elderly man with white hair sat on the sofa, observing him. This man was none other than Alex's grandfather, Samuel Lucifer. Ever since returning from the magic shop, Alex had been visiting the family's magical practice room daily with his grandfather, who guided him in practicing spells. This diligent effort had enabled Alex to master several basic spells before his school journey, such as the levitation charm, unlocking charm, and repairing charm. As Samuel watched Alex skillfully transform the little white mouse into an exquisite goblet, a proud smile graced his face. He then addressed Alex, saying, "Let us conclude today's practice here, for we have other matters to attend to." Alec glanced at the clock on the wall. He was supposed to practice his spells until 6 in the evening. Yet today, just as the clock's hands reached 5, his grandfather called him to a halt. With a perplexed expression, Alec turned to his grandfather, Samuel, and inquired, "Grandfather, what other matters could possibly require our attention? There remains an hour until our spell practice." Samuel chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Come along with me." He then beckoned Alec to follow in his footsteps. Witnessing this, Alec had no choice but to stow away his wand and hasten to catch up with his grandfather. The two of them traversed the corridors of the manor's castle. Before long, they arrived at the family library located on the basement level. Alec initially assumed that his grandfather was about to select new books for him to study. However, upon reaching the library, Samuel did not pause but continued his brisk pace deeper into the repository of knowledge. As Alec approached, he noticed that his grandfather did not halt his steps, and the expression of perplexity on his face deepened. Samuel sensed the shift in his grandson's mood behind him, offering a faint smile without turning back. It was not until the pair reached a magnificent frame within the underground library that they paused. The frame depicted a strikingly handsome man, tall and regal, with resplendent long hair. The man's chiseled features were complemented by piercing blue eyes that seemed to possess an extraordinary clarity, as if they could perceive the very essence of all existence. What captivated Alec's gaze most was the 3 pairs of golden feathered wings that gracefully unfurled behind the man, subtly fluttering in tandem with his flowing hair, bestowing an air of immense authority upon the figure within the frame. At that moment, Samuel spoke. "This painting represents the being who bestowed our family with its powers, the legendary demon, the fallen angel Lucifer. It is said that Lucifer was once a high-ranking angel in heaven, who, in his pride and arrogance, dared to challenge God's authority, leading a rebellion with 1/3 of the angels and ultimately being cast out of paradise to roam the earth. While the name fallen angel may not be widely recognized, another name for him is synonymous with the Grim Reaper, the demon Satan." Alec gazed at the mural, murmuring the name of the demon, Satan. In that moment, Samuel discovered an ancient tome upon a shelf adjacent to the mural. The book appeared exceedingly weathered, its cover cloaked in dust and cobwebs. With utmost care, Samuel lifted it, gently blowing away the accumulated dust. He then drew forth his wand and uttered an incantation in a tongue unfamiliar to Alec, opened the door to the hidden chamber. As the spell resonated, the entire room began to tremble. The magnificent figure of Lucifer in the mural unfurled its wings and soared away, while the previously tranquil walls twisted and contorted. Subsequently, a concealed door emerged from the painting, creaking ominously. Observing Lucifer's departure, Samuel softly urged Alec, "Follow me." With that, he took Alec's hand and led him toward the mural. Alec's eyes widened in disbelief at the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Observing Alec's astonishment, Samuel proudly declared, "This is the clandestine chamber of the Lucifer family. Every member of the Lucifer lineage is brought to this place after they turn 11. Today, you shall witness the true essence of the Lucifer heritage." Subsequently, Samuel guided Alec into a radiant room. At the heart of the chamber stood an enormous statue of Lucifer, its 6 wings unfurled, with its left hand extended. Alec gazed at the statue, an inexplicable urge compelling him to place his left hand upon the outstretched hand of the figure. He turned to glance at Samuel, who stood by the door, and in a hushed tone, Samuel remarked, "Honor the whispers of your heart. This is a journey every member of Lucifer must undertake." Hearing this, Alec did not hesitate to place his left hand before the statue's left hand. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of magical energy emanated from the statue's left hand. Alec felt as though his body might be overwhelmed by this powerful magical explosion. Just as he was about to be knocked unconscious by the force, another wave of magic radiated from the statue's descending right hand. Unlike the previous surge, this magic was gentle, akin to a soft spring breeze. Amidst the clash of these 2 magical forces, Alec sensed that a barrier within him had been breached. Samuel observed the boy in front of the statue, refraining from intervening to assist Alec, and instead turned his gaze back to the statue. He watched in astonishment as the 3 pairs of stone wings gradually shattered, revealing 3 pairs of resplendent golden wings. Samuel rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the 6 wings. Meanwhile, in the room, Alec felt that all the pain he had experienced had dissipated, and he now felt enveloped in warmth, as if bathed in sunlight. Subsequently, the 3 pairs of wings from the statue soared towards Alec's back, gradually merging with him. Witnessing this, Samuel hurriedly approached the statue and caught Alec as he descended from the air. He then produced a vial of potion, gently pried open Alec's mouth, and poured the potion inside. Moments later, Alec slowly opened his eyes and discovered that he had acquired features he had not possessed before. He glanced at the wings on his back and inquired of his grandfather, "Grandfather, what is the significance of these wings on my back?" Samuel regarded Alec and replied, "These are the legacy of the Lucifer family. Every member of the Lucifer lineage undergoes a bloodline awakening at the age of 11, thereby gaining their own wings." As he spoke, Samuel unfurled his wings, 2 pairs extending from his back, causing his upper garments to tear asunder. Observing that Alec had witnessed the family's inherited wings, Samuel retracted his wings and waved to summon a garment to don. Alec was astounded by the wings behind his grandfather and the words spoken by him. He had initially believed that the family he had traversed into was merely a powerful hidden clan, never anticipating the existence of such an extraordinary bloodline ability. Subsequently, Alec gazed at the wings of Samuel, which had vanished, and posed another question, "Grandfather, how do we retract our wings? We cannot simply go out like this." In response, Samuel advised, "Attempt to manipulate your wings, retracting them behind you, and then harness the power of your bloodline to integrate the wings into your back." Alec closed his eyes and began to attune to the sensations around him. Before long, the wings upon his back had drawn near. He then felt a wave of swelling surge across his back, though this sensation dissipated almost as swiftly as it had come. Along with it vanished the 3 pairs of wings that had appeared moments earlier. Where the wings had been, glimmered faint traces of golden magical runes. Chapter 9. Family Secrets 2. As he observed his grandson retracting the wings, Samuel handed him a coat, saying, "Put this on. Remember, the matters that transpired in the secret chamber today should not be shared lightly." With that, he turned and exited the room adorned with statues. 2 minutes later, Alec donned the coat and emerged from the chamber. The door to the room closed behind him, and upon its closure, the statues within resumed their original forms, as if all that had occurred within that space had never existed at all. Alec followed closely behind Samuel, continuing his journey through the corridors of the underground chamber. Upon exiting the room, Alec wore an expression that was rife with questions. His mind was teeming with inquiries, yet he found it difficult to voice them at that moment. Samuel, seemingly perceptive of Alec's turmoil, addressed him without even turning around, remarking, "It appears you harbor many questions within you." Alec was not astonished by Samuel's inquiry. In fact, ever since his bloodline awakened, Alec could vaguely sense the thoughts swirling in Samuel's mind. However, due to the disparity in their powers, Alec was unable to accurately discern or probe into Samuel's thoughts. From this, Alec deduced that Samuel must be a natural, or rather, a result of his bloodline awakening, a mind manipulator. Samuel, sensing the thoughts within his grandson's mind, smiled inwardly, reflecting that it was no surprise this child was the first to gain the recognition of the six-winged since the family's founding patriarch. His logical reasoning ability was unparalleled among his peers. Samuel then spoke, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. With your talent, there are responsibilities you must shoulder within the family as you grow." At that moment, Alec felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and he inquired, "Grandfather, what is our family's bloodline, and what exactly are the responsibilities I must fulfill?" "Ah," Samuel exclaimed in surprise, "I expected you might ask something different. But tell me, have you heard what our family is referred to by outsiders?" Alec pondered for a moment and remarked, "The Demon Clan?" "Huh." Samuel scoffed, "How utterly ludicrous. Merely because we bear the bloodline of Lucifer, outsiders label us as a family of demons." Upon hearing this, Alec wore a puzzled expression and said, "Grandfather, I do not comprehend what makes our lineage so exceptional, aside from the wings." Samuel turned to Alec and replied, "Do you not recall the current state of our family? Are you referring to the fact that only one offspring emerges in each generation?" Samuel affirmed, "Indeed, such a phenomenon should not have arisen within our lineage. It traces back to the connection between our ancestor, the fallen angel Lucifer, and the Grim Reaper." Facing Alec, Samuel recounted, "It is said that one day, God took his son on a tour of the heavenly realm, compelling the angels to kneel in reverence before him. As angels are formless entities of energy, and the son, albeit lacking God's power, possessed a corporeal form akin to that of God, the Almighty deemed the incarnate son's status to be second only to his own. However, Lucifer, the angel, perceived the son's power as inferior, deeming God's command for the angels to kneel before the son an affront to their dignity. Thus, he led a rebellion with 1/3 of the heavenly host. Confident in his superiority over the son, Lucifer believed he could prove himself before God. Yet, he and his forces were vanquished by the son and cast into the unfathomable abyss of eternal damnation, while all those who followed him transformed into grotesque forms. Only Lucifer retained the glorious six-winged visage of an angel. Subsequently, Lucifer led the fallen angels in their subterranean abode, yet the Grim Reaper, who had always been at odds with him, struck against Lucifer during his time underground, resulting in the tragic demise of the rebellious angels at death's hands. Only Lucifer managed to escape, albeit gravely wounded and cursed by the Grim Reaper with a nearly unbreakable spell, that each successor of Lucifer would bear but a single heir, and that no 3 direct descendants of Lucifer could exist simultaneously. This resulted in a notably diminished number of direct members within the Lucifer lineage. However, through the extensive research into soul magic conducted by the successive heads of the Lucifer family, while true natural death remained unavoidable, a portion of the previous head souls could be preserved to aid the newborns of the clan in mastering the various abilities inherent in their bloodline. Alec nodded thoughtfully and inquired once more, "What exactly is my responsibility?" Samuel, with a grave expression, replied, "Alec, you are the first to possess 6 wings since our ancestor Lucifer. You have flawlessly inherited all the bloodline of our forebear. You will be the sole individual capable of shattering the curse that plagues our family. Therefore, your responsibility is undoubtedly the heaviest among all members of the Lucifer lineage, to vanquish death itself and to eradicate the familial curse. Upon hearing this, Alex felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his heart, a wave of tension washing over him. However, Samuel's next words alleviated some of Alex's anxiety. Alex, there is no need to be apprehensive. With your innate talent, it is not impossible for you to reach the level of our ancestor Lucifer in the future. Until then, you have ample time to prepare. We have always had sufficient time. Alec gazed upon his grandfather, who was already in his 60s, and silently resolved to enhance his strength without delay. Otherwise, the next to succumb to death would undoubtedly be his grandfather. Samuel glanced at Alec, took his hand, and continued walking in the direction they had come from. Along the way, Alec occasionally inquired about the unique abilities associated with their family lineage. From this, he learned that the awakening of his family's bloodline was not a singular event. This was merely his initial awakening. He subsequently asked about the talents that would accompany future awakenings, including divination, necromancy, control over space, and the ability to manipulate time, an ability that remained dormant due to Samuel's insufficient bloodline aptitude. Alec calculated that, in addition to the wings and the ability to perceive thoughts acquired during this awakening, he possessed a total of 6 innate abilities. This realization instilled in him a measure of confidence regarding the responsibilities that lay ahead. Samuel patted Alec's shoulder with a smile and said, "Though it may not be entirely appropriate to place such a heavy burden upon an 11-year-old child, I believe in your capacity to lift the bloodline curse and elevate our family to greatness." Alec nodded slightly and resolutely replied, "I will, grandfather. It is I who shall break the family's bloodline curse." Chapter 10. Enrollment. On the first day of September, Alec rose early as usual. Alec stood upon the balcony of his room, stretching his body. As he gazed at the morning sunlight, he inhaled deeply and turned to re-enter his chamber. Within, his mother, Chloe, was diligently organizing the belongings he would need for school. "Mother, some of these items may not be necessary at school," he remarked, lifting a transparent crystal ball from his suitcase. "I recall there wasn't a divination class in first grade. Bringing this seems rather pointless." Chloe took the crystal ball into her hands, pondering for a moment. "You are right. Perhaps we shall leave this behind." Alec observed his mother, who seemed eager to fit his entire room into the box imbued with the spell of seamless expansion, and couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, mother. I am 11 years old now. I am not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." At his words, Chloe paused her tidying and approached Alec, enveloping him in her embrace. "I know you have always been more mature than others from a young age, but I still feel a twinge of concern." Upon witnessing his mother in such a state, Alec made no attempt to break free from her embrace, allowing her to hold him tenderly. At that moment, Alec's father entered the room, inquiring as he walked, "Alec, have you prepared everything for school?" Instantly, Chloe shot a sharp glance at little Samuel, who immediately felt a twinge of awkwardness and replied, "The key to France has arrived. Shortly, your mother and I will accompany you to Paris, where we shall take a carriage to bus Barton from the station." Having spoken, Samuel hastily departed from their view without waiting for Alec's response. Upon hearing this, Chloe released Alec and turned her attention to the unplaced luggage in his room. With a flick of her wand drawn from her pocket, she directed it towards the scattered belongings, causing them to soar effortlessly into the suitcase. Alec observed a collection of rather inconsequential items soaring into his suitcase and shook his head in resignation. He then raised his wand and, addressing the already closed suitcase, uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Under Alec's magical influence, the suitcase gently floated from the ground to his side. Alec turned to his mother, Chloe, and said, "Mother, shall we prepare to depart?" With that, he took his mother Chloe's hand in one hand while grasping his suitcase with the other, making his way down to the living room. In the living room, Alec's father, Samuel, stood before a wooden chest adorned with several handles. "Father, is this the key we shall need for our journey to Paris?" Alec gazed at the wooden chest positioned before his father and remarked, "Indeed. The previous key was one that limited the number of teleportations. This time, however, I have specially requested this one in my capacity as a member of the Wiesengemot. The reason being, there is a child in our household who needs to travel from Italy to attend school in Busbaden, France. You understand, at times, members of the Wiesengemot possess certain extraordinary privileges." Little Samuel winked at Alec, the implication unmistakable. Alec was also aware of little Samuel's membership in the Wiesengemot. Ever since Voldemort confronted little Samuel at the gates of Lucius's manor, old Samuel had realized that he could no longer remain in obscurity within the magical realm. Consequently, Old Samuel had sent little Samuel to apply for a membership in the Wisengamot and began forming alliances with magical families around the globe, such as the Quintana family from America, the Grigovich family from Germany, and the Malfoy family from England, among others. As for the methods and means employed in these alliances, only Old Samuel and Little Samuel were privy to the details. Alec nodded and then spoke. "Shall we depart now?" Upon hearing this, both Samuel and Chloe also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them grasped the handles of the wooden crate, and the space around them shimmered. As Alec felt his feet touch solid ground, he opened his eyes. Before him lay a spacious room, with a counter at the front. The attendant behind the counter, upon noticing their entrance, remarked, "It is 10:05, arriving from the Lucifer Manor in Italy. Welcome to the key landing point in Paris, France. If you are here to enroll the young wizard, please turn left. For the Ministry of Magic in France, kindly proceed to the right." The Alec family proceeded down the corridor to the left, guided by the indications provided. The corridor was not long, and soon they reached its end, where they pushed open a wooden door. Before Alec lay a platform reminiscent of a Muggle train station, yet devoid of trains or tracks. Instead, it was lined with an array of carriages. Before these carriages stood several winged horses, their golden manes shimmering and their eyes ablaze with a fiery hue, each comparable in size to an elephant. The carriages themselves were adorned in hues of gold and blue, their roofs embellished with exquisite carvings. Above the doors, a grand emblem was prominently displayed, featuring two golden ones crossed in an X, each emanating 3 sparkling stars. This emblem was identical to that on Alec's acceptance letter, suggesting that these carriages, bearing the crest of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, had been arranged to transport the young wizards. Alec was scrutinizing the several brugums when a melodious and crystal-clear voice reached his ears. Alec turned around and discovered a figure with flowing silver hair and striking blue eyes waving at him from a short distance away. Alec approached with a smile and said, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Senior Furong." The person waving at Alec was none other than Furong Delacour, whom he had previously encountered at the magical bookstore. Behind Furong stood a couple, who were cradling a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old in their arms. Alec slightly bowed to the two individuals behind Furong and remarked, "Madame Drackle, it has been quite some time. I presume this is Mr. Drackle?" The middle-aged gentleman responded with a smile. "Furong mentioned you after her last visit home. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." At that moment, young Samuel and Chloe strolled over, hand in hand. Upon spotting them, Furong exclaimed, "Aunt Chloe, Mr. Lucifer, greetings." The two addressed turned to her with faint smiles and nods, then directed their attention to Furong's parents, Madario, Clemens. It has been ages. The group settled onto a bench at the station, reminiscing about their cherished memories from school. "Students of Busbarton, please board the carriage promptly," a voice announced from the direction of the Busbarton carriage. Alec rose to his feet and addressed his parents, remarking that it seemed the carriage was about to depart. Chloe embraced Alec, planting a gentle kiss upon his forehead. The Furong family nearby mirrored the sentiment. Chloe turned to Furong, kindly requesting that she take good care of her son Alec while at Beauxbatons. Furong smiled and nodded in agreement. Chloe then directed her attention back to Alec, reminding him to remember to write home once he arrived at school. Reluctantly, she released him from her embrace. After acquiescing to his mother's wishes, Alec picked up his suitcase and entered the carriage alongside Furong. Chapter 11. Enrollment 2. Upon stepping into the carriage, Alec was pleasantly surprised to discover that the interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The carriage was remarkably spacious, divided into numerous compartments. Above the corridor of the carriage hung a sign reading second-year students. Furong glanced at Alec and explained, "The compartments at Beauxbatons are enhanced with a powerful undetectable expansion charm, specially approved by the Ministry of Magic for the purpose of transporting students each year. The first-year compartments are located here, and as you proceed inward, you will find the second-year compartments, and so forth. Should you need anything, feel free to visit me in the third-year compartment." With that, Furong collected her belongings and made her way toward the deeper compartments. Alex searched within the compartment of the first grade, and at last, he discovered a seat available. He politely inquired, "May I sit here, please?" Alec pointed to an empty seat within the booth, perhaps captivated by his flowing golden locks and striking features, or perhaps startled by his somewhat aloof tone. The individuals present merely nodded instinctively, offering no verbal response to Alec's remarks. After taking a seat, Alex introduced himself. "I am Alex Lucifer, hailing from Italy." Seeing that the individuals in the private room remained in a state of shock, devoid of any intention to speak again. Alec promptly retrieved a hefty tome from his suitcase. Unperturbed by the astonished expressions of those present, he opened the book and immersed himself in its contents. The others in the room exchanged glances, each reflecting a look of bewilderment in their eyes. Alex, upon witnessing this, did not divert his gaze from the book, and spoke aloud. "You may continue your previous discussion without concern for my presence. Simply regard me as if I were never here." One of the boys in the room twitched his face, contemplating how it was impossible to pretend he had never existed. However, after a moment's reflection, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. The atmosphere in the compartment immediately descended into a profound silence. Alex still perceived the awkwardness among the children in the compartment. He let out a sigh, closed his book, picked up his suitcase, and exited the compartment. "Indeed, I find myself unable to swiftly integrate into the company of unfamiliar individuals." Alec wandered through the compartment designated for first-year students. At last, he discovered an unoccupied cubicle at the far end of the carriage. He stepped inside, retrieving his recently acquired books, and resumed his perusal. A few young wizards had contemplated entering the compartment where Alec sat. However, upon observing his aloof demeanor, they chose to retreat. Thus, throughout the entire journey, Alec remained in solitude within the compartment. The carriage glided forward, soon ascending into the sky. Alec gazed out at the azure heavens and fluffy clouds, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a snow-white owl swooped into the carriage, flapping its wings before perching beside Alec. He lifted his gaze, intrigued by the magnificent creature. The owl blinked its eyes and, with a gentle hoot, released a letter that landed gracefully on Alec's lap. Picking up the letter, he noticed his name elegantly inscribed in flowing script. He opened the envelope and began to read its contents. It was a missive from the school, outlining essential information regarding the new students' enrollment and course arrangements. After reading the letter, Alec returned it to its envelope, his heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming life at the Magical Academy. He redirected his gaze to the book resting on the table. As the carriage soared through the sky, Alec gradually became immersed in the world of literature, forgetting all that surrounded him. In the evening, as the setting sun filtered through the carriage window, casting a warm glow upon Alec's golden hair, he stirred from his slumber. Earlier that afternoon, while engrossed in his reading, he had succumbed to a wave of drowsiness, the cause perhaps the midday sun or a natural inclination of his own. Glancing outside, he noticed the sun hanging high above, and thus he set aside his book, propping his hand against the window, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Now awake, Alec gazed at the sun, which was nearing the horizon, before turning his attention to the distant mountains. Upon those peaks, he could faintly discern a grand and ancient castle. Alec realized that he was about to arrive at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. With a flick of his wand, his suitcase sprang open, and his school uniform soared out, automatically dressing him. He waved his wand again, causing the suitcase to close itself. Once these tasks were accomplished, Alec stood before the carriage window, peering at the majestic Beauxbatons castle gradually coming into view. As the carriage approached, it gently veered, circling the castle, allowing Alec to take in its splendid entirety. The castle's architecture resembled a quintessential French palace, adorned with elegant arched windows and exquisite stone carvings. Its roof, draped in red tiles, contrasted strikingly with the white walls. Surrounding the castle were enchanting gardens and lawns, conjured by magic, showcasing an ethereal beauty. In the midst of the gardens stood a magnificent fountain, which Alec knew to be one of the many captivating features of Beauxbatons, largely funded by the esteemed alumnus, Nicole May. As the carriage completed its circuit around the castle, it descended gracefully at the grand entrance, where a professor emerged from within. The professor cast an amplification charm upon his throat and announced, "First-year students, please gather here. The returning students may enter the castle through the side entrance in an orderly fashion." Upon seeing all the first years assembled before him, the professor, with a kind expression, addressed the young witches and wizards. "I am your deputy headmaster, Baron Davies, and I will also be your charms professor. Now, I ask all of you to remain silent as I guide you into Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. If all goes as planned, you will study and reside here together for 7 years. Therefore, I urge you to consider Beauxbatons as your second home." Once the young wizards settled into silence, Baron Davies continued, "Now please follow me." With that, he turned and pushed open the grand doors of Beauxbatons Castle. As the doors swung wide, a vast hall came into view, dominated by 7 long tables, 6 of which were already occupied by students, leaving only the first table empty. Alec gazed upon the opulent hall before him, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, and could not help but silently marvel. Though the decorations of his own home were not inferior to those of this castle, he could not help but be awed by the grandeur of Busbarton. At the moment Baron Davis led the new students into the hall, Madame Maxim rose from her position at the head table and proclaimed, "Please, new students, take your seats at the first long table." Upon hearing Madame Maxim's address, the newcomers queued up and settled at the first long table. Alec, waiting until all the young wizards had stepped forward, quietly followed the line and took a seat at the edge of the table. Madame Maxim cast a glance at Alec and continued, "As we embark on a new year, it signifies that a cohort of students has departed from our school. But fret not, for with the dawn of this new year, we welcome a fresh batch of scholars. Let us extend a warm round of applause to them, shall we?" As Madame Maxim concluded her words, the hall erupted into resounding applause. "Very well. Before we commence the welcome feast, I must emphasize a few important points. 1. New students are prohibited from casting spells freely in our corridors and gardens, and this rule applies to some of the older students as well. 2. Access to the second floor of the school library is permitted only with the professor's approval. 3. There are numerous magical places within the school awaiting your exploration. However, should you encounter an unknown chamber, please report its location to a professor. Now, let us eat." With a grand wave of her hand, Madame Maxim summoned an array of delectable dishes to the long table. As Alex savored the steak before him, his mind wandered to the approval needed for the second floor of the library. What could be the surprise that Grandpa Nico had mentioned? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a gaze directed towards him from the professor's long table. He looked up to find Madame Maxim gazing at him. Alec offered her a slight smile and raised his glass of orange juice in a gesture towards her. In response, Madame Maxim gently lifted her wine glass, toasting him from afar. Chapter 12. The dormitory and the first night at school. The banquet concluded amidst the lively atmosphere of the little wizards. As the professors rose from their seats at the faculty table and exited through the side door of the auditorium, several 7th grade students stood up from the long table. The leading boy announced, "I am Phillips, the head of the 7th grade. These are the heads of other grades. First-year newcomers, please follow us. I, along with some other grade leaders, will guide you to your respective dormitories." With that, the grade leaders escorted a dozen first-year students through the side door of the auditorium. Alec followed the 7th grade prefect who had just stepped forward, traversing the halls of Busbarton Castle. Earlier, in the dining hall, he had also spotted Fleur, who was seated at the very front of the 3rd grade table during the meal. However, Alec refrained from approaching the 3rd grade table to greet her. This was primarily due to his belief that he had come to school solely to focus on his studies, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Additionally, he felt that having only met Fleur twice, it would be inappropriate to engage in conversation with her in such a public setting. Alec followed the 7th grade leader to the dormitory area. Alec discovered that the dormitories of Beauxbatons were not as he had originally imagined. He had initially believed that the dormitories would be scattered throughout the school castle, similar to those at Hogwarts. Instead, the Beauxbatons student accommodations were located within the castle, adorned with elegance and imbued with an enchanting atmosphere. The dormitory area was predominantly circular, with a vast communal lounge at its center. The circular walls were broadly divided into 7 sections, each corresponding to a different grade. Each section featured a corridor that extended inward, allowing Alec to glimpse the communal lounge at the end of the corridor. The first-year wizards' dormitory area was situated at the corridor's terminus. Speaking was Phillips, the head of the 7th year. He then guided the first-year wizards into their exclusive communal lounge, stating, "This lounge is reserved solely for first-year wizards, while the large lounge you observed outside is accessible to all grades." Phillips proceeded to stand between 2 doors, explaining, "The staircase on the right leads to the girls' dormitory, while the staircase on the left descends to the boys' dormitory. Each dormitory accommodates 2 individuals, although some may be assigned to a single room. Regardless, it is essential for everyone to coexist harmoniously in the dormitories. Above each dormitory door, there is a plaque engraved with your names. You may now proceed to your respective rooms to organize your belongings. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to find me in the communal lounge outside." With that, Phillips exited the first-year communal lounge and settled onto a sofa in the all-grade communal lounge. After listening to Phillips, Alec followed the young wizard down the staircase on the left. Descending the stairs, he entered a corridor, glancing at the dormitory doors lining either side. As he walked, he noticed that none of the doors bore a plaque inscribed with his name until he reached the end of the corridor, where one door stood apart. Unlike the previous doors that displayed two names, this one bore a solitary plaque, engraved with the name Alec Lucifer. Alec was taken aback, for he had unexpectedly been assigned to a single dormitory. He then pushed open the door and entered the room. The interior of the dormitory was elegantly adorned, furnished with all the essentials. On the left wall upon entering, there was a window through which one could gaze upon the tranquil lake situated outside the school. Alec gazed out at the tranquil lake beyond the window, gently sliding it open. He cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Almost immediately, his owl, Oreo, soared in from the distance, gliding through the open window and into Alec's dormitory. After circling the room in search of a suitable perch, Oreo settled upon Alec's shoulder. Observing this, Alec opened his suitcase and, with a flourish of his wand, watched as various items began to levitate and emerge from within the confines of the case. Alec placed the items that had flown out of the box into the dormitory. Alec shook his shoulders slightly, signaling Oreo to descend from his perch. Understanding the cue, Oreo gracefully flew down from Alec's shoulder and landed upon the owl stand. Alec promptly tidied his bed and bookshelf, then extracted a sheet of letter paper from his collection of books. Sitting at his desk, he began to compose a letter to his family. Dear Father and Mother, I have arrived at the illustrious Busbarton School of Magic. The environment here is quite splendid, and I am confident that I will acquire a wealth of knowledge during my time at Busbarton. Rest assured, I am capable of taking good care of myself, so there is no need for concern. Your son, Alec. Alex contemplated for a moment and added a sentence at the end of the letter. Mother, could you kindly send me an invisibility cloak to school? Alec gazed at the letter, nodded thoughtfully, and carefully folded it before placing it into an envelope. He then tied the letter to Oreo's leg and said to him, Thank you for your assistance, Oreo. Subsequently, he set Oreo upon the windowsill, and with a graceful flutter, Oreo soared into the open sky. Alec gazed at the departing Oreo before turning and exiting the dormitory. After Alex emerged from the dormitory, he did not linger in the first-year common lounge, but instead made his way to the larger lounge outside. Selecting a sofa against the wall, he settled down and began to read. When Farong entered the lounge, she immediately spotted Alex engrossed in his book and gently approached, taking a seat beside him. Hello, Alex. Farong greeted him with a smile. Alec raised his head and beheld the exquisite visage of Farong, who smiled gently and greeted. Hello, Senior Farong. What brings you here? Alex set aside the book he was holding. I happened to pass by and noticed you here, so I thought I would come in and say hello, Farong replied. Then, Farong observed the book in Alec's hand and inquired, What book are you reading? Alec handed the book to Farong. It was a fascinating tome on the history of magic. Farong accepted the book and perused a few pages. By the way, you have already visited your dormitory, haven't you? How does it feel? Alec nodded and remarked that the dormitory environment was particularly pleasant, as he had been assigned to a single room. Upon hearing this, Farong expressed her envy, saying, How wonderful. Unfortunately, I do not possess such good fortune. Alec smiled upon hearing this, yet chose to remain silent. Alec and Farong continued their conversation for a while, during which Farong shared some amusing anecdotes about the Magical Academy. As the clock approached 11, Farong stood up and said to Alec, Do take care and rest early, Alec. I wish you sweet dreams tonight. With that, she turned and walked into the corridor of the third-year dormitory. Alex observed Farong entering the third-grade dormitory and, deciding against lingering in the lounge, turned and made his way to the first-grade dormitory, stepping into his own room. Upon returning to his chamber, Alec placed the book upon the table and then reclined on his bed. He closed his eyes, reflecting upon the events of the day. A sense of anticipation for his forthcoming life on campus filled him. As his thoughts meandered, Alec gradually succumbed to slumber, where he transformed into an exceptional wizard, harnessing his powers to shatter the ancestral curse that plagued his lineage. Chapter 13. The zombie was devoured. In the early dawn, Alec awoke slowly from his dreams. He climbed out of bed, gazing around, suddenly reminded that he was no longer at home, thus abandoning the notion of summoning his cherished house sprite. He looked out at the sun, yet to rise, and after dressing, he exited his dormitory. Arriving at the first-year common room, he noticed that it was rather deserted, perhaps due to the early hour. Observing the empty space, Alec made his way toward the expansive lounge beyond. As Alec stepped out, he beheld two familiar faces. One was Phillips Wall, the former 7th-grade captain, and the other was Farong Delacour. Alec noticed two individuals seated on either side of the fireplace, engrossed in their books. He greeted them with a cheerful, Good morning, Senior Farong. Good morning, Senior Phillips. The two, upon hearing their names, set their books aside and turned to acknowledge Alec, responding, "Good morning." After exchanging pleasantries, Phillips resumed his reading, while Furlong turned to Alec and inquired, "So, Alec, how did you find your sleep last night?" Alec nodded and remarked, "The bed at Bus Barton is exceedingly comfortable. I have acclimated well to it, with no discomfort whatsoever." Hearing this, Furlong smiled and said, "It's good that you've adapted. By the way, do you know what classes you have this morning?" Alec shook his head and remarked, "I was just about to ask someone about it. Do you happen to know, Senior Furlong?" In response, Furlong approached a blackboard and said to Alec, "If ever you find yourself uncertain about which class you are to attend, you may refer to this." As she spoke, Furlong drew forth her wand and tapped the blackboard, declaring, "Today's morning class for the first year." Instantly, the words "Defense Against the Dark Arts" appeared prominently on the board, accompanied by the class schedule. This blackboard is an alchemical artifact, generously donated to the Busbaton School of Magic by Mr. Nicolarm. Alec nodded in acknowledgement and, with a flick of his wand, inscribed the words "Herbology Class" upon the blackboard, indicating the afternoon schedule for the first-year students. He turned to Furlong, his eyes conveying his understanding, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information, Senior." Subsequently, Alec made his way to the first-year dormitory and soon emerged, clutching a copy of Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Glancing at his wristwatch, he remarked, "There's still ample time. I believe I can indulge in some reading in the common room. Would you mind if I took a seat beside you?" Furlong replied with a smile, "Not at all. Feel free to sit. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." "As I have already encountered some of this material, haven't I?" Alec responded, "Then I shall trouble you, Senior." He then took a seat beside Furlong and immersed himself in the book he held. Observing Alec's demeanor, Furlong returned her attention to her own tome. Time flowed steadily, and before long, an hour had elapsed. During this interval, Alec not only posed inquiries regarding the content of the book, but also inquired about several aspects of the course on defense against the dark arts. From Furlong, Alec gleaned that the instructor for defense against the dark arts at Beauxbatons was named Professor Charlotte Brown. She was a retired Auror from the French Ministry of Magic, who had endured torment at the hands of dark wizards during her pursuit of them. Due to her advancing age, the ministry had deemed it appropriate for her to retire from frontline combat against dark wizards, subsequently recommending Professor Brown to teach at Beauxbatons. Furlong held this instructor in particularly high regard. Alec pondered within himself that the course on defense against the dark arts at Buxbaton would undoubtedly surpass the pedagogical standards of Hogwarts by a significant margin. As he contemplated this, he found himself filled with anticipation for the imminent class. Prior to the lesson, Alec made his way to the Great Hall to partake in breakfast. After enjoying his meal, he grasped the tome Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, and proceeded towards the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Alec entered the classroom and beheld a figure standing at the lectern, an individual with graying temples and a countenance that exuded solemnity. This, he surmised, must be Professor Charlotte Brown, as referred to by Furlong. The professor greeted the students with a slight nod before delving into the day's lesson. She began by demonstrating fundamental techniques in the art of defense against the dark arts, subsequently dividing the students into groups for practical exercises. Alec was paired with a fellow student, Mr. Clark, whom he had encountered while traveling by carriage the previous day. Initially, Mr. Clark appeared somewhat apprehensive, glancing at Alec's azure eyes, fearing that he might incur the latter's ire for a misstep. However, as they became more acquainted, Clark discovered that Alec was not particularly difficult to engage with, despite occasionally maintaining a rather frosty demeanor. Ultimately, the pair successfully completed the task assigned by the professor. When the bell rang to signify the end of class, Alec felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge. He returned to his dormitory to organize his notes, and then, with his notes in hand, he ventured into the dining hall for lunch. Alec listened intently as the surrounding young wizards discussed the content of the morning's defense against the dark arts lesson, occasionally exchanging insights and experiences. Alec exclaimed, "Ah, campus life." Alec sought a tranquil corner to settle down, indulging in his meal while perusing his notes. At that moment, a voice resonated beside him. "Alex, are you free this afternoon? Let us visit the greenhouse for the herbal class." It was Clark, who took a seat opposite Alex, balancing a tray in his hands. Alec lifted his head and gazed at Clark, feeling a tinge of surprise within. Nevertheless, he nodded in acquiescence to Clark's invitation. Following their lunch, they proceeded together to the greenhouse for the herbalism class. Inside the greenhouse stood an elderly witch, modestly attired, with a brown apron tied around her waist. Before them was Professor Emily Jones, Alec's herbalism instructor. Upon noticing the young wizards enter, Professor Jones greeted them warmly, saying, "Come in, my little ones. Be careful not to touch any of the plants. While most of the flora within the greenhouse are harmless, some may lead you into considerable trouble." Alec and Clark cautiously entered the greenhouse, attentively observing the myriad of peculiar plants while listening to the witch elucidate their characteristics and applications. As Alec observed the diverse array of plants within the greenhouse, he pondered the utility of each specimen. At that moment, he noticed Clark fixated on an exceedingly grotesque plant, whose appearance bore little resemblance to conventional flora. It resembled a dark, slimy mass akin to a gargantuan slug, emerging directly from the soil. The creature undulated slightly, adorned with numerous glistening pustules. Just as Clark was about to reach out and touch it, Alec tugged at his sleeve with urgency, cautioning, "If you wish to avoid having your skin rot from contact with the sap of the bobwit tuber, it would be prudent not to touch it." Upon hearing Alec's warning, Clark withdrew his outstretched hand and turned to Alec, inquiring, "How do you know all this?" Alec offered no verbal response, merely gesturing with 1,000 wondrous herbs and fungi in his hand, the meaning abundantly clear. Clark glanced at the book in his grasp, secretly resolving to immerse himself in his studies. Subsequently, Alec continued to accompany Professor Jones in exploring other plants. While Clark no longer harbored the desire to touch any additional flora, the class proceeded smoothly under Professor Jones's guidance. Chapter 14. The story collection of the poet and the bean. After the afternoon herbology lesson concluded, Alec returned to the common room, just as he had after the morning's defense against the dark arts class, and began to organize his notes. Observing Alec's focused demeanor, Clark remarked, "Mate, it's only the first day of classes. Are you really this intense? Trying to ruin my enjoyment, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Alec lifted his gaze, his blue eyes locking onto Clark's. "You must understand, although the school promotes a philosophy of self-directed learning, this does not imply absolute freedom in your studies. If you fail to secure an A by the end of the semester, you will surely regret it." Clark was taken aback by the unexpected outpouring of words from Alec, who he had assumed would remain perpetually aloof and disinterested in communication. Yet, while Alec's words were somewhat piercing to Clark's heart, they nonetheless held a certain weight. Naturally, Alec was aware of what Clark was contemplating. Ever since Alec awakened his bloodline and became a mind reader, he maintained an ever-active state of perception towards those who approached him. Alec remarked, "Moreover, there is nothing particularly pressing at the moment, so I might as well utilize this spare time to organize my notes." Clark, listening to Alec's words, nodded in agreement. "Well then, will you be joining us for dinner later?" Alec pondered briefly. "Please wait a few moments. I shall join you once I have organized my notes." Alex hastened the pace of his writing, swiftly organizing the notes from today's class. He then turned to Clark, who was engrossed in a book, and inquired, "What are you reading? Weren't we supposed to go for a meal?" Clark lifted the book and replied, "The Collected Tales of the Poet, a collection of stories." "Have you finished your notes? Then let us go for dinner." Alec gazed at the book in Clark's hands, deep in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Clark and inquired, "Might I borrow that anthology of poems by Pidu for a couple of days after dinner?" Clark, looking perplexed, replied, "What do you need that storybook for?" "Never mind, I can't be bothered to ask. If you want it, take it. I've already read it countless times, and I'm well acquainted with its contents." With that, Clark handed the book to Alec, who accepted it graciously and remarked, "Thank you. If you ever wish to borrow my notes, do not hesitate to let me know." Alec then glanced at the time and added, "Well then, shall we proceed to the hall for dinner?" Alec stepped out of the lounge first, while Clark, appearing bewildered, promptly followed him. "Hey, wait for me." After finishing dinner in the auditorium, Alec returned to his dormitory after a quick wash. He lay on his bed, holding the collection of stories borrowed from Clark earlier that evening. As he gazed at the book, he recalled that the only work referenced in the Harry Potter series concerning the Grim Reaper was this very collection of stories. Although he had traversed into this world, his knowledge of the Harry Potter saga was not comprehensive. In his previous life, Alec had only watched video clips and read the first installment of the series. Thus, his recollection of the Grim Reaper was limited to knowing that this book contained relevant mentions, prompting him to delve into its pages to learn about the embodiment of death in this realm. The book was not particularly thick, encompassing merely 10 pages, and it contained 5 distinct tales: the wizard and the hopping pot, the fountain of fair fortune, the warlock's hairy heart, the tale of the 3 brothers, and Babbity Rabbity and her cackling stump. Alex swiftly perused the first 4 tales. To be candid, he found nothing particularly remarkable about them. They were merely the sort of stories that parents in the magical realm read to their young sorcerers at bedtime. Were these tales to be placed in the mundane world? Alec would not have been in the least bit surprised. However, upon reaching the final story within the tome, he found himself ensnared in contemplation. In truth, the majority of the content within the legend of the three brothers did not strike Alec as extraordinary. It was merely a phrase within the tale that piqued his interest, suggesting that uniting the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak could grant one dominion over death itself. It was precisely this notion that plunged Alec into profound reflection. While others may question the existence of death, Alec was acutely aware of its reality. Death not only exists, but harbors an irreconcilable enmity towards his own lineage. Alec closed the book, mentally organizing all the information he had just gleaned about the Grim Reaper. He then retrieved a notebook, which he had taken from his family's treasury. This notebook was imbued with a unique and powerful concealment spell, revealing its true contents solely to Alec himself. To any other observer, it merely appeared to contain a collection of mundane study notes. Alec inscribed the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak within his notebook. He then closed the notebook and placed it upon his desk. Initially, Alec intended to compose a letter to his family, requesting his grandfather to peruse their collection of tomes to ascertain if any contained information regarding these matters. However, upon glancing at the empty owl perch on the desk, Alec recalled that he had dispatched his owl, Oreo, the previous day to deliver a message to his relatives, and he estimated that Oreo would not return until the following morning. With a sigh, Alec murmured to himself that he would have to wait until Oreo's return to pen the letter. In the late hours of the night, Alec lay restlessly in bed, his mind incessantly replaying the tale of the three brothers. Suddenly, he rose from his bed and stood by the window, gazing at the moon suspended in the sky. Its silvery light cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a delicate veil. Alec climbed onto the windowsill, seated himself there, and removed his jacket, unfurling his wings. 3 pairs of golden feathers fluttered gently behind him. With a leap, Alec soared from his dormitory, guiding his wings as he flew beyond the confines of Beauxbatons castle and over the nearby forest, where he surveyed the landscape below. Gradually, his spirits lifted. He often took to the skies in such moments of pressure, finding solace in the vastness above. Soon, he returned to his dormitory, unnoticed by anyone as the little wizard slipped in and out of the castle in the depths of night. Chapter 15. The Invitation to Potions class as dawn broke. Alec arose as he did each day, and after reviewing his schedule, settled into the first-year common room to peruse a book for a while. Today's curriculum included only the morning potions class. In the dining hall, as Alec enjoyed his breakfast, Clark, seated beside him, held a newspaper and conversed with several young wizards about their potions instructor, Professor Damocles Belby, who was known to be the recipient of a second-class Merlin Award for his invention of the Wolfsbane potion 2 years prior. It was rumored that the previous potions master had retired due to advanced age, leaving uncertainty regarding the strictness of Professor Belby. If he is strict, that would be unfortunate. I am not particularly fond of potions class. My mother spends hours tending to the cauldron when brewing potions at home, Clark remarked. The young wizard seated near Alec grew slightly anxious upon hearing Clark's words. One of them turned to Alec and inquired, "Alec, having read so many books, what can you tell us about Professor Belby?" Indeed, it seemed that a young wizard had taken the initiative to engage Alec in conversation. The previous evening, while Alec was engrossed in a collection of stories by Beetle the Bard, Clark, under the scrutiny of several young wizards, had revealed that despite Alec's seemingly aloof demeanor, he was, in fact, open to communication. This revelation had fostered a newfound rapport between Alec and his peers. Hearing the little wizard's inquiry, Alec recited as if reciting from a text. Damocles Belby, recipient of the second-class Merlin Medal in 1988, invented the Wolfsbane potion. The text describes him as a gentle soul. However, he maintains a scrupulous demeanor when it comes to potions. If you wish to avoid reprimands in potions class or to be publicly dismissed from the classroom, it would be wise to pay close attention during lessons. Upon hearing this, the surrounding little wizards felt that the hope for the morning's potions class had dwindled, with some even contemplating breaking their legs to escape the lesson. Alec merely smiled at this and continued to enjoy his breakfast. In the potions classroom, the little wizards sat upright in their seats. Alec's words spread among them like a contagion, with one whisper leading to 10 and 10 leading to 100. Soon, All the first-year wizards were acutely aware of the professor's meticulous approach to potions, resulting in an atmosphere of profound silence within the classroom. Professor Belby emerged from the large door at the back of the room, waving his wand to close the door behind him. He stood at the podium, casting a sweeping gaze across each little wizard before smiling and addressing them. I am your potions professor, Damocles Belby. I understand some of you may have encountered my name in the newspapers. However, I hope you will not fear me based on their portrayal. As long as you refrain from making significant mistakes in potions class, I believe we can coexist harmoniously. His words, however, only intensified the anxiety of some little wizards. Observing their trepidation, Professor Belby shook his head and said, Now, please open your textbooks. We shall discuss the potion for scabbers. He meticulously explained the method for crafting the scabber potion, emphasizing key points and precautions. Subsequently, he instructed the students to form groups and begin the potion-making process. Alec and his companion Clark were assigned to the same group, and under Alec's guidance, they produced the scabber potion in the shortest amount of time. Professor Belby approached their group, picking up their completed potion with a look of mild astonishment. He addressed the little wizards, saying, Look, a perfect scabber potion. Mr. Alec and Mr. Clark have been the first to complete it. Everyone, let us strive to keep up. Then, at Professor Belby's gesture, Alec stepped down from his position to assist in guiding the other little wizards in their potion-making endeavors. Ultimately, every group successfully crafted the scabber potion. Professor Belby commended the students for their efforts, reminding them that the pursuit of magic requires continual practice and dedication. The young wizards, upon hearing Professor Belby's words, felt their admiration for him elevate to new heights. Moreover, due to Alec's guidance in crafting scabious potions during the lesson, the students no longer held any grudges against his earlier remarks. As the bell rang, the students joyfully gathered their belongings, several of them departing the classroom together while animatedly discussing the intriguing nature of Professor Belby's lecture. Upon exiting the potions classroom, Clark turned to Alec and inquired, What are your plans next? Will you be heading to the common room to organize your notes? Alec shook his head and replied, Not today. I have some matters I wish to discuss with Professor Belby. Therefore, I must delay my visit to the common room to organize my notes. Clark nodded and then inquired, Shall I wait for you? Alec shook his head once more. You should return first. I believe I will require quite a bit of time. By the way, could you assist me in bringing the book back to the dormitory? Here's the key. After I finish my inquiries, I will head directly to the dining hall. Clark nodded, then reached out to take Alec's book, placing it alongside his own. With his other hand, he accepted the key, saying, Then we shall meet in the dining hall. Clark then turned and made his way towards the dormitory. As Alec observed that Clark had ventured far away, he promptly pushed open the door to the potions classroom and entered. Professor Belby, noticing Alec's return to the potions class, inquired aloud, What brings you back, Mr. Alec? Is there something amiss? Upon hearing this, Alec surveyed the classroom surroundings and remarked, I have some rather immature insights that I wish to discuss with Professor Belby. Would it be possible to converse in the professor's office? It seems rather crowded here. Noticing Alec's earnest demeanor, Professor Belby contemplated for a moment, then nodded and replied, Please come this way, Mr. Alec. The two then proceeded to the potions office. Inside the office, Professor Belby sat behind his desk, while Alec faced him directly. With a flourish of his wand, Belby inquired, Would you care for something to drink? Butterbeer? Coffee? Or perhaps pumpkin juice? Alex remarked, Let us go to the CAF, and soon 2 steaming cups of coffee appeared before them. Bell inquired, Mr. Alex, what matters are deemed unsuitable for discussion in the classroom that necessitate a meeting in the office instead? Alec did not respond to Belby's question immediately. Instead, he said, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alec. I am Lucifer, the next heir of the Lucifer family. Belby momentarily appeared taken aback, then murmured to himself, Lucifer. The Lucifer family. Soon, an expression of astonishment flickered in Belby's eyes. You are the young Samuel, son of Lucifer, who has recently emerged in the magical realm. Alec nodded, the meaning evident. Upon witnessing Alec's nod, Belby tightened his grip on the wand concealed beneath the table, yet maintained a gentle expression on his face as he addressed Alec. Mr. Alec, what brings you to seek my counsel this time? Alec gazed at Belby, the azure of his eyes deepening ever so slightly. Professor Belby, there is no need for such hostility towards me. I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration. As far as he was aware, Professor Belby hailed from humble beginnings, having achieved his current stature through a profound passion for potions. But do you truly believe that those within the magical elite will permit your continued ascent? Thus, my intent in approaching you, Professor Belby, is twofold. On one hand, I wish to enlist your services for my family, and on the other, I seek the wolfsbane potion that you possess. As you are aware, my father is also a master potion maker, and I believe that the wolfsbane potion could aid him in crafting a curse for blood manipulation. Upon finishing his statement, Alec lifted the coffee before him and savored a sip, showing no inclination to rush Professor Belby, for he understood that this matter would significantly impact Belby's future. Meanwhile, Professor Belby pondered fervently. Although he was not fond of the pressure he felt, he recognized that navigating the upper echelons of the magical society was a formidable challenge, especially for someone like him, whose research had the potential to alter the fate of an entire lineage. This alone was sufficient for certain aristocrats to place him on a list of those they would seek to obliterate should he become a threat. Turning his gaze to Alec, Belby inquired, "If I were to serve your family, what benefits might I receive in return?" Upon hearing Belby's words, Alec felt a surge of joy and replied, "In service to my family, we can provide you with any materials necessary for your potion research and ensure that you establish a firm standing within the magical community. Of course, all of your research will be attributed to you. However, my family hopes that when the need arises, you will fully cooperate with us." Belby pondered for a moment, as if having made a determined resolution, and then responded to Alec, "Very well, I agree to serve your family. But I sincerely hope that you and your family will not go back on your word." Upon hearing this, Alec replied, "Certainly not. If you truly harbor doubts, we could establish an unbreakable oath. Would you like me to find a witness for you?" Bell, observing Alec's demeanor, shook his head and said, "There is no need for an unbreakable oath. I trust the future head of the Lucifer family will not deceive someone like me." "Then, may our collaboration be pleasant, Mr. Alec." Alec observed Bellaby extend his hand and remarked, "Just treat me as a regular student at school, and let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration." Chapter 16. A nocturnal visit to the second floor of the library. Although every member of Alec's family possessed profound expertise in the art of potion making, Alec's grandfather devised a suppressive potion that enables the voiceless to control their powers. Although this potion was only administered to Grindelwald during his visit to the Lucifer Manor and has not been documented in the compendium of potions within the wizarding world, it remains a remarkable achievement. Recently, Alec's father published an article in a specialized potion journal concerning the cure for the blood curse, garnering significant attention in the realm of potion making. While Alec's mother has not developed any particularly unique potions, Alec's father asserts that she was capable of concocting the Felix Felicis potion by her third year at Beauxbatons, showcasing her extraordinary talent in the field of potionology. Despite Alec's family being on par with some of the potion masters in the magical community, who would not welcome an additional master capable of independently researching the potent wolfsbane potion, which has the potential to alter the fate of an entire species. Exiting the potion classroom, Alec felt elated, although his facial expression bore little change. His relaxed demeanor was evident to those around him as he made his way towards the Great Hall. Clark observed Alec, seemingly in higher spirits than usual, and inquired with a puzzled look, "What has brought about this sudden happiness? Did the teacher give you special treatment?" Upon hearing this, Alex remarked, "Is it that evident? Am I truly displaying my happiness?" Clark shook his head and replied, "Others might not discern it, but I can distinctly sense the difference in your demeanor compared to when we parted ways in the potions classroom." Alec, contemplatively nodding, then fixed his deep blue gaze upon Clark and inquired, "Do you possess any extraordinary abilities, perhaps the power to delve into the thoughts of others?" Clark, meeting Alec's piercing blue eyes, was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense pressure, as if he were under the scrutiny of a superior being. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, he responded to Alec, "What makes you think that?" Alec gazed at Clark as he spoke, then withdrew his gaze and remarked, "It is nothing. Merely a surprise that you could perceive my happiness." Clark, observing Alec, who had now turned away, replied, "Perhaps it is because we have grown closer." Alec nodded slightly, refraining from responding to Clark's remarks. Clark, too, did not cast a glance at Alec. Instead, he slowly savored the food on his plate, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. After finishing their lunch, Alec and Clark returned to their dormitory together. Upon entering his room, Alec discovered that Oreo had already returned from home. He promptly removed the letter tied to Oreo's leg, which contained a myriad of messages from Alec's mother. Interestingly, she did not inquire about Alec's desire for an invisibility cloak. Rather, she simply cautioned him against wearing it in the women's restroom. Alec observed the words spoken by his mother, his lips twitching slightly. He then picked up his quill and meticulously inscribed everything he had accomplished over the past 2 days, including Professor Belb's promise to serve the family, into the letter. After binding the missive to Oreo's leg, he rewarded the bird with a few morsels of dried fish before releasing it into the open sky. Alec picked up the cloaked invisibility garment from the table, his mind swirling with thoughts of the evening's plans. Before long, he had formed a rough idea. He exited his dormitory and found Clark in the first-year common room, engaged in a game of wizard chess. Turning to Clark, he inquired, "I am heading to the library to read. Would you care to join me?" Clark lifted his gaze to meet Alec's, then glanced at the chess piece he was about to set down. Shaking his head, he replied, No. I think I shall continue my game of wizard chess in the dormitory." Upon hearing this, Alec did not insist further. He merely nodded and made his way to the lounge outside. As he approached the large lounge, just as he was about to step outside, Farong emerged from the corridor of the 3rd year and greeted him. "Alec, hello there." Alec turned to see Farong and greeted her. "Hello, Farong. Do you have no classes this afternoon?" Farong shook her head and replied, "We have no classes this afternoon. What do you intend to do?" As Alec mentioned the school library, he expressed his intention to seek out some information. "Would you care to join me?" he inquired. Farong nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the school library. Upon entering the library, Alec initially selected several books that he deemed necessary for his research. While Farong was engrossed in her reading, Alec discreetly approached the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Before he could take any further action, a stern-looking middle-aged woman approached him and inquired, "Sir, may I ask if you have the professor's permission? Without such authorization, access to the 2nd floor of the library is prohibited." Alex nodded and then returned to the table where he was reading with Farong. Alex sat before the table, contemplating the optimal route to ascend the staircase to the 2nd floor of the library. Observing his deep thought, Farong inquired, "What occupies your mind? Is there something you find perplexing?" Alex regained his focus and pointed to a particular question in the book, addressing Farong. "I have been pondering this issue." Thus, Alex and Farong, engrossed in their reading and problem-solving, remained in the library until dinner commenced. Subsequently, the two made their way to the dining hall, parting ways just before entering. That night, Alex sat on his bed, gazing out the window. The moon outside was gradually ascending the sky, and as it reached its zenith directly above him, Alex rose from his bed. He picked up the invisibility cloak from the table and draped it over himself, then quietly slipped out of the dormitory. Alec, guided by his recollections of an afternoon spent at the library, followed the familiar path leading him there. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the library, where he gently pushed the grand doors open just enough to create a passage suitable for his entry. Subsequently, Alex slipped through the narrow opening and closed the door behind him, enveloping himself in the sanctuary of the library. Alec gazed at the library, contemplating the position of the staircase on the 2nd floor. He quietly made his way over, and on his path, he encountered the lady who had obstructed his ascent to the 2nd floor earlier that afternoon. However, cloaked in his invisibility cloak, he remained undetected by her. Thus, Alex successfully ascended to the 2nd floor of the library, which appeared entirely different from the ground level. Rows of black bookshelves stood majestically in the heart of the restricted section, laden with ancient tomes, most of which seemed to be handcrafted and had not been opened in many years. Alec meandered through the shelves, occasionally glancing at the tomes while murmuring Nicholas Flamel. Then, amidst the rear rows of shelves, he stumbled upon a book that appeared to have been recently placed there. With determination, he extracted it from its resting place. Chapter 17, The Book of Demonic Alchemy. This tome was entirely black, adorned with a silver border. In gilded letters, the title The Book of Demonic Alchemy was inscribed, accompanied by a smaller inscription below. This book belongs to the first person to discover it, graciously bestowed by Nicholas Flamel. Alec concealed the book within his cloak, refraining from opening it immediately, though curiosity stirred within him regarding its contents. He felt uncertain about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances should he choose to unveil it within the library's confines. After locating the tome, Alec did not hastily exit the library. Instead, he donned his invisibility cloak, stealthily navigating the 1st floor to evade the watchful eyes of the night patrol. Amidst the shelves, he sought a spell that would enhance his nocturnal excursions. At last, he exclaimed to himself, "The illusory body spell, how fortuitous." With determination, Alec grasped his wand and uttered the incantation, "Duplicate in pairs." He then returned the original book to its rightful place on the shelf. while placing the replicated volume atop Nicodemus's alchemical grimoire. Subsequently, he retraced his steps towards the library's entrance. Just as Alec pulled open the grand doors, a stern voice echoed from behind him, inquiring, "Who is at the threshold of the library?" A sudden shock coursed through Alec as he forcefully swung open the library door, dashing out with astonishing speed. By the time the night watchman reached the entrance of the library, Alec had already fled far from his original position. Who could it be that dared to run about the library in the dead of night? The watchman promptly entered the library to ascertain whether any books were missing. After a thorough examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no books had been lost. It appeared that a wayward young wizard had inadvertently wandered in. Meanwhile, Alec, having returned to his dormitory, was gasping for breath. Goodness, that was terrifying. Indeed, the shortcomings of the invisibility cloak were too numerous. Merely reaching out to open a door had led to his discovery by the watchman. And when that teacher spoke suddenly from behind, I could have sworn I had encountered a ghost. Alec patted his chest, attempting to calm himself. Once he had composed his emotions, he retrieved 2 books he had borrowed from the library. He placed the copied volume on the Art of the Illusion spell onto his desk, murmuring to himself, "There is no rush to learn the illusion spell. That can wait for another time. Now, let me see the surprise that Grandpa Nico mentioned." Alex sat on the bed and opened the tome of demonic alchemy. The first page of alchemy bore the inscription, "All knowledge of alchemy inscribed within this book belongs entirely to the one who first discovers it." Alec gazed intently at the book before him and then turned to the second page, which bore the inscription, "Fundamentals of Alchemy." At that precise moment, within a grand Western-style manor in Surrey, England, an elderly gentleman with silver hair sat before a tome. This venerable figure was none other than Nicholas Flamel. With a smile gracing his features, Flamel contemplated the volume on his desk. Had Alec been privy to the contents of Flamel's book, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for it was identical to the one he had risked nearly being caught by a professor to retrieve from the second floor of the library. Flamel, too, began to peruse the pages, murmuring to himself, "So, a nocturnal adventure on the second day of enrollment? Truly, as mischievous as Chloe and young Samuel." As he spoke, Flamel touched the book, and a vision of Alec engrossed in his reading material materialized upon its surface. Observing this, Flamel nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "It appears my predictions regarding Alec were not in error. He indeed possesses the potential to carry forth my alchemical legacy." Subsequently, Flamel picked up a quill and turned several pages before inscribing a note on the page titled "Elementary Alchemical Production." Only upon mastering the foundational principles of alchemy and successfully completing the exercises on the subsequent pages may one commence with elementary alchemical production. He then closed the book resting on his desk. Meanwhile, Alec was rapidly absorbing the text. As he turned to the page detailing elementary alchemical production, he noticed a line of text gradually revealing itself beneath the title. Skeptical, he flipped to the next page, only to find it blank. He continued to leaf through the pages, discovering nothing but emptiness. Well, perhaps I am a tad too eager. I should not be contemplating production before even grasping the basics, he mused. With a glance at the book in hand, he turned to the second page once more and noted down the recommended readings in his notebook. After completing his notes, Alex slipped the paper within the alchemical tome and placed it upon his desk. He then reclined on his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, despite still feeling a trace of drowsiness, Alec rose early. This morning, Alec did not occupy his usual spot in the public lounge, engrossed in a book. Instead, he was delicately crafting a letter with a quill pen. Clark observed Alec's focused endeavor and inquired, "Did you not just pen a letter to your family yesterday? Why are you writing again today?" Alec did not turn to glance at Clark. Instead, he replied, "I am not writing to my family this time. I am composing a letter to the magical bookshop, as I wish to purchase a few volumes for my perusal." Clark nodded in understanding and remarked, "I see. By the way, didn't you all send a letter yesterday? It seems it has yet to return. Are you planning to visit the Ollery to dispatch your letter?" Alec nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Oreo may not return until tomorrow, so I plan to take the letters to the Ollery shortly. Is there something amiss? Could you kindly send my letter as well? I did not acquire an owl when school commenced." Clark then handed his letter to Alec, gazing at him with earnest sincerity. "I can head to the classroom first and reserve a spot for you." Alec took Clark's letter and nodded. "Then, could you kindly deliver the book for me as well?" With that, Alec grasped both letters and made his way towards the Ollery and the West Tower. Alec gazed at the retreating owl, contemplating that it appeared he would need to dedicate time not only to his school curriculum, but also to delving into the intricacies of alchemy. With that thought, he exited the Ollery and made his way toward the classroom for the morning lessons. Chapter 18. A Halloween visit. Time flew swiftly, and it had been 2 months since Alec's last nocturnal excursion to the library. During this interval, he had not orchestrated any earth-shattering events at school. Rather, he adhered to his plan, diligently studying a variety of subjects while continuously expanding his knowledge of alchemy. Alec glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall of the lounge. Today is October 31st, 1990. Alec murmured with a grim expression, "No wonder, one can smell a strong aroma of roasted pumpkin early in the morning." Alec sat in the communal lounge, engrossed in an ancient Necronomicon, frequently flipping through its pages while occasionally making notes with a quill. Clark observed Alec in the lounge, feeling no particular surprise. After all, it was well known that Alec had arrived at school with a considerable collection of books he purchased from the magical bookstore. And nearly every first-year wizard had witnessed the spectacle of 6 owls soaring into the first-year lounge, burdened by a large stack of books, as well as Alec using magic to transport the hefty tome collection back to his dormitory. Clark pointed to the towering stack of books beside Alec and inquired, "Have you already finished reading all of these?" Alec shook his head. Just as Clark was about to inquire if Alec had been facing any issues lately that might have affected his learning efficiency, Alec interjected, stating that it was not merely the current stack of books. He had nearly finished the substantial pile that the owl had brought back earlier. Upon hearing this, Clark felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that he should have refrained from commenting. After all, this was Alec. Claiming that his learning efficiency had waned was akin to asserting that he himself was Merlin. Alec glanced at Clark, who appeared utterly astonished, and smiled faintly. "This isn't the first time, is it? You experienced it at the beginning of the term. Why are you still surprised?" Upon hearing Alec's words, Clark recalled the first time Alec attended the history of magic class. At that moment, Alec was preoccupied with thoughts about which book to read after class, and Clark noticed him lost in thought, assuming that Alec, like himself, found the subject tedious and was disinterested. After inquiring, Alec revealed to Clark that he had memorized the entire history of magic textbook. In that instant, Clark exclaimed, "Merlin's knickers! You've memorized it all? That book is nearly a foot thick." This incident resulted in Clark being reprimanded by the history of magic teacher and sentenced to a week of detention. Although Alec offered to assist Clark during his confinement by helping him with personal hygiene, Clark was still irked for several days. However, Alec later promised to tutor Clark personally, leading to a reconciliation between the two. Alec noticed Clark lost in thought and waved his hand before Clark's face. Clark, what are you pondering so intently?" Clark snapped back to reality, observing Alec's inquisitive gaze, and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. By the way, how is your alchemy study progressing? When do you think you will be able to create your own alchemical masterpiece?" Alex, hearing Clark's question, let out a sigh and replied, It is not that simple. However, I have a feeling it should be soon." Noticing the enigmatic expression on Alex's face, Clark refrained from pressing further. Having spent considerable time with Alex, Clark was well aware that if Alex chose not to disclose something, no amount of questioning would yield results. "By the way, Alex, will you be attending the Halloween banquet? I recall you mentioning that you are not particularly fond of pumpkins." Alec's eyes flickered momentarily as he pondered before declaring, "I shall participate. For this is indeed the inaugural festive banquet of my true journey at this school." Clark nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding, and then gracefully exited the common room. Alec gazed at Clark's departing figure, then glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for class. He set down the book in his hands, picked up a textbook on transfiguration, and exited the common room. "Have you heard? Madame Maxim has invited the mischievous fairy band to perform at the school tonight. Is that truly the case? How exhilarating!" On the way to class, small groups of young wizards emerged from their classrooms, most engaged in lively discussions about the upcoming Halloween feast, including even some of the more academically inclined students. Meanwhile, outside the Transfiguration classroom, Clark stood by the door, waiting for Alec, who was inside, engrossed in asking the professor questions. This was no unusual sight. After all, this had become a staple of Alec's post-class routine. Alec had previously suggested to Clark that he should return on his own. However, Clark declined the proposition. According to Clark, he reasoned that there was little point in leaving so soon, as remaining here might afford him the opportunity to learn some material that had not been covered in class. After exiting the transformation classroom, Alec first greeted Clark and then glanced at the time, stating, "Let us head to the Halloween banquet. If we delay, there will only be desserts left." The two then proceeded together towards the auditorium. Inside, the hall was adorned with numerous jack-o'-lanterns, either floating or suspended in every corner, bestowing a warm and mysterious ambience upon the space. The long table was laden with a more sumptuous array of food and beverages than usual, accompanied by small confections shaped like spiders, bats, and ghosts. Although the Halloween atmosphere was undeniably delightful, Alec could only let out a resigned sigh upon seeing the pumpkin dishes on the table, and he promptly pulled Clark to a spot where pumpkins were fewer. As the banquet commenced following Madame Maxim's opening remarks, it was accompanied by the lively performance of the mischievous fairy band. Everyone was joyfully indulging in the feast before them, except for Alec. This was due to the fact that just moments earlier, while Alec was savoring his steak, Clark had surreptitiously poured some pumpkin juice into Alec's cup, which he unwittingly drank. This unfortunate incident had led to the current predicament, with Alec casting a furious glare at Clark. In that moment, Alec yearned to unleash a curse upon Clark, yet being in the auditorium, he refrained from expressing his frustration. Alec sternly addressed Clark, threatening, "You better watch yourself in the dormitory. I shall deal with you appropriately." Clark nonchalantly glanced at Alec, fully aware that this so-called dealing would merely involve some playful retaliation once they returned to their quarters, and that nothing substantial would come of it. As Alec beheld Clark's expression, his irritation intensified. However, while Alec contemplated how he would address Clark upon returning to the dormitory, a paper crane fluttered into his line of sight. He then turned to the direction from which the crane had come, where Madame Maxim was observing him intently. Alec nodded, then unfolded the paper crane in his hand, which bore a single line. "After the banquet, please visit the principal's office. Someone wishes to see you." Alec nudged Clark and said, "You can return to the dormitory on your own. I won't accompany you." Clark cast a skeptical glance at Alec, but before he could respond, Alec handed him the note that had just flown in. Clark glanced at it and replied, "All right," before resuming his meal. Chapter 19. Learning alchemy with LeMay. The Halloween feast concluded amidst the laughter and joy of the young wizards. In front of the auditorium, Alec told Clark, "You need not wait for me. I shall not be returning for the time being." After bidding farewell to Clark, Alec approached Madame Maxim, who remained seated at the professor's long table. Madame Maxim remarked to Alec, "It seems our Mr. Alec has indeed found true friends at school." Alec chuckled and remarked, "Please do not jest with me, Principal Maxim. You are well aware that I hold each segment in the highest regard. By the way, you mentioned someone wishes to meet me. Might you reveal their identity?" Madame Maxim raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Why not take a guess? Do you recall what transpired during your orientation?" "The second floor of the library." Upon hearing this, Alec felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unable to meet the gaze of Madame Maxim. The day after he had stealthily ventured into the library's second floor cloaked in invisibility, the school had announced the incident in the auditorium, yet refrained from disclosing the identity of the intruder. At that moment, Alec had believed himself to be undetected as the nocturnal visitor to the library. It now seemed that the principal of the school indeed possessed certain privileges. Madame Maxim, observing the situation, remarked, "Exceptional students are often afforded some privileges, are they not?" She then proceeded toward the side door behind the professor's long table. Upon hearing this, Alec discerned that Madame Maxim did not harbor any grievances against him. He then pondered over the individual he was to meet today. The second floor of the library? The alchemical tome? Could it be Grandpa Nicodemus? Subsequently, Alec followed Madame Maxim towards the principal's office. In the principal's office, an elderly man with white hair was seated on the sofa, holding a book with a silver-bordered black cover. This venerable figure was Nicodemus, and the book in his hands was one he had previously examined at home while observing Alec. Alec followed Madame Maxim to the door of the principal's office. Madame Maxim gestured for Alec to push open the door and enter. With a look of confusion in his eyes, Alec asked, "Madame Principal, aren't you coming in as well?" Madame Maxim shook her head and turned away, departing from the principal's office. Alex, upon witnessing this, pushed open the door and entered the principal's office. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon Nicole, who was seated gracefully on the sofa. Alec was not particularly surprised. He had somewhat anticipated the person awaiting him. He stepped forward to greet, "Grandpa Nico, it has been a while." Nico LeMay smiled at Alec and replied, "Indeed. It has been several months since we last met. Are you satisfied with what I left for you on the second floor of the library?" Alec nodded and remarked, "The knowledge of alchemy presented in the book represents a novel framework for me, proving to be immensely beneficial. Thank you, Grandfather Nicol." Nicol LeMay, witnessing Alec's response, smiled gently and replied, "This was merely a promise made between your great-grandfather and me. No special gratitude is required." A look of confusion crossed Alex's face as he inquired, "Grandfather Nico, what agreement do you speak of?" Nico replied, "A century ago, I collaborated with your great-grandfather in the study of alchemy. When our paths diverged, your great-grandfather entrusted me with the grimoire of demonic alchemy. I pledged to him that should a child of the Lucifer's lineage arise with the gift of alchemy, I would bequeath this tome to them. Conversely, if I should pass before a suitable heir from the Lucifer's family appeared, I vowed that the book would accompany me to my grave. And you, my dear, are that child endowed with the talent for alchemy." Alex was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. A wave of emotion washed over him. He had never anticipated that his great-grandfather had such a past. Nicolene gently patted Alex's shoulder and said, "My child, your great-grandfather would undoubtedly be proud of you. However, mere talent is insufficient. One must continually strive and experiment. This is also the purpose of my visit." Alec pondered for a moment and inquired, "What does Grandpa Nico intend?" Nico LeMay did not respond directly but remarked, "Alec, you must have heard of the Philosopher's Stone." Alec nodded thoughtfully, having immersed himself in numerous texts on alchemy over the past few months. He was well aware of the legendary Philosopher's Stone, reputed to transmute base metals into gold and to concoct the elixir of immortality. Nickel continued, "The elixir derived from the Philosopher's Stone is not entirely successful. It can prolong the soul's existence but does not grant longevity to the body. As exemplified by my own condition, after repeated consumption of the elixir and its detrimental side effects, my corporeal form has been left in a state of disrepair. Thus, I wish to pass on my legacy to you before I depart from this life." Alec gazed in astonishment at Nicolome, initially believing that the latter had come to share stories about his great-grandfather, perhaps even impart some alchemical wisdom. He never anticipated that Nicolome would wish to pass on his legacy to him. "Grandfather Nicolome, this is quite unexpected." Before Alec could finish his thought, Nicolome interrupted him. "I have watched you grow since childhood. Your talent is the finest I have glimpsed through the crystal ball over the years. I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Moreover, if you do not inherit this knowledge of alchemy, it shall be buried alongside this old man. What do you think?" Upon witnessing this, Alec relinquished any thoughts of further evasion. He gazed intently at Nickel, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "Grandfather Nickel, I am willing to embrace your legacy. Yet I require time to learn and grow." A smile of reassurance graced Nickel's face. "I have faith in you, my child. However, time is of the essence. We must commence without delay. How about you accompany me to the LeMay Manor first thing tomorrow? There lie the true secrets of alchemy, where you can engage in a genuine and systematic study of the art." Hearing about the journey to the LeMay Manor, Alec inquired, "Grandfather Nickel, will it truly be acceptable for me to pursue alchemy studies at LeMay Manor now?" Nickel LeMay replied, "I believe you have completed all the knowledge required for the first year, have you not? Therefore, as long as you ensure you can pass the examinations by the end of the term, I doubt Madame Maxim will raise any objections." Alec nodded and remarked, "So I won't be returning to Busbaton this academic year?" Nicole replied, "Certainly not, Alec. You will be studying at the LeMay Manor until after Christmas. After all, alchemy cannot be mastered in a single attempt, can it? Moreover, if you were to be away from school for an extended period, Madame Maxim may not readily agree to it. Then, Nicole added, in the evening, you may bid farewell to your classmates, for after your arrival at LeMay Manor, you shall be absent for 2 months, won't you? Now, our little wizard should return to the dormitory to rest." Upon hearing Nicole's words, Alec exited the principal's office. In the first-grade common room, Clark observed Alec packing his belongings and remarked, "Why are you packing? Did the principal summon you to the office to expel you?" Alec cast a glance at Clark and said, "Could you not wish for something better for me? I have not been expelled, but I must leave Buxborton for a while. I should return after Christmas." Upon hearing this, Clark nodded silently. Alec gazed at the silent Clark and nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Why the sorrowful expression? I shall return." He added with a reassuring embrace, "I have Oreo in the dormitory. Should anything arise, write to Oreo, and he shall send it to me." Clark nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Just don't forget to bring me a gift upon your return." Alec smiled and said, "I won't forget, just wait and see." He then entered the dormitory. Chapter 20. Journey to LeMay Manor. The following morning, Alec rose early. He picked up his suitcase from beside the bed and made his way to the common lounge. To his surprise, Clark was seated on the sofa in the lounge, gazing intently at Alec. The intensity of Clark's stare made Alec somewhat uneasy, prompting him to say, "What's the matter? I'm not your enemy. And don't be sad. I'll be back in 2 months." At Alec's words, Clark's gaze slightly shifted, and he replied, "Don't forget my gift." Alec smiled softly, uttering a brief acknowledgement before departing the lounge with his suitcase in hand. Clark, within the public lounge, observed Alec's retreating figure, his expression hardening with determination as he murmured to himself, "I shall strive to catch up with you. Next time, I must accompany you." Meanwhile, in Principal Busbarton's office, Nicolene was engaged in conversation with Madame Maxim. A series of knocks resounded at the wooden door, prompting Nicolene and Madame Maxim to conclude their discussion. They exchanged glances. And then Madame Maxim said, "Come in." As her words echoed, Alec entered the principal's office. Alec greeted the two individuals in the office, saying, "Good morning, Grandfather Nicodemus." "Good morning, Madame Maxim." Madame Maxim gestured for Alec to take a seat on the sofa in the principal's office before speaking. "Alec, after discussions with Mr. Nicodemus, the school has agreed to allow you to travel to the LeMay estate to study alchemy under Mr. LeMay. However, it is imperative that you do not neglect your schoolwork during your time there. Therefore, Mr. LeMay and I have decided that you will engage in self-study of the school curriculum while you pursue your studies in alchemy. I have every confidence in your ability to manage this." Alec nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Madame Maxim." Madame Maxim smiled gently, stroking Alec's golden hair, and remarked, "Now, I shall leave the remainder of the time to you and Mr. LeMay." With that, Madame Maxim exited the principal's office. Alex, brimming with excitement, gazed at Nicola and exclaimed, "Grandfather Nicola, shall we head to the LeMay estate now?" Nicola replied thoughtfully, "Before we venture to the LeMay estate, I believe it would be prudent for us to first visit the Lucifer estate, would it not? After all, you will be engaged in your studies until after Christmas, and there may not be an opportunity to return to the Lucifer estate." Upon hearing this, Alec nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "So how shall we proceed? Is it the key to the door?" Nicole shook her head and replied, "I did not request the key to Lucifer Manor, so we must employ an alternative method. Take my hand, child." Upon hearing Nicolene's words, Alec vaguely discerned the means to reach Lucifer Manor. He then gently grasped Nicolene's hand. Nicolene muttered, "What was that magical incantation again?" "Oh, right, apparition." In that instant, Alec felt as though he were being forcibly propelled through an exceedingly narrow rubber conduit, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. With a sudden crack, Alec found himself at the border between France and Italy. Nicolene turned to him and said, "Apparition has its limitations in distance, so we must try again. Hold on tight." Alec had yet to fully grasp the situation when, accompanied by another resounding explosion, he once again experienced the sensation of being thrust into a rubber conduit. However, this feeling was fleeting, for soon he felt his feet firmly planted on the ground. Raising his gaze, he found himself before the grand entrance of the Lucifer Manor. Alec composed himself, alleviating the discomfort caused by the recent use of shadow displacement, and then, alongside Nicole, stepped into the Lucifer estate. Within the manor, his mother was seated in the drawing room, engrossed in a newspaper. Alec shouted loudly, "Mother, I have returned." Chloe turned around, and upon seeing her son Alec home, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. "How did you come back? Were you dismissed from Busbarton?" Upon hearing this, Alec halted his steps, a frown etching his brow as he exclaimed, "Why do you all presume that I have been expelled? Am I truly the kind of person who stirs trouble at school?" Chloe pondered for a moment before offering an awkward smile. Her attention then shifted to Nicole, who was following closely behind Alec. She gently assisted Nicole to the sofa, inquiring, "Grandfather Nicole, what brings you here as well?" Nicole chuckled softly and replied, "This matter is still related to young Alec. Let him elucidate the details for you." Hearing this, Chloe approached Alec and asked, "Alec, what transpired? How did you and Grandfather Nicole end up coming home together?" Alec confided in his mother Chloe about his intention to travel to the LeMay Manor in Devon, England, alongside Nicole, to study alchemy, and informed her that he would not be returning home for Christmas. Initially, Chloe felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of Alex spending the holiday away from home. However, after a moment's reflection, she came to understand that his absence was due to other pressing commitments, and she found solace in this realization. She merely reminded Alec to write home. Subsequently, Chloe hurried to little Samuel's study, where she retrieved a golden key inscribed with the number 443 and handed it to Alec, saying, "If you are to study alchemy in England, this key is entrusted to you. It is the key to the Lucifuge family vault at the British Gringotts." and the contents within should sufficiently cover a portion of your alchemical studies. Alex took the key, embracing his mother Chloe with heartfelt gratitude, and said, "Thank you, Mother. You were truly kind to me." Chloe smiled and replied, "You are my only son. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well?" She then inquired of Alex, "Will you be having lunch at home today?" Alec remained silent, merely gazing at Nicolene. Noticing both of them looking her way, Nicolene spoke. "We shall not dine at the Lucifer manor. Paranol has already prepared a meal at home. If I do not return in time, Paranol will surely be displeased." Chloe then remarked, "Very well. Alec must take good care of himself while studying in England." Upon finishing her words, Chloe gently kissed Alec on the forehead and released him from her embrace. Emerging from Chloe's hold, Alec picked up his suitcase and approached Nicolene, saying, "I am off, Mother. Until we meet again this summer." The two then exited Lucifer Manor. Outside the estate, Nicolene made a swift motion with her ring, and a delicate porcelain cup along with a sheet of parchment materialized in her hand. Alec gazed at Nicolene with a hint of astonishment at her recent actions. Nicolene, observing the expression on Alec's face, remarked, "Certain alchemical items possess the ability to store lifeless objects. Knowledge you shall acquire in due time. Now, commit this address to memory. Once you have done so, you may destroy the parchment." As she spoke, Nicolene handed the parchment to Alec and added, "The LeMay estate is protected by a spell of unwavering loyalty. Should you fail to remember the address, entry will be denied." Alec nodded, firmly etching the address from the parchment into his memory. With a swift motion of his hand, the parchment was reduced to ashes in the air, a splendid display of wandless magic. Nicole praised him, remarking on his unexpectedly high talent for incantations. Alec expressed his gratitude with a brief remark before inquiring, "Grandfather Nico, this teacup serves as the key to our journey to the LeMay estate, does it not?" Nico LeMay nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed. So do you know what must be done?" Alec nodded, grasping the rim of the cup with one hand. Observing this, Nicole also seized the cup, and with a resounding crack, the two vanished at the entrance of the Lucifer Manor. Chapter 21. LeMay Manor in the countryside of Devonshire, England. A sudden crack echoed across the verdant fields. Following this sound, a silver-haired elder and a golden-haired youth materialized upon the grassy expanse. The youth addressed the elder, "Grandfather Nicol. Is LeMay Manor located here?" The elder nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, Alec. Do you recall the address inscribed on the parchment I provided you?" The figures appearing on the lawn were none other than Nicol and Alec, who had just traversed from the Lucifer Manor in Italy using a key. Upon hearing Nicolome's words, Alec reflected on the address inscribed on the parchment, and to his astonishment, a grand estate gradually emerged from the previously barren meadow. The manor exuded an ancient charm, its architectural style a harmonious amalgamation of Renaissance, Baroque, and neoclassical influences. Flanking the estate were gardens of modest size, adorned with fountains, statues, and labyrinths, which seamlessly blended with the surrounding natural beauty, creating picturesque scenes. Nicolome turned to Alec and inquired, "How does it feel? Ever since Grindelwald was vanquished by Dumbledore, I relocated from Paris to this place, which shall henceforth be my sanctuary in the twilight of my years. The scenery is rather delightful, wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this, Alec took a deep breath of the fresh air and remarked, "The environment is particularly pleasant. The air is remarkably crisp. It is indeed a suitable place for retirement." The two then proceeded into the LeMay Manor. Upon entering the estate, Alec surveyed his surroundings. The decor was not ostentatious, yet he could discern that the manor housed numerous alchemical creations, most of which served merely as functional aids for daily life. Nicole LeMay led Alec through the grand hall and into a spacious, albeit simply adorned, room. Within, there was a large bed, several cabinets, and a writing desk. A few books were laid out upon the desk. Nicole turned to Alec and said, "This room will be your residence for the next 2 to 3 months. Feel free to place your luggage here." With a wave of his hand, Nicole gestured for Alec to follow. Alec placed his suitcase beside the bed and then followed Nicolene as they continued their exploration of the manor. Nicolene guided Alec through several rooms, leading them to a spacious study filled with a myriad of books. She remarked, "This study serves as my repository for literature, housing not only common texts on alchemy from the magical realm, but also my youthful reflections on the art. Should you find yourself with idle time, feel free to peruse its contents." Nicolene then pointed to a particular book on the shelf, moving closer as she instructed Alec, "Remember the location of this tome. It is of utmost importance." With that, she flipped the book open, causing the entire bookshelf to tremble. The shelf shifted apart, revealing a concealed door. Alec followed Nicoline through this hidden entrance, which led to a chamber softly illuminated by a gentle glow. As they stepped inside, magical candles sprang to life, allowing Alec to fully appreciate the room's grandeur. The walls were constructed from heavy stone blocks, seemingly imbued with the weight of time and countless untold secrets. Embedded within the walls were rows of magical crystals that emitted a ghostly light, their luminescence flickering, adding an air of enigma to the space. At the center of the room stood a colossal alchemical furnace, crafted from pure copper, its surface adorned with intricate and ancient runes. The furnace radiated intense heat, as if it were poised to transmute any substance cast into its depths into wondrous treasures. The floor was adorned with an expansive magical circle, its lines shimmering with a faint glow, seemingly bestowing mysterious energy upon the entire alchemical process. Beside the magical circle was a large wooden table, cluttered with parchment scrolls and ancient tomes. The spines of these books were worn, their pages yellowed, chronicling countless long-forgotten alchemical recipes and arcane knowledge. Surrounding the room were shelves brimming with an assortment of jars and vials, containing liquids and powders of vibrant hues. Some liquids sparkled with unusual radiance, while others emitted pungent aromas. On the upper shelves, precious gemstones and metallic ores were displayed, and in the center of the shelves, Alec noticed a red stone that shimmered with an extraordinary light. Nicoline remarked, "This chamber is where I conduct my alchemical practices, and you may also hone your skills here in the future. However, exercise caution with the materials on the walls, as they comprise some of the rarest magical substances remaining in existence." Alec nodded, his gaze captivated by the crimson stone. With curiosity, he inquired, "What is this striking red stone? It appears rather extraordinary." Nicoline approached with a smile, picked up the stone, and handed it to Alec, saying, "I believe you can discern what this stone is, can't you?" Alec pondered for a moment, his expression one of astonishment, and exclaimed, "Grandfather Nicol, could this be the Philosopher's Stone?" Nicol nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, the gifts bestowed by the Philosopher's Stone are not without their consequences, as you are aware. The essence of alchemy." Alec gazed at Nicoline and remarked, "Equivalent exchange." Nicoline gently ruffled Alec's hair and expressed her belief that he would one day create his own Philosopher's Stone. The two then exited the alchemy room and made their way to the living room, where it was already time for lunch. Alec noticed Grandmother Perenelle bustling about in the kitchen and went in to assist her in bringing the dishes to the table. The group gathered around the table to indulge in a sumptuous meal. After lunch, Alec and Nicoline settled onto the sofa in the living room and engaged in conversation. "Grandfather Nicol, is it truly so difficult to create a Philosopher's Stone?" Alec inquired. Nicoline shook his head and replied, "It is not the Philosopher's Stone that is difficult to create, but rather what you can impart to it. Once your alchemical skills meet my expectations, I will elaborate further." Upon hearing this, Alec could only relent and then inquired, "Grandfather Nico, when shall we commence our studies in alchemy? I am positively eager to begin." Nico Lemay, observing Alec's fervent enthusiasm, could not help but smile. "There is no need for haste. You may first take a day to unwind. Alchemy is not as simple as you might envision, and the days ahead will demand much of your diligence. Therefore, I suggest you take a leisurely stroll through Diagon Alley or explore London on your own. After all, it is not every day one ventures so far from home, is it?" Following this, Nico Lemay entrusted Alec with a protective talisman, stating, "Take this. It will ensure your safety in perilous situations, especially since a madman roamed England over a decade ago, and his remnants have yet to be entirely eradicated." Alec nodded and addressed Nicol, saying, "Then, Grandfather Nicol, I shall have the liberty to arrange this day of holiday as I please." Nicol waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Alec could manage it himself, and then settled into a reclining chair for a brief respite. As Alec witnessed this, he stepped out of the gates of the Lemay estate. The manor gradually faded from view behind him. Alec curled his lips slightly, then raised his wand high with his left hand. Chapter 22. A Journey to Diagon Alley. At that moment, a vibrant purple triple-decker bus came rushing towards Alec. Standing beside the door was an individual who addressed Alec, saying, "The night bus is delighted to serve you, esteemed wizard. I am the conductor, Stan Shunpike." Alec gazed at the purple three-tiered bus, pondering the sensations that might arise from a vehicle of the magical realm. He then stepped aboard the bus. Inside, numerous seats were present, yet they appeared to be unanchored to the floor. The interior decor was rather simplistic, featuring a wildly swaying chandelier. Alex casually selected a seat and, as he settled in, Stan Sampake approached and said, "The fare for the night bus is 11 sequos. If you pay 13 sequos, you will receive an additional cup of hot chocolate. Furthermore, for a single gold calerin, you can acquire a cup of hot cocoa, a thermos, and a toothbrush. May I inquire if you're interested? Alex shook his head and replied, No, I shall head to Diagon Alley. He then retrieved 11 sickles from his pocket and handed them to Stan Shunpike. Upon receiving the money, Stan shouted loudly to the driver, Ern, let's go. Ern Prang, seated at the wheel, chuckled and enthusiastically responded, Off we go. He promptly started the vehicle. In an instant, Alec felt as if the car had been launched like a cannonball from a cannon. Fortunately, having previously read about the night bus in a book, he was somewhat prepared. Otherwise, he would have certainly tumbled inside the vehicle. The car sped through London at an exhilarating pace, yet it adeptly maneuvered around obstacles and miraculously glided through seemingly narrow spaces. Alex sat within the confines of the vehicle, observing the scenery that whizzed by outside. In a short while, the bus came to a halt at Charing Cross, where Stan Shunpike gestured towards an unremarkable pub by the roadside, saying, The Leaky Cauldron, you can access Diagon Alley from here. Alec nodded and said, Thank you. He then approached the entrance of the bar. The facade of the establishment was rather antiquated, its overall hue leaning towards the somber, as if it had withstood the test of time. The sign at the entrance was unremarkable, perhaps merely a simple wooden plank, upon which the words Broken Cauldron Tavern were inscribed. Alec pondered in his mind, Is this the very first step into the magical realm that Harry Potter took in his past life? The reality appears even more dilapidated than portrayed in the films. Soon after, Alec pushed open the door and entered the Leaky Cauldron. Upon stepping inside, he noticed the dim lighting, the swirling smoke, and the cacophony of voices that filled the air. Navigating through the throng, he made his way to the bar. The proprietor, an elderly man with a nearly bald head, deeply wrinkled skin, and a pallid complexion resembling a shriveled walnut, greeted Alec with a smile. I am Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. This young wizard must be visiting for the first time. What would you like to order? Alec said coldly. I wish to go to Diagon Alley. Old Tom chuckled and replied, This little wizard, follow me. He then led Alec around the bar of the Leaky Cauldron and into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. At the foot of one wall stood a garbage bin. Old Tom produced his wand and said, Remember this bin. Count 3 bricks up from it, then 2 bricks across, and tap that brick 3 times with your wand. As he spoke, he tapped his own wand against the wall 3 times. After a moment, the brick began to tremble slightly, as if touched by an invisible hand. The shaking intensified, and tiny cracks began to appear around the brick, as though a magical force was pushing it from within. Soon, the cracks widened, revealing a faint glow emanating from within. As the light grew brighter, a small hole emerged in the brick wall, expanding rapidly. Within mere seconds, the opening widened enough to form an archway. The archway shimmered with a mystical light, faintly revealing the bustling scene of the street beyond, adorned with shop signs infused with magic. Old Tom turned to Alec and said, Welcome to Diagon Alley, young wizard. Alex expressed his gratitude to Old Tom and then stepped into Diagon Alley. Old Tom watched Alex and murmured, Why is there still a young wizard out at this hour? As Alex entered Diagon Alley, he surveyed the entire scene before him. The cobblestone path underfoot, shaped by the passage of time, presented a slightly uneven surface, each stone seemingly bearing the imprints of countless magical footsteps. The street meandered with varying width, flanked by buildings of diverse heights and styles. Sunlight struggled to filter through the dense gaps between the edifices, casting fragmented shadows and imbuing this enigmatic alley with an air of haziness and dreamlike wonder. Ancient brick walls were adorned with moss, the patches of green appearing as marks left by the passage of time. The shops along Diagon Alley were an eclectic mix. Some flaunted neon lights shimmering with magical brilliance, while others bore rustic wooden signs, their inscriptions swirling in a dance of mystery. However, Alex felt little intrigue for most of the establishments, for his sole purpose in Diagon Alley was to procure materials for alchemy. Before seeking out alchemical supplies, he needed to visit Gringotts to retrieve some galleons and, in passing, discover what sort of vault the key from Chloe would unlock. Thus, Alex made his way towards Gringotts. The Gringotts in Diagon Alley bore no distinction from the one in the magical marketplace, with its identical grand doors, the same cautionary words, and the ever-watchful goblin guardians. Alec approached a counter and stated, I wish to retrieve some items from the vault of Lucifer Manor. Here is the key. The fairy at the counter scrutinized the key, then observed Alec's hair and eyes, seemingly confirming something. After a brief moment, the fairy stepped out from behind the counter and said, Esteemed Mr. Lucifer, please follow me. The two then boarded a mine cart that descended into the depths, traversing the top 2 levels of the vault before plunging into a waterfall. Just as Alec was about to speak, the fairy interjected, "This is the thief's waterfall, capable of erasing all magical disguises upon us. As the largest Gringotts in all of Britain, it is imperative to pass through the thief's waterfall when entering ancient vaults." Upon hearing the fairy's words, Alec inquired, "Surely, those well-versed in Confundish charms could effortlessly bypass the thief's downfall, could they not? In that case, wouldn't the thief's downfall merely serve as an ornament for those of considerable strength?" The fairy, upon hearing Alec's remarks, couldn't help but chuckle, though the sound was grating to the ears. She replied, "As the largest Gringotts in England, there are undoubtedly more layers of defense. However, that is of no concern to you, sir." Alec curled his lip in silence. Soon, he retrieved the galleons and magical materials from the vault and exited Gringotts. After stepping out, Alec commenced his shopping in Diagon Alley. Chapter 23. A chance encounter in London. After completing his purchases in Diagon Alley, it was already noon. Alec gazed at the sun overhead and murmured, "Perhaps it's time for a meal," followed by a leisurely stroll through the heart of London. He then returned to the leaky cauldron, casually selecting a seat. He waved his hand to summon old Tom and said, "Kind sir, I would like a lunch and a mug of butterbeer." Upon hearing Alec's request, old Tom promptly emerged from the kitchen bearing a plate of steak, a bowl of pasta, and a generous serving of vegetable salad. He then addressed Alec, "Regrettably, we do not serve butterbeer to wizards under the age of 16. Would you prefer something else? Perhaps pumpkin juice, tea, or coffee?" In response, Alec requested a cup of tea and reached into his pocket, producing 2 gold galleons. He inquired, "Good sir, how far is it to the city center of London?" Old Tom's eyes brightened at the sight of the gold coins as he replied, "Dear customer, after exiting the leaky cauldron, you may take a Muggle taxi, and it will take approximately 20 minutes to reach the city center." Alec nodded slightly and promptly tossed a gold coin to old Tom, then lowered his gaze to partake in the meal before him. Those around him, witnessing Alec's extravagant gesture, exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. After finishing lunch at the leaky cauldron, Alec stepped out through its grand entrance. Alec did not hail a cab directly in front of the Broken Kettle Tavern, as old Tom had advised him, but instead leisurely wandered through the streets of London. As Alec walked along, a cold smirk suddenly crept across his face, and he made his way toward a narrow alley. Not far behind him, shrouded in the shadows of a dim street corner, lurked a hunched figure. His eyes glimmered with greed and malice, akin to a wolf poised to strike. Disheveled hair obscured much of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that sparkled with cunning. He donned tattered and ill-fitting garments, stained as if they had long escaped the cleansing touch of soap and water. Clutched tightly in his hand was a dark wand, the tip of which occasionally emanated an aura of malevolence. Observing Alec's entrance into the narrow alley, he quickened his pace to follow. Once inside the alley, the man scanned his surroundings, resembling a famished wolf in search of a wounded sheep. He shouted, "Come out, wealthy little wizard. You cannot escape." Just then, he seemed to sense something amiss and cast a spell toward a shadowy corner of the alley. However, instead of the anguished cries he anticipated, a blue barrier materialized, deflecting his curse before vanishing into thin air. "Who are you, and why do you stalk and seek to attack me?" Alec's voice emerged from the darkness. Slowly, he stepped forth, his blue eyes fixed intently on his pursuer. The man, gazing at Alec with a sinister grin, replied, "If I can kill you and seize all your riches, I shall not have to wander the streets for an entire year." With that, he raised his wand and intoned, "Avada Kedavra." A green light shot forth from the tip of his wand. As Alec beheld the radiant green light, his pupils constricted slightly, and without hesitation, he swiftly evaded to the side. The man uttered, "Surrender obediently. Perhaps I shall spare you a complete corpse." He then gradually advanced towards Alec. A flicker of disdain crossed Alec's eyes. "Is it truly just you?" Flames danced as he delicately waved his wand, a conflagration resembling a colossal dragon instantly illuminating the entire alleyway. Upon witnessing this, the man was thrown into a state of utter panic. Clearly, years of wandering the streets had rendered him ignorant of how to defend himself against even the slightest hint of formidable magic. With your weapon aside, Alex uttered another incantation following the fiery display, and the man was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall. The wand he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Alex stepped forward and picked up the wand, wondering how someone so lacking even the most rudimentary defensive skills could dare to embark on a life of crime. With that, he snapped the wand in two and discarded it upon the ground. After dealing with that individual, Alec exited the alleyway. Once he had walked a short distance from the alley, he signaled for a taxi, promptly taking a seat and directing the driver towards the heart of London. Meanwhile, in front of the alley, several fire trucks were tirelessly battling the blaze engulfing the narrow passage. At that moment, Alec stood before the iconic Big Ben, settling the fare with the taxi driver. After settling his fare, Alex turned to gaze at the majestic Big Ben and couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been 11 years." He then strolled around the vicinity of Big Ben, searching for something elusive. In his previous life, it was in a quaint bookstore near Big Ben that Alex had stumbled upon a mysterious tome, which led to his extraordinary journey. After wandering for a while, he found no trace of the bookstore that lingered in his memory. With a sigh, he murmured, "Is this truly the case?" Just as Alex lost himself in contemplation, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby alley. "Don't come any closer. I've given you all my money. I have nothing left." Alec approached and observed a man and a woman counting several banknotes. Before them, a girl with a head of thick, tousled brown curls sat on the ground, tears occasionally streaming down her face, presenting a picture of utter sorrow. "Is this all we have? This meager sum will be exhausted in less than 2 days." The man remarked, then turned his gaze toward the girl, adding, "This little girl is rather appealing. We should consider purchasing her. I am certain there are those who would pay a handsome price." Upon hearing this, the girl trembled with fear. Initially, she had simply intended to visit the Westminster Reference Library to read, as was her custom. However, today, she had noticed a woman seemingly in need of assistance by the roadside, and with a kind heart, she thought to offer her help. Little did she know that the woman and her accomplice had plans to ensnare her in this alley for the purpose of selling her. Now, the girl reflected, should she encounter such a situation again, she would resolutely refrain from attempting to assist that woman. Alec gazed at the pair of traffickers before him, brushing his forehead with his hand, and sighed. I never imagined that the very heart of Muggle London could be so chaotic, where daylight robbery and child abduction occur so brazenly. With that, Alec drew his wand and addressed the two individuals, bind them swiftly. Before they could comprehend the situation, the traffickers found themselves ensnared by Alec's binding spell. "What is the meaning of this? Release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Alec glanced at the men before him and, with a swift motion of his wand, unleashed 2 azure spells that struck the heads of the 2 traffickers. Instantly, they collapsed into unconsciousness. Having accomplished this, Alec approached the girl seated on the ground, weeping softly. "It is all right now. What is your name? Where are your parents?" The girl raised her head upon hearing Alec's voice, staring at him in a moment of dazed silence before responding, "Thank you. My name is Hermione Granger. My parents are not here. I came out on my own." Alec nodded thoughtfully, as if a realization had struck him. His gaze fell upon the young girl before him, and he mused inwardly how familiar she seemed. It was none other than the brilliant Hermione from the trio at Hogwarts. I must say, she bears a striking resemblance to her cinematic portrayal, perhaps even more endearing. Chapter 24. An unexpected encounter in London. To Hermione, feeling a touch embarrassed under Alec's intense scrutiny, inquired, "How did you subdue those people just now? I saw you wielding a wooden stick towards them, and then a flash of blue light erupted, causing them to fall asleep. How did you accomplish that? Was it magic? And what is your name?" Alec listened to Hermione's rapid-fire discourse, his heart slightly shaken. It appeared that not only did her appearance resemble that of characters from past films, but her personality mirrored them as well. Perhaps sensing that her previous outburst was somewhat impolite, Hermione, noticing Alec's bewildered expression, offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I got a bit too carried away." Observing the girl before him lower her head, seemingly on the verge of tears, Alec gently patted her fluffy hair. The texture was rather pleasant, and reassured her, "There is no need for apologies. My name is Alec Lucifer, and the method I employed to incapacitate those kidnappers was indeed magic." Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew that ability to make a cup levitate could not have been mere figment of my imagination." Alec gazed at Hermione, who was brimming with excitement, and remarked, "Well, it appears you have emerged from the tension of your abduction. Pray tell, Miss Granger, where is your home? Allow me to escort you back." Hermione replied, My home is at 8 Heathgate, Hampstead Garden suburb, London." Alec pondered for a moment and remarked, Isn't it quite far from here? Did you run away from home?" Hermione waved her hand and replied, "No. I usually have my father and mother escort me to the nearby Westminster Reference Library on weekends to read. However, this week my parents had an unexpected engagement, so I told them I would come on my own." I never anticipated encountering such a robbery. Alec nodded and promptly lifted Hermione from the ground, then cast a spell to refresh her. Instantly, all the dust she had accumulated while on the floor vanished. How marvelous! Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Alec could not help but smile, and then he led Hermione out of the alley. Before exiting, he discreetly cast a forgetting charm on each of the two kidnappers. Having accomplished this, Alec hailed a taxi at the roadside and remarked to Hermione, "Let us escort you home." Hermione nodded in agreement, and the two of them embarked on their journey to her residence. Ding dong! As the doorbell rang, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Hermione, with features echoing her own, opened the door. This was none other than Mrs. Granger, Hermione's mother. Upon seeing her daughter, Mrs. Granger inquired, "Hermione, why are you home so early today?" Overwhelmed by emotion, Hermione rushed into Mrs. Granger's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Mrs. Granger, gazing at her daughter and then at Alec, asked with concern, "What is the matter, Hermione? Have you been bullied?" She then cast a fierce look in Alec's direction. Hearing her mother's inquiry, Hermione lifted her gaze to meet her mother's piercing stare and replied, "It's not as you imagine, mother." Subsequently, Hermione recounted the unfortunate incident of being robbed on her way to the bookstore and how Alec had come to her rescue. Of course, she refrained from mentioning Alec's use of magic, for as he had stated, magic is often beyond the realm of belief for ordinary individuals. "If I were to share the details of your magical intervention with my mother," Hermione reasoned, "she might think I am speaking nonsense." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Mrs. Granger expressed her sincere apologies to Alec, saying, "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Lucifer. It's just that Hermione has not always been well received by her peers at school, and I assumed." Upon hearing Mrs. Granger's words, Alec promptly waved his hand and replied, "It's quite all right. It's understandable to be concerned for your daughter." He was then invited into the Granger residence. During their casual conversation, Alec shared that he was visiting England for tourism and that he was merely 11 years old, just a year older than Hermione. Mrs. Granger was taken aback for a moment as Alec's height of 1.60 m, combined with his composed and mature demeanor, led her to believe he was at least 15. As they continued their dialogue, Mr. Granger returned home, naturally becoming acquainted with Alec's situation. After engaging in some light exchanges, Mr. Granger warmly invited Alec to stay for dinner. At the dining table, Alec learned that both Mr. and Mrs. Granger were dentists. Due to the demanding nature of their profession, which often requires accommodating numerous patients, particularly for those running private practices, they found it challenging to carve out substantial leisure time for travel, despite their financial means to do so. In response, Alec regaled the Grangers with amusing anecdotes from his time in Italy, captivating their interest. After dinner, Alec bid farewell to the Granger couple. Mrs. Granger gratefully clasped his hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. Should you have the opportunity to visit England again, do come and stay with us." Alec smiled and nodded, then turned to Hermione, who stood beside the Grangers, and said, "Should anything arise, feel free to write to me. After all, we are friends now, are we not?" He then produced a piece of parchment, upon which was inscribed in elegant script the address of his home, the Lucifer Manor, located in the eastern part of Rome, Italy. Hermione accepted the parchment from Alec, silently reciting the address, and nodded in acknowledgement. Alec winked at Hermione with his left eye, then he hailed a taxi by the roadside. He waved goodbye to the Granger family before settling into the back seat of the cab. As Hermione gazed at Alec's retreating figure, a surge of unfamiliar emotions welled up within her. Alec arrived at the Leaky Cauldron by taxi, then utilized the Fleur powder within the establishment to transport himself to the LeMay Manor. Nicole LeMay beheld Alec emerging from the fireplace, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It seems you had quite a delightful time in London and Diagon Alley today. You should retire to your room and rest early. Tomorrow heralds the commencement of your true studies in alchemy." With unwavering confidence, Alec nodded at Nicole LeMay and said, "Grandfather Nicole, I am fully prepared." Nicole waved his hand, signaling Alec to rest early. Alec did not object and headed towards the room that Nicole had previously arranged for him. Chapter 25. The Art of Alchemical Apparatus. The following morning, Alec rose early and made his way to Nicole LeMay's alchemical chamber. Nicole LeMay was already there, awaiting his arrival. "Alec, today we shall embark on the journey of genuine alchemy. It is a profound discipline that demands your utmost dedication," Nicole LeMay stated with gravity. Alec nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed upon Nicholas Flamel. In the ensuing days, Alec became wholly absorbed in the study of alchemy, diligently assimilating the knowledge imparted by Flamel. On the eve of Christmas in December, a frigid chill quietly enveloped the highlands of England. As if the earth were shrouded in a crystalline veil, the biting wind howled past, proclaiming the dominion of winter. Pedestrians on the streets wrapped themselves in thick garments, hurrying along in an attempt to evade the penetrating cold. The gray skies hung low, casting a solemn hue over the entirety of London. Meanwhile, at the Flamel estate, Alex stood at the very spot where Nicholas typically crafted his alchemical creations. Indeed, after spending a fortnight immersed in theoretical studies and observing a month's worth of Flamel's intricate processes, Alec was finally poised to undertake the creation of an alchemical item himself. Although he had previously been permitted to engrave some alchemical runes under Flamel's watchful eye, this moment represented Alec's true initiation into the art of alchemy, free from guidance. Alec gazed at the array of magical artifacts before him, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, his familiarity with alchemy paled in comparison to his knowledge of potion-making. Since childhood, he had often witnessed his parents and grandfather concocting potions at home. However, his experience with alchemy was limited to a mere 4 months of practical engagement. This disparity rendered it challenging for Alec to approach alchemy with the same ease he possessed in potion-making. Alec took a deep breath, steadying his mind. He recalled the knowledge imparted to him by Nico Lemay, meticulously selecting the necessary materials and tools. Alec retrieved a piece of mithril from the shelf in the alchemy chamber, using a nearby alchemical chisel to carve out a portion sufficient to fashion a ring. He then placed this piece of mithril into the furnace for smelting. During the smelting process, Alec took down a vial emitting a silvery luminescence, its label declaring it to be unicorn blood. With a pair of tongs, he extracted the glowing mithril from the furnace, and with a hammer, he shaped it into the semblance of a ring. Once the mithril ring had cooled, Alec employed the chisel to etch several algiz runes onto its inner band. After inscribing the runes, he picked up a cool fashion from phoenix feathers, dipped it into the unicorn blood, and inscribed several Thurisaz runes upon the outer band of the ring, embellishing its surface with 3 small blue crystals. Finally, he placed the ring into a crucible. Alec poured a vial of the fusion elixir into the crucible, then sprinkled some unicorn powder into it. With a flick of his wand, a flame erupted from beneath the crucible. As the fire ignited, Alec methodically stirred the mixture within the crucible with a stirring rod. Gradually, the runes drawn in unicorn blood upon the ring began to sink into its surface. Once the runes had fully integrated, Alec used a pair of tongs to retrieve the ring from the crucible, placing it upon the table. He then rinsed the ring with clear water before picking it up and exiting the alchemy chamber. In the parlor of the Lemay Manor, Nicole Lemay sat as usual in the armchair. Alec rushed from the hidden chamber to stand before Nicolum, presenting a mithril ring of his own creation. "Grandfather Nicolum, is my mithril ring satisfactory?" he inquired. Nicolum accepted the ring, examining it thoughtfully. The mithril serves as the foundation, enabling the protective runes inscribed upon it to unleash greater potency. These 3 crystals possess the capacity for spatial storage, I presume. You exhibit creativity, yet have not fully harnessed the potential of the spatial crystals. Nevertheless, for your inaugural endeavor in alchemical craftsmanship, this is quite commendable, Nicolum remarked, returning the ring to Alec. You are now capable of crafting basic alchemical items, and I have entrusted you with all my tomes. I believe I have imparted all I can. As you know, the journey of alchemy is infinite. Moreover, the knowledge gained through your own hands-on experience will prove far more beneficial than any teachings I could provide, would it not? Alec remarked. No, Grandpa Nicol. I believe there is still much I can learn from you. Nicol shook his head and replied, I am over 600 years old. One cannot expect an elder to impart knowledge daily, can they? I have faith that you can journey further along the path of alchemy on your own. Alec fell into silence. During his time at the Lemay estate, Nicol had been imparting to him an array of knowledge regarding alchemy, along with various precautions associated with it. Yet, Alec remained unaware that the elderly figure reclining in the armchair before him was over 6 centuries old. Nicol, observing Alec's pensive demeanor, remarked, There is no need for such a countenance. Although I may no longer provide substantial assistance on your alchemical journey, it does not preclude me from offering a few modest suggestions regarding the alchemical creations you shall conjure in the future, does it? As Alec heard Nicolim's words, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his eyes. He nodded vigorously before stepping into the alchemy chamber. Observing Alec's fervor for alchemy, Nicolim murmured to herself, Perhaps I should entrust that book to Alec. Within the alchemy chamber, Alec gazed at the materials surrounding him, murmuring, Christmas is just a couple of days away. Let me ponder for a moment. He then picked up a piece of mithril, sliced off several sections, and fashioned a necklace and a ring, albeit without embedding any spatial crystals. After contemplating further, he retrieved a unicorn horn from the shelf and crafted a signet ring, incorporating a spatial crystal into the design. He then presented his creations to Nicolene for her approval. Upon receiving her affirmation, Alec carefully packaged each item into 3 distinct boxes. He sent the box containing the ring along with a letter via owl and then exited the LeMay estate, arriving at a Muggle post office where he dispatched the box with the necklace and another letter. Having completed these tasks, Alec ventured to Diagon Alley to purchase Christmas gifts for several teachers and classmates at Beauxbatons. Of course, he also procured a gift for Nicolene, though it was not from Diagon Alley. Instead, he acquired a projector and a collection of renowned operatic films from the Muggle world. Chapter 26. Returning to Beauxbatons. Since Alec's initial foray into alchemical creation at LeMay Manor, he had remained there for an additional fortnight. Although he could have returned to Beauxbatons before Christmas, Alec considered that he might not have another opportunity to practice alchemy. So he decided to stay at LeMay Manor until after the holiday. During this time, he crafted more intricate alchemical items that challenged his rune engraving skills, which he also presented to Nicolene for critique. Nicolene was equally impressed by Alec's talent. Today marked the day Alec intended to depart from LeMay Manor and return to Beauxbatons to continue his studies. In the manor's parlor, Alec stood before Mr. and Mrs. LeMay, suitcase in hand, and said, "Grandfather Nicole, Grandmother Perina, I must be on my way today." Perina gently caressed Alec's face and replied, "So soon? Won't you stay a little longer?" Alec felt the warmth emanating from the palm of the elderly woman before him and, with a gentle smile, replied, "No, Grandmother Perinal. I must continue my studies at Busbarton, mustn't I? I can return just in time to catch the carriage to Busbarton." Perinal chuckled softly, nodding in agreement as she said, "Indeed, do come to visit often." With that, she released her hold on Alec's face, allowing the time to be shared between Nicolene and Alec, this master and apprentice duo. Alec gazed at Nicol and said, "Grandfather Nicol, I have learned so much here. Thank you for your guidance. I shall strive to continue my efforts." Nicol smiled with satisfaction. Patting Alec's shoulder, "You are a remarkably gifted child. You are bound to achieve greatness in the future. Remember, no matter what challenges you encounter, always hold steadfast to your beliefs." Alec nodded emphatically, affirming, "I will, Grandpa Nicol." Observing Alec's resolute demeanor, Nicol smiled and remarked, "By the way, I believe this item is ready to be entrusted to you." With a graceful wave of his hand, a book and a notebook materialized in Nicol's grasp. The book was not crafted from paper or parchment, but rather from the exquisite, smooth bark of young trees. Its cover was tightly enveloped in brass, inscribed with an array of words and peculiar symbols. Nicol continued, "In my youth, I once had a dream in which an angel revealed to me that this is a wondrous tome, one that no one could comprehend. Subsequently, I encountered an individual in a park who possessed a book identical to the one from my dream, and I spent 2 sika to acquire it. After obtaining this volume, I dedicated 21 years to gathering knowledge and, with the assistance of a Hebrew scholar, ultimately deciphered the symbols within, unraveling the secrets of alchemy. I believe this book will provide you with valuable support in your future endeavors in alchemy." Thereupon, Nicol handed the book to Alec and, picking up the notebook, added, "This notebook contains my interpretations of the text." He then extended the notebook to Alec as well. Alec gazed at the brass-bound tome in his hands, gently caressing its cover with his fingers. He then silently recited the name embossed upon the front, Jewish Abraham. Nicolene, with a grave expression, interrupted Alec, saying, "Do not utter the name of this book, nor should you transcribe any content from it to share with others. Use this book wisely." Alec was interrupted by Nicolene, to which he nodded and replied, "I understand, Grandpa Nicolene. I will make good use of it." He then stored the book within his ring. Upon witnessing Alec's response, a smile reappeared on Nicolene's face as he said, "Well, there's no need for excessive concern. It's merely a book on alchemy." Nicolene then glanced at the clock in the living room and handed a cup to Alec, stating, "Time is running short. You should return to Beauxbatons. If you delay any longer, the time for this temporary key will expire. Should you wish to visit this old man in the future, do come to the LeMay Manor." Alec nodded and addressed Nicolene, saying, "Farewell, Grandfather Nicol." Subsequently, Alec took the key to the door from Nicolene's hand, and with a crackling sound, he vanished from the LeMay estate. At the very moment of Alec's disappearance, Perianol approached Nicolene and inquired, "Nick, are you truly certain it is wise to entrust that book to Alec? You have previously mentioned that even you have not fully comprehended it, and the methods for crafting the Philosopher's Stone contained within it. Niccolome, gazing at the spot where Alec had vanished, interrupted Perennial, stating, "It is of no concern. Alec is destined to traverse further along the path of alchemy than I ever could. Moreover, the Philosopher's Stone will yield different effects when crafted by different hands. I have faith that Alec will make good use of that book." With that, they ceased their discussion of Alec and returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Alec had just arrived at the location to which he had been transported using the door key upon his enrollment. At 10:30, a voice from London echoed as usual. Upon hearing this announcement, Alec turned and walked towards the left alley. At the end of the alley stood the familiar station, bustling with numerous carriages. Perhaps due to the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, the station was teeming with students and parents. Alec did not linger at the station for long, as he did not spot anyone particularly familiar among the parents and young wizards. He promptly entered the carriage and sought out an empty compartment in the first-year area, settling himself within. While awaiting the carriage's departure, Alec took out a book and began to read. Just as the carriage was on the verge of setting off, a boy with a mane of jet black hair approached the door of Alec's compartment and asked, "May I sit here?" The boy then glanced towards Alec within the compartment, who lifted his gaze, their blue and black eyes locking in silent acknowledgement. The boy at the door momentarily appeared taken aback, then exclaimed, "Alec, you have finally returned." Alec replied with a smile, "Indeed, Clark, I have just arrived at the station using my key." Undoubtedly, the individual before him was none other than Clark, who frequently accompanied Alec in Buxbaton. After exchanging pleasantries, Clark, with a look of melancholy, remarked, "What on earth have you been up to? I had intended to write to you, but I had no idea where to send it, as you never disclosed your address." A perplexed Alec inquired, "Did I not mention it?" Upon hearing this, Clark felt an overwhelming urge to end Alec's existence. Alec observed Clark's expression and, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "I apologize. I completely forgot. Haha." Upon hearing Alec's words, Clark was at a loss for how to respond. After a moment of silence, he said, "Please provide me with your address. Otherwise, I won't know where to send you a letter during the holiday." Alec, upon hearing Clark's words, produced a piece of parchment and inscribed his address upon it before handing it to Clark. Clark, gazing at the address on the parchment, remarked, "You are not a local of France. I had always assumed you were French." Chapter 27. Return to Busbarton 2. Upon hearing Clark's words, Alex responded, "I never claimed to be French. By the way, where's your home? Since you are currently in a carriage, it seems you have not received my Christmas gift." Clark's expression momentarily dimmed at Alex's remark, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Indeed, I returned home just before Christmas, so your gift should be in my dormitory." "What is it?" Alex detected Clark's momentary despondency and, with a smile, remarked, "Guess." Upon hearing Alex's words, Clark, gazing at him, replied, "If you won't tell me, then forget it. I'll just figure it out myself when I return to the dorm." He then extended his hand towards Alex and said, "Where is it? Hand it over." Alec, observing Clark's demeanor, feigned a look of perplexity and inquired, "What is it?" Upon witnessing this, Clark, visibly irate, retorted, "Surely you haven't forgotten. You promised me you would return with a gift." Seeing Clark in such a manner, Alec chuckled and said, all right, I won't tease you any longer." With a swift motion of his hand, a box materialized effortlessly in Alec's grasp. "Here," he said, handing the box to Clark. Clark accepted the box, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." He then produced another box of his own, stating, "A Christmas gift. I was uncertain where to send it, so I shall wait until your return to present it to you." Alec received the box, within which lay a handcrafted leather notebook. He examined the notebook and remarked, "Quite splendid. I truly admire it. By the way, I still do not know where you reside, and I am yet to learn your surname." Clark gazed into Alec's earnest eyes and replied, "I hail from a Muggle background, having grown up in an orphanage. Thus, I carry the surname Wilson, that of the orphanage's matron." Alec fell into a momentary silence upon hearing Clark's words. Noticing Alec's quietude, Clark assumed that Alec harbored disdain towards him. A humble wizard of Muggle origin, and inquired, "Do you look down upon wizards like me who come from a Muggle background?" Upon hearing this, Alec replied, "Of course not. How could you think such a thing?" Clark, having listened to Alec's assurance regarding the acceptance of wizards of Muggle descent, responded, "I noticed you were silent for quite some time. I assumed." Alec, upon hearing Clark's words, responded, "I remained silent because I believed my previous question was somewhat impolite, lacking consideration for your feelings." Clark, perceiving it this way, replied to Alec, "Not at all. Grandma Wilson at the orphanage has always been exceptionally kind to me. I do not perceive this as an unfortunate matter. Alec nodded, then gracefully ended the conversation, gesturing for Clark to open the box in his hands. Clark lifted the lid of the box and, taking out the ring inside, remarked, "Is this a ring? What purpose does this gift serve?" Alec remarked, "Try infusing some magic into the ring." Upon hearing Alec's words, Clark channeled a portion of his magical energy into the ring and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this the seamless extension spell? No, it can't be." Alec gazed at Clark's reaction and explained, "This is what I have been studying, alchemy." Upon hearing Alec's words, Clark nodded and remarked, "This is truly astonishing." Alec gazed at Clark, who was brimming with joy, and remarked, "Moreover, I have learned a few other things. Once we return to school and you see your Christmas gift, you will understand." The two shared various recent happenings while riding in the carriage, and time swiftly passed. In the evening, the carriage from Booth Batten arrived before the main hall of the school. After disembarking, they took their seats in the auditorium. At that moment, Madame Maxim rose from the professor's dais and, with her resonant voice, addressed the assembly. "Students, the Christmas holiday has come to an end, and I hope you all enjoyed a delightful break. Now, I have an announcement to make." The first-year young wizards in the audience displayed expressions of eager anticipation, while the older students seemed to be in on some secret, smiling as they glanced at their younger counterparts. Alex glanced at the reactions of the upperclassmen around him and pondered slightly. It seemed that the announcement Mrs. Maxim would make was not particularly favorable, at least not for the first and second graders. Soon after, Mrs. Maxim declared, students in the third grade and above would have the opportunity to embark on a week-long practical experience in the realm of wizardry at Illusion Valley Village, accompanied by our vice principal. Meanwhile, the first and second graders were required to undertake a semester knowledge assessment at the school. She urged all young wizards to prepare diligently. Upon hearing Mrs. Maxim's announcement, the first and second graders let out a collective lament. However, no amount of wailing from the young wizards could alter the long-standing traditions of Beaux Batons. Alec paid little heed to the so-called knowledge assessment of the semester, confident that he would pass it with ease. He turned to Clark beside him and inquired, "So, are you confident about passing the test?" Upon hearing Alec's words, Clark nodded and replied, "Indeed, if I cannot pass this, I would feel quite embarrassed to stand beside you." Alec smiled softly, choosing not to respond. After the dinner, the two entered the communal lounge, where Clark unwrapped the Christmas gift Alec had given him, a beautifully crafted mithril ring. Gazing at the ring, Clark remarked, "Yet another ring? What purpose does this one serve?" Alec remarked, "This ring is not like the previous one. It is inscribed with a protective enchantment. It can shield you from a single curse, and the magical inscription can be recharged by infusing it with your own power." Upon hearing this, Clark was filled with excitement for quite a while. Late at night, Alec sat before the desk in his dormitory where lay the book of Jewish Abraham, which Nicole had entrusted to him earlier that day. Alec opened the book, which comprised 3 sets, each containing 7 pages. On the 7th page of each set, there were no words. However, on the 7th page of the first set, an illustration depicted a wand being devoured by a colossal serpent. Alec perused the contents of the book of Jewish Abraham, occasionally referencing the notes of Nicodemus, as he read with meticulous attention. As Alex perused the pages, he stumbled upon something that left him utterly astonished. Inscribed in ancient script, reminiscent of the language of the Nile, were the methods for crafting a magical stone. Alec rubbed his eyes, gazing incredulously at the contents of the book. Alec took a deep breath and meticulously studied the method for crafting the Philosopher's Stone. He realized that this was no simple task, requiring rare materials and intricate procedures. Alec shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, it is indeed not so simple. It seems there is no opportunity to create it now." Subsequently, Alec resumed his perusal of the books. Just as he finished the second set, he discovered that Nicole May's notes were no longer present. Alec gazed at Nicole's notes, then glanced at the text inscribed in the book of Jewish Abraham. Pondering, could it be that Grandpa Nico has not fully deciphered all the contents of this tome? Alec pondered within himself, reflecting on every language he had encountered. Yet none seemed to correspond with the text of the third group in the book. Alec scratched his head, feeling somewhat powerless. He murmured to himself, "It appears that I can only wait for an opportunity to encounter relevant knowledge in the future." With that, he set the book aside and drifted into a deep slumber on his bed. Chapter 28. Semester phase test. In the early morning, Alex sat in the grand common room, immersed in his reading, while young wizards from the third grade and above formed a queue. At the front stood the class leaders, engaged in conversation. Once the line was assembled, Vice Principal Everton Ravenhill entered the common room and announced, "Attention, everyone. Class leaders, please verify the grade lists and submit them to me upon completion." Following this, each class leader promptly began to check the lists among the crowd. As Alec perused his book, he remained attuned to the ambient sounds around him. He observed the prefects diligently verifying the roster, while students engaged in hushed conversations. Before long, the verification was completed, and the prefects handed the list to the vice principal. Vice Principal Everton Ravenwood glanced at the document, nodded approvingly, and then proclaimed, "Excellent. Now, I invite you all to accompany me to the school hall. After we partake in breakfast there, we shall embark on a carriage journey to Phantom Valley Village for a week of practical experience in the wizarding community." With that, he turned and exited the common room, followed in an orderly fashion by the young wizards. Alec watched the departing figures before stepping into the first-year common room. He did not linger there, but proceeded to Clark's dormitory and knocked gently on the door. "Coming," came Clark's voice from within. Alec took a few steps back as the door was opened by Clark. Looking at Clark, who appeared to have just awoken, Alec inquired, "Shall we head to the dining hall for breakfast? I just noticed that the upperclassmen have already gone, so it seems breakfast is being served." Clark glanced at Alec and asked, "What time is it now?" Alex pondered for a moment and remarked, "It must be 7 o'clock." Clark, with an expression of incredulity, replied, "It's only 7 o'clock. Why would we go to breakfast so early?" Alec responded, "After finishing breakfast, we could head to the classroom a bit early to review." "Do you truly possess a 100% certainty of passing this upcoming assessment?" Clark yawned and replied, "But I'm still a bit sleepy. Why don't you go ahead first?" Before Clark could finish his sentence, Alec delivered a punch to Clark's head. Clark, cradling the spot where he had been struck, exclaimed, "Alec, why did you hit me?" Alec, with a smile illuminating his face, remarked, "You mustn't feel drowsy any longer." Clark, however, wore a look of exasperation. "If you wish to invigorate me, there are far better alternatives than this. Both energy tonics and awakening spells are preferable to your current method. Don't presume I am unaware of your frequent reliance on these two means when you find yourself lacking vitality." Alec chuckled softly and remarked, "Using potions is certainly not the best approach. Employing spells is an option, though I seem to have forgotten." At that moment, Clark was glaring at Alec with a look of resentment. Noticing Clark's expression, Alec nudged him and said, "Oh, come now. This method is quite effective, isn't it? Hurry up and prepare. Otherwise, we won't have time to review later." A few minutes later, Clark and Alec emerged from the common room. They walked side by side towards the auditorium, and Clark inquired, "Alec, what do you think the professor will test us on?" Alec pondered briefly before responding. "The potions class should involve us crafting the scabies elixir in preparation for our studies before Christmas, and for the charms class, it may pertain to the application of the levitation charm, as thus far in our studies we have only covered these topics." Clark nodded in agreement, remarking, "I have already mastered these concepts quite thoroughly. There should be no significant issues." Upon hearing this, Alex exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you truly mastered everything? Let me test your knowledge. What are the ingredients of the scabies potion?" Without hesitation, Clark replied, "Dried nettle, crushed serpentine fangs, slug with antennae, and a standard dose of potion water." "Impressive. I had thought you would always remain in a state of languor," Alex jested. Clark shot a glare at Alex but chose to remain silent. "Allow me to pose another question," he continued. The two engaged in this question-and-answer exchange as they entered the auditorium, which was filled with young wizards preparing to embark on their practical experience in the Wizarding Society. Their entrance did not dampen the enthusiasm of the younger wizards eager to travel to Phantom Valley Village for their practical exercises. They settled at the first-year table, leisurely enjoying their breakfast. As they dined, more first- and second-year wizards trickled in, each bearing expressions of envy towards the upperclassmen and anxiety about the impending stage tests. Not long after Alex had begun his breakfast, the vice principal, Everton Ravenwood, entered, holding a scroll of parchment. Clearing his throat to command attention, he declared, "Students in the 3rd year and above, today marks a significant step towards your integration into the magical society. Shortly, you will journey to Phantom Valley Village, where you will encounter various challenges and trials. Remember, teamwork is of utmost importance. I hope you all experience the true essence of life in the wizarding world and glean valuable insights that will aid you now and in the future. Those prepared may accompany me on our departure." Clark observed the excited upperclassmen following Vice Principal Ravenwood to the carriage bound for Phantom Valley Village and sighed enviously. "If only I were in the 3rd year as well." Alex smiled and remarked, "There will surely be opportunities in the future, won't there?" Clark nodded in agreement. and the two swiftly finished their breakfast before heading to the classroom for their morning assessment in potions. After reviewing for over 10 minutes, the potions professor entered the room and announced the content of the upcoming assessment. As Alec had predicted, the stage test indeed involved the preparation of the scabious potion. Alec swiftly completed the preparation of the scabious potion, an endeavor that posed no challenge for a young wizard who had observed his parents concocting potions since childhood. Many of his classmates, whose parents were also wizards, finished their potions shortly after Alec. Among them was Clark, who had also successfully completed his potion in the second batch. Alec nodded approvingly at Clark's creation and remarked, "Well done. I had thought you were merely strong in theory, but it seems your practical skills are commendable as well." Clark, brimming with pride, replied, "What did you expect?" In the afternoon and the following days, both Alec and Clark successfully passed their stage assessments with commendable results. Alec achieved full marks across all subjects, while Clark fell short of perfection in his history of magic examination. During the days of magical testing at Busbaden, an infrequent visitor arrived at the LeMay Manor in England. Chapter 29, The Conversation Between Nicole LeMay and Dumbledore in Devonshire, England. A tall and slender elder stood at the entrance of LeMay Manor, his silver hair and beard flowing in the breeze, reminiscent of pure and ethereal snowflakes in winter. Upon closer inspection, behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, his bushy eyebrows arched like a crescent moon, beneath which lay a pair of profound and wise blue eyes, seemingly harboring boundless magical wisdom and the weight of time's passage. His face was adorned with fine wrinkles, each line seemingly telling tales of countless adventures and difficult choices he had faced. His nose appeared slightly crooked, as if it had once been broken. Yet this did not detract from the elder's air of authority and mystery. As the elder entered LeMay Manor, Nicole LeMay, reclining in an armchair, seemed to sense an arrival. He stood and walked towards the door of the manor's drawing room. Upon reaching the threshold, Nicole gazed toward the entrance, his eyes brightening as he smiled and said, "Albus, you have come." The visitor was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, upon seeing Nicole, responded with a smile, "I sincerely apologize, Nicole. I had some matters to attend to at the Ministry of Magic a few days ago. And with the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts being injured by a magical creature while capturing one for class just before Christmas, I found myself delayed." Nicole waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to worry. After all, the students at the school are far more important than an old man like me. By the way, has the curse on the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts yet been lifted? I wonder what sort of curse that dark wizard Voldemort placed upon it, that even you cannot resolve." Dumbledore shook his head and replied, "Tom is the most gifted young wizard I have encountered in many years. However," with a sigh, he trailed off. Nicole, hearing this, remarked, "The most gifted, you say? I find that hard to believe." Dumbledore, taken aback by Nicole's assertion, responded with surprise, "Oh, Nicole, few are those who receive such commendations as you. Might you introduce him to me?" Nicodemus proudly proclaimed, "His name is Alec Lucifer, and he is now the heir to my legacy." "Alec Lucifer," mused Albus Dumbledore, then inquired, "Nick, I do not recall any family by the name of Lucifer in England or France. Did you discover this child in the Muggle world?" Nicodemus shook his head in response, stating, "Albus, do you not remember? The only family in this world bearing the surname Lucifer hails from Italy." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell into contemplation, murmuring, "The Lucifer family. Italy, A moment later, a glimmer of realization sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes, and he addressed Nicodemus. Could it possibly be that infamous family? Nicodemus nodded affirmatively. Dumbledore continued, "No wonder. Even Grindelwald sought their invitation in times past. Could you introduce me to this Mr. Alec?" At this, Nicodemus pressed his wand against his temple, drawing forth a silvery strand. He said to Dumbledore, "Let me introduce him this way." Nicodemus placed the silvery thread into a basin of water, and the two of them submerged their heads into the basin. They followed Nicodemus's memories to an event at the Lucifer Manor 11 years prior, where they beheld the newborn Alec. After witnessing that memory, they were transported to Alec's 11th birthday celebration. Observing the moment, Nicodemus revealed a surprise waiting for Alec on the second floor of the Burbaton Library. They then entered the recollections of Alec studying alchemy at the LeMay Manor. Through these memories, Dumbledore gleaned insights into the young wizard. Understanding why Nicodemus chose to pass his mantle to Alec, Dumbledore remarked, "A fine child indeed. It is no wonder you hold him in such high regard. Alas, he is not born in England." Nicodemus smiled quietly without replying. After Dumbledore's praises, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit to LeMay Manor. He then turned to Nicodemus and said, "Nick, I came here to borrow something from you. I almost forgot." Nicodemus thought to himself, Dumbledore, as always, seems to have ulterior motives. He replied, "Albus, what is it that you wish to borrow? With your level of alchemical prowess, I imagine there is little you cannot create." Dumbledore nodded and stated, "What I wish to borrow is something I truly cannot create. Nick, I need the Philosopher's Stone." Nicodemus gazed at Dumbledore in shock, saying, "Albus, you know well that the elixir produced by the Philosopher's Stone does not grant us true immortality. Did you not previously assert that death is merely another grand adventure?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore hastily clarified, "Nicodemus, my desire for the Philosopher's Stone is not to concoct the elixir of life, but rather for another purpose." "Another purpose?" Nicodemus inquired. "You are aware that Harry Potter will be commencing his studies at Hogwarts on September 1st next year. It is certain that Voldemort has not perished. I surmise that he will return, even in his fragmented form, to seek vengeance upon Harry Potter. Thus, I intend to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait to lure Voldemort, allowing us to locate him and ascertain his movements. Moreover, I must cultivate Harry Potter, for the prophecy states that he is destined to be a pivotal figure in vanquishing Voldemort. I am aging, and should Voldemort return, I may lack the stamina to confront him once more." Nicodemus furrowed his brow in concern and asked, "Albus, are you certain this is wise? Using the Philosopher's Stone as bait carries tremendous risk. If Voldemort uncovers your scheme, or if the stone falls into his possession, the repercussions could be catastrophic." Dumbledore's gaze was resolute as he replied, "This is the best course of action available. Voldemort would never settle for obscurity. He will exhaust all means to resurrect himself. And the Philosopher's Stone is the most expedient method. He will undoubtedly take the bait. We must prepare thoroughly to ensure absolute security." After a moment of silence, Nicodemus eventually nodded. "Very well, Albus, I trust your judgment. But you must safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, as well as the child mentioned in the prophecy. If he is indeed crucial in defeating the Dark Lord, please ensure he receives proper guidance." Dumbledore gratefully clasped Nicodemus's hand. "Thank you, Nick. I shall do everything in my power to protect the peace of the magical world." With that, Dumbledore departed from the LeMay estate, embarking on his journey back to Hogwarts. He pondered how best to ensnare Voldemort. Chapter 30. A new prophecy. After leaving the LeMay estate, Dumbledore's elongated figure did not, as one might expect, hasten directly towards Hogwarts. Instead, he nimbly veered into a secluded alley, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the bustling streets. When he re-emerged, he stood before the imposing entrance of Gringotts Bank, the grand edifice constructed from solid gray stone, towering into the heavens and imparting an indescribable sense of oppression. However, for Dumbledore, this was merely one of many destinations. Upon entering Gringotts, Dumbledore surveyed the bustling goblins with his cerulean gaze. Soon, an elderly and astute goblin took note of the venerable wizard and approached with brisk steps. "Esteemed Mr. Dumbledore, what an honor it is to have you grace us with your presence today," the goblin said, bowing slightly, his tone respectful yet tinged with caution. Dumbledore smiled faintly, retrieving a small, exquisitely wrapped parcel from within his robes and presenting it to the goblin. "I wish for you to store this parcel in Vault 713 and ensure its safekeeping. I shall find a suitable time to retrieve it later." The fairy accepted the package, scrutinizing it carefully, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her eyes, yet she nodded and said, "Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Rest assured, we shall act according to your instructions." Subsequently, under the guidance of the fairies, Dumbledore traversed through heavy iron doors and winding, shadowy corridors, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Vault 713, deep underground. The vault door was adorned with various mysterious runes and gemstones, emanating a faint magical glow. The fairy skillfully unlocked the door, cautiously placed the package inside, and then gently closed the vault door. The entire process was executed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. After completing this, Dumbledore expressed his gratitude to the fairies and bid them farewell. He turned away from Gringotts and summoned a phoenix from an alley, which clasped onto his shoulder, vanishing in a flash of flames. Hogwarts' headmaster's office with a resounding crack, Dumbledore appeared in his office amidst flames. As he landed, the phoenix flew to its perch, while Dumbledore seated himself at the desk in the headmaster's office, retrieving a box of fizzing honeydukes from a nearby drawer to indulge in. Creak, the office door swung open, revealing a figure adorned with oversized spectacles, draped in a vibrantly colored, intricately patterned robe, her head wrapped in a brilliantly hued shawl that complemented her attire. rendering her quite conspicuous among the crowd. Upon noticing her, Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Sybil, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Professor Sybil Trelawney, the divination instructor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore gestured with a wave of his hand, and a chair slid into place behind her. Trelawney sat down, contemplating her response before saying, "Albus, I believe it is time to refresh the materials for the divination class. Some of the crystal balls have developed cracks." Dumbledore nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall write to the Hogwarts board later regarding this matter. However, I sense you have something else to share, do you not?" Trelawney seemed momentarily taken aback, then continued, "Albus, recently my inner eye has become somewhat clearer. I have seen some rather unusual occurrences." Dumbledore's gaze shifted slightly. He held a deep trust in this descendant of the seer lineage, as it was she who had once prophesied concerning the Dark Lord. After a brief pause, Dumbledore inquired, "Oh, might you elaborate on what you have specifically seen, Sybil?" Trelawney hesitated, saying, "You know, Albus, my visions are often obscured, leaving me to perceive only unclear fragments." She then pressed her wand against her temple, drawing forth a strand of silver thread. Observing this, Dumbledore produced a pensieve from behind his desk. After Trelawney placed the silver thread within it, Dumbledore bent over to examine the contents. The memory was fragmented and disordered. Dumbledore could only faintly discern an individual with 6 wings and another cloaked in black confronting one another amidst the chaotic memories. After a brief moment, Dumbledore emerged from the pensieve, contemplating as he spoke, "Sybil, I appreciate your insights. However, I find myself unable to extract any significant information from this memory." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Trelawney felt a deep sense of regret. Although she possessed the gift of prophecy, she struggled to control this power, leaving her feeling helpless. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she heard Dumbledore murmuring, "6 wings, black cloak." Instantly, Trelawney seemed to enter a peculiar state. Her body trembled slightly, her fingers gesturing unconsciously in the air. Her gaze, typically unfocused and dreamy, suddenly sharpened and became intense. Her eyes widened, fixated on an unseen void, as if she were gazing at a vision visible only to her. Noticing the change in Trelawney's demeanor, Dumbledore reached out to call her back. But his hand halted as a hoarse and profound voice emanated from her lips. "The fate has been altered. The demon and the reaper cannot coexist. On the eve of the Dark Lord's impending downfall, on that fateful day of his malevolent birth, the demon's progeny shall descend upon the world. Burdened with mysterious powers and a heavy mission, his destiny is intricately intertwined with this tumultuous era. When the Dark Lord collapses in darkness, the demon's offspring will engage in a cataclysmic battle with the Reaper. This confrontation will determine the future trajectory of the world. Will light dispel the darkness, or shall darkness envelop once more? All remains shrouded in uncertainty, and only with the arrival of that fateful day shall the ultimate choice of destiny be revealed." Before Dumbledore could fully comprehend the situation, Trelawney emerged from her trance. She gazed at Dumbledore's outstretched hand and his bewildered expression, inquiring with confusion, "What is it, Albus? Did I do something again?" Regaining his composure, Dumbledore withdrew his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, Sybil. You need not berate yourself. Prophecies require a special timing, do they not?" Trelawney nodded in acknowledgement and bid farewell to Dumbledore as she exited the office. However, within the confines of the office, Dumbledore was far from tranquil. Trelawney's sudden prophecy mirrored the state she had exhibited during her prediction concerning Harry Potter, compelling Dumbledore to take this prophecy seriously. He turned and approached the bookshelf behind his desk, retrieving a tome. Each page bore the likeness of an individual, and he flipped to the image of Nicholas Flamel. Tapping the photograph. Moments later, the image of Flamel animated, speaking, "Albus, have you not just departed from the LeMay estate? What brings you to seek me now?" Dumbledore inquired. "Nicholas, in which year was the child you mentioned born?" Upon hearing Nicholas Flamel disclose the birth year of Alec, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you, Nicholas." Flamel, perplexed, asked, "Albus, what is the purpose of your inquiry?" Dumbledore responded, "Sybil has just made a prophecy, one concerning a demon, and I suspect it pertains to the child you mentioned." Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. "Sybil's prophecies are sometimes worthy of belief. Do you wish to approach that child? Albus, I advise you to refrain from pursuing that child. The Lucifer family is indifferent to your prowess as a wizard." At this, Dumbledore fell silent, nodded in acknowledgement, and closed his book, seemingly deep in contemplation. Chapter 31. The arrival of summer vacation since the last stage test at Beauxbatons. Alec had spent several months studying peacefully at the academy. During this time, No significant events transpired, and Alec's alchemical studies progressed steadily. He had received several letters forwarded from home, pinned by Hermione, which included a Christmas gift for him and expressed her fondness for the gift he had sent her. Alec duly replied to each correspondence. The warm breezes of June swept through the Beauxbatons castle, marking the last day of Alec's first semester at the academy. Just days prior, they had completed their end-of-term examinations, which Alec had naturally passed with flying colors. In the first-year wizard dormitory, Alec busied himself packing his belongings. As the dormitories at Beauxbatons required students to change every academic year, compelling him to take all of his possessions with him, Alec raised his elderberry wand, and with a flick in his dormitory, his books, clothes, and various belongings flew seamlessly into his suitcase. Gazing at the now empty room, Alec sighed and remarked, "Time has passed so swiftly. It feels as though I have accomplished nothing." He then picked up his suitcase and exited the dormitory, making his way to the first-year common room. Inside, many young wizards were gathered in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. Some voiced their dissatisfaction regarding their end-of-term examinations, while others contemplated their summer holiday plans. Alec observed these young sorcerers with a smile, preparing to leave the first-year common room. Just as he was about to step through the door, a hand rested on his shoulder, followed by a voice belonging to a boy. "Alec, what are your plans for the summer?" Alec turned his head and discovered that the person conversing with him was Clark. He replied, "I'm not quite sure yet. I might travel abroad or perhaps stay at home." After saying this, Alec inquired of Clark, "What about you? What are your plans?" Clark scratched his head and responded, "I suppose I should find a job to earn some living expenses for the next semester. After all, as you know, Grandma Wilson at the orphanage cannot solely look after me. There are other children who need her care." Alec nodded and remarked, "You might consider seeking employment in places where wizards congregate, such as Phantom Valley Village or the Mysterious Shop. After all, transferring directly to Gringotts is far more advantageous than exchanging at the Wizarding Bank. Wouldn't you agree?" Clark nodded in response, saying, "All right, Alec, I shall contemplate that." After a moment of reflection, Clark inquired, "If you were to travel abroad during the summer vacation, how shall I reach you?" Upon hearing this, Alec entrusted his owl cage to Clark, saying, "Here is Oreo. Keep him close. Should anything arise, he can write to me, and he will find me." Clark accepted the cage and replied to Alec, "I shall take good care of Oreo." "Thank you, Alec." Alec waved his hand dismissively before turning to exit the common room, remarking as he departed, "Farewell, Clark." Clark observed Alec's retreating figure and reciprocated the farewell, "Goodbye. Until next semester." Upon leaving the common room, Alec made his way directly to the carriage stationed outside the hall. The carriages provided by Busbarton for transporting the young wizards home were arranged in 2 shifts, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Alec boarded the morning carriage, as his parents had mentioned in their letter that they would be heading to the magical station in the forenoon. Upon entering the carriage, he observed that there were few young wizards aboard, particularly first-year students. Only a handful were returning in the morning. It is quite understandable that young wizards, especially those who have just begun to explore the realm of magic, would wish to prolong their stay at school, particularly those hailing from Muggle backgrounds. Once they step outside the school, the use of magic is no longer permitted, making the desire to remain until the very last moment entirely reasonable. Alec, however, felt indifferent, for he hailed from a family of wizards. Within the confines of his home, it was challenging for even the officials of the French Ministry of Magic to discern whether the spells cast were his own or those of the adults in his household. Alec casually selected a booth in the first grade and began to peruse a volume on ancient Junian literature. It had become Alec's habit to reach for a book whenever he found himself with idle time. At 10:15, the sharp whinny of a horse echoed, and the carriage carrying the young wizard soared gently into the sky. Alec's reading was interrupted by the sound of a horse's neigh, prompting him to turn and gaze out of the carriage window. The carriage soared at an altitude level with the clouds, its pace neither too fast nor too slow, as if deliberately set to allow the young wizards to savor the breathtaking beauty of the sky. Alec did not find anything particularly captivating about soaring to such heights, for during his year in Busbarton, he had long since lost count of the number of times he had taken to the skies, albeit always under the cover of night. Alec gazed out at the increasingly distant Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. He could not shake the feeling that this departure from Beauxbatons would be his last. With this sentiment weighing on his heart, Alec settled into the carriage and resumed his reading. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the carriage from Beauxbatons glided gently to a halt at the magical station in France. Upon descending from the carriage, Alec immediately spotted his parents awaiting him inside the station. Alec strolled slowly to his parents' side. Upon seeing her son approach, Chloe hurriedly stepped forward and embraced Alec, exclaiming, "My dear son, you have finally returned." After planting 2 firm kisses on Alec's cheek, she released him. Little Samuel, observing the excited Chloe, smiled and remarked, "Chloe, Alec merely went to school. He wasn't gone forever. There's no need for such fervor." Upon hearing Samuel's comment, Chloe shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "This is not your place to speak. Come here and help with the luggage." Samuel, upon hearing this, merely pouted before walking over to Alec's side and saying, "Welcome home, Alec." Upon hearing this, Alec embraced his father, and then the 3 of them stepped into the portal of the key. Young Samuel retrieved a disc-shaped key from his pocket, and the trio placed their hands upon it. With a crackling sound, they vanished from the portal. In the next moment, they materialized at the entrance of the Lucifer Manor. Alec gazed at the estate, recalling the ominous feeling he had experienced while in the carriage. He turned to young Samuel and inquired, "Father, have any visitors come to our home recently?" Young Samuel paused momentarily before responding, "No. Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Hearing his father's words, Alec shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, just a peculiar feeling." Little Samuel chuckled and said, "Could it be that our Alec has managed to attract the attention of some girl at school?" Chloe glanced at little Samuel, rolling her eyes as she retorted, "Alec is not like you, flitting around and courting trouble at school." Little Samuel scratched his head in response, offering no further rebuttal. The trio chose not to delve deeper into the topic and together entered the Lucifer Manor. Chapter 32. Dumbledore's Visit Upon Returning Home. Alec reveled in the familiar and comforting atmosphere of his abode. The past few days had been remarkably serene for him. Each morning, he was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds outside his window, allowing him to rise leisurely, attend to his morning rituals, and then savor the breakfast lovingly prepared by his mother. During the day, he would either sit by the window, engrossed in one of his favorite books, losing himself in its enchanting world, or practice spells in the family's magical training room under the guidance of his grandfather. However, this tranquil existence was not destined to last. Today, an unexpected guest arrived at Lucifer Manor, a visitor whose presence left Alec utterly astounded. At the entrance of the manor stood an elderly gentleman clad in a resplendent purple robe, advancing slowly with a steady and powerful gait, as if each step bore a mysterious force. The old man sported a pair of exquisite crescent-shaped glasses, behind which his pale blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, exuding boundless wisdom and the weight of experience. When the gentleman reached the doorstep of Lucifer Manor, he paused, bowed slightly to Alec and his father, and spoke in a gentle and humble tone, "Gentlemen, I beg your pardon for my unexpected visit to Lucifer Manor." Alec and his father promptly returned the gesture, indicating that they bore no ill will. The elder continued, "I have heard that my dear friend Niccolome has taken on an extraordinary disciple, and my curiosity compelled me to pay a personal visit as a token of our friendship. I sincerely hope that my unexpected arrival has not caused you too much inconvenience." As he spoke, the elderly gentleman's pale blue eyes suddenly shifted towards Alec, playfully winking at him. Alec's father, the amiable Samuel, approached with a warm smile and graciously replied, "Of course not, Mr. Dumbledore. The gates of Lucifer Manor are eternally open to esteemed guests such as yourself." With that, Samuel gestured invitingly, ushering Dumbledore into the estate. Alec gazed at Dumbledore as he entered the drawing room of the manor, pondering momentarily the source of his foreboding feelings from a few days prior. It dawned on him that the presence of this old wizard, akin to a busy bee, was the reason for his unease. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what purpose had brought Dumbledore to his home. Had he not already enrolled at Beauxbatons? Alec shook his head and then stepped into the living room. Within the manor's drawing room, Alec's grandfather sat on the sofa opposite Dumbledore, while Alec's father and mother occupied the left side of Samuel. Alec himself was situated on Samuel's right. The atmosphere was one of solemnity, with everyone maintaining a stiff posture and silence reigning over the gathering. Only Dumbledore, with an air of nonchalance, took candies from the fruit bowl on the table and popped them into his mouth, creating an oddly tense ambience. Young Samuel, sensing the peculiar tension, was on the verge of breaking the silence when the elder Samuel intervened. He then inquired, his voice low yet commanding, "Might I ask, Mr. Dumbledore, what brings you to our Lucifer Manor this time?" Alec glanced at his grandfather, noticing that the blue hue in his grandfather's pupils seemed to intensify. Alec was well aware that his grandfather was taking the situation seriously. After all, it was prudent to exercise caution when confronted with a powerful and unpredictable wizard. Upon hearing the words of the old Samuel, Dumbledore responded with a smile. "Samuel, there is no need for such tension. My intentions here are not malevolent. However, my visit is indeed for the sake of a young wizard." Dumbledore then turned his gaze towards Alec, who, sensing Dumbledore's scrutiny, instinctively employed a mental shielding technique. They locked eyes, each assessing the other. Alec appeared perplexed and pointed to himself, inquiring, "Professor Dumbledore, are you referring to me as the little wizard?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded, his meaning clear. "However," he continued, "sir, I do not believe I possess anything that warrants your personal visit, despite my studies in alchemy with Grandpa Nicholas." Dumbledore chuckled softly and replied, "Do not be anxious, my child. I have come merely to verify a prophecy, one made by a friend of mine a few days ago." Upon hearing this, old Samuel became intrigued. "Dumbledore, you refer to your friend, the one with the prophetic bloodline, Madame Trelawney, do you not? With all due respect, I am not convinced of the consistency of her prophetic gifts." Dumbledore, upon hearing old Samuel's words, merely shrugged and said, "Prophecy has always been a matter of belief. If one believes, it exists. If not, it does not. As a member of the Luciferian family, who also possess prophetic abilities, this is not an empty statement, is it?" Old Samuel then spoke. "So, Dumbledore, would you be willing to share the prophecy you believe pertains to alike?" Dumbledore nodded and drew his wand, tapping it against his temple to extract a silver strand of memory. Observing this, old Samuel summoned a pensieve. Once Dumbledore deposited the memory into the pensieve, the group leaned in together. The memory within the pensieve revealed the prophecy made by Trelawney in Dumbledore's presence. Upon emerging from the pensieve, both old Samuel and young Samuel fell into silence. As individuals gifted with prophetic abilities through their lineage, they could discern whether the prophecy was genuine or merely empty words. While they remained silent, Alec pondered, "How could this be? According to my previous life's memories, Trelawney had only made prophecies regarding Harry Potter. How could a new prophecy suddenly emerge? Could it be a result of my arrival?" As the group contemplated, Dumbledore suddenly interjected, "Gentlemen, I trust you possess the capacity to discern the truth of the prophecy. Therefore, might I request that you share some information with this old man? It is rather unfair to tax my dwindling mental faculties with such uncertainty." Old Samuel regarded Dumbledore and asked, "What is it you wish to know, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore glanced at the other three, then back at old Samuel, his intent clear. Understanding his unspoken request, old Samuel gestured for the couple to leave, but he retained Alec in the room. Dumbledore expressed mild surprise, saying, "Are you certain you wish for young Alec to be privy to this? He is only 12 years old." Old Samuel waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Alec is of great importance to our family. He has the right to know." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore refrained from further elaboration and simply inquired, "What is the connection between your family and death?" Old Samuel, undeterred by the question, calmly began to unveil the intricate ties that bound the Lucifer family to the demon Lucifer and death itself. Chapter 33. Transferring to Hogwarts. After listening to old Samuel recount the lineage of the Lucifer family, Dumbledore found himself lost in contemplation. Old Samuel gazed intently at Dumbledore's pensive visage and spoke slowly. "Dumbledore, with your wisdom, I trust you understand well. The prophecies that have already been revealed to others are exceedingly difficult to alter. Thus, I hope you will refrain from excessively intervening in the affairs between the Lucifer family and death, for such actions would not be prudent for you." Upon hearing these words, Dumbledore slightly lifted his head and calmly replied, "Mr. Samuel, I fear you have misunderstood my intentions. I have no desire to interfere with the Lucifer family or their entanglements with death. However, what truly concerns me is the initial phrase of that prophecy. Fate has been altered. I have been pondering what fate has indeed changed. This prophecy is closely linked to the Dark Lord who wreaked havoc in England over a decade ago. As the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and one of the guardians of the wizarding community in Britain, it is my duty to consider the safety of the entire wizarding populace. Therefore, I must remain vigilant regarding any developments that may influence our world, especially concerning any clues related to the Dark Lord. I hope you can understand my propensity for concern and involvement." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, old Samuel seemed to grasp something and nodded slightly in concession, saying, "Very well, then what are your plans, Dumbledore?" Seeing old Samuel's response, the tension in Dumbledore's brow eased slightly as he replied, "I wish for Alex to attend Hogwarts to study magic. Perhaps this will minimally alter the course of fate. I believe that with young Mr. Alex's talent, it matters little where he learns magic, does it not? Old Samuel did not immediately agree but turned to Alex, asking, Alex, what do you think? Would you prefer to study at Hogwarts or continue your education at Beauxbatons? Having spoken, Old Samuel glanced at Alex, his blue eyes reflecting genuine sincerity. Alec gazed at the two elderly figures before him and addressed Dumbledore, stating, Very well. But I must have the autonomy to arrange my own study schedule at Hogwarts. I require additional time to delve into the intricacies of alchemy. If this cannot be accommodated, I would prefer to continue my studies at Beauxbatons. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, fell into a momentary silence, then thoughtfully responded, If Mr. Alec can assure me of achieving the highest marks in each year's final examinations, I believe I can acquiesce to your request. Alec, upon hearing Dumbledore's consent, remarked, By the way, Professor Dumbledore, there is one more matter. Dumbledore, intrigued by his words, inquired, What is it, Mr. Alec? Alec, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, spoke gently. It concerns my transfer. I would appreciate it if Headmaster Dumbledore could converse with Madame Maxime on my behalf. After all, it was Madame Maxime herself who personally delivered my acceptance letter to Beauxbatons. Upon hearing this matter, Dumbledore chuckled and replied, Of course. Such a trivial issue is certainly within my purview to discuss with Madame Maxime, and I am confident she will acquiesce. Alec nodded and bowed to Dumbledore, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively and then turned his gaze to Old Samuel. Old Samuel also nodded, saying, Since Alec has no objections, I concur. With Old Samuel's approval, Dumbledore had no intention of lingering longer and promptly exited the Lucifer manor. Young Samuel approached his father and inquired, Father, what exactly transpired? What news does Dumbledore seek? Old Samuel did not respond directly to his son's question, but instead asked, Young Samuel, how many families have you recently encountered in the wizarding world that are based in England? In response, young Samuel remarked, Not many. The pureblood families in England are utterly corrupt, each one more arrogant than the last. We must engage with them promptly. Employ gentle methods where possible. If that fails, we shall resort to force. Alec will be attending Hogwarts next semester, and we must ensure he does not suffer any disadvantage in England, even if we cannot establish strong relationships. Young Samuel nodded, affirming, I understand. Meanwhile, Alec was seated in his study, composing a letter. Dear Clark Wilson, I may not be able to attend Beauxbatons next semester. Due to family arrangements, I must attend Hogwarts for my studies, which pertains to certain family secrets, making it inconvenient for me to elaborate further. However, we remain good friends, do we not? Oreo is by your side, and you may use him to relay messages to me in the future. I hope you do not feel disheartened by my transfer. It is not worth the sorrow. Is it? Trust me, as long as one's abilities are sufficient, there will always be opportunities to reunite. Therefore, focus on your studies at Beauxbatons. Yours respectfully, Alec Lucifer. Alec carefully placed the letter he had pinned into an envelope, inscribing the address upon its exterior, and entrusted it to his house elf, Ger. The following afternoon, 2 letters were deposited upon Alec's desk by Gr. Upon inspection, Alec discerned that the first letter was from Clark, who unleashed a torrent of reproach upon him within its contents. Clark further elaborated that he would be diligently studying at Busbarton, and with a hint of pride, admonished Alec to remain steadfast in his studies at Hogwarts. Otherwise, should he surpass Alec, he would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing. Alec, upon witnessing Clark's demeanor, could not help but smile faintly. After perusing Clark's letter, Alec proceeded to the second missive. The envelope, crafted from parchment, bore the inscription, To Mr. Lucifer Alec. In the study on the left side of the second floor, Lucifer Manor, East Rome, Italy. The reverse side was adorned with a crimson wax seal, upon which was emblazoned a heraldic shield featuring a capital letter encircled by a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a serpent. Alec carefully unsealed the letter, which contained 2 sheets of parchment. The first sheet was inscribed in emerald ink, proclaiming, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Lucifer, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of the required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on the 1st of September. We eagerly await your owl's arrival with your response by the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. P.S. Due to Mr. Lucifer's unique circumstances, please enter the Great Hall alongside the first-year students, where the professors will conduct your sorting ceremony. After Alex finished reading the contents of the first parchment, he retrieved a second one, which detailed the essential items required for enrollment. As Alex was entering his second year at Hogwarts, the items listed were all pertinent to that level. This revelation did not surprise him. He surmised that Dumbledore had informed Professor McGonagall of all matters concerning his transfer. Chapter 34. Re-entering the family chamber after perusing the letter, Alex extracted a piece of parchment from the drawer of his desk and composed a reply to Hogwarts. Dear Professor McGonagall, I hope this message finds you well. It is with great honor that I accept my admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Shortly thereafter, Alex entrusted the completed letter to his house elf, Gur. Before departing the study, in the spacious and opulent drawing room of Lucifer Manor, sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the plush carpet. Alex sat quietly on a comfortable sofa in the center of the room, his deep-set eyes intently focused on the copy of the Daily Prophet he held in his hands. This newspaper had been specifically requested from Gur, as it was crucial for him to familiarize himself with the current affairs of the British wizarding world before stepping through the gates of Hogwarts. After all, while others may remain oblivious, Alex was acutely aware that this period in the British magical community was anything but tranquil. Prominently displayed on the front page of the Daily Prophet was an eye-catching headline. Hogwarts is on holiday. The chosen one, Harry Potter, is set to enroll at Hogwarts in the upcoming academic year. Dumbledore had claimed to have sent the enrollment notice to the chosen one, Harry Potter. Just beneath this headline was a striking image of the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore standing before a gathering of individuals, his expression solemn and serious, seemingly delivering a speech of great significance. Alex slowly folded the newspaper, his lips subtly twitching as he murmured to himself, "Is the savior Harry Potter about to commence his studies? It appears that the magical realm of Britain is on the brink of turmoil, and the narrative is poised to unfold." As his words lingered in the air, he gazed contemplatively out of the window, pondering the role he would play in this impending grand spectacle. Alec gently set down the newspaper in his hands and slowly rose from the soft, comfortable sofa. Just as he was about to turn and make his way to his study, a deep and commanding voice reached his ears. "Alec, come here for a moment." The voice carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Alec instinctively turned his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. There stood his grandfather, Samuel, not far away, gazing at him with a serious expression. A tightness gripped Alec's heart as he hurried towards his grandfather, inquiring, "Grandfather, is there something important you wish to discuss?" However, old Samuel did not immediately respond to his grandson's question. He merely raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Alec to follow. Observing the situation, Alex refrained from further inquiries and quietly trailed behind his grandfather. As he noticed his grandfather heading towards the family library, a wave of contemplation washed over him. The last occasion when Alex had been escorted to the family library by his grandfather was for the momentous event of his first Bloodline awakening. Typically, Samuel would not summon Alex to the family library unless there was a significant matter at hand. Promptly, Alex quickened his pace to keep up. Deep within the family library, Alec followed the esteemed old Samuel to the majestic angelic frame. The frame retained its dignified presence, reminiscent of the previous year. Just as before, old Samuel unlocked the door to the secret chamber, and the two men entered with measured steps. Within the confines of the chamber, old Samuel spoke as they walked. "Alec, do you recall what I previously mentioned? The essence of our lineage does not awaken in its entirety all at once." Alec nodded enthusiastically and addressed Samuel, "Grandfather, is this visit to the family chamber meant for my next Bloodline awakening?" Old Samuel nodded in affirmation, and the two approached a wooden door adorned with a magnificent crystal sphere. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a room whose walls were painted in a profound celestial blue, adorned with twinkling golden stars, making Alec feel as though he were immersed in the vastness of the universe. At the center of the room stood a finely crafted statue of an angel, captivating like a rare treasure. The statue emanated a faint yet enchanting golden glow, as if enveloped in a layer of mysterious radiance. This light, while not blinding, suffused the entire room with a sacred and solemn ambience. Alec gazed intently at the statue before him, his eyes deep and focused. Unconsciously, he began to compare it with the statue he had encountered during his Bloodline awakening the previous year. After meticulous observation, he discerned that the two statues bore no significant outward differences. In terms of craftsmanship, fluidity of lines, and overall stylistic form, they were almost indistinguishable. However, If one were to identify a solitary distinction, it would be that the new statue cradled a transparent crystal orb in its hand. This orb sparkled with a crystalline clarity, its interior seemingly pulsating with an enigmatic luminescence. Alec curiously scrutinized the crystal sphere, pondering its potential significance. He then turned to glance at old Samuel, who stood at the doorway, a smile gracing his lips. Samuel extended a finger and gently pointed to the crystal orb in the statue's hand, nodding towards Alec as if silently urging him to place his hand upon it. Upon witnessing this, Alec comprehended precisely what needed to be done. He gently placed his left hand upon the crystal orb held by the statue. Instantly, the orb radiated a dazzling blue light, compelling Alec to shut his eyes. As the blue glow dissipated, he noticed that the angel's eyes were emanating a brilliant luminescence. He lifted his gaze to meet the angel's stare, and at that moment, a gentle magic flowed forth from the angel's eyes, drifting towards Alec's own. Alec was suddenly engulfed by an unusual sensation, as if an enigmatic and intangible force was silently forging a wondrous connection with his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he was astonished to realize that his gaze began to undergo subtle transformations, as though his eyes could penetrate the surface of objects, revealing their true essence. Alec blinked his cerulean eyes and gazed at the venerable Samuel standing outside the door. To his astonishment, he noticed a radiant blue luminescence emanating from the old man. When he turned his attention back to the angelic statue, he observed the eyes of the figure gradually shattering, followed by two orbs of golden magical energy drifting into his own eyes. Once these two spheres fully merged with his vision, Alec felt an enhanced ability to perceive the essence of reality as the fog before him dissipated entirely. Subsequently, an unforeseen scene unfolded before him. He could distinctly foresee his father enduring a thrashing at the hands of his mother. Yet, he found himself a mere spectator, devoid of any inclination to intervene. Alec was enveloped in a shroud of suspicion, as peculiar images incessantly danced through his mind. He vigorously shook his head, endeavoring to cast aside these tumultuous thoughts. Ultimately, with a visage marked by bewilderment, he slowly turned and departed from the enigmatic chamber, his steps heavy with contemplation. Chapter 35. The Diagon Valley and Alec's own dragon. As he exited the chamber, the door, much like that of the previous room, closed automatically behind him. Alec approached old Samuel and said, "Grandfather, it seems that the bloodline talent I awakened this time is related to prophecy. I have just foreseen a day in the future when my father will receive a beating from my mother." Old Samuel chuckled and replied, "Isn't that to be expected? However, regarding all that you have witnessed in your prophecies, it is imperative that you disclose nothing to anyone, especially if you intend to alter any outcomes. Remember, prophecies known to the world are exceedingly difficult to change, and the consequences of recklessly attempting to alter a prophecy known to others can be unbearable." Alec nodded and said, "I understand, grandfather. So, shall we proceed?" Old Samuel shook his head and replied, "Today, besides guiding you through the second awakening of your bloodline, there is another matter of greater significance that we must attend to. Now, let us not waste any more time. Follow closely." With that, old Samuel continued deeper into the secret chamber. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Alec hurriedly followed suit. The two arrived before another wooden door, which was intricately engraved with the image of a mighty dragon. Alec gazed at the door and remarked to old Samuel, "Grandfather, does this mean we will undergo 2 awakenings of the bloodline this time?" To this, old Samuel shook his head and said, "Alec, do you recall the visit from Dumbledore a few days ago?" Alec, filled with confusion, nodded thoughtfully, pondering the inevitable connection between the two. Before he could voice his inquiry, old Samuel interjected, stating, "It is said that whenever a member of the Dumbledore family is in need, a phoenix will appear by their side. This is not mere folklore. Just a few days ago, a phoenix was indeed seen accompanying the Dumbledore who visited." Alec nodded and remarked, "Is grandfather interested in that phoenix? Is he planning to take me to capture it and then use it for my benefit?" Old Samuel paused for a moment, then chuckled and replied, "Alec, do not let your imagination run wild. While it is true that the phoenix is an exceedingly rare and wondrous creature with a myriad of abilities, that does not mean we should forsake the companions bound to us by blood. After all, those partners connected to our family's lineage are no less remarkable than the phoenix." Alec's face expressed sheer astonishment upon hearing old Samuel's words, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Grandfather, are you saying that within our bloodline there are companions unique to us, just like the Dumbledore family?" Old Samuel gazed at the exuberant Alec with a benevolent smile. He extended his broad palm and gently stroked Alec's head, speaking with earnest gravity. "Alec, Your conjecture is indeed accurate. Our Lucifer family has long held a tradition whenever a child completes the second awakening of their bloodline. They gain the privilege to journey to the enigmatic Diagon Valley in search of their own companion. However, the quality and strength of the companion you ultimately find depend entirely on your own abilities. Therefore, once you enter the Diagon Valley, you must strive to showcase all your talents and strengths. Only then can you forge a bloodline contract with a more formidable partner. With that, old Samuel took Alec's hand and pushed open the door leading into a chamber adorned with a magnificent dragon motif. Upon entering, Alec was astonished to find the scene starkly different from the previously mysterious atmosphere of the secret chamber. The anticipated angelic statue was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was met with a breathtaking sight, a grand and imposing magical array meticulously inscribed upon the floor of the room. This array sprawled extensively, occupying a substantial portion of the chamber's floor space. Its intricate and elaborate lines appeared as if woven from countless silver threads, shimmering with a faint yet captivating glow. Each line twisted and intertwined, forming a complex and enigmatic pattern. From a distance, it resembled a colossal spider's web, enveloping the entire room within its grasp. Old Samuel stood with Alec atop the magical array, and Alec could sense a subtle force related to spatial transportation emanating from it. This magical array was the portal to the Diagon Valley, and you must hold on to me tightly. Since you have not yet formed a contract with any dragon in the valley, the portal will not automatically locate you. With that, old Samuel tightened his grip on Alec's hand and waved his wand. The array beneath them glimmered with a red light, and in an instant, the two vanished from their position. In the mystical realm of Diagon Valley, at the foot of towering peaks, a vast canyon lay beneath, teeming with countless dragons. Some dragons were colossal, resembling moving mountains, their scales glinting with a metallic sheen, each as formidable as a shield. Others possessed expansive wings, capable of obscuring the entire sky when unfurled, their veins clearly visible, and even a slight flutter would summon a tempest. Some dragons, though diminutive in size, exhibit remarkable agility, weaving swiftly between the colossal stones with a speed that renders them nearly elusive. At the entrance of the valley, an ancient edifice composed of 12 stone pillars rises abruptly amidst the realm dominated by these dragons. Within this structure, an array of formations that had long lain dormant suddenly ignites with a crimson glow. As the red luminescence fades, an elderly figure and a young companion emerge from the building. Alec gazed at the vast chasm before him and turned to old Samir, inquiring, "Grandfather, is this the Diagon Valley? Where shall I seek my destined companions?" Old Samir nodded with a smile, then placed his fingers to his lips and blew gently. In response, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from within the gorge, and before Alec stood a magnificent crimson dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, soaring gracefully from the depths of the canyon. Old Samir affectionately caressed the red dragon that had materialized beside them and declared, "This is my companion, Ball. He shall guide us to our desired destination." With that, old Samir unfurled his magnificent wings and ascended to perch upon Ball's back. Alec beheld his grandfather in such a state and unfurled his 3 pairs of wings, ascending onto the back of the crimson dragon. As Alec soared upward, a fleeting expression of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the dragon, Ball. Yet, it was but a moment, and thus Alec did not take note of it. Once Alec had settled upon Ball's mighty form, the dragon unfurled its enormous wings and surged into the Diagon Valley at remarkable speed. After bringing the two of them to the front of a colossal palace, Ball departed, flying away on his own. Alec gazed in astonishment at the palace before him, his expression increasingly revealing a shock. Old Samuel, observing his grandson's reaction, couldn't help but smile faintly. He then spoke, gently pulling Alec back from his state of awe. "Let us enter," old Samuel said. "Within, you shall discover how to seek out your companions." Upon hearing this, Alec followed the elder Samuel into the depths of the palace. As they entered, the first sight that greeted them was the remarkably spacious hall, where the stone columns were so immense that they required the embrace of several individuals. Intricate carvings depicted magnificent dragons soaring through the skies upon the column's surface. Surrounding the palace was an abundance of precious treasures, gold coins, and gemstones scattered abundantly. However, the elder Samuel paid no heed to these riches, taking Alec by the hand and leading him to the heart of the palace. Turning to Alec, Samuel instructed, "Here, let a drop of your blood fall, and then close your eyes to attune yourself carefully." Upon hearing this, Alec drew his wand and made a swift motion towards his finger, causing a wound to appear. Almost immediately, a drop of blood, imbued with a hint of golden hue, fell onto the palace floor. After the blood touched the ground, Alec closed his eyes to attune himself to the moment. A faint sound of a dragon's roar echoed in his mind, and soon a massive black dragon manifested within his consciousness. The dragon opened its eyes, as if sensing something, and then spread its magnificent wings, soaring towards the palace. After witnessing this, Alec opened his eyes, filled with excitement, and exclaimed to the elder Samuel, "Grandfather, I have seen it." In response, Elder Samuel gently ruffled Alec's hair and remarked, "Whether the dragon acknowledges you will depend on your own strength." Alec nodded, his heart racing with trepidation. Before long, a colossal black dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, soared into the palace. The dragon's immense eyes fixated on Alec. Old Samuel, upon witnessing the dragon, fell silent, murmuring to himself, "So, it is this black dragon." Alec gazed at the colossal dragon before him, then turned to old Samuel and inquired, "Grandfather, what should I do?" Old Samuel replied, "Utilize all your means to conquer this dragon. It shall not endanger your life. Once the dragon submits, you may forge a pact with it using its blood." Upon hearing this, Alec nodded, then turned to the imposing dragon before him and declared, "Let you become my companion." Instantly, the 6 wings upon Alec's back unfurled, and a serene blue light emanated from his eyes. The black dragon seemed to comprehend the situation, gathering its fiery breath, poised to strike down the diminutive wizard who dared to subdue it. Black flames erupted from the dragon's maw, hurtling toward Alec. Yet, he displayed no sign of retreat. Swiftly, he sidestepped the inferno and soared toward the dragon's crown. The dragon, sensing his movement, lashed out with its claws, attempting to swat Alec from the sky. However, the dragon's assault was deftly evaded by Alec. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Alec reached the pinnacle of the dragon's head. Seizing the opportunity during a brief moment of vulnerability, he unleashed a potent spell, striking the dragon's neck. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and the dragon emitted a pained roar, its massive body trembling. Yet, it remained resolute, unwilling to succumb, thrashing violently in defiance. Alec gazed at the struggling dragon beneath him, a twinge of compassion stirring within his heart. He then raised his wand, channeling a surge of magical energy towards the dragon's injured areas, invoking a healing spell. The dragon sensed Alec's intentions, and its thrashing gradually subsided. Deep down, the dragon understood that a day would inevitably come when it would forge a bond with a member of Alec's lineage. It was merely a matter of time. After expending most of his magical power to mend the wounds inflicted by his own hand, Alec descended from the dragon's head and stood before it, stating, "If you truly do not wish to become my companion, I shall not impose." The dragon tilted its head, casting a glance at the 3 pairs of wings behind Alec. As if recalling something profound, it lowered its head in submission. Observing this, the elder Samuel approached Alec and remarked, "Alec, the dragon is on the brink of submission. You may now forge a contract with it." Alec nodded, gazing at the magnificent dragon before him. He let a drop of his blood fall into the dragon's mouth, then drew a drop of blood from the dragon's wound and touched it to the corner of his own mouth. Instantly, 2 strands of energy emerged, one from Alec and the other from the colossal dragon. The strands intertwined, and Alec felt an unbreakable bond forming between himself and the dragon. Alec gently caressed the great dragon's head, then mounted atop it, addressing the creature, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Leviathan. Leviathan, take me for a flight." Upon hearing Alec's words, the ebony dragon unfurled its magnificent wings and soared into the skies of Dragon Valley. Samuel, watching the duo glide through the air, couldn't help but smile slightly. He called out from below, "Alec, I shall await you by the teleportation array." Shortly thereafter, the elder Samuel summoned Ball to escort him to the vicinity of the teleportation array. Before long, Alec, riding Leviathan, descended gracefully. He leaped off the dragon and patted its side, saying, "Should I require your aid, I will summon you. Until we meet again." With that, Alec followed the elder Samuel into the teleportation array, and in a flash of crimson light, the 2 vanished from Dragon Valley. Chapter 36. Hermione's letter. Ever since that thrilling adventure in Dragon Valley, Alec found himself in a period of serene tranquility, enjoying leisurely and blissful days. For the following month or so, he was free from the harrowing adventures and challenges that once plagued him, allowing him to relish this rare tranquility and comfort. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through his window, illuminating his face, Alec would slowly open his eyes, welcoming the dawn of a new day. After rising, Alec did not rush as he typically might. Instead, He took his time washing up before strolling to his study, where he gently opened his advanced magic textbook. For someone who had endured numerous trials, these texts no longer appeared so obscure and difficult to comprehend. He immersed himself in the explanations of various enchanting spells, particularly those that could provide protection and some of the more offensive incantations. In addition to his studies, Alec dedicated time to crafting alchemical items in the family basement, including but not limited to storage devices, comprehensive defense mechanisms, tools capable of sensing malice, and items with offensive capabilities. Thus, day after day, Alec led a life that was both simple and fulfilling. There were no exhilarating quests, only peaceful and studious moments. Until today, when a letter arrived in Alec's hands, shattering the tranquility of his otherwise contented existence. Alec sat before the desk in his study, gazing at a letter sent by a Muggle postman. The front of the envelope bore black ink, inscribed with the words, Lucifer Manor, East Road, Rome, Italy, to be received by Alec Lucifer, in the upper left corner of the envelope. A £1 stamp was affixed. Turning the envelope over, he noted that the back displayed the sender's details in the same elegant black ink. Hermione Granger, address, 8 Heathgate, Hampstead Garden Suburb, London. Upon seeing the sender's name, Alec glanced at the date on the clock and murmured, "Is it truly July 31st today?" He then proceeded to open the letter in his hand. Within the envelope lay a sheet of paper, elegantly inscribed with the words, "Dear Alec, greetings. A rather extraordinary event transpired recently, one that I find utterly incredible. Just a few days ago, I received a mysterious letter. Upon opening the envelope, I was astonished to read that I had been accepted into an institution named Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yet, try as I might, I could not recall if such a school existed in England. However, just 2 days later, a lady adorned in a vivid green robe unexpectedly appeared at my doorstep. With grace, she introduced herself as a professor from Hogwarts. Her purpose was to guide young wizards like myself, born of Muggle heritage, into the enchanting realm of magic. Initially, my parents harbored doubts about this unfamiliar visitor, for who could easily believe in the existence of supernatural forces such as magic? Although I was aware of its reality, the professor seemed to anticipate their skepticism. With a gentle smile, she waved her wand, transforming an ordinary cup on the table into a lively, adorable kitten. This astonishing display rendered everyone present, including my parents and me, utterly speechless. The incredibility of her magical demonstration alleviated my parents' concerns, allowing them to gradually accept the seemingly absurd yet profoundly true reality that magic genuinely exists in this world, and that their daughter is soon to be a student witch. As we stood in astonishment, Professor McGonagall informed me that she would take me to Diagon Alley on August 1st to purchase the necessary supplies for school. Thus, I believe that I, too, shall soon be capable of casting spells like you. By the way, I wish to inquire whether you are also a wizard and if you are studying magic at Hogwarts as well. Yours sincerely, Hermione Granger. After reading the letter, Alec carefully placed the parchment into an envelope and subsequently tucked the entire envelope into the second drawer on the right side of his desk. This drawer was designated by Alec for correspondence between himself and his friends. Once he had secured the letter, he retrieved a sheet of parchment and inscribed the following message. Dear Hermione, indeed, I too am a wizard. I am delighted that you are soon to join our ranks. The world of magic is both fascinating and filled with challenges. As for Diagon Alley, it is home to many wondrous shops where you can procure a myriad of magical items. However, do exercise caution, as some merchandise may possess peculiar effects. Your friend, Alec. After completing his correspondence, Alec exited his study and ascended to the 3rd floor to his father Samuel's study. He gently knocked on the door and announced, "Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing Alec's voice, young Samuel lifted his gaze and inquired, "What is it, Alec?" Alec then entered the study, seated himself before Samuel, and said, "Father, I wish to visit Diagon Alley in England and spend the upcoming holiday there." Samuel furrowed his brow at this request and replied, "Alec, why do you wish to spend the holiday in Diagon Alley? Is not our home more comfortable?" Alec shook his head and said, "Not at all. My home is quite comfortable. However, I wish to spend a little more time in Diagon Alley to gain a deeper understanding of the British magical world. You see, I am to embark on my studies at Hogwarts in the latter half of the year. Thus, it would be prudent to familiarize myself with the magical community in Britain ahead of time. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Alec's words, young Samuel pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, but you must seek your mother's consent. After all, it would not suffice for only me to agree." For if you were to venture to Diagon Alley alone, your mother would certainly hold me accountable. Upon hearing his father's consent, Alec nodded in acknowledgement. He then exited the study in search of his mother. In the garden of Lucifer Manor, Alec's mother, Chloe, was tending to the flowers. Approaching her, Alec found his mother and said, "Mother, I wish to spend the upcoming summer vacation in Diagon Alley." Chloe, momentarily pausing her task, looked at Alec with curiosity and inquired, "What is it, Alec? Why the sudden desire to reside in Diagon Alley?" Alec once again employed his father's reasoning to elucidate matters to his mother, adding that his father had already consented. He stated that with her approval, he would be permitted to venture to Diagon Alley for the forthcoming holiday. Upon hearing Alec's explanation, Chloe stormed angrily into little Samuel's study on the third floor. Alec followed closely behind, only to witness his mother casting a series of dark curses directed at young Samuel. The scene struck Alec as oddly familiar, yet he refrained from intervening. He understood that any attempt to stop her now would likely jeopardize his desire to spend the holiday in Diagon Alley. After his mother calmed down, Alex entered the room and, after much coaxing and persuasion, finally secured her consent to venture alone to Diagon Alley. Subsequently, he retreated to his own chamber to gather his belongings. Chapter 37. A Return to Diagon Alley. The following morning, in the middle of the living room, the entire family of Alex stood in an empty space. Old Samuel addressed young Samuel, saying, "Young Samuel, hand over the key to the British vault to Alec." He then turned to Alec and added, "You may purchase a house in the Wizarding Village or the Muggle world in Britain, thus freeing yourself from the need to rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron." Upon hearing this, Alec nodded, accepting the vault key from young Samuel's hands. As he extended his hand to securely take the key, young Samuel's gaze remained fixed upon him. With lips slightly parted, he earnestly advised, "Alec, my child, from a young age, I have recognized your remarkable maturity compared to your peers. Yet now, as you are about to embark on this journey filled with challenges and uncertainties, far from home, remember this. Never place your trust in anyone too easily. Understand that the magical world we inhabit is fraught with deception, and not all souls harbor goodwill." Alec lifted his head, gazing intently at his father, who had shown him unwavering care. A resolute gleam flickered in his eyes as he solemnly nodded and replied, "I understand. Father, rest assured, I shall take good care of myself and will not cause you any worry." With that, Alec firmly clasped the key in his hand. He then turned to glance at his mother, eager to express his thoughts, only to be enveloped in her embrace as she said, "Take care of yourself while you are away, and remember to write home often." Upon hearing this, Alec embraced his mother tightly. After a brief moment, the mother and son parted ways. Alec then received the key in the shape of a teacup from his father's hands. Gazing at his family, he declared, "I shall write home frequently." With that, Alec took a step back and activated the key. As a crackling sound resonated, he vanished from the parlor of Lucifer Manor. In a dilapidated alley of London, England, a ripple coursed through the depths of the alley's space. Following this fluctuation, a golden-haired figure materialized within the confines of the passageway. Alec shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, long-distance teleportation is rather uncomfortable." He then exited the narrow alley and casually hailed a taxi, taking a seat inside. This time, Alec had no intention of visiting Diagon Alley first. Instead, he chose to travel by taxi to Lewis Cubitt Square, situated near King's Cross Station, where he planned to purchase a residence in the Muggle world. Although Alec possessed the means to reside in a wizarding village near Diagon Alley, the potential for unwanted attention was troubling. It would be troublesome to be confronted daily at his door or subjected to robbery, wouldn't it? The taxi came to a halt at Lewis Cubitt Square. After settling the fare, Alec entered the real estate sales center of the square. He employed a confundish charm on the sales manager and, with ease, acquired a detached villa at an ordinary price. Once the sales manager departed, Alec drew his wand and pointed it at the ground, uttering, "Repello Muggletum." Upon casting the Muggle-repelling charm, he stepped into the villa. He stood quietly in the spacious and luminous living room of the magnificent villa, resembling a statue in his stillness and gravitas. Slowly, he raised his wand-bearing right hand and, with an elegant flick, parted his lips to clearly and powerfully declare, "Cleanse anew." In that instant, it was as if a mysterious force had been awakened, sending ripples through the air that were imperceptible to the naked eye. Subsequently, a gentle breeze swept through the entire villa, akin to an invisible hand delicately caressing every corner. The minute dust particles, previously concealed among the furniture, windowsills, and carpets, seemed to respond to an unseen summons, swirling gracefully to form a hazy mist. As the breeze continued to blow, the mist gradually coalesced into a slender stream of dust, drifting languidly out of the open windows and vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe. Once tranquility returned, the villa appeared revitalized, with every item rendered spotless. After completing this cleansing ritual, Alec gently tucked his wand away and with a flick of his hand, summoned various useful items into the villa. He then exited the villa and made his way to the roadside. Alec hailed a taxi and made his way to the Broken Pot Tavern. Upon arriving at the tavern, he gazed upwards at the dilapidated and precarious sign swaying above him, a sense of resignation and melancholy washing over him as he murmured, "Even old Tom cannot afford to refurbish the sign of the Broken Pot Tavern." Nevertheless, without a hint of hesitation, Alec stepped forward and pushed open the slightly worn wooden door, entering the tavern. Once inside, he was enveloped by the dim light that pervaded the space. The air was thick with the heavy scent of smoke and alcohol, creating a somewhat suffocating atmosphere. The patrons were boisterous, their raucous chatter filling every corner of the establishment. They gathered in clusters, animatedly engaging in fervent discussions, their expressions vibrant and passionate. Alec inched closer, eager to discern the nature of their discourse. He could only catch fragmented phrases, "Savior Harry Potter, the Dark Lord." Indeed, the majority of their conversation revolved around the illustrious figure of Harry Potter. However, Alec was already well acquainted with these rumors and discussions, quickly losing interest in eavesdropping. Thus, he wasted no more time and strode purposefully through the throng, making his way to the courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron. Upon reaching the courtyard, Alec retrieved his wand from his pocket, grasping it with utmost care. He then precisely located the specific brick and gently tapped it several times with his wand. With a resounding crash, the entrance to Diagon Alley gradually materialized before his eyes. Alec gazed at the imposing entrance before him, stepping resolutely into Diagon Alley. As he crossed the threshold, he immediately noticed that the throng of people was far denser than during his previous visit. The shops lining the street bustled with activity, teeming with patrons. Children eagerly tugged at their parents' hands, selecting the magical supplies required for the new school term, while groups of wizards congregated, exchanging the latest arcane news and delightful anecdotes. Observing the vibrant scene around him, Alec could not help but sigh, yet he did not falter in his stride. Instead, he plunged determinedly into the crowd, navigating his way forward with difficulty, resolute in his intent to accomplish the task that had brought him here. Chapter 38, The Journey Through Diagon Alley. Amidst the throng, Alec found himself before Gringotts, the illustrious bank nestled within Diagon Alley. Gazing at the grand entrance of Gringotts, he stepped inside the venerable establishment. Alec approached the counter with a familiar ease. Upon noticing him, the elderly enchantress behind the counter inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Alec, undaunted, met the gaze of the ancient fairy with unwavering resolve. He slightly raised his chin and, in a voice both deep and clear, responded, "Greetings. I have come here with the intention of accessing the vault belonging to the Lucifer family, located within Gringotts in England, in order to withdraw a sum of galleons." With that, he stood silently in place, awaiting the fairy's reply. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of subtle intrigue sparkled in her eyes as she scrutinized Alec from head to toe, seemingly attempting to discern some hidden truth about him. After a brief moment, she spoke again, asking, "Very well, but before we proceed, might I inquire whether Mr. Lucifer is in possession of the vault key?" Without a moment's hesitation, Alec swiftly reached into his bosom and produced a key that shimmered with an extraordinary light, which he then gently presented before the old fairy. The old fairy accepted the key, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized it intently. Her fingers delicately traced the intricate patterns upon its surface, seemingly attuned to the latent magic and power it contained. After a meticulous examination, the old fairy confirmed the authenticity of the key beyond doubt. Subsequently, she turned to a young fairy who was busily engaged not far away and called out, "La Juan, come here at once. We have a distinguished Mr. Lucifer who requires your guidance to the family vault." Upon hearing the summons, the young fairy named La Juan immediately set aside his task and hurried to the counter. He first nodded respectfully to the old fairy before turning to face Alex, gesturing for him to follow. Thus, Alex trailed closely behind La Juan. Under the operation of the mine carts, Alex arrived at his family's vault. La Juan took the key from Alex and unlocked the grand door, revealing a vault that appeared largely unchanged from his last visit, still filled with towering heaps of gold galore and several shelves brimming with magical materials. Alec addressed the ring at the entrance of the vault, inquiring, "May I ask how many gold galleons reside within my vault?" In response, The ring lightly tapped upon the grand door of the vault and replied, "Esteemed sir, there are currently 635,523 gold galleons and 4 silver sickles within this vault. How many gold galleons would you like to withdraw this time, sir?" Upon hearing this, Alec was taken aback. 600,000 galleons was more than sufficient for him to delve into the study of alchemy until his graduation from Hogwarts. "Please procure 10,000 galleons for me, as I also require some magical materials from the vault," he stated, before striding directly towards the shelves lined with magical ingredients to select his items. Ultimately, Alec retrieved a substantial chunk of mithril and a large piece of refined gold from the shelves. The other ores and materials were not immediately necessary, as these two would suffice for his practice for quite some time. Approaching the pile of galleons, the goblin, Laren, hurried over with a small bag and said, "Mr. Lucifer, the 10,000 galleons you requested have been secured in this pouch." In response, Alec tossed 2 galleons from the heap to Laren and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Having completed this transaction, Alec stepped out of the vault. Laren, momentarily lost in thought while holding the galleons, reflected on the rarity of such generosity. While other nobles occasionally bestowed some wealth upon the goblins who guided them to the vault, it was typically in the form of silver sickles, making Alec's gift of galleons quite extraordinary. Regaining his composure as he watched Alec exit the vault, Laren also hurried out behind him. Once the vault was empty, the great doors closed automatically. Outside the vault, Laren respectfully addressed Alec, "Sir, here is the key to the vault." Alec received the key, nodded, and said, "Let us proceed." Subsequently, he and the fairy boarded the mine cart and arrived at the Grand Hall of Gringotts. Within the hall, the fairy performed a courteous bow to Alec before moving to the opposite side to attend to other guests. Alec gazed at the already welcoming ring, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Indeed, a fairy was truly a fairy. He then proceeded towards the entrance of Gringotts. Just as Alec reached the door, a tall figure strode in, accompanied by a bespectacled child of approximately 11 years old. Alaric cast a glance at them, feeling a twinge of surprise. Yet he refrained from approaching to greet them, instead continuing on his way out of Gringotts. The bespectacled boy glanced at Alaric as he passed, perhaps captivated by the noble aura and golden locks that adorned him, and turned back to look. "Harry, what is it?" inquired the towering figure beside him. "Did you see someone?" Harry Potter turned to the imposing man and shook his head, responding, "Nothing, Hagrid." Upon hearing this, Hagrid merely pursed his lips slightly and led Harry into Gringotts. As Alaric exited the bank, he murmured to himself, "That must be the savior, Harry Potter. And the man beside him is likely Hagrid, raised on a diet of Hufflepuff potion." He hadn't expected to encounter them here. Subsequently, Alaric paid little mind and began to stroll through Diagon Alley. His first stop was at Flourish and Blots, where he procured all the necessary books for his second year at Hogwarts. He then proceeded to the cauldron shop to acquire a new set of cauldrons. The bottoms of his previous ones had worn thin due to his frequent potion-making endeavors, prompting him to seek replacements. After completing his purchase, Alaric approached a relatively narrow and antiquated shop. The frames of the doors and windows appeared to be crafted from a dark-hued wood, and a fine layer of dust coated the glass, as if it had borne witness to the passage of countless years. Alec raised his gaze to the shop's sign, which proclaimed Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable urge to step into the quaint establishment. The shop was modest in size, its interior somewhat cramped and dimly lit. Aside from a counter and a bench for patrons to rest or await their turn, the remaining space was largely occupied by shelves brimming with stacks of wand boxes. These shelves reached up to the ceiling, filled with an array of wand boxes, resembling a veritable treasury of wands. As Alec surveyed the shop, a diminutive and somewhat elderly gentleman approached the counter. His hair was white, sparse, and somewhat disheveled. His eyes, a pale hue, shone like 2 radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. The elderly man spoke, "Dear young wizard, may I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with?" Upon hearing this, Alec remarked, "I would like to maintain my wand, sir." With that, he extended his wand towards Ollivander. Ollivander, taken aback, gazed at the wand handed to him and exclaimed, "Ah, elderberry wood, combined with a phoenix feather, an extraordinary pairing. May I inquire where you acquired this wand, young wizard?" "I purchased this one from Fleur in France, sir," Alec replied. Ollivander murmured thoughtfully, "Ah, so it was that fellow Fleur. It makes sense now." He then proceeded to care for Alec's wand and said, "Young wizard, your wand has been well maintained. Its power is formidable. Wield it wisely. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Alec took the wand, nodded, and said, "I will, Mr. Ollivander." Subsequently, he settled the payment for the wand's maintenance and exited the Ollivander's wand shop. Inside, Ollivander gazed at Alec's departing figure, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chapter 39, Platform 9 3/4. After leaving Ollivander's, Alec wandered a while longer in Diagon Alley, primarily to acquire his Hogwarts robes and a few other necessities. While purchasing his robes, he noticed that the robe shop in Diagon Alley was also named Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. As Madame Malkin measured him with her magical tape, Alec inquired about the shop. From her, he learned that this particular Madame Malkin's in England, as well as the one in the mysterious shop in France, were both established by her family, and that the Madame Malkin in France was her cousin. Alec couldn't help but muse, what a small world this is. September 1st, 1991 today marks a day of great significance. All young wizards attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are required to travel to King's Cross Station in London to board the train to Hogwarts. And our protagonist Alec is no exception. In the early morning, Alec rose earlier than usual, beginning to pack his belongings. Although most of the items in the villa were unnecessary for the journey, he did place some magical artifacts in the villa's basement, just in case any unfortunate wizards attempted to invade his home and uncover something. Alec stood at the entrance of the basement, murmuring to himself, "Had I known earlier, I should have learned the oath of loyalty, then I would not have to tidy up these magical artifacts in such a manner." Alec spent over an hour gathering all the magical artifacts from his villa into the basement. Subsequently, he arranged several alchemical items at the entrance of the basement to conceal its presence. Having completed these tasks, Alec made his way to the living room, picked up the suitcase he needed for school, and stepped out of the house. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and soon arrived outside King's Cross Station. The station's architecture harmoniously blends classical and modern elements, featuring grand arches, columns, and a glass roof, exuding an air of solemnity and contemporary elegance. Alec did not linger outside but promptly stepped into the station. Upon entering, he felt as though he had been immersed in a bustling sea of humanity. He vowed he had never before witnessed so many individuals gathered in one place. A glance around revealed a throng of people, densely packed together, resembling a swarm of ants busily surging forward. Individuals jostled against one another, and each step taken felt remarkably arduous. The station was alive with a cacophony of sounds, the scraping noise of wheeled suitcases being hurriedly dragged along, the clamor of conversations exchanged among the crowd, the wails of children, and the incessant announcements of train schedules reverberating through the air, all intertwining to create a symphony of chaos. Alex occasionally glimpsed one or two adults strolling along the platform with their children, a peculiar birdcage containing an owl adorning the children's stroller. Alex, with a resigned shake of his head, then squeezed into the throng. After approximately 10 minutes, Alec finally arrived at the 9th and 10th platforms of King's Cross Station amidst a throng of people. He surveyed the passable pillar before him, when he noticed a group of red-haired individuals approaching. At the forefront was a robust middle-aged woman, clad in simple home attire and adorned with an apron. Alec observed her calling out loudly to the several small children trailing behind her. "Oh, Merlin's woolen socks. It's that time of year again. And there are so many muggles here. Children, hurry up and keep close. Don't get lost." Alex gazed at the approaching middle-aged woman and inquired, "Excuse me. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Could you kindly direct me to the entrance of platform 9 3/4? Just as Alex posed this question, a frail little boy appeared, pushing a cart, and timidly asked, "May I ask?" Alec instantly recognized the frail boy as none other than Harry Potter, whom he had encountered previously at Gringotts. Before Harry could respond, the middle-aged woman inquired, "Are you also first-year Hogwarts students this year? Do not fret, dear. Follow me." She then led a group of children to the column marked by the 9th and 10th signs, explaining, "Simply walk directly through this column. It is quite straightforward." Afterward, she called upon a pair of twins, saying, "Fred, George, you shall demonstrate first." The two engaged in playful banter before pushing their cart through the gap between the columns. Upon witnessing this, Alec nodded at the middle-aged woman before stepping into the column. As he entered, darkness enveloped him, prompting Alec to close his eyes. However, it was not long before light re-emerged before him. Alec opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was a steam locomotive adorned in a vibrant crimson hue, proudly bearing the name of the Hogwarts Express. The train shimmered enchanting under the sun's radiance, while its towering chimney released wisps of white steam, as if joyfully serenading the moment. Beside the train, a throng of students clad in flowing black robes mingled with their parents, some exchanging heartfelt embraces and farewells, while others animatedly conversed, sharing tales of their holiday adventures. The platform was strewn with fine pebbles, enveloped in a delicate haze of dust. Mountains of luggage and parcels piled high, with colorful pets, cats lounging atop and toads croaking merrily, perched upon them. A flock of owls soared overhead, their wings stirring a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing coolness. Occasionally, an owl would swoop down, deftly delivering letters or packages into the waiting arms of its owner. The students donned a kaleidoscope of robes, some adorned with pointed hats, others wrapped in vibrant scarves, their wands intermittently gleaming with mysterious light. Meanwhile, the parents stood by, offering earnest advice, their eyes filled with concern and reluctance. In the distance, a vendor's stall overflowed with an array of magical trinkets, such as screaming candy wrappers, self-stirring cauldrons, and an assortment of whimsical magical snacks. The merchants called out boisterously, enticing passers-by with their wares. Alec raised his hand, his gaze falling upon the exquisite watch adorning his wrist. The hour hand pointed to 10, while the minute hand had just passed the 3, indicating the time was precisely 10:15. He silently calculated that there remained a full 45 minutes before the train, destined to carry him away to distant lands, would commence its journey. However, Alec had no desire to squander this time aimlessly wandering about the crowded and cacophonous platform. He tidied his attire slightly, then resolutely turned and made his way towards the carriage marked for first years. Chapter 40. Incidents aboard the train on the Hogwarts Express. The train was sparsely populated at this early hour, as he had arrived rather prematurely. Most first-year wizards were still on the platform bidding farewell to their parents or had yet to arrive at the station. As he entered the first-year carriage, Alec surveyed the scene, noting that most compartments were largely empty. With a light step, he navigated through the aisle, his eyes scanning each compartment. Ultimately, he chose one near the rear of the carriage, gently closing the door behind him as if to insulate himself from the external clamor and chaos. Once inside the compartment, Alec carefully placed his luggage on the rack, arranging it neatly. Then, with a flourish of his hand, he unveiled a hefty tome of magic, its cover embossed in gilded lettering proclaiming the history of Hogwarts. He settled into the window seat, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting golden flecks upon him. Alec delicately turned the pages of the book, immersing himself in its contents. Time slipped away unmeasured, as if the entire world had succumbed to a serene and protracted anticipation. Just as this tranquility was shattered, a long and resonant whistle of the train suddenly pierced the air, akin to a sword cleaving through the vast expanse. The sound was deafening, reverberating through the heavens, invigorating all who heard it. Following this, the train, bound for the enigmatic Hogwarts, began to move slowly. It resembled a long-dormant dragon, now awakened and poised to embark on a journey brimming with wonder and the unknown. The wheels clattered rhythmically, their powerful cadence seemingly narrating the extraordinary nature of this voyage. Alec was initially engrossed in the captivating book in his hands. However, upon realizing that the train had commenced its journey, he unhesitatingly set the book aside. His cerulean eyes, imbued with a sense of curiosity and anticipation, turned towards the window. As the train gradually picked up speed, King's Cross Station receded into the distance, becoming increasingly remote. The once familiar edifices, the bustling throngs, and the cacophony of sounds began to blur into obscurity. Just as Alec was absorbed in the ever-changing panorama outside, a gentle knock at the door reached his ears. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, but rather perfectly measured, as if someone were cautiously attempting to avoid disturbing those within. Simultaneously, a voice, as melodious and vibrant as a lark, inquired with vivacity, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Upon hearing this, Alec waved his hand and opened the door to the private room. Before him stood a girl with a cascade of thick, voluminous brown curls. The girl, noticing Alec's action, hurriedly exclaimed, "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Nabby has lost a toad." Alec, upon noticing the newcomer, smiled faintly and remarked, "It has been quite some time, Miss Granger." At his words, Hermione turned her gaze towards Alec, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, Alec, what brings you here? I recall you mentioning that you were Italian. How is it that you find yourself on this train?" Alec gazed at Hermione, whose expression reflected both surprise and confusion upon encountering him. He gestured towards the seat in front of him, inviting her to sit down for a more in-depth conversation. Observing Alec's invitation, Hermione took a seat opposite him. Alec then began, "Indeed, I am Italian. However, I am also an underage wizard, am I not? I should not be on this train. But my family has arranged for me to transfer from Beauxbatons to Hogwarts this year, which is why I find myself here." Upon hearing this, Hermione nodded thoughtfully and replied, "So, does that mean you will be joining us in the first year? I recall that you were supposed to be a year older than I am. Will changing schools and countries affect your academic progress?" Alec chuckled upon hearing Hermione's words. Hermione, noticing Alec's laughter, was filled with confusion. Could it be that the realms of magic and the ordinary world were alike in their approach to learning? Alec gazed at Hermione, who wore a contemplative expression, and remarked, "Of course not. While there are numerous similarities between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, the prevailing views on education in the wizarding community are not vastly different from those in the Muggle world. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore has already resolved all these matters for me." Upon hearing Alec mention Professor Dumbledore, Hermione responded with astonishment, "You know Professor Dumbledore? What kind of person is he? I have perused many books, and they only describe Dumbledore as a great wizard." Alec had grown accustomed to Hermione's curious nature regarding various new phenomena. Ever since she received her acceptance letter, she had frequently written to Alec, inquiring about numerous aspects of magic, particularly the intricacies of spell casting. Naturally, Alec was more than willing to assist the young witch with her queries. Reflecting on Hermione's question, Alec thoughtfully remarked, "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore is a remarkably affable individual. In fact, most of the processes involved in my enrollment at Hogwarts were facilitated by him." With that, Alec gently redirected Hermione's intention to ask further questions by inquiring, "Were you perhaps searching for something just now?" Upon hearing this, Hermione smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I am here to help Neville find his toad. By the way, Alec, since you possess some magical abilities, could you assist Neville in locating it?" Upon hearing this, Alec nodded and allowed Hermione to lead him to Neville's side. Hermione guided Alec into a nearby box, where he beheld a round-faced, short, and somewhat plump boy seated on the sofa, quietly weeping. Noticing their arrival, Neville inquired, "Hermione, I have searched all the boxes in front, but have not found my toad." As he spoke, it seemed that he was on the verge of crying even harder. Observing Neville's distress, Hermione gently touched Alec's arm and said, "Surely you have a way to help, considering you are a year ahead of us." Upon hearing this, Alec turned to Neville and said, "Greetings, I am Alec, a friend of Hermione. Could you describe what your toad looks like? I believe I may have some means to locate it." Excited by Alec's assurance of finding his toad, Neville replied, "I am Neville Longbottom, and my toad is named Trevor. He is a golden-backed toad, and he has a tendency to wander off when I least expect it." Upon hearing Neville's words, Alec pondered briefly before raising his wand and uttering, "Gold-backed toad, levitate." Instantly, a flurry of commotion erupted within the train, and a toad, roughly the size of an adult's palm, soared in through the compartment door. As Neville observed his toad gliding towards him, he extended his hand to catch it, subsequently expressing his gratitude to Alec. Alec observed the noticeably cheerful Neville, and, with a gentle gesture, he sheathed his wand, replying, "No need for gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort." He then exited the compartment. Chapter 41. Matters aboard the train. To Hermione, noticing Alec's departure from the compartment, hurried after him, exclaiming, "Alec, your abilities are truly remarkable. While I have attempted a few spells at home, I have yet to master more advanced incantations like the summoning charm. I have memorized all my textbooks, fearing that I might fall behind my fellow young wizards. After all, as you know, I have only been immersed in the world of magic for a little over a month." Upon hearing this, Alec remarked, "Do not be so quick to belittle yourself, Hermione. I dare say that the majority of young wizards in this compartment may not be as diligent as you are. Am I wrong? You have done exceptionally well." As they conversed, a voice reciting a spell reached their ears. Intrigued, Hermione approached the door from whence the incantation emanated. Inside the compartment sat two boys, both of whom Alec recognized. One was Harry Potter, and the other was the youngest boy from the family he had seen at platform 9 3/4, whom Alec surmised to be Ron Weasley. While Alec pondered this, Hermione entered the compartment and inquired, "Are you casting a spell? May I join you?" The two boys exchanged glances but said nothing in response. Ron then resumed his spellcasting. "Sunshine, Daisy, Buttermellow, turn this fat, foolish rat yellow." A flash of yellow light emanated from his wand, yet the rat nestled in his arms remained unchanged. Observing the lack of transformation, Ron sighed. "Well, it seems George and Fred have deceived me. This spell must be a sham." He then set the rat down and resumed munching on snacks nearby. Witnessing this, Hermione addressed the pair. "I have also learned a few spells at home, and I hope they will assist me at school." With that, she raised her wand and pointed it at Harry's eyes, proclaiming, "Restore to original." A burst of white light sparkled from her wand, and Harry's taped glasses instantly transformed into a brand new pair. Both Harry and Ron appeared astonished, and after examining his new glasses, Harry expressed his gratitude to Hermione. As he put them back on, the frames brushed against his hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Hermione gasped, "You are Harry Potter." "Oh my goodness, no? I mean, by Merlin's beard. I have seen your name in numerous significant books over the summer. My name is Hermione Granger." Harry, taken aback by Hermione's fervent introduction, could only nod in a daze. Turning to Ron, Hermione asked, "And you are?" With a mouthful of snacks, Ron paused to reply, "I am Ron Weasley." Observing the dirt smeared across Ron's face, Hermione stated, "A pleasure to meet you." She then turned her gaze toward Alec standing at the door and introduced, "This is Alec Lucifer, my friend." Upon hearing Hermione's words, the two boys, who had been conversing, directed their attention toward Alec at the door. Harry, somewhat surprised to see the blonde boy again, exchanged a glance with Ron, and they both eagerly gestured for him to come in, exclaiming in unison, "Do come in." As Alec was roused from his reverie by the voices calling from the private room, he realized that during the recent conversation, his attention had been entirely captivated by the mouse in Ron's hand. This seemingly ordinary creature evoked an inexplicable and profound sensation within Alec's heart. Alec could distinctly sense that the magical aura emanating from this mouse was exceptional. Unlike the singular energies released by other commonplace magical creatures, it resembled the powerful magical fluctuations of a vibrant, living human being. This unique sensation left Alec both astonished and perplexed. However, at that moment, confronted with the enthusiastic invitations from those within the compartment, Alec swiftly gathered his scattered thoughts, adorned his face with a warm and amiable smile, and stepped into the compartment with a light-hearted gait. As he took his seat, he politely nodded to the two boys present. Before speaking in a gentle and melodious tone, "It is a pleasure to meet both of you here. Although Hermione has already provided a brief introduction about me, I believe it is still necessary to formally introduce myself. My name is Alec Lucifer, and I hope to receive your kind guidance in the days to come." Seeing Alec's gentle demeanor, the boys found him far more agreeable compared to Hermione, especially considering that her previous remarks had indeed bordered on rudeness. The group engaged in conversation about various topics, and despite Hermione's unintentional slight, Alec's calming presence prevented any significant discord. Hermione then interjected, "Are you aware of the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts? None of the books I've read at home provide detailed accounts of it. I'm a bit anxious." In unison, the three in the compartment turned their attention to Ron, who was munching on snacks. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron responded, "My brothers, Fred and George, said that our sorting ceremony involves defeating a troll or a dragon." Hermione, taken aback by Ron's statement, exclaimed in astonishment, "Really?" This revelation heightened her anxiety, prompting her to mumble something under her breath. Observing Hermione's distress, Ron and Harry turned to Alec and inquired, "What is wrong with her?" Alec, with a resigned smile, remarked, "She fears that she may not succeed in the sorting ceremony." He then gently patted Hermione's fluffy hair and reassured her, "There is no need for concern. After all, throughout the illustrious history of Hogwarts, there has never been an instance of failure in admissions or anyone perishing during the sorting, has there? At worst, one may sustain an injury during the ceremony, but I have faith that Madame Pomfrey in the Hogwarts Infirmary will ensure our well-being, as she is recognized as a top-tier healer by St. Mungo's Hospital." Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione did not feel any relief. In fact, she became even more anxious. Rising from her seat, she addressed Alec, saying, "I need to return to my compartment to study," before hastily exiting. Alex, seeing this, could only shake his head in resignation. He then addressed Harry and Ron, saying, "I shall not disturb you any further. I shall see you at the sorting ceremony." Harry and Ron, observing Alex's demeanor, nodded in agreement and replied, "See you at the sorting ceremony." Before leaving the compartment, Alec turned to Ron and said, "Ron, I believe you could use a touch of magic." He then picked up his wand, waved it towards Ron, and uttered, "Refresh." Alec further explained, "After all, it wouldn't be ideal to arrive at the sorting ceremony with a smudge on your face, would it? By the way, the train is about to arrive at the station. I believe it is time for you to don your wizarding robes." Having completed these tasks, Alec stepped out of the compartment. The two within exchanged a glance and then retrieved their respective robes from their luggage to change into. Chapter 42, Arrival at Hogwarts. Not long after Alec returned to his compartment, the train gradually decelerated. Accompanied by a prolonged blast of the whistle, it came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Alec alighted from the train and surveyed his surroundings. The station was adorned with a cluster of modest edifices, the most prominent of which served as a resting place for the train crew. Not far from these structures, amidst a clearing in the forbidden forest, lay the entrance to Hogwarts. At the end of the platform, a dark lake shimmered, its shores dotted with small boats at the dock. As Alec curiously examined this enigmatic station, a sudden, thunderous voice reverberated through the air, as if a mighty torrent had surged forth, echoing in the ears of every young wizard present. First year students! First year students! Come here quickly, move with haste. The voice seemed to possess an intangible enchantment, compelling all to heed its call. Alec found himself irresistibly captivated by the sudden and thunderous sound, instinctively turning his body as his gaze eagerly sought the source of the noise. In the inky darkness, reminiscent of ink-drenched night, an immensely towering figure gradually emerged. This silhouette loomed like a majestic mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A rough estimation suggested its height reached an astonishing 11 feet. To the right of this formidable figure, a lamp radiating a brilliant light sparkled like a star in the night sky, illuminating a small area around it, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding profound darkness. Alec stepped forward and recognized the tall figure before him as the same man who had previously accompanied Harry Potter in Diagon Alley. He understood that this was none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, as well as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid greeted Harry Potter, who had approached him, and then called out to the young wizards, "Come along, young witches and wizards. We shall embark on a small boat to Hogwarts Castle." He then gestured towards the dock by the Black Lake, instructing, "Each boat can accommodate only 4 young wizards. So please, no crowding, let's proceed one by one." Alec, Hermione, Neville, and an unfamiliar young wizard found themselves seated in a boat. Once all the young wizards had boarded, Hagrid checked to ensure the vessel was not overloaded before embarking on a small boat of his own. Then, he proclaimed in a booming voice, "Let us set sail." At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The boat, which had been quietly anchored by the shore, suddenly seemed to awaken with life, propelling itself forward. It gently drifted away from the bank, swaying unsteadily towards the castle, its hull rising and falling with the rippling waters as if performing an elegant aquatic ballet. The new students aboard were both exhilarated and anxious, gripping the sides of the boat tightly, much like the 4 founders from 1,000 years ago, as they journeyed across the water towards the castle, embarking on their own magical lives. The boat gradually approached a location resembling an underground dock, where the students disembarked in an orderly fashion. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards walked along a path paved with small cobblestones, arriving before a grand oak door. Hagrid, leading the procession, raised his fist, resembling a hammer, and knocked on the wooden door with a series of resounding thuds. After a brief moment, the oak door creaked open. A woman clad in a green robe, adorned with a square wizard hat, beneath which her tightly coiled black hair lay neatly arranged, stood before them. Upon seeing her, Hagrid said, "Professor McGonagall, these are the first-year students." Professor McGonagall replied, "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here." With that, she gestured for Hagrid to proceed to the Great Hall and then turned to scan the group of young wizards with a serious gaze, stating, "First-year students, welcome to Hogwarts." Her voice was clear and authoritative. "You now stand before the gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a castle filled with magic, wonders, and strict rules. Here, you will learn a myriad of enchanting spells. However, I must remind you that adherence to school regulations is imperative. Any breach of these rules will not be easily forgiven." She continued, "You are about to partake in the sorting ceremony, which will determine your respective houses. Hogwarts consists of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has nurtured many distinguished wizards. Remember, during your time at Hogwarts, your every action will impact your house points, and at the conclusion of each academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. I hope you will all strive diligently during your time here." Once the Great Hall was prepared, "I will come to escort you for the sorting." With that, Professor McGonagall entered the hall. In the prolonged and tedious wait that followed, Alec found himself idly gazing around, seeking distraction. Suddenly, he caught sight of a child with platinum hair, gleaming like sunlight, who approached the front of the line with a lively gait. The child walked directly towards Harry Potter, who stood nearer to the front, and leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. However, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere between the two became instantly tense. They appeared to be embroiled in a fierce argument, their words exchanged with fervor, their voices rising, drawing the attention of the other children around them. Just as the blonde boy and Harry Potter were engaged in their dispute, The previously shut oak door slowly creaked open a narrow gap. Shortly thereafter, the tall and stern Professor McGonagall emerged from within, holding a rolled parchment in her hand. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and gently tapped the shoulder of the still chattering blonde boy. At this touch from Professor McGonagall, the boy jolted as if struck by lightning, his expression transforming from anger to awe in an instant. He dutifully lowered his head, fell silent, and quietly returned to his original position. Observing this scene, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly, cleared her throat, and spoke in her characteristic calm yet authoritative voice. "All right, everyone. Please settle down and stand in a line to follow me." She then opened the grand door to the hall, and the young wizards followed her inside. The hall was exceedingly spacious, with towering walls that reached up to the ceiling, imparting a sense of grandeur and openness, as if stepping into a magnificent chamber of magic. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire space. Inside the hall, long tables were lined up, filled with students, while at the head of the hall stood a long table where the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, sat in a grand golden chair. Chapter 43, The Sorting Ceremony. Please stand here. Professor McGonagall addressed the young wizards who had entered the hall from her elevated position at the professor's table. "Before we commence the sorting, Headmaster Dumbledore has a few announcements to make." With a warm smile, Dumbledore gently clapped his hands and spoke in a resonant and clear voice. "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts, a place brimming with magic and mystery. We warmly welcome back our old friends who have been away for some time, and we enthusiastically greet the vibrant new students joining our family. Before we officially begin the sorting ceremony, there are a few important matters I must emphasize. First and foremost, first-year students. Please take note. The mysterious forbidden forest adjacent to our school is strictly off-limits to any student. This rule is equally significant for certain upper-year students as well." As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore's wise gaze subtly shifted toward the Gryffindor table, as if laden with unspoken meaning. "Furthermore, our diligent caretaker, Mr. Filch, has expressly requested that I remind all students to refrain from casting spells indiscriminately in the corridors of the school." After a brief pause, Dumbledore's expression grew serious, and he solemnly added, "There is one crucial point I hope every student present will remember if you wish to avoid a mysterious and untimely demise within these halls. Please steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor." With that, he concluded his remarks and gestured to our esteemed Professor McGonagall to continue with the sorting ceremony. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded and addressed the new students. "Next, I shall place the sorting hat upon your heads in turn, and it will determine your respective houses." As she spoke, she produced a tattered and particularly grimy hat, setting it upon the chair beside her. The eyes of all in the great hall followed her movements, fixated upon the worn hat. At that moment, the front of the hat suddenly split open, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable." After the sorting had concluded its song, Professor McGonagall stood beside the chair and announced loudly, "When your name is called, please take a seat on this chair. We shall commence the sorting." As she called out, Hannah Abbott, a girl with fair skin, rosy cheeks, and 2 golden braids stepped forth from the crowd. Alec observed that the young girl appeared somewhat anxious, to the extent that she trembled slightly when Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. After a brief moment of contemplation, the hat proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." Following this announcement, a wave of applause erupted from the long table draped in black and yellow. In an instant, Hannah hurriedly made her way to that table. Standing amidst the crowd, Alec felt Hermione gently tap him on the shoulder, then turned to him and quietly inquire, "What is the matter, Hermione?" Hermione responded in a hushed tone, "So it seems that the sorting only requires wearing that hat, but how does it decide which house we belong to?" Upon hearing this, Alec remarked, "Surely there must be a way to sort us into our respective houses." He then refrained from further conversation with Hermione, as he noticed Professor McGonagall had turned her attention to him. Hermione, witnessing this, ceased her inquiries as well. The sorting ceremony continued unabated. Hermione Granger. The moment her name was called, Hermione froze, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Subsequently, her lips began to tremble, as if she were softly murmuring to herself, and she began to walk towards the podium with a somewhat heavy gait. Once Hermione reached the podium and took her seat, Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon her head. After a brief pause, the hat suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Ah, what an intriguing child. I see your insatiable thirst for knowledge. You adore learning and tirelessly explore every new field. Your intellect is remarkable. enabling you to swiftly grasp complex concepts and theories. Moreover, while you may experience a hint of trepidation in the face of the unknown, you never lack the courage to forge ahead in pursuit of truth. After careful consideration, I am quite certain of the house to which you belong. It is Gryffindor. As the words left the hat, a thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table as students rose to their feet, cheering jubilantly, warmly welcoming this brave and wise new member into their house. Upon hearing her sorted house, Hermione joyfully dashed toward the Gryffindor table. The sorting hat continued its task, and, as in the original tale, Ron was placed in Gryffindor, while the boy who had initially argued with Harry Potter outside the hall was sorted into Slytherin. Notably, when the sorting hat was placed upon the platinum-haired boy, Alec distinctly observed that the hat, even before it had fully settled upon the boy's head, eagerly declared him to be sorted into Slytherin. Alec smiled at this, pondering, this must be Draco Malfoy. The sorting proceeded swiftly, with the young wizards being assigned to various houses in succession. However, Slytherin received the fewest, with fewer than 10 students, while Hufflepuff welcomed nearly 20. Alec found this curious, but his contemplation was interrupted when Professor McGonagall called out a name that captured his attention: Harry Potter. The hall instantly fell into a profound silence upon the utterance of this name. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the boy known as the Savior, eagerly anticipating which house he would be sorted into. However, for Alec, the outcome was already known. He recalled, from his fragmented memories, that Harry Potter had seemingly been placed in Gryffindor. After a moment of deliberation from the sorting hat, a tone that appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately conceding, emerged from it. The Gryffindor students below erupted into jubilant cheers, and Alec observed 2 red-haired children exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Professor McGonagall, with a hint of exasperation, called out, "Silence, please." Reluctantly, the Gryffindor students settled down. McGonagall glanced at the parchment in her hand, which bore the name of the final young wizard, and announced, "Alec Lucifer." Upon hearing his name, Alec stepped onto the platform. The entire hall turned their attention to Alec as he ascended, while some young witches whispered among themselves, casting curious glances in his direction. Meanwhile, the Slytherin table exhibited a different demeanor. They were engrossed in discussions about Alec's surname. Alec paid little mind to this, for he recalled the remarks his grandfather had made to his father at the Lucifer estate. It was likely that those from pure-blood families were somewhat aware of the significance of the name Lucifer, that of the recently rising family within the magical community. Alec ascended the podium and then seated himself upon the stool as Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. Immediately, a voice resonated within his mind, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. "How unusual! A natural-born mind blocker, a young wizard. You must relax your thoughts, or I shall be unable to perceive even your traits." Upon hearing this, Alec felt a slight relaxation of his mind, and then he heard the sorting hat's perplexed voice exclaim, "Oh, this is quite challenging indeed." Alec, filled with bewilderment, inquired, "Pray tell, Mr. Hat, what difficulties do you face?" In response, the sorting hat articulated, "Upon you, I perceive a multitude of qualities. For instance, you possess a noble and ancient lineage, making you a fitting candidate for Slytherin. Yet, you also embody the courage to venture into the unknown, aligning you with Gryffindor. Furthermore, your keen intellect and insatiable thirst for knowledge render you suitable for Ravenclaw. Additionally, I discern a sincere and upright disposition within you, which indicates your compatibility with Hufflepuff. This predicament indeed poses a challenge for me. Young wizard, do you have any thoughts? Which house do you most desire to join?" Alec, upon hearing the sorting hat's words, inquired, "May I ask, dear sorting hat, which house has the fewest residents in their dormitory?" The sorting hat, taken aback by the question, replied, "To the best of my knowledge, it would be Slytherin, as they have the so-called head-of-year system, allowing the head students to enjoy single accommodations." Upon hearing this response, Alec remarked, "Well then, Mr. Sorting Hat, I believe you can place me in Slytherin. I desire to reside alone in a dormitory." The sorting hat pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Slytherin." The Slytherin students below offered a gentle applause, and Alec, placing the hat aside, made his way to the Slytherin table, taking a seat at its far end. As Alec settled down, Ron Weasley, seated at the Gryffindor table, expressed his astonishment to Harry Potter, saying, "I never anticipated this. He actually got sorted into Slytherin. I always believed that with his character and demeanor, he would surely join us in Gryffindor." With that, he shook his head lightly, clearly perplexed by the outcome. Harry Potter, sharing a look of regret, echoed, "Indeed. I was quite hopeful about becoming good friends with him. From the moment I first met him, I felt a strong connection. Who would have thought it would end this way? He sighed softly, a hint of disappointment evident in his gaze. At this moment, Hermione, sitting nearby, furrowed her brow and inquired with curiosity, "Why do you both think that once Alec is in Slytherin, he cannot be our friend? Is there an inherent connection to that?" Her bright eyes were fixed on Ron and Harry, awaiting a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing Hermione's question, Ron immediately retorted, "Isn't it obvious? Slytherin has always been known for producing dark wizards. Those students are all deceitful and cunning. How could they possibly befriend us, the upright and brave Gryffindors?" His emotions intensified with each word, as if he had already concluded that Alec would inevitably turn malevolent upon entering Slytherin. Hermione found this notion utterly absurd. She glanced at Alec and then turned to Ron and Harry, asserting, "Alec is certainly not, nor will he ever become, an evil wizard. He even saved me last summer. There must be a special reason for his sorting into Slytherin." In response, Ron shrugged and suggested, "Why not just ask him? Find out why he was sorted into Slytherin." Hearing this, Hermione took Ron and Harry by the hand, guiding them to the end of the Gryffindor table, and turned to Alec, inquiring, "Alec, why were you sorted into Slytherin?" Alec then recounted his conversation with the Sorting Hat and the reason behind his choice of Slytherin. Upon learning that Alec's motivation for choosing Slytherin was merely a desire for a single dormitory, Hermione, Ron, and Harry were left speechless, their faces displaying incredulity. They gazed at Alec, as if he were an extraordinary being from another world. After a while, Alec gently waved his hand and smiled at the trio, saying, "Oh, come now, there's no need for such astonishment. It's really nothing remarkable. It is worth noting that during my time at Boothbatten Academy, I had always enjoyed the solitude of a single dormitory. Suddenly having to share a room with another person feels quite peculiar. I must admit I am not accustomed to it." His tone was light and casual, as if this matter were hardly worth mentioning. After expressing this sentiment, Alec seemed to sense something, swiftly directing his gaze towards the podium. There stood Professor Dumbledore, slightly leaning forward, preparing to address the assembly. Alec quickly exchanged glances with those nearby and lowered his voice to caution. "Look, Professor Dumbledore appears to have something significant to share. If we continue whispering, I fear Professor McGonagall may descend from the podium to reprimand us quite sternly." Upon saying this, Alec gestured towards Professor McGonagall at the podium. The trio, upon hearing this, glanced at the stage and noticed Professor McGonagall looking their way, causing them to instinctively retract their necks. They then turned their heads toward the Gryffindor table. Alec, upon witnessing this, lifted his gaze towards the faculty table. Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat and proclaimed, "Fools, weepers, refuse, twist. Thank you all." With a grand gesture of his hand, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon each long table. Alec gazed in astonishment at the French steak and coq au vin before him. While he was aware that Hogwarts possessed some culinary facilities, he had not anticipated that they could produce such exquisite French cuisine. He promptly picked up his knife and fork to indulge in the meal. After savoring a piece of steak, he was about to reach for dessert when he looked up to find Dumbledore observing him. Their eyes met, and Dumbledore raised his wine glass slightly in a gesture of camaraderie. In response, Alec lifted his glass to acknowledge the headmaster's toast. During the meal, the ghosts of Hogwarts drifted into the Great Hall. However, Alec held little interest in such apparitions and paid them no mind. Once the young wizards had nearly finished their repast, Dumbledore stood and proclaimed, "Delicious food always brings us joy, does it not? To enhance our merriment, let us now sing the school song." With a flick of his wand, a golden ribbon soared forth, transforming into words that danced through the air. Every individual in the hall sang the Hogwarts anthem in their own melody, and Alec even heard two voices from the Gryffindor table singing a tune reminiscent of a funeral march. Upon hearing this cacophony, Alec sighed and discreetly cast a silencing charm upon himself. Chapter 45, The Slytherin Common Room and Prefect Selection. As the song concluded, the prefects from each house led their respective young wizards towards their common rooms. The Slytherin prefect, a striking 7th year which named Amelia Axton, hailing from the esteemed Axton family, stood out among her peers not only for her beauty but also for her formidable skills. "All Slytherin students, please follow me," she beckoned, her graceful presence akin to an immovable mountain. With poise, Amelia approached the gathering of inquisitive young faces, elegantly turning to face them. She waved her wand gently, signaling them to follow in her footsteps. Thus, she guided the group of young wizards towards the staircase leading to the dungeons. As they progressed, the light gradually dimmed, and a faint mustiness pervaded the air. The glow from her wand illuminated the winding path ahead. As they descended further into the depths, the temperature began to drop, a chill seeping through their garments and enveloping their bodies. Eventually, they arrived at an exceptionally dark and damp locale, seemingly isolated from the world, its silence somewhat oppressive. Yet, for these soon-to-be members of Slytherin, their hearts brimmed with excitement and anticipation. After all, the Slytherin common room lay at the very heart of Hogwarts Castle. It is nestled beside the Black Lake, where the shimmering reflections of the water occasionally filter through the crevices of the stone walls, bestowing a touch of mystery upon this otherwise somewhat eerie space. To reach this location, one must first enter the dungeon from the right side of the grand marble staircase on the first floor. Upon entering, one finds oneself enveloped in a dimly lit corridor, intricate and labyrinthine in design. Only by following the correct path can one ultimately uncover the secret corner that belongs to Slytherin. Prefect Emily paused before a stark, barren stone wall. Alec glanced up at the stone wall and discovered a grand door concealed within its barren façade, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone surface at first glance. Accompanied by Emily's utterance of the word glory, a portion of the hidden door seamlessly swung open, revealing a passageway that led to the stone steps of the Slytherin common room. Emily, the head girl, continued, "This place serves as the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The password is changed weekly, and the updated phrase is posted on the notice board within the common room. This week's password is the word I just uttered, glory. However, before entering the common room, first-year students must undergo a selection process for the position of first-year prefect. For further details, Professor Snape will provide an explanation." Having spoken, Emily stepped aside, and from the shadows where she had just departed, emerged a man clad in a flowing black robe, his greasy, long black hair cascading down his back. His complexion was a waxy yellow, bordering on pallid, and coupled with his hooked nose, he exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. Alex scrutinized the headmaster, contemplating that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Professor Snape etched in his memory, albeit with a complexion that appeared even more pallid, likely a consequence of prolonged engagement with dark magic. Just as Alec was lost in thought, Snape approached and remarked, "Let us commence the selection of the internal prefects. I have no desire to squander excessive time on the trivial antics of you young wizards, whose minds are cluttered with frivolous notions." Upon hearing this, Alec raised his hand and said, "Professor, I believe I do not need to participate in the selection for the first-year prefect." Before Alec could finish his sentence, Snape's cold voice interjected, "Oh, it appears that our Mr. Lucifer seems to hold the Slytherin prefects in disdain. Perhaps I should request from Headmaster Dumbledore to transfer Mr. Lucifer to another house." Alec gazed at Snape's demeanor and could not help but chuckle. "Headmaster Snape," he remarked, "firstly, I have transferred from Beaux Batons and am currently in my second year. Thus, my competition should rightfully be with fellow second-year students. Secondly, it is not arrogance on my part. I dare say that pitted against all present young wizards, I would not falter, even in a one-on-one scenario against your esteemed companion, Prefect Emily. I believe I would hold my own." Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened, and he addressed those around him. "Behold, our Mr. Alex seems to regard the assembled company with disdain." The young wizards, upon hearing Snape's words, glared furiously at Alec, and soon someone in the crowd shouted, "Since you look down upon us so, why not challenge us all at once?" With one voice rallying another, the atmosphere erupted into chaos as the young wizards unleashed a torrent of taunts at Alec. Snape, observing the tumult, let out a cold laugh and declared, "Mr. Lucifer, since you possess such confidence, let it be you who faces all the first-year students. Should you triumph over them, the position of internal prefect for the second year shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Alec raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, such delightful news? Then, Dean, you must take care to protect yourself." Snape, upon hearing this, retorted coldly, "Heh, is Mr. Lucifer afraid? If so, then, however," before Snape could finish his sentence, Alec interjected, "I was referring to the protection of the first-year students." Snape momentarily paused, sensing a foreboding feeling rising within him. Alec then drew his wand, and with a swift motion, conjured an invisible blue shield that enveloped him. He raised his hand again, declaring, "Repel swiftly." A purple beam shot forth from the tip of Alec's wand, striking the first-year student who had begun to shout. The young wizard was caught off guard and was sent flying, inadvertently colliding with two fellow students behind him. Witnessing this, the other young wizards quickly reacted, raising their wands in an attempt to cast spells upon Alec. However, the incantations from the first-year students, at best, were merely minor jinxes. All these feeble curses directed at Alec were effortlessly thwarted by the protective charm he had initially invoked. Seizing the opportunity during the brief interlude of the young wizards casting their spells, Alec unleashed several repelling charms, sending all the young sorcerers sprawling onto the ground. The first-year wizards lay there in disarray, wailing in despair, while amidst the tumult, one could faintly discern the words, "My father is a board member. I must inform him of this incident, so he can have you expelled from Hogwarts." Chapter 46. Dumbledore's invitation. Snape gazed at the scene of fallen young wizards, his expression growing increasingly grim. He then bellowed, "Alec Lucifer, you." Alec gazed at Snape and remarked, "Professor, I did give you advance notice. You simply failed to comprehend the situation." Upon hearing this, Snape shot a fierce glare at Alec. Initially, he had intended to intervene when he witnessed Alec's decisive action, but he was taken aback by the silent manifestation of protective armor that Alec had conjured. By the time he regained his composure, the ground was already strewn with fallen young wizards, and scarcely a minute had passed. Snape then spoke, "Thus, the position of internal prefect for the second year shall belong to you. However, due to your actions that resulted in injury to a fellow student, your house will incur a deduction of 20 points. Alec, upon hearing this, reminded, "Headmaster Snape, I am a Slytherin." In response to Alec's remark, Snape gritted his teeth and declared, "Then it shall be detention. 2 weeks of detention in my office." After speaking, Snape gestured for the head of the house, who had been momentarily stunned, to escort the young wizard on the floor to the infirmary, and then turned to leave. Just as Snape was about to depart, a silvery phoenix alighted beside him and whispered something in his ear. At this, Snape paused and addressed Alec, "Follow me. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you." Alec was momentarily taken aback by Snape's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and proceeded to follow Snape. Outside the Slytherin common room, Prefect Emily stood in a daze, watching the two figures recede into the distance. To be frank, she felt that even she would not have been 100% certain of successfully breaking the protective spell cast by Alec with a single strike. Observing Alec's decisive demeanor, she realized that if she were to engage him carelessly, she would undoubtedly suffer significant consequences. She then glanced at the first-year student still lying on the ground and sighed, murmuring to herself, "If only I had let Marcus Flint escort them to the common room, I wouldn't have to be the one taking them to the infirmary now." With that, she entered the common room and summoned a few boys to assist in carrying the young wizard to the infirmary. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alec was following Snape towards the headmaster's office. What could Dumbledore, that old schemer, possibly want with me at this moment? Surely he cannot have learned about my recent altercation with the first-year Slytherin student. In his mind, Alex pondered the situation, then turned to Snape and inquired, "Professor Snape, might I ask what Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to discuss with me?" Snape, upon hearing this, let out a cold huff, refraining from responding, still seething over the matter concerning Alex. How could he possibly engage in conversation? Nevertheless, as Snape gazed at the approaching office of the headmaster, he secretly mused, "I shall ensure to present my grievances before old Bumblebee. If I cannot impose consequences, surely Dumbledore can." Lost in thought, a slight smirk crept upon Snape's lips, causing Alex, who trailed closely behind, to feel an involuntary chill race down his spine. He quickly glanced over his shoulder, only to find nothing amiss. The two arrived at a grand gargoyle statue perched on the 8th floor of the castle, halting before it. Stepping forward, Snape addressed the statue with the incantation, "Lemon Snowball." Upon uttering the command, the gargoyle sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiraling staircase. They ascended the staircase, which began to rotate autonomously, delivering them to a wooden door. Snape pushed the door open and gestured for Alex to enter. Inside lay a spacious and exquisitely adorned circular chamber. Numerous slender-legged tables filled the room, each adorned with peculiar silver artifacts that spun and emitted wisps of smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, each figure gently snoring within its frame. A massive table, its legs resembling claws, occupied the center of the room, behind which rested a tattered and crumpled sorting hat on a shelf. At the head of the table sat Headmaster Dumbledore, who occasionally plucked a cockroach from a heap on the table and popped it into his mouth. Upon their arrival, Dumbledore warmly welcomed them, addressing Alex with a playful invitation. "Would you care for a cockroach?" Upon hearing this, Albus looked at the mound of cockroaches scuttling across the table, suppressing the urge to retch as he remarked, "No need. I have no inclination to consume a heap of cockroaches." Meanwhile, Severus, observing Dumbledore's rather absurd demeanor, spoke with a tone of disdain, "Dear Headmaster, if you wish to avoid an increased dosage of the tooth-strengthening potion next month, I would advise you to limit your intake of sweets. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your teeth will remain intact. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, replied, Severus, you must indulge this old man's few remaining pleasures. At my age, it is quite difficult to seek out joy. In response, Severus refrained from further comment and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Dumbledore. Dumbledore, are you aware of what Alaric has just done? Dumbledore, intrigued, prompted, please elaborate. What followed was an extensive account, lasting several minutes, of Severus's grievances regarding Alaric. Upon witnessing such a scene, Alec discerned the source of the chilling atmosphere. It was none other than the aged bat, Snape, who intended to discuss him in the presence of Dumbledore. Alec then turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who, after listening to Snape's remarks, commented, Isn't it merely a trivial squabble among children, Severus? To this, Snape retorted with indignation, Trivial? He has sent an entire cohort of first-year Slytherin wizards to the infirmary. If their parents were to hold us accountable, the school could not bear such a hefty responsibility. Dumbledore, waving his hand dismissively, replied, Severus, are you not capable of managing the parents of those young wizards? Must you trouble this old man further? Just as Snape was about to interject, Dumbledore interrupted him and addressed Alec, saying, Mr. Lucifer, I believe some of the courses offered by our professors may not allow you the luxury of arranging your schedule entirely to your liking. I have discussed this with most of the faculty, and the majority are rather opposed to granting you full autonomy in selecting your class times. Upon hearing this, Alec furrowed his brow and remarked, Headmaster Dumbledore, is this truly your promise? If so, I shall have to write to my grandfather to determine whether I should continue my studies at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied to Alec, Although the professors have not fully consented, through my discussions with them, they have agreed that if you need to miss a particular class, you may attend the corresponding professor's class during the first period of that day. The professor will provide you with an examination or assessment, and if you succeed, you shall be free to manage your time during that class. Upon hearing this, Alex could only nod in agreement to the proposal. Snape, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback before sneering and remarking, Henceforth, my classes will permit Mr. Lucifer to request a single opportunity for free arrangement each month, as a punishment for your blatant disregard for authority. With that, Snape exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, witnessing Snape's demeanor, turned to Alex and offered a wry smile, saying, He is the head of Slytherin. I have no means to restrain him. Upon hearing this, Alec had no choice but to acquiesce. He bid good night to Dumbledore and exited the headmaster's office. Once inside, Severus Snape returned after Alec's departure and addressed Dumbledore, inquiring, Is it truly appropriate to indulge him in such a manner? Dumbledore sighed in response. This is a course of action taken out of necessity. The prophecy surrounding this child is intertwined with that of the Dark Lord, and even in my youth, I could not claim absolute assurance in overcoming the secrets that plague his family. Severus, I have grown old. This child is in your house, and I hope you will keep a watchful eye on him, if only for the sake of opposing the Dark Lord. The future seems fraught with complexity. Snape nodded in acknowledgement of Dumbledore's words before leaving the office. Alone, Dumbledore gazed out the window, letting out a soft sigh. I hope the future remains within our grasp. Chapter 47. The Prefect's Dormitory and Absence from Transfiguration Class. Naturally, Alec was unaware of the discussions that transpired in the office. After leaving, he made his way to the underground common room of Slytherin. Inside, a few younger wizards, upon seeing Alec, hurriedly retreated to their dormitories. Conversely, some looked upon Alec with great reverence, even affectionately addressing him as Sir upon his entrance. Alec, however, found this peculiar, questioning the sanity of those who bestowed such an odd title upon him, for he felt no need for such strange appellations. Alec stood in the common room, inquiring about the location of the second-year prefect's dormitory. Before anyone could respond, Emily, the prefect who had previously escorted a first-year wizard to the infirmary, entered the common room. She addressed the crowd, proclaiming that Alec Lucifer would be the new second-year prefect of Slytherin. Do you have any objections? The young wizards exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak. As Slytherins, they were acutely aware of the appropriate moments to voice their thoughts. Just moments prior, Alec had single-handedly toppled an entire group of first-year Slytherins at the entrance, and despite their youth, no upperclassmen believed they could gain any advantage over him. After all, Alec's silent shield charm had already astonished the onlookers at the door, a feat not even many Aurors had fully mastered. Thus, when the prefect inquired, No one was bold enough to respond, as Slytherin had always adhered to the principle of meritocracy. Emily surveyed the young wizards around her and then turned to Alec, explaining. The common room has 3 passageways. The left leads to the boys' dormitory, the right to the girls', and the middle passageway leads to the prefect's quarters. The second door you encounter will be your dormitory. Upon hearing this, Alec nodded and stepped into his new abode. Outside, the others exchanged glances until Emily's voice rang out. Shouldn't you all be resting? Tomorrow, most of you have Professor Snape's potions class. At her words, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective dormitories. Alec, meanwhile, stood within his prefect's quarters, taking in his surroundings. The room exuded an air of mystery and nobility. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was the heavy emerald green velvet curtains cascading down either side of the tall windows, which overlooked the dark waters of the Black Lake. The walls were adorned with deep oak paneling, emanating a fragrant essence that spoke of time's passage. The floor was covered with a soft, thick emerald green carpet, each step seemingly sinking him into a tranquil abyss. In one corner stood a grand, intricately carved writing desk, meticulously arranged with parchment, quills, and inkpots, readily available for the occupant's use. At the center of the room lay an opulent 4-poster bed, draped in silk canopies embroidered with the Slytherin crest. The plush mattress and fluffy pillows promised unparalleled comfort for weary souls. To the left, a door concealed the prefect's private washroom, equipped with a bathtub, toilet, and all necessary amenities. Alec meticulously organized his belongings within the confines of his dormitory, subsequently adorning the room with a series of alarm-like alchemical devices. Should anyone intrude upon Alec's sanctuary without his consent, he would be promptly notified. While this precaution might seem excessive, Alec felt compelled to ensure that he maintained an absolute sense of security, or rather, control over his environment at all times. After setting up these alarm mechanisms, he affixed a chalkboard-like apparatus to the wall above his desk. This board bore a striking resemblance to the one in the common room of Busbatten, yet it was exclusively tailored to display Alec's personal schedule. Having completed these tasks, Alec arranged his personal items and, following a refreshing shower in the washroom, retired to his bed for a night's rest. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Alec contemplated the schedule for his afternoon transfiguration class, deciding that he would request leave for it. His intention was to visit the renowned Hogwarts library, celebrated for housing the most extensive collection of books in all of Britain, a place that piqued his interest greatly. He subsequently exited his dormitory and inquired with a fellow student in the common room about the timing of the earliest transfiguration class of the day. From the mouth of a 4th-year prefect, Alec learned that, irrespective of the year, the earliest transfiguration class commenced at 8 o'clock in the morning, featuring first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors. Alec glanced at his watch, the hands frozen at 6:30. He mused that the hour was still early, so he decided to head straight to the hall to partake in breakfast. After finishing his meal in the dining hall, Alec proceeded directly to the Transfiguration classroom located on the 1st floor of the castle. Within the Transfiguration classroom, likely due to the early hour, there were no young wizards present, only Professor McGonagall seated at the lectern, organizing her materials for the lesson. Alec knocked gently on the door and said, "Hello, Professor McGonagall." Upon hearing her name called, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze. Recognizing Alec, she paused momentarily, and then, as if a thought had occurred to her, addressed him, "Mr. Lucifer. It appears that this is not the time for your second-year classes. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Alec gazed at Professor McGonagall's stern visage. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke, "Professor McGonagall, I would like to arrange my own schedule for this afternoon's transfiguration class, which is why I sought you out. Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that if I could pass your assessment, I would be permitted to manage my time independently." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall displayed a knowing expression and inquired, "Mr. Lucifer, may I ask the reason for your desire to organize your time this afternoon? This is of utmost importance, as I must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur during my class." In response to her question, Alec candidly explained that he wished to visit the library to seek out books related to alchemy. Understanding his intentions and deeming them harmless, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, Mr. Lucifer. May I ask you to take a seat in the classroom for a while? Once I have concluded the first-year lesson, I shall assign you the tasks you need to complete." Alec nodded slightly and then took a seat in the corner of the front row. As time gradually passed, more and more individuals filled the classroom. However, the young Slytherins, upon seeing Alec seated within, were overcome with trepidation and chose to position themselves at the opposite end, leaving Alec without any nearby companions from Slytherin. Yet, Despite the reluctance of his peers to sit close to him, others did take their seats nearby. Among them was none other than Hermione, the diligent young witch who arrived shortly after Alex settled in. Her eyes immediately fell upon the golden-haired boy occupying the corner of the front row. When Hermione sat beside Alec, her inquiry was not about his experience in Slytherin, but rather about the reason for his presence there. Alec took the time to explain, which elicited a sense of envy from the young witch. Chapter 48. Matters of Transfiguration class. As time continued its inexorable march, the moment for class soon arrived. Alec glanced around, noticing the absence of Professor McGonagall. She had departed shortly after their earlier conversation. However, he observed a striking tabby cat perched immobile upon the lectern, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, unlike the tabby cats of the Muggle world, this particular feline emanated a subtle aura of magic. While Alec pondered this curious phenomenon, two boys burst into the classroom in a flurry. Drawn by the sound of their hurried footsteps, Alec turned to see none other than Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Alec turned his head and discovered that the tabby cat on the podium was gazing at the two intruders with a serious expression. Upon meeting the cat's gaze, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within Alec, prompting him to silently pray for Harry Potter and Ron. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, oblivious to the tension, were engaged in conversation, with Ron exclaiming loudly, "Thank goodness Professor McGonagall isn't here, otherwise, her face would surely be a fright to behold." Just as Ron finished speaking, the tabby cat leapt down, transforming into Professor McGonagall. The two students in the classroom were startled by this display, and Ron remarked, "That was quite a clever trick." Professor McGonagall, however, replied sternly, "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley, but I believe I ought to transform one of you into a pocket watch so that you won't be late." Upon hearing this, Harry immediately protested, "We didn't wake up late, we just got lost in the castle." Professor McGonagall responded, "Then I shall turn you into a map. Surely you don't need a map to find your own seats." With that, Harry and Ron sheepishly returned to their desks. Professor McGonagall continued, "I must warn you that transfiguration will be the most complex and dangerous magic you encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and will never be permitted to return." She then articulated the key steps and points essential for transforming a matchstick into a needle, ensuring that every student grasped the essence of the lesson. After her explanation, she smiled at the students, saying, "Now, please begin your free practice." As her words hung in the air, Professor McGonagall gracefully made her way toward Alec's long table. At that moment, Alec was intently guiding Hermione, patiently imparting the subtle intricacies of transforming a matchstick into a needle. His demeanor was serious, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent passion for knowledge. "Remember," he said, "the core principle of transfiguration lies in unwavering belief. When you face this matchstick, you must firmly envision it as a delicate silver needle within the depths of your mind. Only then, combined with an accurate incantation, can successful transformation be achieved." Alec's voice resonated with depth and strength, as if infused with boundless magical energy. After delivering this wisdom, Alec nodded slightly, encouraging Hermione to attempt this enchanting magic herself. Taking a deep breath, Hermione carefully grasped her slender wand, closed her eyes, and concentrated fully on the image of the spell she wished to conjure in her mind. Moments later, she opened her eyes and confidently declared, "Transform into a silver needle." At that moment, a wondrous event unfolded. The matchstick began to slowly change its form. It was as if it had been meticulously sculpted by an invisible artisan, gradually elongating, narrowing, and ultimately transforming into a slender needle that shimmered with silvery brilliance. As the onlookers drew closer to examine it, they were astonished to discover that the tip of this silver needle featured a delicately crafted small eyelet. This tiny aperture was round and smooth, resembling a masterpiece honed by a skilled craftsman over an extended period. Standing at the podium, Professor McGonagall wore a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exuberantly proclaimed, "Dear students, let us all applaud Miss Granger. She has successfully accomplished today's task of transforming a matchstick into a silver needle." No sooner had she finished speaking than the classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Professor McGonagall gingerly lifted Hermione's silver needle, showcasing this exquisite creation to the entire class. She continued, "To acknowledge Miss Granger's exceptional transfiguration skills, I have decided to award 5 points to Gryffindor House. I hope everyone can take Miss Granger as an example and strive to enhance your magical knowledge and abilities." Below, Hermione beamed with delight and then glanced at her companion, Alex, knowing that without his explanations, she would not have completed the transfiguration so swiftly. After showcasing Hermione's silver needle, Professor McGonagall approached Alex and said, "Mr. Lucifer, your explanations were remarkably thorough. It seems you have indeed mastered the first-year material at Beau's Batons. Now, if you wish to request a holiday, the transfiguration you must complete today is to transform a small mouse into a goblet. The more ornate, the better. This will be your lesson for this afternoon." With that, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a small mouse appeared before Alex's desk. Alec, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's request, found a wand inexplicably in his palm. He pointed it at the small mouse on the table and uttered, "Vera Verdo." The moment he completed the incantation, the little white mouse transformed into a goblet seemingly crafted from crystal, adorned with a rim of gold. Professor McGonagall, astonished, remarked, "It appears that Mr. Lucifer has already mastered the content we are to study in our next lesson." She then continued, "I shall permit you to arrange your own schedule for the next class. However, do not neglect the assignment. A paper on transfiguration, no less than 2 inches in length, is required." Upon hearing this, Alec nodded in agreement and expressed his gratitude to Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the classroom, drawing the attention of all to a young wizard who had lost his matchstick. A fellow young wizard beside him raised his hand, stating, "Professor McGonagall, I believe we are in need of a new matchstick." Chapter 49, Potions Class and the Commotion in the Great Hall that afternoon. Alec indeed spent the entire day in the library as he had discussed with Professor McGonagall. During this time, he encountered Hermione, who was as diligent as ever, rushing to the library right after class to complete her assignments. Observing her earnestness, Alec refrained from disturbing her and instead wandered aimlessly around the library. He remained there for an extended period, returning to the dormitory just before curfew. As for what Alec engaged in within the library, only he was privy to that knowledge. The following morning, Alec rose early, as was his custom, eager to discover the day's schedule, only to find that it was potions class with his head of house. Alec recalled the words spoken by Snape in the headmaster's office that one could only take a single absence from potions class per semester, which filled him with considerable agitation. Murmuring to himself, Alec declared, "For Christmas, I shall gift Snape a bottle of the Potter's shampoo. No one can dissuade me." With determination, he made his way to the potions classroom. After selecting a seat in the front row, he retrieved from his mithril ring the necessary items for the class, a cauldron, dragonhide gloves, and various ingredients. He then picked up a tome on advanced potion theory to peruse. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully pushed open, drawing the attention of the young wizards in the classroom. Entering with a purposeful stride was Snape, clad in black robes, his hair slicked back, and a stern expression upon his face. Due to his swift pace, his robes billowed slightly, rendering him, from a distance, akin to a vast bat. Alec merely cast a fleeting glance at Snape before redirecting his gaze back to his book. Snape approached the podium and, in a low, deliberate voice imbued with a chilling quality, announced, "Stow away your wands. Today's lesson will not require them." Turn to page 166. We shall delve into the concoction of the swelling solution. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Alec. Although Alec's textbook lay open beside him, he remained engrossed in the advanced theories of potion-making he held in hand. Observing Alec's disregard for his instruction, Snape scrutinized him with a sardonic tone, remarking, "It appears some individuals have already mastered the material I intend to cover today." He then summoned Alec, inquiring, "Mr. Lucifer, could you enlighten us on the ingredients of the swelling solution?" Alec promptly responded, "Chopped dried nettles, pufferfish eyes, and several auxiliary ingredients, such as bat spleens. If I were to obtain some flobberworm mucus, what precautions should I take?" "Safely secure the flobberworm, for they are soft and prone to wriggling away," he continued. "I believe employing specialized magical tweezers or a containment vessel imbued with binding spells would be prudent to restrain its movements. To encourage the flobberworm to secrete mucus, one may gently scrape its back with an unenchanted glass rod, which can expedite the mucus production. Once the mucus appears, collect it using a small dropper or a magically treated straw, ensuring it is placed in a clean, sealed potion bottle. The handling must be gentle to avoid harming the worm, for if injured, it may secrete mucus mixed with blood or other substances, adversely affecting its efficacy in potion making." Witnessing Alec's fluent responses to second-year knowledge, Snape posed a third-year query: what precautions must be taken when utilizing pufferfish spines? Pufferfish spines are toxic. One must don dragonhide gloves during handling to prevent skin contact and potential poisoning. Furthermore, when cutting or grinding the spines to enhance their medicinal properties. One should operate in a well-ventilated area to avoid the accumulation of toxic dust or vapors. When adding them to potions, strict adherence to the prescribed dosage is essential. Before Alec could elaborate on the applications of pufferfish spines, Snape interjected, "Enough. It seems our Mr. Lucifer has done quite well with his preparatory studies. Thus, Slytherin earns 2 points." Then Snape surveyed the classroom, where the young witches and wizards were fixated on the two of them, and declared, "What are you all waiting for? Have you all mastered the knowledge discussed? Do not hesitate. Take up your quills and note it down." The sudden transformation of Snape startled everyone, prompting them to diligently take notes. Subsequently, Snape elaborated on the intricate method of brewing the swelling solution. He then instructed the young wizards to undertake the task independently. Alec, once again, skillfully and swiftly prepared the potion, achieving a near-perfect result, which earned him an additional 2 points from Snape. The potion class swiftly drew to a close, and the young wizards, whether from Gryffindor or Slytherin, collectively exhaled in relief as they made their way to the Great Hall. After meticulously consulting with his teachers and upperclassmen regarding a plethora of potion-related knowledge, Alec strode with a light-hearted gait toward the Grand Hall. Upon entering through the imposing doors, he was instantly captivated by the spectacle that lay before him. The hall was alive with a cacophony of voices, bustling with an exuberance that stemmed predominantly from the clusters of students belonging to the other 3 houses. They gathered in small groups, animatedly engaging in spirited discussions, or exuberantly gesturing as if partaking in a grand celebration. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Slytherin was rather somber and oppressive. The young wizards wore grim expressions, particularly the first-year students, who sat stiffly at the long table, their faces betraying a sense of discontent that sharply contrasted with the lively ambience around them. At that moment, Alec's arrival sparked a modest stir. Admiring glances emanated from the direction of Gryffindor as the young wizards whispered amongst themselves, directing their attention toward Alec. Confounded by the unexpected attention, Alec pondered the reason behind such a sudden influx of interest. With a heart full of questions, he slowly made his way to the Slytherin table and took a seat at an empty spot. However, to his slight surprise, despite the presence of numerous vacant seats nearby, no one approached to join him. Alec, undeterred, simply focused on enjoying the food before him. Chapter 50. The invitation from the twins. Just as Alec finished his meal and prepared to leave the hall, a paper crane fashioned from parchment fluttered into his view. Alec caught the paper crane that flew towards him, his gaze filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a pair of red-haired twins at the Gryffindor long table, cheerfully waving at him. He of course recognized these twins, having encountered them at the station. Alec was increasingly perplexed, and he pointed to himself with a single finger. In the distance, the twins nodded and gestured for Alec to unfold the paper crane in his hand. Observing their antics, Alec glanced at the crane he held. Yet he did not immediately open it. He was already aware of the mischievous nature of the twins. Alec momentarily closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the hue of his pupils had deepened significantly. He cast another glance at the origami crane, and upon further inspection, he discerned that there were no magical fluctuations emanating from it. Consequently, Alec unfurled the crane, revealing a sheet of parchment adorned with uneven handwriting. It read, in a somewhat haphazard manner, Fred and George Weasley, the notorious troublemakers of Hogwarts, cordially invite the uncrowned king of Slytherin, Mr. Alec Lucifer, to join us at 8 o'clock this evening in the first floor of the castle's west tower. Though the script was not particularly elegant, it brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation, leaving one curious about the delightful tales that this gathering might unveil. Alec gazed at the parchment in his hand before raising his head once more. However, he did not spot the pair of red-haired twins within the hall, likely having departed after witnessing him unravel the origami crane. With a resigned shake of his head, he accepted this reality. At that moment, Hermione approached him from the Gryffindor table and inquired, Alec, are you all right? In response, Alec smiled and replied, Why do you ask? Do I appear to be troubled? Hearing this, Hermione felt a sense of reassurance and continued, I heard that you got into a scuffle with a first-year wizard after the opening feast. Thus, Alec smiled once more and gently patted Hermione's head, saying, This is not a quarrel. Do you recall what I previously mentioned regarding my choice of Slytherin? Hermione pondered for a moment, then shook her head and replied, I do not comprehend how your skirmish with the first year relates to the matter of a single dormitory. Acrylic explained that the prerequisite for Slytherin to obtain a single dormitory is to become the internal head of Slytherin. Thus, I engaged in a fierce battle with some young wizards. And what was the outcome? It is evident that I have indeed become the head. Upon hearing this, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and turned to acrylic, saying, "That's a relief. By the way, what is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, like?" "I have potions class tomorrow." Alec, upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, pondered briefly before responding, "It would be wise for you not to exhibit excessive enthusiasm during class. Nonetheless, it appears that Professor Snape harbors a particular disdain for Gryffindor students. Simply temper your demeanor, and there should be no significant issues." Hermione nodded in understanding at Alec's words. After bidding him farewell, she made her way back to the Gryffindor long table. After witnessing Hermione's departure, Alec also rose and exited the hall. Once outside, he made his way directly back to his dormitory. Seated at his desk, Alec pondered the invitation extended by the Weasley twins to visit the first floor of the West Tower, contemplating their motives. Upon further reflection, he realized that the first floor of the West Tower appeared to consist solely of an empty room. Alec rubbed his forehead, pondering the ulterior motives behind the invitation from the twins. Curiosity piqued. He decided that it would not hurt to investigate further, as there was little to lose. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were still 30 minutes until 8 o'clock. Thus, he resolved to arrive ahead of schedule. Alec stepped out of the Slytherin common room and made his way to an unoccupied area, where he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before heading towards the West Tower. In the empty chamber of the West Tower, two young wizards were engaged in conversation. "Fred, do you think Alec will come?" one inquired. "I believe he might. According to Ron, Alec chose Slytherin because it offers single dormitories. Perhaps if Gryffindor had single rooms, Alec would have chosen us instead," Fred replied. George nodded in agreement, adding, "To think we managed to topple the entire first-year class upon our arrival. That was quite impressive. When we were in second year, weren't we still being chased by Peeves? By the way, isn't it nearly 8 o'clock? Let us see if Alec has arrived," he continued. Upon hearing this, Fred produced a piece of parchment from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, tapped it lightly while declaring, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Gradually, words began to appear on the parchment. "Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and the Sharp-Forked Gentleman proudly present the Marauder's map, crafted for the mischief makers of magic." Just as the two were about to examine the parchment, Alec's voice rang out before them. "Oh, what is this?" Startled by the curious tone, George pointed to their own location on the parchment and remarked to Fred, "It seems our guest has arrived." With that, Alec dispelled the disillusionment charm and materialized before them. Seeing Alec standing in front of them, the two, almost in unison, exclaimed, "That is indeed an impressive spell." Alec did not respond to their encouragement. Instead, he posed a question, inquiring, "What was the purpose of summoning me? Moreover, the object you possess is quite intriguing, as it appears to reveal our locations." Noticing Alec's interest in the parchment in his hand, Fred waved it slightly and replied, "It is indeed something fascinating. Yet our curiosity about you surpasses our fascination with this." Alex cast a dubious glance at Fred and George, then adjusted his attire and remarked, "My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." The twins, upon hearing this, exchanged glances of disbelief and replied, "We are certainly not concerned with that aspect. Rather, we are intrigued by your treatment of the Slytherin students. It is quite unprecedented for all Slytherin students to be sent to the infirmary on the very first day. Furthermore, we have learned through Hermione that you possess the ability to create alchemical items, which is why we have sought you out regarding matters of alchemy." Chapter 51. Nocturnal Adventures in the Castle. Upon hearing this, Alec raised an eyebrow and addressed the two. "Oh, I did not expect you both to have an interest in alchemy. I assumed you were typically preoccupied with devising pranks on others." Fred and George, feeling a bit embarrassed, shook their heads in response. "Very well, since you have sought me out, I am willing to assist you with certain matters pertaining to alchemy." The two, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement and exclaimed, "Really?" Alec nodded and then said, "However, I have certain conditions." Upon hearing Alec mention conditions, Fred pondered for a moment and then inquired, "What are the conditions?" Alec gestured towards the parchment in Fred's hand and said, "Lend me that for a couple of days. It appears to be quite a remarkable alchemical artifact." Upon hearing this, Fred exchanged a glance with George, then retrieved the parchment and said, "We obtained this parchment from Filch's office during our first year. It took us an entire semester to uncover its secrets. All you need to do is utter the words, 'I solemnly swear that I am up to no good,' and then tap the parchment with your wand. It will reveal the names and locations of everyone within Hogwarts." Alec gazed upon the parchment unfurled by his two brothers and remarked, "Indeed, this is an impressive alchemical creation. Might I borrow it for a couple of days for further study?" In return, I would be glad to assist you in crafting or developing something of your interest. The brothers nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, you may keep it for a few days. However, do not forget your promise." Hearing this, Alec nodded and said, "Of course not. I believe I possess this much integrity." As he took the parchment from the hands of the twins, George and Fred simultaneously remarked, "Remember to do this when you are finished." Immediately, George tapped his wand on the parchment, and together they declared, "Prank completed." Upon utterance, the writing on the parchment vanished, transforming it into a blank piece of parchment. Alec gazed at the parchment in his hand and said, "Thank you very much. Over the next couple of days, you may gather the alchemical materials you require, and I shall assist you in enhancing them and instructing you on the art of alchemy. As for the timing, how does Saturday evening sound? Shall we convene in this very room?" Upon hearing this, the twins nodded in agreement, endorsing Alec's proposal. Having finalized their arrangements, the three of them subsequently exited the vacant chamber in succession. After Alec and Gemini parted ways, he cast the disillusionment charm, preparing to make his way to the Slytherin common room. As he traversed the corridor in front of Filch's office, he caught sight of a golden-haired boy entering the office with ill intent. This child, whom Alec recognized as Draco Malfoy, seemed to have a contentious relationship with Harry and Hermione. Quietly, Alec approached the door of Filch's office and cast a listening spell, positioning himself to eavesdrop. Inside the office, Filch addressed Draco, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, I wonder what brings you to my office. If you have no business here, you ought to return to the Slytherin dormitory, or I shall have no choice but to inform Professor Snape. I believe he would relish the idea of catching a wayward student and placing him in detention." At this, Draco shuddered momentarily but quickly regained his composure, responding haughtily, "Filch, I suggest you check the 3rd floor. You might catch a couple of Gryffindors wandering about at night." With that, Draco hastily exited the office. Filch emerged as well, yet instead of pursuing Draco Malfoy, he turned and descended the staircase leading upwards. Alec observed Furchie ascending the stairs and decided to follow suit with purposeful strides. Alec stealthily trailed behind Filch, maintaining a prudent distance. Curiosity gnawed him. Why had Draco directed Filch to the 3rd floor? Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Filch surveyed his surroundings with an air of vigilance. Meanwhile, Alec concealed himself in the shadows, attentively observing the happenings around him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, emanating from the corridor, imbued with an enigmatic essence. A sense of urgency gripped Alec's heart, prompting him to quicken his pace and swiftly surpass the somewhat sluggish Filch. Darting like a flash of lightning into the dimly lit corridor. As he entered, Alec caught sight of 3 figures draped in vibrant red robes, flitting through the corridor like phantoms. Their speed was astonishing, leaving only a blurred impression in their wake. At that moment, Filch seemed to finally sense something amiss. He bellowed, "Who is there?" "Stand still." His voice reverberated through the silent corridor, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Yet, the 3 mysterious figures paid no heed to Filch's call, vanishing around the corner at the end of the corridor in the blink of an eye. No sooner had Filch's voice faded than his somewhat aging figure moved with surprising swiftness, striding forward with urgency. His hurried steps stirred the air, raising a cloud of dust around him. Meanwhile, Alec, hidden in the shadows, fixed his gaze on the retreating figure of Filch, his deep-set eyes glinting with a blend of cunning and hesitation. After a brief contemplation, Alec resolved to remain still, choosing not to reveal his presence. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how the Gryffindor students would respond to Filch's impending pursuit. With this thought, Alec narrowed his eyes slightly, an enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. However, in the end, Filch could not locate the Gryffindor students and had no choice but to leave the 3rd floor in frustration. Alec, astutely aware, discerned a faint magical residue emanating from the door at the corridor's end, remnants of a recent spell. Just as he approached to investigate, 3 young wizards burst forth from behind the door. To his surprise, they were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, stepping aside slightly to grant them passage. Alec watched as they hurried past, momentarily lost in thought before edging closer to the door from which they had emerged. He pushed it open to reveal a massive 3-headed dog that had just settled down, with a trapdoor beneath its paws. Yet, before Alec could devise a plan to access the trapdoor, he heard 2 distinct sets of footsteps approaching. Peeking from behind the trapdoor, he realized it was Snape and Filch. Alarmed, he swiftly vacated the room. As Snape traversed the corridor, he seemed to have caught wind of something, arriving at the entrance just a moment after Alec had departed. He cast a glance at the door, lost in contemplation, before hastily departing once more. Meanwhile, Alec had already retreated to his dormitory, hastily washing up before collapsing into bed and succumbing to slumber. Chapter 52. The Room of Requirement and the Imitation of the Marauder's Map in the ensuing days. Alec dutifully attended classes without taking any leave. Indeed, he did not request a single day off. Despite Professor Bin's lectures on the history of magic nearly lulling him into sleep, and Professor Quirrell emanating an overpowering odor of garlic, Alec found these to be trifling matters. During these 2 classes, he devoted himself to studying alchemical texts. Additionally, during his free time, Alec diligently researched the Marauder's map. He discovered that the map was not merely an alchemical artifact, it also contained a remarkably powerful and enduring human-shaped revealing charm. Consequently, on Friday afternoon, he ventured to the library to seek knowledge regarding this spell, intending to experiment with recreating the Marauder's map. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and before long, several days had passed. This day, as the morning light streamed through the windows, a new Saturday dawned. In the early hours, Alec stirred from sleep, groggily rising from the comfort of his bed in the common room. After a brief wash, he stepped forth with a light-hearted gait towards the great hall, eager to indulge in a delightful breakfast to commence this splendid day. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by an enticing aroma of food. Following the scent, he settled at a dining table and began to relish the sumptuous breakfast before him. Just as he was savoring his meal, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He lifted his gaze, only to find a pair of twins with vibrant red hair beaming at him as they drew near. Alec, unperturbed, swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth and, with a smile, addressed the pair of twins, saying, "There's no need to rush. We have ample time today to develop what you desire." With that, he resumed his breakfast. Upon hearing Alec's words, the twins were momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances, murmuring to each other, "Fred, George, it seems our reigning champion from Slytherin has already noticed us." Alec gazed at the 2 individuals who had approached him and inquired, "Are we still heading to that vacant room in the West Tower today?" The twins exchanged a glance and replied, "We've discovered a far superior location." With that, they led Alec upstairs. Meanwhile, Ron, Harry, and the others who had just arrived in the hall were filled with curiosity. Ron spoke up. When did they become so close? Harry shook his head in response, choosing to disregard the matter, as he still had to prepare for Quidditch practice. The 8th floor of the castle. Alec was drawn by the Weasley twins to a grand tapestry, which depicted a peculiar scene, a wizard named Barnabas attempting to teach a group of trolls the art of ballet. However, the trolls seemed neither to comprehend nor accept his endeavors, instead wielding their large clubs to strike him. Just as Alec was poised to inquire further, the twins interjected. "We stumbled upon this room during our nocturnal escapades last night. This is undoubtedly another undiscovered chamber of Hogwarts. All you need to do is concentrate on the space you desire while standing before the tapestry, then walk back and forth 3 times. A room of your wishes will materialize behind the tapestry." For instance, in unison, the twins envisioned a room suitable for alchemy and proceeded to walk back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry. Instantly, a grand door appeared on the wall that bore the tapestry. The twins then pushed open the door and proclaimed to Alec, "Welcome to the Room of Requirement." As they entered, Alec was astonished to find that the room contained most of the essential elements for alchemy: an alchemical workstation, a transmutation circle, and an alchemical furnace, among other things. However, he soon realized that the room lacked any materials for crafting alchemical items. Thus, he candidly remarked to the twins, "This is indeed a splendid place for alchemy, though it offers no materials for your endeavors. How did you discover this place?" Alec then listened intently as the twins recounted a thrilling tale of their intellectual duel with Filch. They had skillfully navigated through various corners, attempting to evade Filch's keen eyesight and acute sense of smell. However, on the 8th floor of the castle, they nearly fell prey to Filch's grasp. In a moment of desperation, with nimble agility and quick wit, they successfully eluded capture. In their frantic escape, they inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious room. Upon finishing their captivating narrative, Alec fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging the twins' remarkable abilities. After a brief pause, an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and he slowly lifted his hand towards the shimmering, mysterious mithril ring adorning his finger. He gently rotated the ring, and a faint magical ripple passed through it. Subsequently, he retrieved an aged piece of parchment from within and extended it towards the twins. The twins gazed in astonishment at the parchment in Alec's hand. Fred, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Did you not mention that you would need several days for further research? How is it that you have completed it so swiftly?" Before Alec could respond, George nodded in agreement, equally bemused. In response to Fred's inquiry, Alex smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it would typically require time for in-depth exploration. However, after careful consideration, I discovered that the intricacies were not as complex as I had initially presumed. Thus, I have now completed my preliminary study." As he spoke, he brought the live point map closer, indicating that he no longer required it. The twins were momentarily taken aback, and then George remarked, "So, does this mean you are capable of creating replicas of the live point map?" Alec nodded slightly, then approached the alchemical workbench and began to manipulate its various components. Alec extracted several fundamental materials for alchemy and a piece of parchment from a mithril ring. After arranging the necessary components upon the workbench, he took a quill, dipped it into a vial of an unknown animal's blood, and began to inscribe upon the parchment. Once he completed the drawing, he then applied a silver liquid onto the parchment. Following these actions, Alec grasped his wand and cast a humanoid manifestation spell upon the parchment. He subsequently flipped the parchment over and etched various magical sigils on its reverse side to secure the incantation. Once these tasks were accomplished, Alec presented the nearly completed parchment to the twins, stating, "Though it is merely a rough draft, with further refinement, it shall evolve into a map capable of revealing the locations and statuses of all faculty and students within the school." The twins gazed in astonishment at the parchment, which displayed a small vicinity, their faces reflecting their surprise. They had anticipated Alec would create a mere imitation of a live point map. Yet they were taken aback by the rapid emergence of a prototype. After a moment of stunned silence, the twins and Alec began to exchange tales of their mischievous inventions related to alchemy. Alec listened attentively to the suggestions they put forth, nodding slightly before making more refined adjustments to their ideas. Chapter 53. The Adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Just as these individuals were eagerly preparing to commence their crafting endeavors, they suddenly became acutely aware of a grave predicament. The quantity of materials they possessed was woefully inadequate to successfully create even a handful of the desired alchemical items. Alex, with a heavy heart, shook his head and let out a deep sigh, saying, "Alas, it appears we must return empty-handed this time. There is little we can do. Without even the most basic materials, no matter how skilled I am in the art of alchemy, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. It is utterly impossible to conjure these alchemical items from thin air. It seems we must return and diligently gather materials, for we can only attempt again when we have sufficient resources." As he spoke, he gazed regretfully at the stacks of parchment before him. Fred and George, upon hearing this, wore equally pained expressions. However, almost instantly, Fred and George seemed to share a silent understanding, their eyes subtly shifting as if searching for a vital piece of information within their minds. After a brief moment, they simultaneously turned their gazes towards one another, their eyes meeting in a manner that suggested they had reached a tacit agreement. They each nodded slightly, then turned in unison towards Alex, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles. Clearing his throat, Fred was the first to speak. "Hey, Alex. I believe we have discovered a splendid location where we can acquire a wealth of alchemical materials." His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Beside him, George, unable to contain his exhilaration, eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, it is a treasure trove brimming with riches." Upon hearing this, Alec could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. With a visage full of bewilderment, he gazed at the pair of lively brothers before him, silently pondering the whereabouts of the enchanting place they spoke of. At that moment, Fred continued, "Hogwarts conceals a location abundant with extraordinarily rich materials." George, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly added, "Moreover, it is situated right beside Hogwarts Castle." Upon hearing the descriptions from the two, a thought flashed through Alec's mind. He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Are you referring to the Forbidden Forest?" The twins exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously nodded in affirmation. Then, with a mischievous grin, Fred inquired of Alec, "So, what do you say, mate? Do you have the courage to join us in exploring the Forbidden Forest in search of those precious alchemical materials?" Alec pondered briefly, considering that a venture into the Forbidden Forest might not pose significant challenges, provided they did not delve too deeply. He then smiled at the twins and declared, "Of course. I am quite courageous and shall not fear the mere Forbidden Forest." Fred and George appeared immensely satisfied, clapping Alec on the shoulder. "Well then, let us embark at once," Fred exclaimed excitedly. The three of them began to chant incantations, their hands swiftly gesturing as beams of enchanting light emanated from the tips of their wands, intertwining to form a complex and mysterious magical pattern. As the luminescence gradually converged, their figures began to blur, as if shrouded in a delicate mist. Carefully, they stepped forward, their silhouettes fading from sight, blending seamlessly into the air, departing Hogwarts Castle in silence. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached the edge of the forbidden forest. Towering trees loomed densely, their branches intertwining to obscure the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of decay and dampness, evoking a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, rustling the leaves with a whispering sound. This wind seemed to carry an enigmatic aura, instilling a flicker of caution in the hearts of the three initially confident adventurers. It is indeed rather cold here. Wouldn't you agree? Alec remarked suddenly. At his words, George and Fred involuntarily shivered, prompting George to respond. It's nothing to worry about. It's perfectly normal. The forbidden forest is like this at night. It was the same when we came before. Fred nodded gravely in agreement with George's assertion. He then turned his gaze towards Alec, his face radiating anticipation and curiosity as he inquired, Alec, how are we? Are we fully prepared? This is your inaugural expedition into the forbidden forest. Upon hearing this, Alec fell momentarily silent, seemingly contemplating something deeply in his mind. Then, with gentle and swift motions, he retrieved two small, intricately crafted objects resembling shields from his mysterious silver ring, which shimmered with an ethereal glow. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these were two exquisite badges meticulously fashioned from precious silver. With a smile on his face, Alric presented the two badges to George and Fred. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Alric's intentions behind this gesture. Fred, breaking the silence, inquired, Alric, what exactly are these? They seem rather unique. In response to Fred's query, Alric patiently elaborated. These are protective alchemical items I previously crafted that can be triggered passively. Although they are small in size, they harbor immense magical power. When confronted with an attack from dark magic or certain ferocious magical creatures, these little badges will automatically activate their defensive mechanism, offering a degree of protection to the wearer. Unfortunately, they are single-use consumables, losing their efficacy after activation. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over Fred and George's faces. Their mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. Then, as if in unison, they began to exclaim, such remarkable items exist? Fred, wide-eyed, gazed incredulously at the objects in Alric's hand. Alric, did you really create these? George asked, leaning in with curiosity to examine them closely. They must have been quite costly to produce. Fred quickly followed up with his burning question. With a smile, Alec nodded and, before Fred could voice his refusal, he preemptively remarked, there is no need to rush into a rejection. The Forbidden Forest harbors numerous dangers, and possessing this item will certainly afford us a degree of protection. Moreover, since this consumable has been crafted, it is meant to be utilized. Now, let us not delay any further. We must set forth at once. Having spoken, Alec did not afford the brothers an opportunity to respond. Stepping confidently towards the forbidden forest, his figure swiftly disappearing amidst the dense foliage. The two brothers exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of hesitation in the other's eyes, yet ultimately, they nodded resolutely. After taking a deep breath, they followed closely in Alec's footsteps, venturing into the mysterious and perilous depths of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 54. The dark-robed sorcerer in the Forbidden Forest. The trio cautiously entered the enigmatic and shadowy expanse of the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by an eerie tranquility that rendered their own footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze the only sounds. Alec halted, turning to face Fred and George with a serious demeanor. Brothers, I believe it may be prudent for us to separate in our quest for the necessary materials. You see, the variety and quantity of materials we need to locate are considerable. If we act in unison, our efficiency may significantly diminish. Would you not agree? With that, Alec produced two aged parchments from his cloak, handing them to Fred and George. Here, these parchments detail the essential materials and their characteristics. I entrust you both with their procurement. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, signal with a red spell into the sky. Once you have gathered everything, we shall reconvene here. Fred accepted the parchment, quickly scanning the dense text before nodding in comprehension. He turned to George, and through their exchanged glances, an unspoken agreement was reached. All right, Alec. There is no time to waste. Let us part ways. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fred and George decisively turned, each stepping in a different direction. Their figures soon vanished into the thick underbrush, leaving Alec standing alone. Watching the departing twins, he took a deep breath and began to walk slowly in another direction. Under the cloak of night, Alec ventured cautiously through the pitch-black expanse of the forbidden forest. The surrounding silence was almost unnerving, broken only by the sporadic calls of unseen creatures. He treaded carefully, gripping his wand tightly, a faint glow emanating from its tip, barely illuminating the path ahead. Though he had agreed to accompany the twins into this mysterious and treacherous realm ostensibly to assist them in gathering materials for alchemical creations, Alec harbored deeper, more intricate motives behind his decision to venture into the heart of danger. He has always been intrigued by the distribution of various rare materials within the forbidden forest, yearning for an opportunity to explore it further. After all, for someone fervently devoted to the study of alchemy, possessing such crucial information would undoubtedly facilitate Alec's future endeavors in acquiring certain unique materials with greater ease. Alec, ever vigilant of the potential dangers lurking nearby, meticulously examined the trees, bushes, and rocks along the roadside for any hidden treasures. With each interval of distance traversed, he paused to gently tap the ground or branches with his wand, probing for any magical fluctuations. After cataloging dozens of free materials, Alec sought additional components to craft alchemical items for Fred and George. Glancing at the materials in his hand, he nodded in approval and set off in the direction of their previous rendezvous. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins effortlessly gathered the various materials inscribed on the parchment, eventually returning to the spot where they had initially parted ways with Alec. George, surveying the empty meeting place, turned to Fred and remarked, "Hey, Fred. It seems Alec has yet to return." Fred nodded in agreement and replied, "Shall we wait for him here?" Upon hearing this, George nodded as well, casting a glance around and murmuring, "I hope it won't take too long." Just then, as his gaze fell upon a particularly dark corner, Alec emerged from behind them, exclaiming, "You two have arrived." He approached George and Fred, and upon seeing their companion had returned, the twins chimed in, "Shall we head back then?" Upon hearing the words, Alec nodded and took a step forward, prepared to exit the forbidden forest. Just as a few individuals were about to turn away, an exceedingly blinding green light abruptly flickered in the depths of the dark and mysterious forest. The radiance sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Following this, a chilling and heart-rending scream reverberated throughout the entire forest. The sound was piercing and anguished, reminiscent of a desperate neigh from a startled stallion, seemingly emanating from the very depths of hell. This sudden turn of events caused the three individuals, who were on the brink of leaving the forest, to come to an abrupt halt. Their gazes were drawn in unison to the eerie green light and the terrifying scream that followed. The feet that had just been lifted seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, suspended in midair. For a moment, the atmosphere was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the mournful cries that echoed relentlessly, assaulting the eardrums and souls of all present. Fred was the first to regain his composure, his face a mask of astonishment. His eyes widened, and his throat quivered slightly as he stammered, "What on earth was that?" George shook his head, and both turned their attention to Alec, who bore a grave expression. Although he was uncertain about the source of the scream, he recognized the nature of the green light. Among all spells, there are few that emit a vibrant emerald hue, and it was evident that the recent green flash signified that someone had invoked the killing curse within the forest. Alec turned to the twins and remarked, "I cannot ascertain what the sound is, but it is certain that the radiance emanates solely from the killing curse. It appears that an unwelcome guest has entered the forbidden forest." Immediately after speaking, Alec regretted his words. Fred, with a look of excitement, exclaimed, "An unwelcome guest? George, shall we go investigate?" Before Alec could intervene, the twins dashed toward the source of the recently emitted green light. Upon witnessing this, Alec had no choice but to follow suit. The trio concealed themselves behind a colossal tree, their expressions filled with horror as they beheld the scene before them. A majestic, pure white unicorn lay lifeless upon the forest floor of the forbidden forest. Beside the unicorn stood a figure cloaked in black, the hand gripping the wand slowly descending, evidently having completed a dark incantation. The three individuals behind the great tree exchanged apprehensive glances. George, breaking the silence, turned to Fred and Alec and suggested, "Shall we make haste to the castle and inform Professor Dumbledore?" Fred and Alec nodded in agreement, promptly turning to leave the confines of the forbidden forest. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected incident transpired. Unbeknownst to them, someone inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. The trio exchanged alarmed looks and instinctively turned to glance behind them. The cloaked sorcerer had evidently detected their presence, raising his wand. He unleashed a beam of crimson light toward them. George was struck instantly, and as a brilliant blue aura flickered around him, the shield emblem he wore upon his chest shattered, sending him hurtling backward. Upon witnessing the scene, Alex shouted to Fred, "Grab George and run." He swiftly seized his wand, and a beam of white light erupted from its tip. Reducio. The dark-robed wizard merely waved his wand and effortlessly deflected the spell. Fred, however, did not abandon Alec. Instead, he grasped George's hand and together they raised their wands, casting a series of spells at the dark wizard. Yet, despite their efforts, none of their incantations seemed capable of inflicting any harm upon the formidable opponent before them, and their magical reserves were dwindling. Fred turned to Alec, his expression filled with concern. "Alec, what should we do?" Alec pondered for a moment, realizing that ordinary spells were unlikely to have any effect on the dark wizard. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he gravely addressed Fred and George. "After my next strike, regardless of the outcome, you must flee immediately." The twins nodded in response to Alec's serious demeanor. Then, Alec stepped forward, and from his back emerged 6 magnificent wings, while a brilliant blue light surged within his eyes. Alec raised his wand and uttered the incantation, Fulgur Sanctus. A radiant beam of brilliant white energy surged forth from the tip of his wand, striking the dark-robed sorcerer before several onlookers with pinpoint accuracy. The sorcerer was propelled backward by the force of the spell, crashing into a sturdy tree, which ultimately fell and pinned him down, thus halting the effects of Alec's enchantment. The twins gazed in awe at Alec, who now bore 6 magnificent wings, and exclaimed, "Are you even still human?" Chapter 55. The dark-robed sorcerer of the Forbidden Forest continues. Alec looked towards the twins with an expression of deep exasperation, pondering within himself, how can it still be a time for such discussions? He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Soon, the 6 wings that had once shimmered brilliantly behind him began to fade, and he toppled forward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily before the twins. However, just as Alec's consciousness was on the brink of complete oblivion, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to open his mouth and called out to the twins, "You must leave quickly. The dark-robed wizard is not dead." No sooner had the words left his lips than his eyes slowly closed, his body relaxing entirely as he fell into a profound stupor. Fred and George watched in horror as Alec collapsed to the ground, panic surging within them. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed to his side, each grasping one of his arms to lift him with all their might. They then stumbled forward with hasty, unsteady steps, sprinting towards the castle. At that moment, they had no time to consider the condition of the enigmatic dark-robed wizard. In this dire situation, if they did not escape swiftly, and if that wizard were to rise again from beneath the great tree, death would surely await them. Thus, the brothers ran with all their strength, the only sounds accompanying them being the roar of the wind and their own labored breaths. United in their efforts, they hoisted Alec, their strides firm and resolute, as they navigated seamlessly out of the ominous and mysterious Forbidden Forest. Just as they emerged from the woods, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, resonating like thunder in their ears. The immense sound caused Fred and George to halt abruptly, their hearts racing. "What on earth are you 2, no, 3, up to? Young wizards are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest." The voice, filled with authority, belonged to none other than Hagrid, the beloved yet imposing half-giant of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who was striding purposefully towards them. Fred and George quickly turned towards the source of the voice, their faces lighting up with relief. They hurriedly carried Alec towards Hagrid, their steps rushed and frantic. Upon reaching Hagrid, they were breathless, yet their expressions bore an urgent intensity. "Hagrid, it's an emergency. Please, you must find Professor Dumbledore. A malevolent dark wizard has appeared in the Forbidden Forest, and he is cruelly hunting unicorns." Fred gasped, urgently recounting their horrifying encounter. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's face shifted dramatically, his already serious expression now etched with shock and fury. His eyes widened as he gazed at the 2 brothers, then shifted to Alec, whom they bore. Pointing at Alec, he demanded, "What? A dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest? What on earth is going on? And what has happened to this child?" Fred and George elaborated on the situation to Hagrid, who then took Alex from their hands and led them into the castle. The group cautiously lifted Alex into the infirmary and gently placed him on a bed. Subsequently, they hurriedly made their way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Upon arriving, breathless and flustered, they found Dumbledore seated at his desk, engrossed in a hefty tome. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up, a hint of curiosity crossing his face as he beheld the flustered intruders. "Gentlemen, What has transpired? You appear quite anxious, Dumbledore inquired gently. Before anyone else could respond, George and Fred eagerly began recounting the events. Their words flowed in a lively exchange, animated gestures accompanying their vivid portrayal of the unfolding drama. As they spoke, Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. After listening intently to the brothers' account, Dumbledore rose without hesitation and accompanied them back to the infirmary. Upon entering, he promptly approached Alex's bedside, meticulously examining his condition. After a thorough assessment, Dumbledore exhaled in relief, for Alex seemed to display no apparent ailments. However, exercising caution, he resolved to summon Hagrid to join him. He turned to Hagrid, offering a few directives before they both departed the infirmary, heading toward the forbidden forest outside the castle. Meanwhile, left in the infirmary to care for Alex, the Weasley twins were not idle. They alternated between softly calling out to Alex and playfully teasing each other, filling the infirmary with their laughter and cheer. Unfortunately, their merriment was short-lived, as their ruckus soon drew the ire of Madame Pomfrey, the ever-strict matron. Without hesitation, she shooed them out of the infirmary, instructing them to return to Gryffindor Tower for some well-deserved reflection. Alec awoke to find that it was already the morning of the following day. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the pristine white ceiling. While he was lost in thought, Professor Dumbledore gradually approached Alec's side. Alec perceived Dumbledore's arrival and promptly turned to face him, inquiring, "Professor, have you captured the Dark Wizard in the Forbidden Forest?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore shook his head and replied, "When Hagrid and I reached the location indicated by George and Fred, we found only a fallen tree, its trunk severed by a blasting curse." Dumbledore then fixed his gaze upon Alec and asked, "Could you elaborate on the events that transpired? The two Weasley brothers have shared some insights regarding you, and I am eager to hear your account." Upon hearing this, Alec pondered briefly. "Is the headmaster referring to my particular spell and the fact that I have grown 6 wings?" Dumbledore remained silent, merely addressing Alec with a reassuring tone. "Fear not, Mr. Lucifer, regarding matters pertaining to you. Only a select few of us within the school will be privy to this information." Alec waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "It's quite all right, headmaster. Sooner or later, it will be known." He then proceeded to elucidate the origins of the 6 wings that adorned his back and the formidable spell associated with them. Such matters were hardly clandestine. Even if Alec refrained from speaking, Dumbledore could easily inquire among wizards of his grandfather's generation in Italy to uncover the truth. After listening to Alec's explanation, Dumbledore inquired, "Might you elaborate further on that particular spell? After all, spells of light and sanctity are indeed quite rare in the realm of magic, are they not?" Upon hearing this, Alec replied, "Professor, even if I were to divulge this spell to you, it may not yield results, as it can only be wielded by those of my family's bloodline. However, if you are genuinely interested, I would not be opposed to sharing." With that, Alec raised his hand and summoned a piece of parchment, inscribing the incantation and the specific method for its application before handing it to Dumbledore. His willingness to entrust this information to Dumbledore stemmed from the knowledge that, without the Lucifery bloodline, this spell would merely manifest as a rudimentary repelling charm. Chapter 56. The day of Halloween. After conversing with Alec for a while, Dumbledore took his leave shortly before the twins burst into the room. Yet, it was evident that they would not linger long in the infirmary, for Madame Pomfrey approached just as the twins were about to make a commotion, conducting another examination of Alec before declaring that he was fit to be discharged. Thus, the group exited the infirmary together. Outside the infirmary, the twins surrounded Alec, bombarding him with inquiries regarding the spell he had cast the previous day, as well as the origins of the wings that had sprouted from his back. Faced with their relentless questioning, Alec had no choice but to reveal the truth. These phenomena were part of his family's inherited magic. Upon hearing this, the twins pressed him further about his lineage. Understanding that failing to clarify his background would only lead to incessant questioning in the future, Alec acquiesced to their curiosity. While engaging with Alec, the twins informed him of Dumbledore's decision regarding their trespass into the Forbidden Forest. Each one had incurred a penalty of 20 house points. However, due to their successful expulsion of the Dark Wizard who had invaded the forest with intentions to hunt unicorns, Dumbledore had awarded them each an additional 30 points. This was undoubtedly a favorable turn of events. Subsequently, Alec and Fred parted ways in front of the Great Hall, each heading towards their respective house tables. In the following month, Hogwarts seemed to enter a tranquil phase, devoid of any significant upheavals. Nevertheless, the astute Alec sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He observed that his friend Hermione appeared to be in a rather delicate situation within Gryffindor House. Alec frequently observed Hermione traversing the campus in solitude. The once lively and cheerful girl now appeared taciturn, stirring a sense of concern within him. Thus, he sought opportunities to inquire about her well-being. Yet each response left him perplexed and helpless. Hermione consistently downplayed her feelings, assuring Alec that she was fine and thriving in Gryffindor. However, the expressions on her face unmistakably conveyed otherwise. This morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently illuminated Hogwarts, Alec was roused by a rich aroma of pumpkin. Frowning, he slowly emerged from the Slytherin common room, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Throughout the castle, numerous meticulously carved pumpkins adorned various corners, some grinning broadly, while others wore sinister expressions. Alec stood still for a moment, lost in thought, when suddenly it dawned on him that today was, in fact, the annual celebration of Halloween. His feelings towards this festivity were far from favorable. It was not the lively atmosphere that filled him with disdain, but rather the omnipresent pumpkins that had become his personal nightmare. The mere thought of them sent a shiver down Alec's spine, intensifying his aversion to these gourd-like symbols of the season. This morning, Alec once again took a leave of absence, particularly from the afternoon class of Defense Against the Dark Arts, a subject he found utterly unappealing. The overwhelming scent of garlic emanating from Professor Quirrell was intolerable to him, and he had little desire to endure the gaze of a noseless creature with a bald head throughout an entire lesson. Consequently, after completing a test assigned by Professor Quirrell during the first period of the fourth-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Alec hastily exited the classroom. Professor Quirrell, preoccupied and indifferent, had his thoughts consumed by schemes regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Upon leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Alec made his way directly to the 8th floor of the castle, where he had arranged to collaborate on alchemical creations with the Weasley twins and Cedric. Indeed, ever since the recent events transpired, Alec's bond with the twins had blossomed into a camaraderie akin to that of old friends, almost as if they shared the same trousers. Consequently, the twins had introduced their friends to Alec, including Cedric, a third-year student. However, Alec's amicable relations with students from other houses as a Slytherin had led some of his fellow Slytherins to view him as a traitor. Nonetheless, after he had dealt with a few who had spoken ill of him, very few dared to label him a traitor to Slytherin. On the 8th floor of the castle, there lay the Room of Requirement, a place where one's needs were met. Within the confines of the Room of Requirement, Alec and his companions were immersed in their tasks. "Must this dung egg be altered in such a manner?" inquired a voice, tinged with curiosity and uncertainty. "Indeed, we shall modify its original activation method from touch to a timed trigger," another voice asserted, exuding confidence. "This way, when certain individuals utilize our dung egg, it will be less conspicuous, thereby evading suspicion." At this moment, Fred and George were wholly engrossed, diligently applying their alchemical knowledge to enhance the formidable dung egg in their possession. Their brows occasionally furrowed, indicating they had encountered challenges, but just as frequently, expressions of delight illuminated their faces, signaling breakthroughs in their endeavor. Meanwhile, Cedric stood attentively at an ancient wooden table, meticulously concocting potions. These were elixirs designed to ward off the biting cold, for winter was stealthily approaching. As a diligent and industrious badger, Cedric was acutely aware that the frigid season would pose significant obstacles to his practice of spells by the Black Lake. Thus, he prudently resolved to stockpile an ample supply of winter potions to ensure he could train without the hindrance of insufficient protection. The formulation of these potions had not come easily. At one point, Cedric had been greatly distressed over how to reduce his layers of clothing during winter while still maintaining the ability to practice spells comfortably by the lake. Upon sharing this dilemma with Alec, his hard-working friend wasted no time in retrieving a remarkable potion recipe from the ring he always carried and handed it to Cedric without hesitation. However, possessing the recipe alone was insufficient. The successful creation of these potions necessitated the gathering of various ingredients. Consequently, the group ventured once more into the Forbidden Forest, though this time they only approached its outskirts, wary of venturing too deep. After all, Alec had no desire to relive the harrowing experiences they had previously encountered within its depths. As for our protagonist, Alec was engaged at the alchemical workbench, enhancing several shield badges crafted from mithril. These badges bore similar functions to those he had previously presented to George and Fred, yet this time, Alec sought to imbue them with the ability to replenish magical energy. Time slipped away unnoticed as the young wizards labored. The chime of a clock within the room of requirement signaled the imminent arrival of the Halloween feast. Fred, George, and Cedric turned to Alec, in unison asking, "Are you truly not attending the Halloween feast?" Alec nodded and remarked, "I am not particularly fond of the Halloween feast, as there are too many pumpkins. You all may go. I shall have the house elf bring me some food to my dormitory once I am finished with my tasks." The three companions also nodded in agreement, then pushed open the door to the room of requirement and stepped outside. Chapter 57. The Halloween Feast and the Onslaught of the Troll. After Fred and the others exited the room of requirement, they made their way directly into the castle's great hall. The atmosphere inside was vibrant, bustling with the voices of nearly all the young witches and wizards seated within. The trio settled at the Gryffindor table, a sight familiar to the Gryffindor students, especially since Alec, a former Slytherin, had often dined at their table. What difference did it make if a Hufflepuff badger sat beside them? Following a few words from Dumbledore, they began to indulge in the culinary delights presented on their plates. Fred, while savoring his pumpkin pasty, commented, "I truly cannot fathom why Alec dislikes pumpkin. I find it rather palatable." George nodded in agreement, adding, "Alec doesn't even drink pumpkin juice. The last time I swapped his water for pumpkin juice, he punched me for it. It's utterly incomprehensible." Cedric chuckled and replied, "Everyone has their preferences, just as I detest Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, or as you two disdain carrots." The twins shuddered at the mention of carrots and continued, "It is indeed a pity that Alec cannot appreciate the joy of pumpkin pasties." They fell silent, returning their focus to the food before them. Cedric shook his head in response. Just as the young witches and wizards were enjoying their meals, the great hall doors swung open with a loud bang. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in a purple turban, rushed in, exclaiming, "Troll! Troll! In the dungeons!" He glanced at Dumbledore and added, "I believe you ought to be aware of this." With that, Professor Quirrell collapsed. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, quickly giving way to a cacophony of panic. The students were in a state of alarm, for trolls are classified as XXXX creatures, indicating their considerable danger, requiring specialized knowledge and skilled wizards to confront. Observing the turmoil in the hall, Dumbledore rose from the staff table. He cast a sonorous charm upon his throat and proclaimed with authority, "Silence." Instantly, the noise subsided. Dumbledore continued, "The feast is hereby concluded. Heads of houses, please escort your students back to your respective common rooms." As Professor Dumbledore spoke, he addressed the professors beside him, urging them to patrol the entire castle in search of the troll. Upon his command, several professors promptly exited the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Cedric and Fred, the twins, were engaged in conversation below. "Hey, Cedric, should we inform Alec? He seems unaware of the troll situation." Cedric nodded in agreement but replied, "I must assist the prefect in leading the younger wizards to the common room, so you shall have to inform Alec." The twins acknowledged Cedric with a nod before parting ways. In the Gryffindor team, Fred and George were preparing to leave when a voice from the front called out, "Hey, Fred, George, where are you headed?" The speaker was none other than the Gryffindor prefect. Caught off guard, the twins exchanged startled glances before Fred said, "Oh, nothing. We weren't planning to go anywhere." The prefect insisted, "Then stand by me, lest I fear you might run off." With that, he pulled the two closer to his side. George, wearing an anxious expression, turned to Fred and whispered, "What should we do?" "Alec doesn't know yet." Fred sighed, "It's probably nothing serious. Let us plan to slip away once we return to the common room. Besides, with Alec's abilities, he should be able to handle the troll on his own." George nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Gryffindor group, two first-year wizards stealthily slipped away while the prefect was distracted. "Harry, why did you pull me out?" Ron asked, confusion etched on his face. Harry responded, "Hermione is still unaware of the troll in the castle. We must find her." Ron suddenly recalled something and sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that Hermione's absence in the Great Hall was due to him. He nodded and followed Harry as they ascended to the second floor. Just as they reached the second floor, an unexpected figure descended the stairs. Harry greeted, "Alec, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was indeed Alec, who had just finished his tasks in the room of requirement and was returning to the dormitory. Having come down from the 8th floor a few moments earlier, Alec observed the two with a hint of astonishment before inquiring, "Harry, Ron, what brings you here? Moreover, you both seem quite flustered. Has something transpired within the school?" Upon hearing Alec's question, Harry and Ron each recounted the events that had unfolded. As Alex's gaze swept over the two of them, he noted that Hermione had been weeping in the second-floor lavatory for an entire day. Ron, catching Alex's eye. Lowered his head slightly and remarked, "Once we find Hermione, I will apologize to her." In response, Alex waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is not my intention to lay blame upon you. However, the fact that you both thought of Hermione in a time of peril indicates that she still holds a place as a friend in your hearts, does it not? What are minor disagreements among friends? I often have my own quarrels with Fred and George. Now, shall we seek out Hermione?" Harry and Ron nodded in agreement and followed Alex toward the women's lavatory on the second floor. Just before reaching the lavatory, Harry suddenly halted Alex and Ron, exclaiming, "Alex, Ron, do you smell something peculiar?" To this, Ron replied, "Isn't it normal for the lavatory to have an unpleasant odor?" Meanwhile, Alex looked at Harry with confusion, as he had muted his sense of smell when they set off in search of Hermione, rendering him unable to detect any scents in the air. However, upon hearing Harry's words, Alex's eyes widened, and he noticed a flicker of red light emanating from the end of the corridor. Alec tapped the two individuals beside him, signaling them to gaze towards the end of the corridor. There, emerging from the shadows, was a colossal creature, its massive muscles and skeletal frame towering nearly 12 feet tall. Its sturdy limbs were accompanied by a disproportionately small head, rendering it quite clumsy. Harry and Ron, upon sighting the beast, exclaimed in unison, "It's a troll. It's heading towards the restroom." With that, they seized Alex's arm and rushed forward. Chapter 58. The defeat of the troll. The trio approached the restroom with heavy footsteps, an inexplicable tension enveloping them. As they finally stood before the firmly shut door, an ominous feeling settled over each of them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, reverberating through the air like thunder emanating from the restroom. The chilling cry sent shivers down their spines, instilling a dreadful premonition within them. The scream persisted, seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of the world apart. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Harry's complexion turned ashen. He turned to Ron and Alec, urgency lacing his words. "It's Hermione. She's inside the restroom." Without hesitation, Harry bolted towards the restroom door like an arrow released from a bow. Ron followed closely, racing alongside him into the restroom. In stark contrast to Harry and Ron's impulsiveness, Alec observed their hurried retreat with a slight shake of his head, seemingly resigned to their reckless behavior. Yet, he did not linger in indecision. He soon followed suit, entering the restroom with measured steps. Upon entering, the scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. A massive, grotesque troll was furiously wielding a thick wooden club, smashing it against the restroom's walls. The once pristine stalls succumbed to its onslaught, splintering into fragments. In a corner, the unfortunate Hermione curled into a ball, her hands tightly clasped over her head, trembling uncontrollably. Fear and helplessness painted her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry and Ron, however, had no time to spare on anything else. They sprang into action, grabbing nearby objects without hesitation and hurling them at the troll's enormous head. "We must find a way to lure this creature away," Harry shouted anxiously at Ron, simultaneously summoning all his strength to lift the splintered wood from the ground and hurl it fiercely at the troll. "Hey, you ugly, stinking brute!" Ron yelled from the opposite side of the room, gripping a metal door handle and launching it with all his might at the creature. Clearly, their combined efforts were not inflicting any significant damage upon the troll. Fortunately, the giant heard Ron's desperate cry, causing it to halt its enormous strides and slowly pivot towards him. Seizing this critical moment, Harry nimbly maneuvered to the rear of the colossal creature. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he executed an astonishing act that showcased his unparalleled bravery, albeit tinged with a hint of recklessness and folly. As the giant prepared to swing its hefty club at Ron, Harry grasped the weapon and ascended to the top of the giant's head. To the giant, whose massive physique and tough skin rendered it virtually impervious, Harry was but a trivial insect clinging to its form, hardly eliciting any notice. Perched atop the giant's head, Harry clutched his wand tightly. As if guided by fate, the wand traced a sharp arc through the air, piercing directly into one of the giant's enormous nostrils. In that instant, the giant let out a heart-wrenching roar of anguish, its entire body contorting and trembling in agony. It wildly swung the heavy club in a futile attempt to rid itself of this torment. Meanwhile, Harry clung desperately to the giant, knowing that any lapse in his grip would result in a merciless fall to the ground. The massive, menacing giant seemed to sense an anomaly above it, slowly lifting its head. Its murky, brutal eyes quickly locked onto Harry. With a swift motion, it extended a powerful hand, effortlessly tearing Harry from its crown. It then raised the other hand, gripping the formidable club, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow to the helpless Harry Potter. In a moment of urgency, Ron, who had been focused on throwing the club away, caught sight of Harry in peril. With his heart racing, he raised his wand without hesitation, aiming at the descending club, and uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, a miraculous event unfolded. The club, once hurtling towards Harry with great force, abruptly lost its momentum, freezing midair. The giant, bewildered, gazed up at the suspended club, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. In its moment of confusion, the club began to fall uncontrollably, striking the giant's head with astonishing precision, a head that was comically disproportionate to its immense body. A dull thud resonated as the wooden stick struck its target with precision. The beleaguered giant, racked with pain, instinctively released its iron grip on Harry. At that moment, Alec, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke. Enough, enough. This trivial game meant for the younger students must come to an end. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly raised his wand, directing it toward the giant's dazed head, and bellowed, thunderous explosion. In response to Alec's furious command, a dazzling red spell shot forth from the tip of his wand like a bolt of lightning, striking the giant's cranium with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the giant's head erupted violently, akin to a detonated bomb, sending flesh and blood splattering in a gruesome display. The giant then collapsed heavily to the ground, leaving Harry and his companions in shock as they gazed at Alec. Ron, trembling, finally managed to utter, "Why, you see, I told you, all Slytherins are dark wizards." Upon hearing this, Alec furrowed his brow and then spoke. "I believe that a single explosive curse does not suffice to label me as a dark wizard, does it? Had I not employed the explosive curse to vanquish the troll, can you fathom what fate would have befallen you had the troll reacted?" Ron was momentarily taken aback by Alec's words. Indeed, had the troll been aware, it would have been Ron himself who faced the dire consequences. Subsequently, Ron turned to Alec and said, "I apologize. I may have acted rashly." Alec waved his hand and said, "It's of no consequence. Had I been in your position, I might have thought the same." Chapter 59. The Quidditch match. As the conversation among a few individuals unfolded, 3 sets of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the lavatory. The occupants within turned their gazes towards the door, which swung open to reveal Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall raised her voice. "What on earth is going on here?" She then caught sight of the shattered head of the troll on the floor, her heart racing with alarm. Fixing her eyes on the 4 individuals present, she inquired, "What has transpired? Why are you not in your respective common rooms?" As soon as McGonagall finished speaking, Hermione promptly interjected, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. This is my fault. I heard there was a troll in the castle, so I came here to deal with it myself. Harry, Ron, and Alec came to my rescue." Upon hearing this, McGonagall turned her attention to Harry, Ron, and Alec, exclaiming, "You disregarded the headmaster's instructions to remain in your common rooms?" Before McGonagall could finish, Alec interjected, "Professor McGonagall, I was unaware of the troll's presence in the castle, as I did not attend the Halloween feast. I was in the 8th floor creating some alchemical items, and I discovered the troll only upon my descent." McGonagall paused, then directed her gaze back to Hermione, saying, "Miss Granger, I had presumed you to be the most obedient of students." Sighing, she continued, "Gryffindor will lose 5 points for your actions, and as for the 3 of you," she looked at the boys, "you shall each earn 10 points for saving a fellow student from the troll." With that, McGonagall instructed, "Now, return to your common rooms at once. The remaining matters will be handled by the faculty." The group exited the lavatory, leaving only Snape and Quirrell behind. Snape cast a cold glance at Quirrell, stating, "I believe Professor Quirrell can manage the ensuing matters alone," before he departed. Quirrell, eyeing the troll with its head obliterated, shivered involuntarily. After leaving the lavatory, Alec parted ways with the others, heading towards the Slytherin common room. As he reached the 1st floor, he encountered Fred and George, who, upon seeing Alec unharmed, inquired about his well-being. They then expressed their regret, saying, "Had we known, we would have arrived sooner. We missed such an amusing encounter." Alec, in response, could only shake his head in resignation. As November rolled in, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school lay draped in a gray shroud, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled hardened steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning greeted them with frost upon the ground. On this particular day, the twins were exceptionally animated, as Alec, the twins, and Cedric sat together at the Hufflepuff table, enjoying their breakfast. Alec gazed at the exuberant expressions of the twins. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Cedric and inquired, "Cedric, what on earth has gotten into these two today? Have they been affected by some newfangled prank item?" Cedric shook his head in response and elaborated, "No, you see, the Quidditch season at Hogwarts commenced a few days ago. This morning. It seems that the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin is about to begin. These two are the beaters for Gryffindor, which explains their current state." As he spoke, Cedric playfully tapped Fred and George on the head with his fist, admonishing them, "You two, try to act a bit more normal, will you?" After receiving Cedric's gentle reprimand, the twins regained their composure and looked at Cedric, asking, "Why did you hit us?" Cedric then inquired, "So, do you feel confident about defeating Slytherin?" He glanced back at Alec, who always felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of boasting about Gryffindor's Quidditch team in the presence of a Slytherin. Alec felt Cedric's gaze upon him and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need to look at me. I harbor no interest in the Slytherin Quidditch team. In fact, I find myself rather indifferent towards Quidditch and flying broomsticks altogether." Upon hearing this, the three fervent Quidditch enthusiasts displayed their disappointment. Cedric then turned to Alec and remarked, "What a pity. I had hoped to engage in a discussion with you regarding the teams. However, if you lack interest, then I shall let it be." The twins then inquired, "By the way, Alec, will you be attending the Quidditch match later?" Alec pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Go ahead. After all, you are also competitors. If you happen to fall from your broom, I can offer you a little assistance with a spell." Upon hearing this, the twins felt a wave of despair wash over them, and they gloomily replied, "Merlin, Alec, you mustn't be like this. Please don't wish misfortune upon us." Alec, upon hearing the twins' banter, chuckled and replied, all right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Rest assured, I will attend your match." At this pronouncement, Fred's face instantly lit up with a beaming smile, his delight palpable as if he had received the most splendid news under the sun. In stark contrast, George wore a woeful expression, his demeanor resembling that of one mourning a great loss. At that moment, Fred triumphantly extended his right hand towards George, wiggling his fingers, and exclaimed, "Hey, George, don't forget our little agreement. That's an entire week's worth of pocket money. Hand it over." Despite his reluctance, George, realizing the situation was beyond his control, begrudgingly reached into his pocket, rummaging around before finally producing 10 tarnished nuts, which he placed in Fred's outstretched palm with a pained expression. Alec, witnessing this exchange, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He had long since become accustomed to the antics of these two mischievous brothers and their propensity to wager at his expense. Although he had made numerous attempts to curtail their behavior, the twins remained incorrigible, leaving Alec resigned to their antics over time. After savoring a delightful breakfast, the group set off towards the Quidditch pitch, chatting and laughing. As they approached the stadium, George and Fred, accompanied by Alec and Cedric, split into two teams, each heading in a different direction. As participants in the Quidditch match, George and Fred proceeded to the players' exclusive locker room to prepare for the upcoming game, their steps light and confident as they vanished down the corridor leading to the locker room. Alec, without hesitation, followed Cedric towards the Hufflepuff stands. At this moment, the stands were brimming with enthusiastic students from various houses, all eagerly anticipating the imminent fierce competition. As for why Alec chose to sit among the Hufflepuffs rather than endure the company of the Slytherins, well, who would opt for being isolated by a group of young wizards when he could be with friends? Ever since Alec had dealt with those who spoke ill of him, Slytherin students had taken to keeping their distance whenever he appeared at collective activities. Chapter 60. The Quidditch match. 2. Alec and Cedric casually found 2 seats in the Hufflepuff stands and settled down. Shortly after they took their seats, the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams emerged from either side of the Quidditch pitch, soaring on their broomsticks amidst the cheers of the young witches and wizards. The players, akin to well-trained geese, gracefully circled the expansive field in an orderly fashion. At that moment, the twins keenly spotted Alec and Cedric leisurely seated in the Hufflepuff stands. In perfect synchrony, they adjusted their flight path slightly closer to Alec's direction. Upon seeing the twins approach, Alec eagerly extended his arms, vigorously waving at them. The two teams, resembling impeccably arranged honor guards, completed their elegant aerial turn before landing steadily at the center of the Quidditch pitch. At that instant, the entire stadium seemed to be suspended in time, the atmosphere turning palpably tense. However, amidst this silence, Alec's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure within the Gryffindor team. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing the scene before him. After a moment of contemplation, Alec swiftly turned to Cedric, a look of confusion adorning his face, and inquired, "Am I mistaken?" Is the seeker for Gryffindor truly Harry Potter? Upon hearing this, Cedric's expression mirrored his bewilderment. He turned to Alec and replied, "Is that so? Did I perhaps neglect to mention this to you before? In truth, my knowledge of this matter comes entirely from Fred's revelation." Alec gently shook his head, and then his thoughts surged forth like a tide, delving into the depths of memories long shrouded in the dust of time. If my recollection serves me right, it was due to Malfoy's interference that Harry became the seeker for Gryffindor. Subsequently, Alec turned his gaze back to Cedric and inquired, "What do you truly think of Harry's abilities?" After a moment of contemplation, Cedric responded, "According to Fred, Harry Potter possesses remarkable talent and has shown rapid improvement. For this reason, I personally lean towards Gryffindor emerging victorious in this competition." After listening to Cedric's remarks, Alec nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them simultaneously redirected their gaze towards the arena, closely monitoring the unfolding events of the match. At that moment, a tall witch with silver hair and yellow eagle-like eyes entered the field. This was Madame Hooch, the professor of flying lessons for first years at Hogwarts, as well as the Quidditch referee. Cedric turned to Alec and spoke. Alec nodded in response, acknowledging that he had not taken flying lessons at Hogwarts, as they were only offered to first-year students. Standing in the center of the pitch, Madame Hooch held her broomstick aloft and proclaimed, "Listen, I expect everyone to participate in the match fairly and honestly." She glanced at the Slytherin team before continuing, "Now, please mount your broomsticks." Immediately, the players on the field mounted their brooms, and with a firm blast of her silver whistle, the players soared into the sky, signaling the commencement of the match. Alec observed the intense match unfolding before him, occasionally hearing the voices from the referee's stand. Angelina, the seeker for Gryffindor, had successfully caught the golden snitch. She was indeed remarkable, not to mention strikingly beautiful. She took a shot, but alas, the quaffle was thwarted by the Slytherin goalkeeper. What a disappointment. Alec cast his gaze towards the commentary box, where the individual on stage was Li Qiaodan, a friend of the twins whom Alec was also acquainted with. At that moment, he was being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall. "Jordan, if you cannot provide a fair commentary for this match, I shall have no choice but to seek another commentator." "I apologize, Professor. I will be more mindful," Li Qiaodan replied, visibly subdued after the admonishment from Professor McGonagall, and his commentary became considerably more impartial. Alec did not pay much heed to this, as the rivalry between the two schools was widely acknowledged. His attention was soon drawn to the match unfolding in the center of the field. The two Quidditch teams, Gryffindor and Slytherin, were evenly matched, displaying formidable prowess. However, the keen-eyed Alec discerned that the tactical approach of the Slytherin team appeared rather unscrupulous. Within mere minutes of the fiercely contested game commencing, a shocking scene unfolded. The arrogant Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, brazenly wielded his bat, forcefully striking the bludger and sending several Gryffindor players plummeting from the air. Witnessing this, Alec could not help but furrow his brow. To be candid, although he harbored little enthusiasm for the sport of Quidditch, he felt a genuine revulsion arise within him at such flagrant acts of foul play. It is well understood that athletic competition thrives on fair play and respect for opponents. Actions that contravene the ethics of sport undoubtedly undermine the integrity of the entire match. Just as Alec contemplated taking action, he suddenly noticed that Harry, hovering above the field, seemed to be in distress. His broomstick was convulsing wildly, lifting Harry higher into the air, away from the pitch. Due to the broom's erratic movements, Harry could only cling to the handle with one hand, dangling precariously. Alec was not the only one to observe this alarming spectacle. On the Gryffindor stands, Ron and Hermione anxiously gazed at Harry in the sky. It seemed they exchanged a few hurried words before Hermione departed from the stands. Meanwhile, on the Hufflepuff side, Alec pondered the situation. Suddenly struck by a thought, he exchanged a brief greeting with Cedric and left the stands, intending to inform Madame Hooch about the circumstances on the field. Although he recognized that the situation would likely resolve itself regardless, as a friend of Harry's, he was willing to take any actions that might be of assistance. As he passed by the Gryffindor stands, Alec unexpectedly encountered Hermione. Alec gazed at Hermione and deliberately inquired, "Hermione, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Alec, Hermione shared her conjectures with him and then asked, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Alec shook his head and said, "You go ahead. I shall inform Ms. Horkey and see if we can temporarily suspend the match." Hermione nodded in agreement and then made her way toward the stands where Snape was seated. Alec unexpectedly located Ms. Hooch within the grounds and proceeded to discuss the particulars of the situation with her. After contemplating, Miss Hooch remarked, if circumstances prove too difficult to manage, I shall suspend the match. In response, Alec nodded and made his way back to the Hufflepuff stands. Upon his arrival at the stands, Harry in the field resumed normalcy. Observing this, Alec turned his gaze towards the opposite stands, his eyes fixated on the chaos unfolding there, lost in thought. Once Harry Potter returned to form, it wasn't long before he caught the golden snitch, securing victory for his team. Following the conclusion of the match, Alec and Cedric congratulated the twins on their triumph before they all returned to the castle together. Chapter 61. The Christmas holiday. More than a month had elapsed since Alec last witnessed the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. During this time, he had also attended a match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, where Hufflepuff emerged victorious. However, they did not succeed against Gryffindor in their subsequent encounter. Nonetheless, Cedric appeared indifferent to these outcomes. Noticing Cedric's nonchalant demeanor, Alec inquired, "It seems you are not particularly invested in the Quidditch Cup, are you?" Cedric shook his head in response, stating, "Hufflepuff has not claimed the cup in many years, thus, it is not something we particularly concern ourselves with." Alec nodded in understanding, recognizing that Cedric's disposition was quite befitting of a Hufflepuff. What was noteworthy was that since the events of Halloween involving the troll and the Quidditch match, Alec observed a marked improvement in the camaraderie among the trio, which in turn positively influenced his relationships with them. Alec speculated that this could be attributed to his close bond with George and Fred, or perhaps due to his assistance during the Halloween incident. Beyond these possibilities, he could think of no other explanations. As December's chill abruptly enveloped the Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts Castle was cloaked in a thick layer of snow overnight, resembling a grand white robe adorning the castle. Rising early, Alec ventured to the banks of the Black Lake beside Hogwarts, marveling at the surrounding pristine snow as he mused. Once again it is Christmas time. I wonder, if I do not return home, will Mother send me a scolding letter? Indeed. Alec had resolved not to return home for the Christmas holiday this year. The journey from England to Italy was quite cumbersome, and he found the prospect of staying at school far more intriguing than being at home. After all, being at school with friends is far more enjoyable than languishing at home all day. Although Alec's parents did not oppose him going out to play, he felt that venturing out alone would be rather dull. After inhaling some fresh air by the shores of Black Lake, Alec turned to make his way towards the Great Hall of Hogwarts. As he walked towards the hall, he noticed two red-haired figures hurling snowballs at Professor Quirrell. The snowballs occasionally struck the professor, and Alec keenly observed a moment when an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from the back of Quirrell's head. Just as Fred hit him with a snowball, this sinister presence flickered briefly before vanishing, prompting Alec to refrain from interrupting the twins' antics and proceed directly into the hall. Upon entering, Alec found the Great Hall unusually quiet, likely due to the Christmas holiday, as many young wizards had returned home. This made the typically vibrant hall feel rather serene. At the Gryffindor table, Alec spotted several familiar faces and approached them, greeting, "Hey, Ron, Harry, aren't you planning to go home for Christmas?" Upon hearing his voice, Harry and Ron turned, acknowledging Alec with slight nods. Ron was the first to respond, asking, "Didn't Fred and George mention anything to you?" Alex pondered for a moment before replying, "No, they both claimed they did not wish to return home." Upon hearing this, Ron turned to Alex and said, "We were all supposed to go back, but my parents took my sister Ginny to Romania to visit my brother Charlie, who is working there, so we won't be returning this year." Alex nodded in understanding and then looked at Harry, asking, "What about you, Harry?" Harry responded, "I do not wish to return to my uncle's house. It feels like a prison to me." As the group conversed, Hermione entered the hall, dragging her suitcase behind her. Spotting Alex, she exclaimed, "Alex, you're here. That saves me the trouble of searching for you to say goodbye." Alex, puzzled, inquired, "Are you going home for Christmas?" Hermione tugged at her suitcase and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Why do you look so confused? I assumed you would stay at school, considering all your good friends are here." To this, Hermione responded, "Of course not. I haven't seen my parents in months. I believe a visit home is in order." Then, glancing at the clock in the hall, she said to the group, "All right, I must be off, or I shall miss my train." She turned to leave the hall but paused to remind Harry and Ron, "Don't forget to search for information about Nicholas Flamel." Ron replied, "But we've searched through every book in the library and found no mention of Nicholas Flamel." Hermione laughed and said, "You haven't checked the restricted section." With that, she exited the hall. Alec observed Hermione as she exited the hall and remarked to Harry and Ron, "It seems that Hermione has led you astray. However, it's quite delightful. I assent to it." Upon hearing Alec's words, Harry and Ron exchanged awkward smiles, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Before they could offer any explanation, Alec continued, "By the way, what is it that you seek from Nicholas Flamel?" Harry replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, but since you mentioned it, Alec, do you happen to know who Nicholas Flamel is?" At this inquiry, Alec furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether to divulge the information regarding Flamel directly or allow them to discover it on their own. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, scanning Harry and Ron before softly speaking, "To the best of my recollection, on the third tier of the first row of the restricted section, there lies a tome entitled Alchemy, the Ancient Art and Science. That book should contain some information about Nicholas Flamel." Upon receiving this revelation, Harry and Ron's faces lit up with uncontainable excitement. They exchanged eager glances, filled with anticipation and longing, and then, in unison, expressed their gratitude to Alec. "Thank you." No sooner had the words left their lips than the two of them dashed towards the hall's entrance like arrows released from a bow. Upon witnessing the scene, Alec promptly raised his voice, exclaiming, "Wait, do not be so hasty in departing. Accessing the restricted section requires a signed authorization from the professor. This is something you must be aware of." However, Harry and Ron were solely focused on swiftly locating the book concerning Nicholas Flamel, entirely disregarding Alec's calls. Without a backward glance, they continued their sprint, soon disappearing through the doors of the Great Hall. Observing their retreating figures, Alec shook his head in resignation and sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "Alas, it appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. I can only hope they do not encounter any trouble." With that, he gradually shifted his gaze back to the sumptuous breakfast before him, quietly beginning to indulge in the meal. Chapter 62. Alec's shout of warning as anticipated. Harry and Ron found themselves embroiled in trouble within the library. Upon hearing Alec's revelation regarding Nicholas Flamel, they rushed into the school library, only to be reprimanded by Madame Pants before gaining entry. Just as the duo successfully infiltrated the library and attempted to sneak into the restricted section, Professor Snape emerged from within. He regarded the two young wizards, intent on entering the restricted area, and stated, "Were it not for the Christmas holiday, I would certainly deduct 20 points from your house, each." Following this, Professor Snape seized both of them and escorted them before Madame Pants. After explaining the circumstances, Snape departed, leaving Harry and Ron to endure Madame Pants's wrath. Ultimately, they were expelled from the library and instructed by Madame Pants that they were forbidden to enter during the holiday period unless granted explicit permission from a professor. Only then were they allowed to leave. Exiting the library, Harry and Ron wore expressions of utter desolation as they made their way back to the Great Hall. Meanwhile, shortly after Harry and Ron's departure, Fred and George entered the Great Hall. Upon entering, they spotted Alec seated at the Gryffindor table and naturally took a seat beside him, engaging in conversation. "Hey, Alec, I see you have no intention of returning home either?" Alec waved to the twins and remarked, "Indeed, my residence in Italy is quite distant, making a return rather cumbersome. Although I possess a villa in the Muggle realm here in the UK, it would be rather dull to reside there alone. Thus, I have decided to spend Christmas at school." The twins were taken aback, as they had not previously heard of Alec's property in the UK. They then inquired, "Where is your villa in the Muggle world? May we pay a visit?" Surprised by their interest, Alec nodded and replied, "Certainly. But that will have to wait until the next holiday. By the way, why are you so intrigued by a Muggle villa?" The twins responded enthusiastically, "Of course. A villa sounds delightful." They continued, "It's settled then. During the summer vacation, we shall definitely pay a visit." Upon hearing Gemini's words, Alec nodded in agreement and replied, "I shall return to England a month in advance. Once I am back, I will write to you, and then you may come over." Subsequently, Alec and Gemini engaged in discussions about various other matters, primarily revolving around ideas for new mischievous inventions. Just as Alec finished his breakfast and prepared to leave the hall, a jet-black owl swooped in from above. It alighted before Alec, bearing a crimson envelope tied to its leg, adorned with a round seal of deep red wax. The emblem depicted a pair of enormous black wings, and at the center of these wings was an inverted pentagram, ablaze with an ethereal blue flame. Upon first laying eyes on the envelope, Alec contemplated drawing his wand to cast an explosion spell upon it. However, before he could invoke the incantation, Fred, seated beside him, snatched the crimson envelope from the owl's talons and exclaimed to George, "Hey George, look. Alec has received a howler." Upon hearing Fred's words, George turned to look, then took the howler from Fred's hands and, addressing Alec, inquired, "Alec, How on earth did you receive a howler? After saying this, George tossed the howler to Alec. As Alec raised his wand, preparing to unleash a blasting curse on the howler, Fred intervened, restraining Alec's hand with his own, saying, "Calm down, Alec. If you cast a spell on the howler, it will explode. Don't ask me how I know." Heeding Fred's advice, Alec lowered his wand and placed the howler on the table. The three of them exchanged glances, and ultimately, Alec decided to open the howler. For if he delayed any longer, it would indeed detonate. "Alec Lucifer, how dare you?" A woman's voice bellowed from within the howler. After that initial outburst, the tone softened, expressing a sense of grievance. "How could you do this? We should be together this Christmas, gathered around the warm hearth, savoring the aroma of roasted turkey, and enveloped in laughter. Yet now, you have chosen not to return home. Last year, it was somewhat understandable, but why again this year? Is it merely to remain at Hogwarts? Had I known, I would never have consented to your transfer to Hogwarts. Missing 2 consecutive Christmases at home is truly disheartening. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall come to Hogwarts myself and drag you out." After delivering this ultimatum, the howler spontaneously ignited into flames. Alec gazed at the heap of ashes upon the table, his expression one of bemusement as he waved his wand with a flourish. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, carrying the ashes out beyond the doors of the hall. He then surveyed his surroundings, noticing that all the young wizards within the hall were covering their ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony of the howler. Even Cedric, who had just appeared at the entrance, was not spared from the din. Cedric stepped inside and inquired of Alec. "What is happening, Alec? Was that a howler? Who sent it?" The twins chimed in. Yes. Who sent it?" It sounded like a woman in her 30s. Upon hearing this, Alec covered his face with one hand and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "It is a howler, sent by my mother. I did not return home for Christmas this year. Truly, if my home were not so far away, I would have loved to celebrate Christmas there." Cedric, upon hearing this, inquired, "Alec, is your home far from Hogwarts?" Alec then proceeded to tell Cedric the location of his home, adding, "To reach my house, one must utilize the special door key. Otherwise, it would require 2 or even 3 trips with a standard key." Cedric nodded in understanding and then asked Alec, "Do you have a place to stay in England? If not, you could." Before Cedric could finish his sentence, the twins interjected in unison, "No need. Alec has a villa in the Muggle world. By the way, how about you join us to visit during the summer?" After contemplating for a moment, Cedric nodded in agreement. As for whether to ask Alec, what difference would it make to have an additional guest at his home? The group exchanged a few more words in the great hall before Alec announced, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The other 3 in the hall nodded in acknowledgement, and Alec then exited the hall, making his way directly to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Chapter 63. Christmas Gifts. As always, Alec sought a room capable of alchemy. His purpose for visiting the House of Requirements this time was twofold. Firstly, to create alchemical items and potions as Christmas gifts for his friends. Secondly, to craft an alchemical garment for himself, as his previous battle in the Forbidden Forest had resulted in his wings tearing through his shirt. Although lacking attire did not affect Alec's combat prowess, having clothing during battle was undeniably preferable to being bare-skinned. After a full day of industriousness within the House of Requirements, Alec completed all the alchemical creations and potions intended for gifting just 2 hours before the Christmas feast. The items to be bestowed included a portable alchemical toolkit and some materials for the twins, a memory potion for Cedric, as he was to face the OWL's examination next year, and the potion could aid him in retaining knowledge. An alchemical wizard chess set for Ron, wherein the pieces would unleash magic to shatter the opponent's pieces, and a magical defensive bracelet for Harry, among others, totaling over a dozen carefully prepared gifts. As for the Christmas present for the professors, Alec had already arranged with his father a few days prior to procure it. Once he had meticulously accounted for and wrapped all the items, Alec waved his wand, causing the gifts to float gracefully in the air. And then he proceeded to the Orrery. It was imperative that he dispatched all the presents before partaking in the Christmas dinner. However, upon his arrival at the Orrery, a majestic owl swooped in and alighted upon Alec's shoulder just as he entered the space. Alec gazed at the owl perched upon his shoulder and remarked, "Oreo, is that you?" Indeed, the owl that had flown over was none other than Oreo, the very owl Alec had entrusted to Clark. Alec reached out to lift Oreo from his shoulder, weighing him in his hands before remarking, "It seems Clark has taken excellent care of you. Do you have anything to deliver to me?" Upon hearing this, Oreo raised one of his paws. Alec noticed a letter secured to Oreo's leg, promptly unfastened it, and rewarded Oreo with some jerky. He then added, "Since you are here, you might as well take Clark's Christmas gift with you, as you will be flying back anyway." Just as he finished speaking, Oreo pecked him sharply. Before Alec could utter another word, Oreo seized the parcel and soared into the sky. Alec chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then placed the letter he held into his pocket. Afterward, he meticulously dispatched the remaining packages one by one. Only after completing these tasks did he return to his dormitory within the Slytherin common room. Alec sat before his desk, gazing at the letter in his hands, which, as expected, was penned by Clark. "Dear Alec, it is a pleasure to communicate with you through this letter. I hope this missive traverses mountains and rivers, reaching you safely and bringing my sincerest greetings and blessings. First and foremost, allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for a Merry Christmas. May Santa Claus stealthily place the gifts you have longed for into your bedside stocking, adding joy and warmth to your festive celebrations. I wonder how you have been lately. Have you encountered any intriguing experiences or remarkable individuals? As for me, life in Buxbaden has been quite pleasant since your departure. The absence of your formidable presence has kept me on my toes, as I dare not grow complacent. As the saying goes, one must row against the current. If one does not advance, one will inevitably regress. Hence, I have doubled my efforts in studying the arcane arts and diligently practicing various spells and techniques. My hard work has borne fruit, and I am proud to announce that I have secured the top position in my year. Isn't that impressive? But do not let envy consume you. After all, this achievement is the result of my relentless toil. Naturally, I am aware of your exceptional and diligent nature, and I trust that you are not lagging behind at Hogwarts. However, our competition is far from over. Do not allow yourself to become lax in your studies. Otherwise, when we next meet, I might indeed surpass you in prowess. At that time, I shall take the reins. Enough of my ramblings. I eagerly await your reply, hoping you will share the wonders of your life at Hogwarts with me. Best wishes, your sincere friend, Clark Wilson." Upon finishing the letter, Alec chuckled helplessly and tucked it away. He then took up a piece of parchment to compose his response. After completing his letter, Alec made a trip to the Olory to send it off before heading to the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. Once the feast concluded, he had no intention of engaging in other activities. Instead, he promptly took a bath and settled into his bed. The next morning, Alec awoke to find a mountain of Christmas gifts piled high in his room. Alec meticulously unwrapped each of the Christmas gifts. Among them were a selection of mischievous trinkets crafted by the Geminis, a notebook from Cedric, a dental care tool from Hermione, sweets from Ron, and an assortment of alchemical materials from Harry. However, it was noteworthy that Alec discovered, in addition to the offerings from friends he was familiar with, there were also Christmas gifts sent by some Slytherin students with whom he had previously experienced conflicts. Just as Alec found himself engulfed in confusion, he stumbled upon a letter penned by his father nestled within the Christmas gifts. The letter read, "Dear Alec, this Christmas, you have not returned home, and it has caused me considerable distress. Your mother reproaches me daily for having permitted your attendance at Hogwarts. However, this is not a matter of great consequence. The primary purpose of this letter is to update you on our family's developments in the United Kingdom. In recent months, I have been engaged with the Ministry of Magic and several pureblood families in Britain. I have achieved notable progress. They now acknowledge my position as a member of the Wisingamot. Moreover, some pureblood families seem to be inclined towards ingratiating themselves with the Lucius family. Consequently, after Christmas, you might find some young wizards from these pureblood families drawing near to you. I hope this does not cause you any discomfort. Nonetheless, there is no need for you to feign camaraderie. I trust in your ability to discern which pureblood families are genuinely worthy of friendship. However, I must remind you to exercise utmost caution while in Britain. In due course, our family should establish a firm foothold here, at which point the pureblood families will become of little consequence to us. I have heard whispers that Voldemort is plotting his return, so ensure your safety before engaging with the offspring of pureblood families. Wishing you a joyous Christmas. With love, your father." Upon reading the letter, Alec understood why some young Slytherins, who had previously been at odds with him, were sending him gifts. As for the pureblood families, if he wished to forge connections, he could certainly make use of the opportunity. Chapter 64. The Mirror of Ariste. After Alec unwrapped his gifts, he took a book and made his way to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Inside, he found Harry and Ron seated at the long table, engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Alec approached the two and observed them. Ron and Harry noticed Alec, who had already taken a seat, and both looked up to greet him. Alec observed that the wizard's chess set Ron was using was the very one he had gifted him. He inquired, How do you find this chess set? Is it satisfactory? To this, Ron vigorously nodded and replied, there is simply no better wizard's chess set than this. Thank you. Hearing Ron's enthusiastic endorsement, Alec smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, I'm glad you like it. By the way, the bracelet I gave you, Harry, can be worn continuously without concern. It safeguards you from surprise curses. Then, seemingly recalling something, Alec turned to the two and asked, have you made any progress in your search for information regarding Nicholas Flamel? In response, Harry and Ron exchanged troubled glances and said, don't even mention it. Just as we were about to enter the restricted section, Snape emerged from it, catching us red-handed. At this, Alec winced slightly and murmured, what dreadful luck. Ron then continued, however, Harry received an invisibility cloak today, so he plans to make another attempt tonight. I will guard the entrance to the Gryffindor common room to prevent the Fat Friar from interfering and ensuring Harry can return without difficulty. Upon hearing the plan, Alec cast a questioning glance towards Harry, who, in response, nodded affirmatively. Observing Harry's reaction, Alec also nodded and remarked, well then, I wish you good luck, Harry. Subsequently, he returned to his reading, engrossed in his book. In the dead of night, Harry, as per the plan, donned the invisibility cloak and ventured into the restricted section of the library. However, just as he located the book that Alec had mentioned, the disconcerting voice of Filch echoed from the first floor, prompting Harry to hastily flee without opening the tome. On his way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry stumbled upon Snape and Quirrell engaged in a conversation, seemingly with Snape issuing threats towards Quirrell. Just as Harry prepared to eavesdrop on more significant matters, Filch interrupted their dialogue, causing Snape to depart. Reluctantly, Harry continued on his way. As he approached the Gryffindor common room, he discovered a peculiar mirror at the end of the corridor, one that appeared to have never been there before. Intrigued, Harry approached and examined it closely. The mirror's grandeur was striking. It soared to the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. An inscription was etched at the top of the mirror, though Harry found it difficult to decipher. The following morning, Harry roused Ron early and, predictably, they encountered Alec in the Great Hall. Without delay, Harry ushered Alec along, leading both of them back to the spot where he had seen the mirror the previous day. Alec gazed at the grand mirror before him and inquired, Harry, why have you brought us here so early in the morning? Ron, equally perplexed, echoed his confusion. Harry then pulled Ron and Alec closer to the mirror, exclaiming, I can see my parents within it, right here. As Ron stood before the mirror, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Hey, I see myself as the head boy of Gryffindor, cradling the house cup, he exclaimed. This mirror possesses the power to foresee the future. However, upon hearing Ron's words, Harry vehemently denied, that is impossible, my parents are deceased. Alec listened to the conversation between the two and approached the mirror, examining it closely. He noticed an inscription carved at the top of the mirror and murmured, Aristella Elra I to be Cafferwade Ongwos. Suddenly, it seemed a realization dawned upon him, and he addressed the two, saying, this is the mirror of Eris. Harry and Ron, perplexed, simultaneously inquired, what mirror? The mirror of Eris, Alec replied. The sole purpose of this mirror is to reveal one's innermost and most fervent desires. Upon hearing this, it appeared that both Ron and Harry understood something. Ron spoke up, so it's not a prophecy mirror after all. With that, Ron, feeling disheartened, walked away to the side. Alec gazed at Ron, remarking, if you strive diligently in your studies, you may one day have the opportunity to become the head of Gryffindor. Wouldn't you agree? Rather than waiting idly here, it would be far more beneficial to immerse yourself in a few good books. Ron fell silent for a moment before turning to Alec and inquiring, what do you see in the mirror? At this, Alec directed his gaze towards the mirror of Eris. It appeared as though a veil of mysterious mist was gradually dissipating, revealing three figures that were more familiar than any other. They were the ones deeply embedded in Alec's memories. The first figure to catch his eye was a tall, imposing man, whose stature was majestic and whose countenance bore a resolute strength, his deep-set eyes radiating a reassuring power. Beside him stood a gentle, serene woman, her skin as fair as snow, with cascading hair flowing like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an elegance that was utterly enchanting. Standing next to Alec, slightly younger by a year or two, was a charming and playful boy whose bright, expressive eyes and innocent smile evoked an instant fondness. The woman in the mirror extended her slender fingers, tenderly caressing Alec's face, her touch as gentle as a breeze gliding over a tranquil lake. Alec found himself transfixed by the reflection of his own dark-haired, dark-eyed self, momentarily lost in reverie. It seemed as though he yearned to reach through the mirror to reclaim the warmth and love he once possessed but had since lost. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, leaving only the four of them and the enchanting mirror in existence. Ron and Harry exchanged glances upon witnessing Alec's demeanor. Harry then gently nudged Alec, asking, "Hey, Alec, are you all right?" Awakened from his stupor by Harry's voice, Alec shook his head, responding, "I'm fine, really." Encouraged by this, Ron pressed on, "So, what did you see in the mirror that left you so entranced?" Alec replied, "I saw myself, along with my family." Disappointed. As he had anticipated something extraordinary, Ron let out a soft "oh" before turning to Harry and Alec, saying, "All right then, let us go." Alec smiled faintly at Ron's expression of disappointment, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, they are family." However, he soon followed in the footsteps of Ron and Harry, exiting the place. Unbeknownst to the trio, a white-haired elder stood in a shadowy corner. Chapter 65. A conversation with Dumbledore that night. Harry once again found himself in the corridor where the Mirror of Erised resided. Despite Ron's numerous attempts to dissuade him after their return during the day, Harry's mind was singularly fixated on returning before the mirror. Ron could not deter him. Seated alone before the Mirror of Erised, Harry gazed into its depths, lost in a silly smile. As he stared, Dumbledore unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Approaching Harry from behind, he spoke, "So, you've come again, Harry?" A chill swept through Harry, freezing his very insides. He turned to find Dumbledore standing directly behind him, unsure of when the elder had arrived. He stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't see you." "Sir." Dumbledore's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he replied softly, "Do not concern yourself with it, my child. There is no need for apologies, Harry. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you, like countless others before you, have come to understand the power of this mirror and the true nature of what it reveals. The reflections it offers are not reality, are they?" Upon hearing this, Harry nodded vigorously, responding, "Indeed, sir. Alec mentioned this to me when he accompanied me yesterday." Dumbledore's gaze deepened as he regarded Harry, slowly inquiring, "If that is the case, why do you persist in returning here, Harry?" The visions reflected in the mirror impart no useful knowledge, nor do they convey the truth of our circumstances. Have you not realized this? Harry's anxiety heightened at Dumbledore's words, and he replied nervously, "Yes, sir. But I simply wish to see my family once more." Dumbledore paused at Harry's admission, then said, "Yes, indeed, as your headmaster, I should not deprive you of your right to see your family. However, there are other ways to achieve this, are there not?" Upon hearing this, Harry nodded. Observing Harry's agreement, Dumbledore smiled again and stated, "Then tomorrow, I shall arrange for this mirror to be removed from here. Harry, do not seek to find this mirror again, for its contents will only lead one to squander their time in front of it, becoming obsessed with what they see, perhaps even driven to madness, as they remain uncertain whether what the mirror reveals is real or achievable. Now, Harry, it is time for you to retire to your dormitory, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Harry nodded at Dumbledore and subsequently exited the corridor. Once Harry had departed, Dumbledore suddenly spoke, "Familial bonds and friendships are truly magnificent emotions, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lucifer?" As he spoke, Dumbledore cast his gaze towards a secluded corner of the corridor. Alec slowly emerged from the corner and inquired, "I wonder when the headmaster first became aware of my presence." Dumbledore chuckled and replied, "Just some unique methods possessed by ancient wizards." He then continued, "By the way, Mr. Lucifer, what brings you here? Are you concerned about Harry?" At this, Alec nodded, for he had sensed after witnessing Harry's condition yesterday that the young wizard would likely return here. Initially, he had intended to persuade Harry, but it seemed the headmaster had arrived first. Subsequently, Alec addressed Dumbledore, saying, "It appears that Harry's matters have been resolved. I believe I should return to my dormitory now. Don't you think, headmaster?" Dumbledore responded, "The evening is still young. Might I extend an invitation to Mr. Lucifer to join us in my office for a cup of tea?" Upon hearing this, Alec raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, that is quite possible." Soon after, the two of them made their way to the principal's office located on the 8th floor, where they sat face to face at the solitary desk within the office. Alec was the first to speak, inquiring, "I wonder what the esteemed headmaster wishes to discuss with me?" Dumbledore, taken aback by Alec's proactive approach, being another child of prophecy, responded with a hint of surprise. He then inquired, "Mr. Lucifer, could you share what you beheld during the day within the Mirror of Erised? Do not be overly concerned. It is merely the curiosity of an old man. In response, Alec replied, "It was family, headmaster." Dumbledore then remarked, "Ah, familial bonds, such a profound connection, is it not?" Alec gazed at Dumbledore and said, "All right, headmaster, please speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution." At this, Dumbledore paused momentarily, then sighed and replied, "Mr. Alec, Harry is but a pitiable child. Thus, I implore you, as a friend to Harry, to guide him gently when he is in need of assistance. Though he is the chosen one, he is still merely a child. Is he not?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Alec was taken aback. He then addressed Dumbledore, saying, "Harry is my friend, and you need not have come to me specifically about this matter. As a friend, I would not hesitate to offer him my support. However, I hope, dear headmaster, that in the future you will not leverage this relationship to manipulate me. Such a sentiment is rather unwelcome." Dumbledore, upon hearing Alec's response, allowed a hint of resignation to flicker in his wise and profound eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile. He nodded slightly, acknowledging and understanding Alec's perspective. He then spoke again, his voice gentle and filled with affection. "It is my fault, Alec. I should not have presumed to interpret the bond between you and your friends through such a lens. Please forgive this old man." Continuing, Dumbledore remarked, "The ties of family and friendship are often the most precious and inextricable parts of our lives. They bestow upon us strength, support, and boundless warmth, ensuring that we do not face hardships in solitude." He paused momentarily, as if reminiscing about cherished memories. Then, glancing at the clock on the wall, Dumbledore smiled and said to Alec, "Goodness, how swiftly time passes. It has grown quite late without our noticing. My dear boy, I cannot keep you here any longer. It is vital for a young wizard like yourself to enjoy ample rest each night. Only with sufficient slumber can you awaken revitalized to delve into the magical arts and explore the wondrous world. So, off you go to rest. Good night, my child." With that, Dumbledore gently waved his hand, signaling that Alec could depart. Nodding in acknowledgement, Alec stepped out of the headmaster's office. After Aelric departed, a solitary figure entered the office. "Dumbledore, are you truly certain that this child of the Lucifers poses no threat?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore addressed the newcomer, Severus. "While I cannot entirely discern the nature of this Lucifer, it is reasonable to believe that Aelric Lucifer harbors no ill intentions towards Harry. Wouldn't you agree?" Severus Snape, who had walked into the office, fell silent at this remark. Dumbledore continued, "Severus, Aelric is in your house. I hope you will keep a watchful eye on him and guide him away from any misguided paths." Snape, enveloped in silence, grew even more contemplative. Given Alaric's disposition and the company he keeps, it would indeed be challenging for him to stray from the right course. Ultimately, Snape nodded slightly before exiting the headmaster's office. Chapter 66. Matters of the library. The Christmas holiday swiftly passed, and those young witches and wizards returning home brought with them a sense of longing and nostalgia as they stepped back into the enchanting halls of Hogwarts. Time had moved on to the second weekend following their return from break. Sunlight streamed through the grand windows of the library, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor. Aelric sat quietly in his usual corner, engrossed in the pages of a time-worn book, seemingly detached from the bustle of the outside world. At that moment, a towering figure gradually entered Alaric's line of sight. It was none other than Hagrid, the beloved keeper of keys and grounds, known for his imposing stature and thick mane of hair. Upon noticing him, Aelric promptly set his book aside, rising to greet Hagrid with a soft, "Hey, Hagrid. I never expected to see you here. What brings you to the library today?" Hagrid's rugged face immediately broke into a hearty smile at the sound of Alaric's voice. "Oh, it's just Aelric. I always feel a special fondness for this eager young lad, who often assists me at my hut." However, when Hagrid noticed the curiosity glimmering in Alaric's eyes, he appeared to suddenly realize something. In a somewhat flustered manner, he hastily tucked a book tightly under his arm and awkwardly explained, It's nothing special really. I just came to see if there are any books on how to grow larger pumpkins." As he spoke, Hagrid instinctively patted the spot where the book was concealed, as if fearful of being discovered. Meanwhile, Alaric's eyes widened in astonishment as he keenly observed Hagrid's unusual behavior. His gaze first settled on the book Hagrid was hurriedly stashing away, then shifted to Hagrid's flushed, slightly agitated face, brimming with questions and intrigue. Alec steadied himself and inquired, "What book is this? It appears to be unrelated to cultivating giant pumpkins." Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the spine of the book that Hagrid had hastily tucked into his embrace, prominently inscribed with the golden letters, raising dragons for leisure and profit. Upon hearing Alec's words, Hagrid, as if jolted by an electric shock, swiftly withdrew the book from his grasp. He anxiously glanced at the spine, where the gilded lettering shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, almost mocking his current predicament. Hagrid's complexion shifted to one of profound embarrassment. He instinctively raked his fingers through his tousled hair, mumbling indecipherable justifications. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take action, seizing Alec's arm and leading him to a secluded corner of the library. Once they had come to a halt, Hagrid exhaled deeply, as if to release the insecurities weighing on his heart. Lowering his voice, he confided in Alec, "Well, since you've uncovered my secret, I shall speak candidly. The truth is, I did not come to the library in search of a book on cultivating giant pumpkins. Rather, I hope to discover some literature pertaining to dragon rearing." At this point, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Hagrid's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a wave of concern. Alec's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment as he trembled and exclaimed, "Raising dragons?" The words seemed to be forced from the depths of his throat, imbued with sheer shock and incredulity. Although Alec had surpassed the age of dragons, the notion of raising them at Hogwarts left him utterly astounded, for it was, after all, illegal to do so without authorization. Upon hearing Alec's voice, slightly altered and even somewhat shrill due to his astonishment, Hagrid instantly grew anxious. He swiftly waved his robust hands in a gesture of urgency towards Alec, lowering his voice in a desperate warning. "Shoo, keep your voice down, Alec. We mustn't let anyone else hear." Alec inhaled deeply, yet he could not conceal the profound astonishment etched upon his face. He eagerly inquired, "Could it be that you have actually acquired a dragon egg?" His gaze was fixed intently on Hagrid, as if he sought to extract the answer directly from the other man's countenance. Hagrid, observing Alec's fervent demeanor, nodded slightly, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his lips as he softly replied, "Indeed, it is a dragon egg. I won it last week while I was enjoying a drink at the Hogsmeade pub. Someone wagered against me and, upon losing, handed it over. Oddly enough, it seemed as though he was almost eager to lose to me." Upon hearing this, Alec continued, "When will the dragon egg hatch? Might you take me to see it?" Hagrid pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, saying, "It should hatch by evening. You can come to my hut then." Alec nodded in understanding and glanced at the books in Hagrid's hands, saying, "If I wish to raise a dragon, these books should prove useful." He then guided Hagrid to another row of shelves, retrieving several volumes and placing them into Hagrid's hands. They included titles such as Dragon Species of Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Inferno, and A Guide to Raising Dragons. With a hefty stack of books in hand, Hagrid patted Alec on the shoulder with his free hand and expressed, "Thank you, Alec." With that, Hagrid made his way toward the library entrance. However, at the grand door, he encountered Harry and his companions. Harry seemed to have noticed something amiss and rifled through the borrowing records at Madame Pance's desk before striding directly toward Alec. As he approached the shelf, Hermione's keen eyes spotted Alec, who was engrossed in a book. She called out, "Hey, Alec, so this is where you are? I was hoping to study with you and ask you a few questions, but I couldn't find you in the Great Hall. After asking Fred, he said he had no idea where you were. So, you've been hiding in the library all along." Harry and Ron shuddered at the sight of Hermione's intense eagerness to study, recalling her earlier admonition on their way to the Great Hall. "We must hurry to review. The exams are fast approaching, and we cannot afford to slack off. Just look at the material for this subject. There's still so much we haven't mastered. How can we possibly skip our studies? Let's go over the key points of history of magic tonight. This content is crucial and will certainly be on the exam." Despite the fact that there remained nearly 10 weeks until the end of the semester, Hermione had already begun her preparations for revision, a notion that left Harry and Ron, who were not particularly fond of reading, utterly perplexed. In Chapter 67, Nicholas Flamel, as Hermione chattered incessantly, Alec gently patted her fluffy head and said, all right. If I'm not usually found in the Great Hall, you can look for me in the library. As for revising, how about we start tomorrow? There is still plenty of time, isn't there?" Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione nodded in agreement but felt the warmth of his hand on her head, her ears turning slightly red. She then shook her head to dislodge his hand, exclaiming, "Please don't keep patting my head." Alec withdrew his hand and turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "By the way, you must have other matters to attend to, right?" At this, Harry and Ron seemed to recall something, and they inquired, "Oh, Alec, did Hagrid come by here just now? Do you know what he was here for?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Alec pondered whether to divulge Hagrid's acquisition of a dragon egg. Before he could finish his thoughts, Harry continued. I just saw Hagrid borrowing several books about dragon care, and he mentioned wanting to raise a dragon since the beginning of term. So, I suspect he might have acquired a dragon egg. Relieved by this, Alec responded, if you're curious, how about we visit Hagrid's hut together this evening? I don't think he would mind. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Then, Alec's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were contemplating something significant. After a moment, he inquired, oh, by the way, I recall you mentioned wanting to find Nicholas Flamel. Have there been any developments? As soon as he spoke, the trio, once animated, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, their heads drooping in unison as they replied dejectedly, no. Their voices were filled with disappointment, as if they had just faced a significant setback. Seeing this, Alec shook his head helplessly and sighed. I truly don't know what to say to you. Last time you were caught in the library, that was one thing. Haven't you ever taken a moment to read the contents of the wizard cards that accompany your chocolate frogs? He then reached into his pocket and, after a brief rummage, produced a wizard card featuring the likeness of Albus Dumbledore, which he handed to Harry. As Alec spoke, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all turned their attention to the card bearing Dumbledore's image. They stared wide-eyed, fixated on the densely packed text upon the card. The card bore the neatly inscribed words, Albus Dumbledore, acclaimed as the greatest wizard of all time, successfully vanquished the formidable and malevolent dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Following this triumph, he astonishingly discovered 12 extraordinary uses for dragon's blood, drawing upon his vast knowledge and exceptional wisdom. Moreover, this distinguished master of magic collaborated closely with his renowned partner, the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, achieving remarkable excellence in the mysterious and profound field of alchemy. Albus Dumbledore not only excelled in academic pursuits but also indulged in a plethora of personal interests, such as his passion for the exquisite strains of chamber music, alongside his enthusiasm for the intriguing game of Quidditch. After absorbing this captivating account of Professor Dumbledore's illustrious deeds, the group momentarily stood in stunned silence, seemingly overwhelmed by the magnitude of information contained within. After a considerable pause, the quick-witted Hermione was the first to regain her composure. She blinked her bright eyes and suddenly exclaimed, oh, I remember. I believe I've seen the name Nicholas Flamel in a book before. No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly raised her right hand, lightly waving it over the delicate necklace adorning her neck. In an instant, a peculiar glow flashed, and an exceptionally thick tome materialized in her grasp as if conjured by magic. Hermione then remarked, this book is one I peruse during my leisure time. Ron, astonished, replied, is that what you call leisure? Ignoring Ron's comment, Hermione began flipping through the pages, stating, let me see. Ah, here it is. She pointed to a passage in the book and began to read aloud. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of this century, is hailed as the pioneer of ancient alchemy and the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Last year, Flamel celebrated his 665th birthday at his estate and now resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, aged 658. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, what stone? At this moment, Alec spoke up. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, is the most magnificent alchemical artifact of Nicholas Flamel, unparalleled in its grandeur. It possesses the extraordinary ability to transmute any metal into gold and to create the elixir of life. Upon hearing Alec's words, the three of them turned their gaze towards him, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Noticing their inquisitive expressions, Alec remarked, why do you look at me like that? After all, I am also an alchemist. The three of them, taken aback, exclaimed in unison, you are an alchemist too? Alec glanced over at Mrs. Pants, who was approaching them, signaling for the others to lower their voices. He then remarked, of course, how else do you think those Christmas gifts came about? It's nearly impossible to procure so many alchemical items at once in the marketplace. After his words, the three young ones felt a wave of embarrassment, having assumed that Alec had purchased those gifts outside of school. Observing their expressions, Alec continued, all right, I didn't mean to cast blame upon you. He then glanced at his watch and remarked, is it already this late? I have an appointment with George and Fred, so I must take my leave. Just as he was about to step out of their sight, he pointed to his watch, saying, do not forget the time. 6 o'clock at the entrance of the Great Hall. With that, Alec departed from the library. Once Alec had left, the trio resumed their discussion. So, do you understand? Hermione addressed Harry and Ron. The room we accidentally entered, where the three-headed dog was, undoubtedly conceals the philosopher's stone beneath the trapdoor. Upon hearing this, Ron nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, if I were Snape and knew that a philosopher's stone capable of turning any metal into gold lay beneath that trapdoor, I would certainly want to acquire it." "We must inform Professor McGonagall," Harry insisted. "We cannot allow Snape to steal Dumbledore's possessions." At this, Hermione grasped Harry's arm, saying, "Are you foolish? Professor McGonagall would never believe the words of a few young wizards. We might even find ourselves in detention for having ventured into the restricted area on the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Harry paused, contemplating, "True, then we must keep a watchful eye on that room to prevent Snape from entering." Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. The Norwegian Ridgeback. As evening approached, the twilight enveloped the surroundings, and soft lights bathed the spacious and solemn great hall. Alex sat quietly at one of the long tables, savoring his delightful dinner. Just as he contentedly set down his knife and fork and reached for the cup of pumpkin juice that Fred had mischievously pushed toward him 10 minutes prior, a faint sound of footsteps captured his attention. He looked up to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione briskly approaching him, taking their seats beside him in succession. Harry was the first to break the silence, eagerly inquiring, "Alec, when are we going to visit Hagrid?" After a moment of contemplation, Alec glanced out at the darkening sky, mentally calculating. After a short while, he turned to the three expectant faces and smiled, responding, "In that case, why don't we set off right now? What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Harry, Ron, and Hermione enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Immediately, they rose without hesitation, following Alec as they departed the hall. The group walked briskly towards the edge of the forbidden forest. The sky gradually darkened, resembling a vast expanse of black silk enveloping the heavens. As time passed, the darkness deepened, swiftly engulfing the once clear path in shadows, rendering it indistinct. At that moment, Alec raised his enigmatic and powerful wand without hesitation, narrowing his eyes slightly. As he softly murmured the incantation, Lumos. As the words left his lips, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the tip of his wand, akin to a dazzling comet streaking across the night sky. This radiant glow illuminated the ground beneath them, casting a daylight-like brightness at their feet. Guided by this luminous beacon, they cautiously advanced and finally arrived at Hagrid's modest hut adjacent to the forbidden forest. Though the hut appeared somewhat rustic, it exuded a unique warmth and tranquility. Alec approached, lifting his right hand to gently rap on the slightly weathered wooden door. The crisp sound of knocking echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Moments later, a deep, resonant voice emanated from within, coming. Shortly thereafter, the sound of soft footsteps grew closer, gradually becoming more distinct. With a creak, the door slowly opened. At that instant, Hagrid seemed momentarily frozen, his eyes wide as saucers. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, staring in astonishment at the three little figures behind Alec. His voice involuntarily rising an octave. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, what are you doing here?" At this, Alec stepped forward, a hint of exasperation and apology gracing his features, and explained, "Hagrid, you mustn't blame me. After you left the library, they followed your borrowing records all the way here. So, it wasn't me who revealed that you had a dragon egg. They deduced it with their cleverness. And upon learning the news, they insisted on accompanying me to find you." After listening to Alec, Hagrid fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Then he nodded slightly in understanding and said, All right. Since that's the case, let's not linger at the door. Come inside." As Hagrid spoke, he shifted his stance to create a pathway, inviting a few individuals to enter the small hut. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately struck by an overwhelming heat, akin to stepping into an oven. The abrupt transition from the chilly exterior to the stifling warmth inside made them feel as if they were seated in a sauna. Alexis loosened his collar and glanced at the three companions behind him. Harry followed suit, while Ron discarded his outer coat entirely. Hermione, on the other hand, fanned herself with her hand. Observing their discomfort, Alexis turned to Hagrid and inquired, "Hagrid, is such a high temperature necessary for hatching a dragon egg? It feels as if I am standing before a roaring fire." In response, Hagrid shifted aside, revealing a smoldering pile of charcoal behind him, at the center of which rested a jet-black egg that occasionally trembled. The group, intrigued by the dragon egg, approached it with curiosity. Ron was the first to break the silence, asking, "Hagrid, where did you acquire this Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg?" Hagrid then elaborated on the egg's origins before carefully retrieving the quaking egg from the charcoal and placing it on the table. Under their watchful eyes, the shell of the dragon egg began to crack, and a small dragon emerged, wobbling unsteadily on the table. The creature was not particularly attractive. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. It bore a long snout with white nostrils, and its head was adorned with bumpy horns, while its orange-red eyes bulged outward. Hagrid, charmed by the sight, playfully poked at the dragon on the table and remarked, "Isn't it beautiful?" As Hagrid teased the little dragon, it sneezed, releasing a small flame that singed his beard. Chuckling, Hagrid patted his beard and said, "It seems it requires some proper training." Hearing this, Hermione expressed her concern, saying, "Hagrid, the books mention that Norwegian ridgebacks grow rapidly. They could quadruple in size within 2 weeks. How do you plan to keep it hidden?" Just as Hagrid was about to respond, his expression turned pale. He rushed to the window and flung it open, calling out loudly, "Who is there?" Ron, puzzled, asked, "What is going on?" Harry moved closer to the window to peer outside. He recognized the figure immediately. It's Malfoy. He has seen the little dragon. Upon hearing this, Alec pondered briefly before saying, "Let us return to the castle. It would be ill-advised to remain here lest Fleur arrives unexpectedly. As for Malfoy's encounter with the baby dragon, we shall devise a plan later. Hagrid, please refrain from releasing the baby dragon for the time being, as it could attract the attention of other young wizards." Hagrid nodded in agreement, and Alec took the 3 children away from Hagrid's humble abode. Chapter 69. Bidding farewell to the Norwegian ridgeback for an entire week. Each time Malfoy strutted past Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a disdainful and malevolent smile would invariably grace his narrow face. This sinister grin seemed to conceal a plethora of unspeakable secrets and conspiracies, sending shivers of unease coursing through the hearts of the trio. Throughout the week, Malfoy deliberately avoided Alec, rendering any attempt at communication futile. Consequently, apart from their usual classes, the remainder of their leisure hours was spent within Hagrid's cottage. Gathered around the somewhat dilapidated wooden table, they earnestly implored Hagrid. "Hagrid, it would be prudent to release it," Harry urged sincerely. "Let it return to the wild." However, Hagrid resolutely shook his head and replied without hesitation, "No, Harry, it is far too young and vulnerable. If I were to release it into the wild now, it would not survive. Other magical creatures would surely torment it, and it would perish." At this, their gazes converged on the baby dragon resting on the table. Remarkably, within just a week, it had grown exponentially, its size now 2 to 3 times larger than before. It writhed restlessly, occasionally opening its mouth to unleash torrents of blazing flames. These sudden bursts of fire danced through the air, leaving Hagrid's cottage in disarray, with scorched marks and billowing smoke everywhere. "I have decided to name it Norbert," Hagrid said, gazing at the baby dragon with moist eyes. "It truly recognizes me now, see? Norbert, Norbert, where is your mother?" As he spoke, Hagrid extended his finger to playfully tease the dragon on the table. "Hagrid," Hermione raised her voice, "you cannot keep it indefinitely. In 2 weeks, it will grow to the size of your cottage, and you will undoubtedly be unable to conceal it. Moreover, Malfoy might inform Professor Snape and Dumbledore at any moment." Hagrid bit his lip, looking as though he might weep, and said, I know I cannot keep it forever, but I cannot simply abandon it. I absolutely cannot." Observing Hagrid's stubborn demeanor, Alec rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Ron, I heard from George that you have a brother working at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. Is that not so?" Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, Hagrid. You can send the dragon to the Dragon Reserve in Romania. Charlie will take excellent care of it. Moreover, during your holidays, you could visit it there." Harry, equally elated, chimed in, "That's splendid. What do you think, Hagrid?" Hagrid nodded in agreement, consenting to Ron's proposal to write to Charlie for further inquiries. In the following week, Ron penned a letter to Charlie in Romania, inquiring about the situation. As anticipated, Charlie agreed to take care of the dragon, but suggested a discreet plan to avoid drawing attention. He proposed that they secretly transport the dragon to the highest tower of Hogwarts on Saturday night, where his friends would then collect it. However, unbeknownst to them, whether it was Merlin's disapproval or mere misfortune, Ron was bitten by the dragon the very next day after sending the letter. They immediately sought out Alaric, who examined the wound on Ron's hand and remarked, "Alas, ordinary potions cannot heal a dragon's bite. While I can alleviate some of the toxins, I highly recommend a visit to the infirmary. Delaying may lead to unfortunate consequences." With that, Alaric provided basic treatment on Ron's wound and eliminated a portion of the poison. But they still made their way to the infirmary. Consequently, Ron found himself resting in the infirmary. During his stay, Draco Malfoy visited, taunting Ron several times and even seizing the book Ron had used to secure his letter to Charlie. This compelled them to proceed with the perilous plan to send off the dragon. As Harry aptly stated, there is no time to alter the plan. We lack the opportunity to inform Charlie of a new schedule. The plan remains unchanged. We still have the invisibility cloak, and we may not be discovered. Under the cover of nightfall, Harry and Hermione cautiously approached Hagrid's hut. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a cacophony of chaos within. The mischievous little dragon was energetically wreaking havoc inside the hut, darting about and leaving a trail of disarray. Hagrid was flustered, attempting to capture the rambunctious creature. But each attempt fell just short. The little dragon skillfully evaded his grasp, intermittently releasing puffs of flame. Alaric, observing the farce, watched with keen interest. At that moment, as Harry and Hermione stepped into the hut, Alaric turned to Hagrid and urgently declared, "Hagrid, time is of the essence. This cannot continue. Allow me to give it a try." Without hesitation, Alaric raised his wand, aiming at the rampaging little dragon, and intoned, "Bind quickly." A beam of light shot forth from the tip of the wand, striking the dragon with precision. Under the influence of the binding spell, the little dragon's movements became sluggish. Yet it remained defiant, continuing to squirm and thrash about. Upon witnessing the situation, Alex swiftly allied with Hagrid, and after considerable effort, they finally succeeded in confining the little dragon within a large chest that had been prepared in advance. However, even while ensnared in the box, the little dragon showed no signs of tranquility. It incessantly clawed at the walls of the chest, striving to free itself from its constraints. Observing this, Alex shook his head in resignation, raised his wand once more, and softly uttered, "Sleep," accompanied by a surge of magical energy. The spell struck the little dragon like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the little creature ceased all movement, curling up quietly in a corner of the box. Its eyes tightly shut as it drifted into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Hermione and Harry lifted the wooden chest and made their way toward the castle. Watching the duo approach the castle, Alec reassured Hagrid, "Do not worry, all shall be well. I shall follow closely behind." With that, Alec tapped his wand against himself, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Hagrid sighed and then retreated into his small abode. Alec trailed behind Harry and Hermione, and as they passed in front of the Slytherin common room, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden-haired figure making its way towards the highest tower of the castle. Realizing this, Alec's eyes darted about, and he approached Professor McGonagall's office, leaving a note at her door before knocking twice and departing without delay. Shortly after his departure, Professor McGonagall opened her office door and naturally noticed the note on the ground. After reading it, she stormed off towards the castle's astronomy tower in a fury. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione had just sent the dragon away and were observing its removal. Alec, dispelling the disillusionment charm, called out to Harry and Hermione from the tower, urging them to leave, as he had just spotted Malfoy and lured Professor McGonagall to apprehend him. Just as Alec prepared to cast a charm for himself, Professor McGonagall appeared, gripping Malfoy by the ear as they ascended the tower. She glared at the three above, her anger palpable, and exclaimed, "I am appalled. Never have I encountered so many young wizards wandering the castle at night. This is unprecedented." 50 points deducted. Harry and Hermione exchanged startled glances. And before they could mount a defense, Professor McGonagall continued, "Each of you will lose 50 points, in addition to detention. Now, I suggest you return to your respective dormitories." Faced with her ire, they dared not provoke her further and retreated to their quarters. It is noteworthy that upon arriving at Gryffindor's dormitory, they found Neville dressed and preparing to go out. Upon seeing Harry and Hermione return, he expressed his concern, saying, "Harry, Hermione, I overheard Malfoy say," before Neville could finish. Harry swiftly covered his mouth, for Professor McGonagall was still behind them. In the following days, Harry and his friends faced the disdain of many in the school, as it was rare for young wizards to lose 50 points in a single instance. Nonetheless, a number of students stood in their defense, particularly since 2 Slytherins also faced the same penalty. In contrast, Alex seemed unbothered. Few dared to confront him in Slytherin, knowing he would teach them a lesson if they did. However, during this period, Alec found himself incessantly pestered by the twins and Cedric, who were keen to learn what had transpired to warrant such a significant loss of house points. as they had only ever faced a maximum deduction of 20 points. While Cedric did not inquire as frequently as the twins, he too occasionally asked Alec what had occurred, claiming that knowing would help him avoid similar pitfalls and prevent Hufflepuff from losing points. Alec found himself at a loss in response to their relentless questioning. After all, no institution desires to see Slytherin lose points, except for Slytherin itself, of course. He feels no affiliation and is indifferent to such matters. Time swiftly passed, and soon Alec and his companions found themselves facing their detention. At 11 o'clock at night, those required to serve their punishment gathered in the foyer on the ground floor. It was then that Alec spotted Filch, already waiting there. "Follow me," Filch stated expressionlessly, illuminating a flickering oil lamp that cast a dim, amber glow. And then he turned to lead them outside. The wavering light rendered his grim visage particularly sinister and terrifying. "I believe, after this experience, you mischievous rascals will think twice before contemplating any further violations of school rules," Filch remarked as he walked, casting sidelong glances at the group behind him while incessantly chattering. "If anyone were to seek my advice on how to discipline you unruly scamps, I would undoubtedly suggest that hard labor is the most effective educational method. Alas, Hogwarts has abolished those severe punishments, such as binding your hands and suspending you in the dungeons. However, I still maintain those chains, greasing them daily. For who knows when Hogwarts might reinstate old forms of punishment." As they hurriedly traversed the pitch-black expanse, enveloped in utter silence, only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the vastness. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, rendering the surroundings increasingly foreboding. They pressed on, with anxiety gripping the hearts of all save for Alec. Just as they neared Hagrid's solitary hut, a low, gravelly voice emerged from the shadows. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, we must depart." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Harry, who had been tense, visibly relaxed, the tension evaporating from his face. However, Filch shot Harry a venomous glare and mockingly retorted, "Humph, you probably think you'll be frolicking in the Forbidden Forest with that fool, don't you? Don't be absurd. Whether you emerge from the forest unscathed is far from certain." With that, Filch emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. At these words, Malfoy froze as if struck by a petrifying spell, his body immobilized and his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. His eyes widened in terror, and he stammered, "What? We're going to the Forbidden Forest? No, absolutely not. How can we venture into such a terrifying place at midnight? I've heard tales of all sorts of bizarre and dangerous creatures lurking there, especially those ferocious werewolves." "Humph, that's merely your own misfortune, isn't it?" Ferk wore a sinister smile, a glimmer of schadenfreude dancing across his features, his voice laced with mockery and triumph. "What did you expect? Constantly stirring up trouble, you must face the consequences. Did you not foresee this predicament before you sought chaos? It is too late to feel fear now." As Ferk continued to berate Malfoy and his companions, a heavy and deliberate footfall abruptly shattered the surrounding silence. The onlookers turned in unison to behold Hagrid's towering silhouette gradually emerging from the shadows. He gripped a massive crossbow, its bolts glinting ominously in the pale moonlight, instilling a sense of dread. Slung over his broad shoulders was a quiver brimming with arrows, as if he were poised to confront any looming threat. Trailing closely behind Hagrid was Fong, his large canine form, tongue lolling and tail wagging, seemingly exhilarated by the impending adventure. "I shall leave you to it. I'll return at dawn to collect what remains of you," Ferk declared, turning to stride toward the castle, his flickering lantern vanishing into the darkness. Once Ferk departed, Malfoy abruptly faced Hagrid, his expression a mask of terror. "I refuse to enter that dreadful Forbidden Forest," he shouted, his voice trembling. The words, uttered by Malfoy, revealed his pallid complexion and slight shiver. Nearby, Alex, Harry, and Hermione exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, yet unable to conceal the amusement reflected in their eyes, for it was evident from Malfoy's quavering tones that an unmistakable fear lay beneath his bravado. However, Hagrid, standing resolute before them, showed no signs of compassion. He regarded Malfoy with an impassive expression, his voice cold and unyielding. "If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go in today. Should you prefer not to return, refrain from making mistakes." Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. But," he stammered, "it should be the servants who do such tasks. How can it fall to us students? I had anticipated confinement would merely involve writing lines or some such punishment. If my father learns of my suffering here, he will not let this transgression go unpunished." As Malfoy spoke, his voice rose unconsciously, as if attempting to bolster his courage. Yet before he could finish, Hagrid's furious interjection cut him off. Enough. Do not invoke your father to intimidate here. This is Hogwarts, not a realm ruled by you or your father. If you think you can sidestep punishment with a mere essay, you are sorely mistaken. You must undertake something genuinely useful to atone for your misdeeds, or you can promptly pack your belongings and depart. Now, come with me this instant. With that, Hagrid gestured for Alex, Harry, and Hermione to follow him into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leaving Malfoy rooted in place. After a considerable interval, Malfoy emerged from his stupor, reluctantly steeling himself to join the group. Chapter 71. Re-entering the Forbidden Forest 2. The few who ventured into the Forbidden Forest treaded cautiously, the surrounding silence inducing an unsettling chill. Suddenly, Hagrid halted before a mysterious pool of glimmering silver liquid. The towering figure of Hagrid gradually crouched down, dipping his robust fingers into the substance. Bringing his fingers close to his nose, his expression grew increasingly grave. Do you see this liquid? Hagrid raised his head, surveying the others behind him, his voice low and serious. This is no ordinary liquid. It is the blood of a unicorn. Furrowing his brow, he continued with a heavy tone. Within this forbidden forest, a unicorn has been grievously injured by some dreadful creature, and the wounds are dire. What's worse, this marks the second such incident this week. With a resigned shake of his head, his eyes were filled with concern. Turning to Alec, who stood nearby, Hagrid elaborated. Before Christmas, we discovered a unicorn that had been brutally slain. The sight was utterly horrific. Thus, our singular purpose in venturing deeper into the Forbidden Forest is to find this poor wounded unicorn without delay. If it can be saved, we shall provide aid. If it has already perished, we must locate its body and give it a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's expression darkened with worry, and he ventured to ask, what if the malevolent creature that harmed the unicorn detects our presence first? His voice trembled slightly, betraying his inner fear and unease. Hagrid, maintaining his composure, assured him, as long as either I or Fong accompany you, no creature in this forest would dare harm you. Remember, do not stray from this path. Now, without further ado, let us split into two groups and follow these bloodstains to search for clues. Look at all this blood. It is evident that the creature has been stumbling about in this wood since last night. After Hagrid spoke, Malfoy first glanced at Fong's sharp teeth and then, without hesitation, declared, then I choose to have Fong in my group. Hagrid raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, all right. But I must warn you in advance, Fong is quite the coward. Then Hagrid turned to Alec and said, Alec, it seems you will have to team up with Malfoy. I'm not entirely comfortable letting several first-year wizards wander in the Forbidden Forest alone. Alec nodded in agreement. Of course. With Alec's assent, Hagrid added, then, Harry, Hermione. And I will take a separate path. Alec, Malfoy, and Yaya took a different path. Remember, you are to search solely for the injured unicorn. Do not disturb any other creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest. If you happen upon a unicorn, send forth green sparks into the sky. And if you find yourselves in peril, release red sparks. Do you understand? Now, take out your wands and practice. Once it was confirmed that everyone could successfully conjure the customary green and red sparks, Hagrid led a few of them to a fork in the path. They then separated. Hagrid, Harry, and Hermione veered left, while Alec, Malfoy, and Yaya proceeded to the right. Trailing behind Alec, Malfoy incessantly complained, I shall certainly inform my father about this. How dare Hogwarts subject me to detention in the Forbidden Forest? Once my father learns of this, he will have Hagrid expelled from Hogwarts, along with that filch. Listening to the incessant chatter, Alec furrowed his brow slightly before turning to Malfoy and retorted, had you not chosen to follow Harry and Hermione to the astronomy tower, Professor McGonagall would not have discovered this matter, and we would not be facing this detention. At this, Malfoy appeared either intimidated by Alec's words or perhaps something else entirely. As he shrank back and replied, I didn't intend for this to happen. I merely wished to observe the dragon up close before Potter sent it away. Who knew Professor McGonagall would arrive? Alec, perplexed, responded, weren't you planning to report Harry and the others for harboring a dragon and sneaking out at night? Of course not. Malfoy exclaimed, astonished. How could you think that? I genuinely only wanted another glimpse of the dragon. Then why did you follow us to Hagrid's hut? Alec inquired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Malfoy admitted, well, at that time, I did contemplate reporting Potter, but upon seeing the dragon, I changed my mind. And what of your sudden departure? Alec pressed. Because I was scared. Malfoy replied. That Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, has half-giant blood, or so I've heard from my father. You know how giants are notoriously fierce and brutal. Alec, exasperated by Malfoy's reasoning, covered his face with his hand and said, though Hagrid is a half-giant, he is not like the others. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not permit him to remain at the school. Malfoy seemed to ponder this for a moment and nodded in understanding. Observing that Malfoy appeared to grasp the situation, Alec continued, Moreover, I do not believe it is courteous to speak of others' bloodlines. In response, Malfoy adopted an arrogant demeanor and declared, My father has stated that purebloods like myself are inherently superior to those mudbloods from Muggle families. Upon hearing the term mudblood, Alec's previously calm brow furrowed tightly once again. He turned to Malfoy and remarked, It would be prudent for you to refrain from uttering that word in the presence of my friends and me. I do not believe that pureblood wizards are inherently superior to those of Muggle descent. Some pureblood wizards may not possess greater abilities than their Muggle-born counterparts. Malfoy, momentarily struck by Alec's words, was about to offer a rebuttal when Alec continued, Take you, for instance. Do you truly think you can outshine Hermione in her studies? As far as I know, she hails from a Muggle family. Upon hearing this, Malfoy began to reflect. The more he pondered, the more he felt that he might indeed fall short of Hermione Granger, whether in the application of magic or in academic pursuits. This realization began to erode Malfoy's conviction of pureblood superiority. Observing Malfoy's contemplative demeanor, Alec added, Being pureblood does not signify greater nobility. It merely indicates a more advantageous starting point than that of other wizards. Therefore, only when your abilities completely surpass another's can you truly claim the right to pride. With that, Alec resumed his forward march, while Malfoy remained silent for a considerable time, until his large dog Fong barked sharply, prompting Malfoy to catch up with Alec. Chapter 72. An encounter with the dark-robed wizard in the Forbidden Forest. The trio, 2 boys and a dog, walked quietly along the winding path of the Forbidden Forest. Enveloped by dense vegetation, Alec carefully placed one foot in front of the other, occasionally bending down to examine the glimmering silver streaks of blood beside the path. These bloodstains resembled a fragmented trail, guiding them deeper into the perilous wilderness. Malfoy followed silently behind Alec, his steps so light that they barely made a sound. An invisible barrier seemed to separate them, with not a word exchanged between them, only the occasional whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a harsh, piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the forest, shattering the silence like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air. Alec's heart skipped a beat, for he distinctly recalled hearing a similar cry during a previous adventure with the twins in the Forbidden Forest. In an instant, he halted his advance, as though time had frozen. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned to face Malfoy and, lowering his voice, said, I believe we may have located the unicorn Hagrid mentioned. Upon hearing this, Malfoy furrowed his brow slightly and quickly stepped forward to stand beside Alec, both gazing into the dark, mysterious woods ahead. Before them lay a unicorn, its coat as white as snow, now weakly collapsed upon the cold ground. Its once vibrant and expressive eyes had dimmed, as if the flame of life was flickering out. Upon observing the wretched unicorn, a mysterious sorcerer clad in a flowing black robe lay draped over its slender neck. Like a phantom, he pressed close, his mouth opening and closing as he greedily siphoned the precious blood from the unicorn's veins. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Alec was taken aback and quickly reached out to jostle Malfoy beside him, whispering urgently, We must leave at once. This cruel fiend who slaughters unicorns is a dreadful dark wizard. At these words, Malfoy's face drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost, his body stiffening involuntarily. He slowly turned around, each step careful and measured, fearful of making the slightest sound that might alert the malevolent sorcerer. Thus, the two crept backwards along the path they had come, striving to distance themselves from this perilous place. However, an unforeseen event unfolded. Just as Alec and Malfoy had turned to stealthily slip away, their loyal dog, Yaya, suddenly erupted into a frenzy, barking loudly in the direction of the dark-robed wizard. The deafening barks shattered the stillness of the forest. The abrupt cacophony startled the sorcerer, who abruptly lifted his head and roared in a raspy, deep voice, Who goes there? Step forward. Yaya, once composed, instantly lost its nerve, trembling as it tucked its tail between its legs. In a panic, the dog spun around and bolted away, disappearing in an instant. Witnessing this, Alec's face turned ashen, and he decisively shouted to Malfoy, "Run. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." Without hesitation, he took off, racing back down the path like an arrow released from a bow. Malfoy, seeing this, dared not linger and hastily followed in Alec's wake. As they ran for their lives, Alec raised his wand high, casting brilliant red sparks into the sky, hoping to attract attention and summon help. Yet, the Dark Wizard, clearly not a mere amateur, remained unfazed by their escape. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he floated effortlessly, like a specter, swiftly closing the distance between them. With the dark sorcerer drawing nearer, Alec's heart raced. Suddenly, as if resolved to a decision, he halted abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his wand, focusing all his energy on the formidable foe before him, and began to chant a spell in a low voice. Thunderous explosion. Collapse. Disarm you. 3 spells were instantaneously unleashed, yet were effortlessly deflected by the dark-cloaked wizard with a mere wave of his hand. After blocking the incantations, the wizard began to advance slowly towards the two. Noticing that Alec had halted, Malfoy too came to a gradual stop in his flight, and turned to Alec, saying, "Hey, Alec, how may I assist you?" Upon hearing Malfoy's offer to help, Alec quickly replied, "Hurry and fetch Hagrid. You cannot be of much help here. I doubt your dark curses will be effective." Malfoy nodded in response and promptly resumed his retreat in the direction he had come from. The dark-cloaked wizard, observing Malfoy's retreating figure, sneered at Alec and remarked, "Humph. What good is his distance? Once I have slain you, I shall swiftly pursue him." Alec's expression grew grave at the wizard's confident declaration. He could not afford to underestimate someone who dared to slay unicorns and consume their blood. After all, such a person would likely disregard their own life and might resort to a deadly confrontation if the situation turned dire. Alec was determined to prevent such an outcome. He raised his wand, confronting the dark wizard before him. Meanwhile, the already fled Malfoy soon encountered Hagrid and the 2 others rushing towards him. Hagrid, noticing the hurried approach of Malfoy, inquired, "Why are you alone? Where is Alec?" Gasping for breath, Malfoy replied, "Alec is confronting a dark wizard. He sent me to find you for support." Upon hearing this, Hagrid immediately lifted his massive crossbow and dashed in the direction Malfoy had come from. As he neared the scene, Hagrid beheld Alec and the dark-cloaked wizard exchanging spells, the surrounding environment a chaotic mess from the magical duels. Fortunately, Alec appeared to have sustained minimal injuries, with only a few tears in his clothing from the spell's collateral damage. Witnessing this, Hagrid promptly raised his crossbow towards the dark wizard and commanded, "Leave at once. Dumbledore will be here shortly." The dark wizard, unfazed by Hagrid's words, continued to advance towards them. Just as he raised his wand to cast another spell, a colossal figure charged in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the dark wizard flying. It was a centaur, its imposing stature instilling a profound sense of dread in the dark wizard. Recognizing the peril of the situation, the dark wizard realized that facing Hagrid alone would be manageable, but with the addition of a centaur, he could not guarantee a swift resolution. Consequently, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the depths of the forbidden forest. Seeing the dark wizard's retreat, Hagrid exhaled in relief and remarked, "Ah, it is you, Firenze." Upon hearing the words, the centaur nodded towards Hagrid and then cast a glance at the young wizards sheltered behind him. His gaze lingered on Harry and Alec for a moment before he spoke. "You must leave the forbidden forest at once. It has become quite restless of late, and the stars have given me a foreboding sign." After a brief pause, Firenze continued, "Those who dare to slay a noble and sacred creature such as the unicorn are cursed from the moment their lips touch its blood." Upon hearing this, Harry inquired, "What purpose does unicorn blood serve? Why would that dark wizard wish to drink it?" Hermione promptly elucidated the matter for Harry, who nodded as if he grasped the significance. Meanwhile, Firenze gazed intently into Alec's eyes and murmured, "The power of prophecy." The others, puzzled, asked, "What?" Firenze shook his head vigorously, saying, "It is nothing. You should leave the forbidden forest. The night here is perilous." With that, he urged Hagrid to escort them out of the forest. On their way back, Harry and Hermione incessantly questioned Hagrid about Firenze's final remark. Hagrid, in turn, replied, "I have no idea. Those centaurs are always spouting nonsense, like charlatans." However, Alec perceived things differently. He understood that Firenze's last statement was clearly directed at him. After exiting the forbidden forest, Malfoy walked alone toward the castle, leaving Harry and the others bewildered. Typically, Malfoy would boast loudly to Hagrid, declaring, I shall certainly inform my father about this incident, and he will have you, this giant, expelled from Hogwarts. Yet, he did not do so this time, and Harry's group deemed it unworthy of concern, pondering how Malfoy's thoughts were of no consequence to them. Chapter 73. The three friends in action. Since the conclusion of the memorable detention incident in the Forbidden Forest, Alec had sensed an unusual change in the behavior of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Whether in class or during recess, whenever they had the chance to encounter him, the trio would eagerly approach, inquiring incessantly about Professor Snape's recent activities. Alec, do you know what Professor Snape has been up to lately? Harry asked, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. And Alec, has Professor Snape exhibited any peculiar or unusual behavior recently? Ron chimed in. Hermione, with her astute gaze, scrutinized Alec, as if trying to discern hidden truths from his expression. Faced with this barrage of questions, Alec felt utterly bewildered but was reluctant to refuse to answer directly, opting instead to respond vaguely. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the flora and fauna of the Hogwarts grounds. Following his prior agreement with Hagrid, Alec made his way toward Hagrid's small hut at the edge of the campus. Just a few days ago, the kind-hearted and simple-minded Hagrid had entrusted Alec with a request. If he had the time, could he assist in gathering information on how to cultivate gigantic vegetables? Alec readily agreed and diligently collected and organized all the necessary materials during his spare time. Now, he stood before the door of Hagrid's cottage, gazing at the wooden door. Alec raised his right hand and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Here it comes. Soon, Hagrid opened the large door of the cottage. Upon seeing Alec, Hagrid exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha, you've come, Alec." He then ushered Alec inside the cottage. Upon entering the somewhat antiquated small room, Alec carefully retrieved a thick stack of meticulously organized documents from the exquisite ring on his finger. The materials were arranged with precision, each page seemingly imbued with invaluable information. Subsequently, Alec approached Hagrid's large, albeit somewhat cluttered, wooden table and set the documents down steadily. Hagrid, these are the materials you asked me to find at the library regarding various giant vegetables, he stated. After a brief pause, Alec, as if performing a magic trick, produced a small, exquisite vial from his pocket. The bottle displayed a distinctive teal hue, shimmering with a mysterious and enchanting glow under the sunlight streaming through the window. Gently shaking the vial, Alec continued, "However, in comparison to this potion I hold, the information pales in significance. Come quickly." With that, Alec strode outside with a lively gait, prompting Hagrid to hastily follow suit. Alec led Hagrid outside, where he squatted in the vegetable garden and remarked, "This potion, when mixed with varying proportions of water during specific seasons, can be applied to different vegetables, causing them to grow exceptionally large." After speaking, Alec glanced around, then turned to Hagrid and inquired, "Do you have any water for irrigating the vegetables?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid immediately responded, "Oh yes, indeed." He then hurried to the back of the cottage and returned with a massive iron bucket, presenting it to Alec as he said, "This is the bucket I usually use for watering the vegetables." Alec gazed at the iron barrel before him, nearly as tall as himself, and nodded, remarking, "It will do." He then raised his wand and pronounced, "Clear water like a spring." A stream of crystal-clear water flowed from Alec's wand into the barrel. This potion, when used to nourish pumpkins, required a precise ratio of 20 milliliters of potion to 20 liters of water. Insufficient dilution would result in the excess efficacy being wasted in the soil. With that, Alec poured the potion from his hand into the barrel and gradually poured the water onto the patch where the pumpkins were planted. The ratios for watering other vegetables were already inscribed on the papers. Upon hearing this, Hagrid promptly nodded and said, "Thank you, Alec, you've truly been a great help." Just as Alec and Hagrid were conversing, Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed to Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Harry immediately exclaimed, "Hagrid, Hagrid." Hearing his name called, Hagrid turned around, and upon recognizing Harry and his friends, he greeted them with a smile. "Hey, Harry, how have you been lately?" At this, Harry and the others gradually halted, exchanged pleasantries with Hagrid and Alec, and then Harry swiftly inquired, "Hagrid, how did you come by that dragon egg?" To this, Hagrid replied, "I won it from a hooded wizard while drinking at the leaky cauldron." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing Hagrid's response, Harry and his companions exchanged glances, as if confirming something. They then pressed on, "Did that hooded wizard have any personal interest in you?" Hagrid pondered for a moment before answering. "That hooded wizard was indeed quite interested in me. Initially, he just drank with me, but after I mentioned that I worked at Hogwarts, he brought out the dragon egg to wager. We started playing cards, and he lost quite a bit, ultimately giving me the dragon egg as a forfeit. Harry, Hermione, and Ron shared knowing looks before continuing with their inquiries. And what happened next? Hagrid continued. Afterward, that hooded wizard asked if I cared for any magical creatures, stating he intended to apply for a job in America caring for magical beasts. I told him I had experience, having even looked after a three-headed dog named Fluffy. With pride, Hagrid recounted, I told him that the first method to calm a magical creature is to put it to sleep, just like Fluffy, who would doze off if you played some music. Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends maintained serious expressions, exchanged glances, and then turned to dash towards the castle. Observing their demeanor, Hagrid appeared momentarily taken aback. As if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to Alec and said, Did I just say something particularly important? To which Alec, covering his face with his hand in amusement, replied, It seems so. Upon hearing Alec's words, Hagrid displayed a visage of despondency, murmuring to himself, I shouldn't have said that. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Alec gently patted him on the back, assuring, It's all right, Hagrid. I believe they will face no peril at school. After all, Dumbledore remains there. At this, Hagrid lifted his head, the look of sorrow vanishing from his face as he replied, Indeed, Dumbledore is still at the school. Witnessing Hagrid's sudden shift in expression, Alec felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, reflecting on the profound trust placed in Dumbledore. After reiterating the usage instructions for the potions in Hagrid's modest abode, Alec left behind several large vials of potions before departing from Hagrid's hut. Chapter 74. Under the trapdoor, time swiftly passed, and Alec was approaching the conclusion of his inaugural year at Hogwarts. On this very morning, he had completed all his examinations for the various subjects at the school. That evening, within the room of requirement, Cedric inquired, Alec, how do you anticipate your final exam results will turn out? Given your extended hours in the library, you must have thoroughly mastered the material. Nodding in agreement, Alec confidently responded, Certainly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should achieve all OS. Are you that self-assured, Alec? Do you have confidence in your abilities for Professor Snape's potions class? Cedric's question elicited a puzzled glance from Alec towards the twins. Why would you doubt my potion-making skills? The final exam for second-year potions requires us to brew a potion of swelling, a concoction I have mastered perfectly, he retorted. The twins exchanged mischievous glances before one of them handed Alec a small bag, stating, Since you are so confident in producing a potion of impeccable quality, we shall rely on you to concoct the swelling potion we need for our upcoming alchemical endeavors. Alec shot them a disapproving look and replied, I will craft the potion. But as per our usual arrangement, you must assist me with Professor Bin's history of magic assignment. But the holidays are approaching, one of the twins protested. Then assign it for next year, a month's worth, Alec countered. After a spirited debate, the twins conceded that if Alec prepared their potions, they would assist him with 2 weeks' worth of history assignments. After completing the potion requested by the Gemini in the House of Requirements, Alec exited the chamber. As he ascended to the 3rd floor of the castle, he beheld 3 familiar figures vanishing into the forbidden area on the same level. Alec pondered briefly about what day it was today. Yes, it appeared that Dumbledore was not present at the school. It seemed that Harry and his friends were about to embark on yet another extraordinary adventure. With this realization, Alec cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stealthily made his way into the forbidden area. Beyond the great door of the forbidden area lay the formidable 3-headed dog, which seemed to have just settled down, now lying quietly within the chamber. Alec surveyed the surroundings of the room and soon discovered a magnificent harp standing elegantly within. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed his wand at the harp, which began to resonate with enchanting melodies. The 3-headed dog, which had just been awake, promptly closed its eyes, seemingly succumbing to slumber. Observing the canine's tranquil state, Alec approached its paws and cast a levitation spell, gently shifting the dog's claws aside. Before him, a trapdoor materialized. Alec leaped into the trapdoor. Accompanied by a swift descent, he landed upon a bed of soft foliage. Alec gently caressed the surrounding foliage, its soft and elastic texture giving him the sensation of lying upon a bed woven from numerous vines. However, as Alec's hand made contact with the plants beneath him, they seemed to possess a spirit of their own, climbing up his arm and leg to envelop his entire being. Initially taken aback by the plant's autonomous movement, he contemplated their supple, elastic feel and the serpentine, animated tendrils. This must be the devil's snare. Consequently, Alec relaxed his body, and indeed, the plants gradually loosened their grip, no longer tightly entwining him. Subsequently, he naturally slipped through the crevices of the devil's snare and found himself standing on solid ground, surveying his surroundings before proceeding down the solitary path ahead. Meanwhile, deeper within the forbidden zone, Harry and Hermione stood before a wooden table, contemplating a riddle from the Muggle world. Hermione pondered aloud: potions, poisons, nettle wine. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had flickered in her mind, she pointed to the smallest vial and said to Harry, "Harry, this potion must be the one ignited by the flames before us. However, it seems there is only enough for one person. Are you truly willing to go alone?" To this, Harry replied resolutely, "Yes, Hermione, I must. Snape's theft of the Philosopher's Stone is undoubtedly for Voldemort. I cannot allow him to succeed." Observing Harry's determined demeanor, Hermione nodded and cautioned, "Then be careful. I will return to the castle to seek reinforcements." Harry nodded in agreement, grasped the smallest potion, and downed it in one gulp before stepping boldly into the flames. As Hermione turned back towards the direction from which she had come, she encountered an unexpected figure upon reaching the spot where she had previously played chess. "Alec, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, recognizing Alec, who had just emerged from a pile of keys. Alec smiled and nodded at Hermione, then approached Ron, who lay on the ground. Ron's injuries were not severe. He had merely succumbed to a temporary unconsciousness caused by excessive fright and a fall. Alec retrieved a vial of white essence from the ring and applied a few drops to the wounds on Ron's body. In no time, the injuries began to heal gradually. He then stood up beside Ron and turned to Hermione, inquiring, "What on earth is happening? Where's Harry?" At this, Hermione seemed to remember suddenly and exclaimed, "Oh right. Harry has gone to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Come quickly with me." She took Alec's hand and rushed towards the potion station. Hermione pointed to the empty potion vial, stating, "Harry drank the potion from this vial before passing through the flames." Upon hearing this, Alec picked up the bottle, held it to his nose, and murmured, "Fire-resistant potion." He then turned to Hermione and said, "You should return to the castle to find Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. Ron's injuries need Madame Pomfrey's thorough examination. I will go help Harry." As he spoke, a vial of potion appeared in Alec's hand, which Hermione noticed bore an identical appearance to the potion Harry had consumed earlier. However, before she could say anything, Alec dashed into the flames. Watching Alec vanish into the fire, Hermione stamped her foot slightly and muttered to herself before running back. Chapter 75. Beneath the trapdoor, navigating through the fierce, leaping flames. Alec felt as if he had traversed a treacherous path, yet soon he arrived before a door to a chamber. Surprisingly, the grand entrance was obstructed by a towering, searing wall of fire, roaring like a beast intent on consuming all that dared approach. Nevertheless, Alec could distinctly hear a cacophony of noise emanating from within the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered through the flames and concealed himself behind a sturdy pillar, focusing intently on the mysterious scene unfolding before him. Through the crack of the door and the minuscule gap in the wall of fire, Alec finally discerned the situation inside. He saw the diminutive Harry standing before a shimmering, enigmatic mirror, flanked by an adult wizard. The wizard donned a plain purple robe and a matching turban. This individual was none other than Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. "What is wrong with this mirror? I see myself holding the Philosopher's Stone within it, but how do I obtain it?" Quirrell murmured to the mirror. Following his whispered contemplation, a cold, raspy voice emanated from him. "Use that, child." Upon hearing the sound, Alec's eyes fluttered slightly, and he beheld a blinding crimson glow emanating from Quirrell's scalp. As Quirrell unwrapped his turban, revealing Voldemort's presence on the back of his head, Harry, under the duress of Voldemort and Quirrell's threats, reluctantly stood before the mirror of Ariste, clutching the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Quirrell lunged to seize the stone from Harry, Alec emerged from behind a pillar, brandishing his wand towards Quirrell. With a thunderous explosion, a spell shot forth, striking Quirrell's arm as he failed to evade in time. Quirrell's right arm was obliterated, and he clutched his bloodied shoulder with his left hand, roaring at Alec, "How dare you ambush me?" Before Quirrell could utter another word, Voldemort's voice resonated from the back of his head, commanding, "Ignore that little wizard. Seize the stone at once." Obeying his master, Quirrell lunged at Harry, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. As Quirrell attempted to grapple the stone, Harry, with his bloodied hand, swiped at Quirrell's face. Instantly, Quirrell's visage erupted in a frenzy of blisters, as though scalded by boiling water. His anguished screams intensified, and with each cry, Voldemort's voice urged him, Kill him, kill him. However, moments later, Quirrell relinquished his grip on Harry, and Alec stepped forward, lifting Harry from the ground. Alec then prodded Quirrell's nose with his hand, though it seemed unnecessary. For in Alec's eyes, Quirrell exhibited no trace of magical energy and appeared pallid. Alec surmised that in such a state, even St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies could not save him. Turning to Harry, Alec patted his shoulder and said, "Well done." Encouraged by these words, Harry smiled. But as Alec turned to converse with Harry, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from Quirrell, surging towards Alec. Witnessing this, Harry instinctively shoved Alec aside, and a blue light enveloped Harry, forming a barrier that intercepted the black mist. Nevertheless, the unusual fog sent Harry crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Realizing it could no longer pose a threat, the black mist fled towards the room's exit. Observing this, Alec refrained from pursuing the mist with his current abilities. He could not contend with what appeared to be a soul-like adversary. He then approached Harry, gently tapping his face, saying, "Hey, Harry, wake up." Seeing that Harry had not awakened, Alec picked up the red magical stone beside him and, cradling Harry in his arms, exited the room. Shortly after stepping out, Hermione arrived with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who happened to be in McGonagall's office at the time. Upon noticing Harry in Alec's arms, Professor Snape approached swiftly, probing Harry's neck with his hand. Seemingly sensing something amiss, he withdrew his hand and retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket, prying Harry's mouth open to administer it. After completing this, Snape returned to McGonagall's side and nodded at her. Professor McGonagall then inquired, "Mr. Lucifer, could you elucidate what transpired?" In response, Alec nodded and suggested, "Of course, Professor McGonagall, but I believe it would be prudent to first take Harry to Madame Pomfrey, as he is still injured." Acknowledging this, McGonagall nodded, and the group proceeded to the infirmary. Once they had escorted Harry there, at McGonagall's request, Alec followed her and Snape to McGonagall's office. "Very well, Mr. Alec. You may now speak," McGonagall stated. Alec recounted the events in detail to both professors. Upon hearing this, McGonagall remarked, "Mr. Lucifer, next time no." "There shall be no next time. I expect you to inform us immediately of any similar incidents." Alec nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. With a flick of his wrist, the red magical stone materialized in his hand, which he placed upon McGonagall's desk. "This belongs to Professor Dumbledore, and I believe it is best entrusted to you." Surprised by Alec's gesture, McGonagall paused briefly before affirming, "I will ensure it is delivered to Professor Dumbledore." Alec nodded and addressed the two professors, saying, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The professors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After receiving their consent, Alec bid them farewell and exited the office. Within the office, McGonagall turned to Snape and asked, "Severus, did you sense anything peculiar?" Snape replied, "No, this boy is a natural at concealment. I cannot discern what thoughts lie within his mind." McGonagall nodded and handed the magical stone to Snape, saying, "Severus, would you kindly deliver the stone to Professor Dumbledore?" Upon hearing this, Snape nodded slightly and then exited Professor McGonagall's office, the Philosopher's Stone in hand. Chapter 76, A Conversation with Dumbledore again the following morning. Alec arrived in the Great Hall, as usual. He seated himself at the Hufflepuff table and ordered a rather conventional breakfast, sandwiches accompanied by milk. As he leisurely consumed his meal while perusing the newspaper, several familiar figures entered through the grand doors of the hall. It was Hermione, Harry, and Ron. They glanced around the hall, and, upon spotting Alec at the Hufflepuff table, made their way towards him. The trio settled beside Alec, with Harry speaking first. "Alec, thank you for yesterday. You brought me to the hospital wing." Alec waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble. Ron then hurriedly inquired, "By the way, Alec, have you seen the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry promptly answered this query, revealing that Professor Dumbledore had informed them that Alec had already persuaded Professor Snape to hand over the stone. Hermione remarked, "I can't believe it was Professor Quirrell who attempted to steal the stone. We all thought it was Professor Snape." Ron chimed in, "Yes, indeed. But one can hardly blame us. Snape does have that villainous appearance." Hearing their comments, Alec chuckled and responded, "Professor Snape is indeed not particularly well liked." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. At that moment, Snape unexpectedly appeared behind Alec. A chilling voice emanated from Professor Snape. "It seems our Mr. Lucius is not particularly fond of his head of house. However, might I suggest, next time you wish to speak ill of your head of house, you find a location where I cannot overhear?" Startled, Alec shivered and turned to Snape, inquiring, "Is there something you need, Professor Snape?" Snape grunted in response. "Dumbledore wishes to see you. After breakfast in the headmaster's office. The password is cockroach cluster." With that, Snape exited the hall, adding as he walked away, "Mr. Lucius, due to your disrespectful behavior towards a professor, you will face a month's detention at the start of the next term in my office." As Alec watched Snape's retreating figure, he sighed softly. He then heard Ron's voice. "I told you Snape isn't a good person. He approaches like a ghost, without making a sound." Hermione, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Snape shouldn't behave this way. Who has a month of detention right at the beginning of the term?" Upon hearing this, Alec gently patted Hermione's head and said, There. It's nothing to worry about. Being confined in Snape's office merely involves dealing with some potion ingredients." Observing Alec's nonchalant demeanor, Harry inquired, "By the way, Alec, do you know why Dumbledore is looking for you?" After a moment of contemplation, Alec replied, "I'm not certain. Perhaps it pertains to matters concerning my teacher." The trio responded in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. "Your teacher?" Noticing their bewilderment, Alec clarified, "Indeed, my teacher, Nicholas Flamel. Where do you suppose I acquired my alchemical skills? Let us not forget that I transferred from Beauxbatons." Hearing this, Hermione was the first to exclaim, "Why didn't you tell us before?" To which Alec retorted, "You never asked, did you?" The trio found themselves momentarily speechless by Alec's response, while Hermione shot him a look of exasperation, as if to convey her dissatisfaction. Alec gazed at the group, gently patting Hermione's head before saying, all right, it's getting late. I must head to Professor Dumbledore's office. See you at the end of term feast." With that, Alec strode out of the hall, leaving the three friends in a state of bewilderment. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned by Alec's words, while Hermione found herself perplexed by his casual gesture, having not reacted at all. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar seed of emotion had already been sown in the young witch's heart, quietly awaiting the passage of time to unfurl. Meanwhile, Alec did not linger outside the hall. He made his way directly to the 8th floor of the castle. Upon reaching the stone gargoyle, he addressed it, saying, "Cockroach cluster." The statue promptly shifted aside, revealing the entrance to the headmaster's office. Alec stepped directly into the office. Within the confines of the principal's chamber, Dumbledore sat comfortably behind his desk. Upon noticing Alec's arrival, Dumbledore smiled warmly and remarked, "I appreciate your timely response to an old man's invitation. Would you care for something to drink? Perhaps pumpkin juice?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's suggestion, Alec furrowed his brow and replied, "No, thank you. I am not particularly fond of anything made from pumpkin." "Ah, how peculiar," Dumbledore responded. "It is quite rare for young wizards to decline pumpkin juice. Since it does not suit your taste, how about this instead?" With a graceful wave of his hand, a cup of coffee materialized before Alec. Dumbledore gestured for Alec to take a sip. Alec lifted the coffee before him, took a sip, and inquired, "Might I ask, Headmaster, the reason for your summons?" In response, Dumbledore remarked, "I sought your presence to express my gratitude for escorting Harry to the infirmary during the incident in the Forbidden Forest. And I have been informed that you provided him with additional assistance." "There is no need for such formality," Alec replied. "As I have stated, Harry is also my friend. And aiding a friend is no extraordinary matter to me." After a brief pause, Alec turned to Dumbledore and asked, "However, Headmaster, I am curious as to why Harry encountered Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. The moment Voldemort occupied his body, it transformed in such a manner." Dumbledore then proceeded to elucidate the magical intricacies surrounding Harry's predicament to Alec. Upon hearing this, Alec was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "The magic of love?" Dumbledore then interjected, "All right, enough of that. What I am about to discuss pertains to your teacher." At this, Alec regained his composure and cast a puzzled glance at Dumbledore, realizing that his earlier remarks in the hall had been mere nonsense. He had not anticipated that Dumbledore sought him out for matters concerning his instructor. Subsequently, Alec observed Dumbledore producing the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore presented the stone before Alec, stating, "Originally, Nicholas intended to destroy this stone, but he considered that you may have need of it in the future. Thus, he entrusted me to pass it on to you after I have made use of it. However, he did not divulge the specific reasons, only that he would reach out to you later." Alec, still perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement and then accepted the Philosopher's Stone. Turning to Dumbledore, he remarked, "I understand." Noticing that Alec had secured the stone, Dumbledore continued, "By the way, ensure that no one is aware the stone is in your possession. Otherwise, it may bring you peril." Alec nodded once more. Observing his nod, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, Well then, I believe it is time for you to pack your belongings, as the holidays begin tomorrow, do they not? I shall see you at the end of term feast. My dear headmaster. Alec turned and pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, stepping outside. Chapter 77, The End of Term Feast in the Evening. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Tonight's feast was exceptionally lively, surpassing the exuberance of any previous gathering throughout the academic year. The reason was simple. This evening marked the final night that all the young wizards would spend at Hogwarts for this academic year. At the break of dawn tomorrow, these delightful young sorcerers would board the renowned Hogwarts Express, embarking on their journey home. However, amidst the prevailing sentiment of farewell, another significant event was eagerly anticipated: the announcement of this year's House Cup champion. Everyone awaited with bated breath for the final results to be revealed. Alec strolled leisurely through the expansive hall, his gaze initially captivated by the exquisite decorations woven from silver and green. They shimmered enchanting under the flickering candlelight, transforming the entire hall into a mysterious and dreamy wonderland. Subsequently, his attention shifted towards the nearby scoring hourglass. At that moment, the massive hourglass stood silently, with the hourglasses of the 4 academies arranged in sequence. Alec fixed his gaze and observed that the number of gems in the hourglass representing Slytherin House was not significantly different from that of Ravenclaw. In a moment of contemplation, Alec sighed softly and murmured, "What a pity." He then took a seat at the long table of Slytherin within the hall. As per Alec's words, "If I am not seated at the Slytherin table for the end-of-term banquet, Professor Snape may well compel me to transfer to another house next semester." The twins were quite pleased with this prospect. However, Alec was not in agreement, as he still required his own private quarters. At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall tapped her large golden cup with a spoon and announced, "Please, everyone, pay attention." Upon hearing her words, all the young wizards turned their heads towards the professor's table. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat, smiling as he said, "Another year has passed, and some of our older students are about to depart. Which brings me great sorrow." Dumbledore feigned a look of sadness, but shortly thereafter continued, "However, I wish to remind you that although you may leave Hogwarts, you are always welcome to return, are you not?" The 7th-year students, on the verge of graduating, erupted in cheers as Dumbledore looked upon them with a smile and remarked, "Very well, your graduation banquet will commence shortly. Yet, before we begin the festivities, I kindly ask for your attention as I deliver my customary remarks. Young sorcerers, this academic year is drawing to a close. Throughout this year, you have explored the path of magic, encountering laughter and tears, the joy of success, and the disappointment of failure. The mysteries of the magical world are boundless, and each of you has demonstrated extraordinary potential. Now, as you prepare for your holiday, do not forget to practice your magic and hone your skills. But now, I believe it is time to present this year's House Cup." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze resting upon the shimmering hourglass of points. He extended his long fingers and gently brushed the edge of the hourglass, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with it. After a brief moment, he lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over the expectant and anxious faces in the audience. Clearing his throat, he continued in his deep, resonant voice, "Now, let us take a look at the current standings of the houses. After my meticulous verification, if I have made no statistical errors, the precise scores of each house are now clearly laid before you." At this juncture, Dumbledore intentionally paused, successfully piquing everyone's curiosity. With a slight smile, he resumed, "Firstly, Gryffindor currently stands in 4th place with 312 points. Though their ranking may seem low at present, rest assured that the brave members of Gryffindor will never yield easily. Next, we have Hufflepuff in 3rd place with 352 points, who, through their unwavering spirit and collaborative strength, have secured their position steadfastly. Looking upwards, Ravenclaw House demonstrated remarkable prowess, securing 2nd place with an impressive score of 426 points. However, the true thrill belonged to the 1st-place victors, Slytherin House, who narrowly triumphed over Ravenclaw by a mere point, clinching the championship title with a slight edge of 427 points. As Dumbledore proclaimed this announcement, an uproar of deafening cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, akin to a surging tidal wave, each cheer rising higher than the last, seemingly threatening to breach the very roof of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, soaring towards the heavens. The students exuberantly waved their arms, embracing one another in celebration, their faces radiating with uncontainable joy and pride. They unleashed their inner exhilaration, enveloping the entire table in a jubilant atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Ravenclaw table was filled with heavy sighs, reminiscent of withered leaves drifting down in the deep autumn, laden with endless disappointment and regret. Each sigh seemed to carry the unfulfilled aspirations of the Ravenclaw students, reflecting their sense of loss. After all, this was Ravenclaw's closest opportunity to seize the House Cup in 7 years, yet victory slipped through their fingers. Dumbledore, with a smile gracing his lips, cast his gaze over the jubilant Slytherin table and the lamenting Ravenclaw table. Clearing his throat, he began, "Indeed, Slytherin House has performed exceptionally well this time. However, we must not overlook certain recent events." At that moment, the once boisterous Slytherin table fell abruptly silent, as if silenced by an enchantment. The cheers ceased, and the expressions of every student turned grave, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and concern. Clearly, they recognized that Dumbledore's forthcoming words might significantly impact the outcome of the House Cup. Dumbledore continued, "I have some house points to award to a few protagonists of recent events." Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore awarded 50 points each to Alec, Ron, and Hermione, and 60 points to Harry, followed by 15 points for Neville. If my calculations are correct, it appears the decorations in the Great Hall need a change. With a flourish of his hands, the green Slytherin decorations transformed into the crimson of Gryffindor. This signified that the House Cup had indeed been claimed by Gryffindor this year. Observing the change in decor, Alec glanced at Professor Snape at the staff table, who was shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, only to see Snape turn his gaze towards him, his expression ominously stern. Chapter 78. Homecoming. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Alec rose early, methodically beginning to pack his belongings. He carefully folded his clothes, organized his books by category, and meticulously arranged various small items into their appropriate places. Upon completing his tasks, Alec gently whistled, and the ring in his hand emitted a faint glow, causing the neatly arranged luggage to vanish one by one into the ring. With everything in order, Alec stepped out of his room with a light-hearted gait, making his way towards the school auditorium. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing and pleasant sensation. As he entered the spacious and brightly lit auditorium, he found that several classmates were already enjoying their breakfast. Alec had scarcely settled into his seat when he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching from afar. He lifted his gaze to behold Cedric, Fred, and George striding towards him with purpose. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Alec, and without a moment's hesitation, they plopped down onto the chairs adjacent to him. Fred and George, in particular, moved with remarkable swiftness, each placing a heavy hand upon Alec's shoulder, as if intent on anchoring him firmly in place. At that moment, Cedric, his expression brimming with curiosity, turned to Alec and inquired, "Hey, Alec, I've heard whispers that you, quite mysteriously, garnered a whopping 50 points for Slytherin at the end of the term. Pray, regale us with the tale of your extraordinary achievement." Alec smiled faintly, setting down his utensils, and began to recount the wondrous experiences that transpired beneath the Forbidden Zone. As he vividly narrated the tale, Cedric and the others became entranced, their eyes widening with anticipation. However, just as Alec reached a crucial point in his story, Fred could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Oh dear, Alec, how could you embark on such an exhilarating adventure without inviting us along? That is truly inconsiderate." George chimed in, echoing Fred's sentiments. "Indeed, indeed. How could you keep such delightful news from us, especially when we are supposed to be good brothers?" With that, both of them feigned indignation, their expressions stern, while their grip on Alec tightened, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Upon hearing this, Alec, with a mischievous glint in his eye, addressed the two. "Next time you mustn't even consider fleeing." Observing the conversation among the three, Cedric inquired, "By the way, Alec, what are your plans for the summer?" In response, Alec replied, "I will likely remain in Italy for the first month. Thereafter, I shall return to England, and you may visit me then." As he spoke, Alec laid a piece of parchment before them, inscribed with 2 addresses, one for the Lucifer Manor and the other for the villa he had purchased in England. He continued, "This is my home address. Should you wish to write to me, send your letters here." Then he turned the question back to them. "And what about you? What are your summer plans?" George and Fred chimed in, each taking turns. "We shall likely be working at the joke shop. As you know, our family is quite large. Additionally, Ginny will be attending Hogwarts next year, so we intend to allocate our living expenses to her for new robes and a wand. We will earn our own living expenses for the upcoming semester." Hearing this, Alec nodded slightly. "That sounds splendid. Perhaps you will find some fresh inspiration there." He then directed his attention to Cedric, continuing, "And what about you, Cedric? What do you intend to do?" Cedric pondered for a moment before responding, I was supposed to apprentice under Mr. Ollivander to learn wand making, but with my O.W.L.S. exams approaching next semester, I shall be studying at home this summer. Upon hearing Cedric's plans, Alex sighed softly. It appears you are all quite busy. Being occupied can be beneficial. The three exchanged puzzled glances at Alex's demeanor. George was the first to ask, "Why do you say that?" Alec replied, "Because I have no particular arrangements at home. Spending a month there seems rather dull." Observing Alex's lament, Cedric suggested, "Perhaps you could come to England early?" "Absolutely not. Remember that howler? If I were to remain at home for just a week or two, my mother would undoubtedly come to England and drag me back." The others envisioned the scene of a woman binding Alec and whisking him away, causing them all to shudder. Just as Alec felt himself sinking into despair, as if the world had lost all its color, Fred, who had been silent until then, suddenly brightened and exclaimed, "Hey, Alec, why don't you create something in your luxurious villa in England that could facilitate transportation, like a Fleur network?" As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Upon hearing this, Cedric furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "I recall that the flying network does not possess such formidable long-distance teleportation capabilities, does it? The extent of its coverage is, after all, quite limited." Having said that, he gently shook his head, indicating his skepticism towards the proposal. George, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. A hint of regret etched upon his face. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if there existed a means of effortless long-distance teleportation. Perhaps then we could even visit Italy. He could not help but envision the myriad conveniences that such a miraculous object would bring. Upon hearing George's thoughts, Alex seemed to have an epiphany and turned to the trio, declaring, "I believe I have a solution." The three of them then turned to Alec, inquiring, "What solution?" Alex smiled and said, "You will know in due time." After a few of them finished breakfast in the hall, they boarded the Hogwarts Express together. As the train set in motion, they embarked on their journey home. After disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, Alec utilized the portkey twice before finally arriving at the Lucifer Manor. Gazing upon the estate he had not visited for nearly a year, Alec entered with a smile. However, as soon as his right foot crossed the threshold of the manor, an irate voice echoed from within, calling out, "Alec Lucifer." Chapter 79. The Invitation from Nicolette. Alec Lucifer. Upon hearing this voice, Alec halted abruptly, his foot poised at the entrance. Before him stood his mother, Chloe, with his father, the diminutive Samuel, lingering behind her. Samuel's eyes conveyed an unspoken message to Alec. Clearly, he was at a loss in the face of his wife's furious demeanor. Realizing that his mother was fixated on him, Alec approached Chloe with trepidation. Alec reached out to embrace his mother, attempting to quell her anger with the warmth of their bond. However, Chloe was not swayed by such tactics. She firmly grasped Alec's ear and, amidst his cries of pain, dragged him into the manor's drawing room. "Mom, it hurts," Alec lamented, his voice filled with distress. As he cried out, Chloe seemed to tighten her grip even further. She declared emphatically, "Will you dare to skip out on returning home without reason again?" Alec, in a flurry of anxiety, quickly responded, "I won't, I promise. Please, let go. My ear feels like it's going to be torn off." Only when Chloe perceived her son's sincere submission did she release her hold. Rubbing his sore ear, Alec greeted his father and grandfather before sweetly addressing his mother, "Mom, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing her son's words, Chloe turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Noticing his mother's seemingly open demeanor, Alec cautiously ventured, "I was wondering if I could go to England a bit earlier this summer." "What?" Chloe exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise. "Why would you want to go to England ahead of time?" Swallowing hard at the impending ire of his mother, Alec continued, "Actually, it's not really about going early. Remember the villa I purchased in the Muggle world? I planned for all of us to visit, and then have Grandpa and Dad set up a teleportation circle there." He glanced toward his grandfather and elaborated, "Just like the one we had before, so that in the future, we can travel directly between England and Lucifer Manor. It would make returning home for Christmas much more convenient." Listening to Alec's proposal, Chloe turned to her husband, silently inquiring if such a teleportation circle indeed existed. Young Samuel caught Chloe's gaze and then looked at his father, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, young Samuel remarked, "This plan is feasible. Let us wait 2 weeks, as I need to take you to England for some matters then." With her husband's agreement, Chloe found it difficult to refuse and nodded in consent. Upon witnessing his mother's approval, Alec's eyes sparkled with delight, and he joyfully leaped into her embrace. Chloe, gazing at her child nestled in her arms, gently stroked Alec's golden hair and said, "All right, now go tidy up your things. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay," Mom. Just as Alec was about to step into his room, a distant hoot of an owl echoed through the air. And soon Alex observed a gray-black owl soaring towards him, with a letter bound to its leg. The owl gracefully descended from the sky, landing upon Alex's shoulder, raising its leg to indicate that he should retrieve the letter. Puzzled yet intrigued, Alex gently took the letter from the owl's foot. In a gesture of gratitude, he offered the owl a piece of jerky, which it accepted with another hoot before taking flight once more. With the owl now gone, Alex turned his attention to the letter in his hand. It was inscribed in black ink, addressed to Alex of the Lucifer Manor. Carefully unsealing the letter, he began to read its contents. Dear Alex, as I write to you, I hope you can feel the depth of my longing and concern. May a warm smile, reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, grace your face as you unfold this letter. I have recently heard news of your well-being, which brings me great joy. By now, I trust you have successfully obtained the mysterious and powerful Philosopher's Stone from Albus. I am aware that this stone has stirred a multitude of questions and curiosities within you. As someone privy to its secrets, I understand the confusion that plagues your heart. Thus, I sincerely invite you to visit me at the LeMay Manor 3 days after your return home. At that time, I shall divulge all the intricate details regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the hidden matters surrounding it, leaving nothing unspoken. I believe that through this profound exchange, we can unravel the enigmas that weigh upon your mind, granting you a clearer and deeper understanding of these extraordinary experiences. I eagerly await our meeting. Yours, Nicole LeMay. Holding the letter, Alex's mind raced with thoughts. Chloe, his mother, inquired, "What is it, Alex? Who sent the letter?" In response, Alex handed the letter to her. After reading, Chloe passed it to her husband, young Samuel, who then handed it to old Samuel. After perusing the letter, old Samuel remarked, "So, Alex, you have indeed acquired the Philosopher's Stone?" In response, Alex revealed a crimson gem that sparkled in his palm. The others in the manor's parlor gazed intently at the magical stone. Old Samuel took it from Alex, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it is the Philosopher's Stone, he confirmed as he returned the letter and gem to Alex. Given this, you should pay a visit to the LeMay Manor. After all, it is your alchemy teacher, and I foresee no complications. Upon hearing this, Alex nodded and, after taking the letter and the magical stone from old Samuel's hands, remarked, "I shall tidy up and visit in a couple of days." He then turned and entered his chamber. In the living room, Chloe inquired, "Father, what about this magical stone?" Indeed, it was the very stone belonging to Nico. It appeared that Nico and Perenale intended to conclude their lives. With a sigh, old Samuel expressed his lack of surprise regarding the elderly alchemist he had known since childhood contemplating such an end. After all, for Nico LeMay, he had traversed all that life could offer. Now, with his body in decline, continuing to exist was merely a torment for him. Chapter 80. The journey to LeMay Manor 3 days later, clad in casual attire, Alex stood quietly in the opulent living room of Lucifer Manor. Warm sunlight filtering through the stained glass windows and casting a gentle halo around him. His slender fingers gracefully held a beautifully crafted teacup adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Beside him, Chloe cradled an exquisite gift box, tied with a grand bow that shimmered softly in the light. With a smile, she offered the box to Alex and softly said, "Please deliver this to Grandpa Nico. These are some recently released opera discs from the Muggle world. He will surely appreciate them." Alec accepted the gift box, which possessed a perfectly balanced weight. He then resolutely nodded at his mother, Chloe, and said, "I shall set off now, Mother. I will ensure the gift box reaches Grandpa Nico promptly. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Chloe's eyes brimmed with affection as she nodded once more and replied, "Do go swiftly and return safely. Take care on your journey, and should you encounter any extraordinary circumstances, utilize our family's magical signal." Subsequently, Alec activated the teacup-shaped key in his hand. With a crisp sound, he vanished from Lucifer Manor. In Surrey, England, upon an expansive, boundless meadow, a gentle breeze caressed the tender green blades of grass, creating ripples that undulated like waves. The once tranquil space suddenly erupted with disturbance, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, and amidst the flickering light, Alec's figure materialized without warning upon the verdant expanse. He landed with grace, his lithe form stirring a gentle breeze that caused the surrounding grass to sway delicately. Alec furrowed his brow slightly, his deep-set eyes surveying the surroundings. The environment was both familiar and foreign to him, and he began to ponder the location of the LeMay Manor, striving to recall its address. At that moment, a wondrous occurrence transpired. A flicker of ethereal light shimmered, and the air in the distance seemed to part as if touched by an invisible hand, revealing the LeMay Manor, which emerged like a mystical paradise from the mist before Alic's eyes. The manor stood majestically, its ancient walls adorned with vines that had woven through the tapestry of time, each stone seemingly narrating tales of yore. Gazing upon this welcoming estate, Alic, with a mind full of questions, strode purposefully into its embrace. Inside, the manor exuded tranquility and harmony, enveloped in an aura of antiquity and mystery. As Alic crossed the threshold of the LeMay Manor, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure quietly standing at the entrance of the parlor. It was an elderly gentleman, silver-haired yet vibrant, clad in a pristine white robe that radiated an otherworldly grace. His hair shimmered with silver brilliance under the sun, and a gentle smile graced his kind visage. Upon seeing this venerable figure, a flicker of delight crossed Alic's eyes as he hurriedly approached, his face alight with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Grandfather Nico, it has been too long." His voice resonated with joy and nostalgia. "You've arrived, Alic." "It has indeed been a while," Nico LeMay replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth. His voice was soft and inviting, akin to the warm sun of winter, as he smiled at Alic and said, "Do not linger at the door. Come in, quickly." The two exchanged knowing smiles and slowly walked side by side into the depths of the LeMay Manor. Once inside, Nico LeMay, without hesitation, led Alic into his study. They sat across from one another at the desk within the study. "Did you obtain the Philosopher's Stone from Albus?" Nico inquired. Upon hearing this, Alic promptly nodded and then, with a flick of his wrist, the Philosopher's Stone appeared on the desk before them. "Grandfather Nico, I do not understand," Alic said, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you instructed him to give the Philosopher's Stone to me. Why is that?" Observing Alic's perplexed expression, Nico LeMay chuckled softly. "I believe this Philosopher's Stone will greatly assist you on your future path in alchemy. Thus, I have gifted it to you." Upon hearing this, Alic immediately retorted, "But, Grandfather Nico, what will you do without the Philosopher's Stone? Do you not rely on it to concoct the elixir of life?" Nico paused, taken aback by the fact that Alic's first concern was for him, and then continued, "My child, do you remember what I previously told you? The elixir of life created from the Philosopher's Stone is not without its side effects." As Nicole extended her hand, she spoke. "It may merely delay our aging and confine our souls within our bodies, yet it cannot grant me eternal life, can it?" Upon hearing this, Alic remarked, "But this could allow you to live for several more decades, or even a century. Why would you entrust it to me?" "Nico," he continued, "I have already lived for over 6 centuries. For me, all that the world has to offer has been experienced. I have witnessed the passing of dear friends and have felt the relentless march of time myself." Nico paused for a moment, as if reflecting on a thought, then continued. "A few months ago, Perenelle confided in me that she felt her body was waning, no longer what it once was. This is why I wish to pass the Philosopher's Stone to you. We have decided to cease our consumption of the elixir of immortality." Upon hearing Nico's words, Alic realized that his beloved grandfather's wife, Perenelle, was not present within the LeMay estate. With a tinge of sorrow in his eyes, he said, "But, dear Nico, I do not want you to leave." The sudden revelation from the elder, who had watched him grow since childhood, stirred emotions within Alic, causing his eyes to mist over. Nico gently caressed Alic's cheek and said, "Do not be so sorrowful, Alic. For me, death is not the conclusion of life. Rather, I perceive death as merely another journey within the continuum of existence." Alic gazed at the elderly figure before him, offering a slight nod. Yet, from the corner of his eye, a solitary, crystalline tear slipped down unnoticed. Nicolum wiped away that tear with her finger and then addressed Alic, saying, "In my lifetime, I have borne no children. You are the only one with whom I share a profound bond. Thus, these possessions shall serve as the final gifts I leave you at the twilight of my life." With that, Nicolum retrieved several vault keys, each inscribed with different numbers, along with a handful of property deeds from the drawer of her desk. "These pertain to the vaults I possess within the Ministry of Magic of every nation, as well as some properties I acquired in my youth. They are now entrusted to you." She then pushed these items forward, placing them before Alic. Alic gazed at all that lay before him, then turned to Nicol and said, "Grandfather Nicol, this is far too precious." Before Alic could refuse, Nicol waved his hand to interrupt him, saying, "Oh, come now. Do not be so overly sentimental. This is not like the old you." Observing Nicol's demeanor, Alic reluctantly accepted the items and stored them within his ring. Upon seeing Alic secure these treasures, Nicol smiled and remarked, "Alic, do stay with me for a while today." In response, Alic nodded in agreement. For the remainder of the day, he accompanied Nicol as one would an ordinary elder, remaining by his side until the sun dipped below the horizon. Afterward, Alec departed from the Lamé estate. Before leaving, Nickel informed Alec, saying, "In the time to come, I shall be traveling the world with Paranal, so there is no need for you to seek me out, nor will there be any invitations for the funeral. Paranal and I wish to preserve an unblemished image in the memories of our friends." Faced with this resolute old man, Alec found it difficult to argue and thus acquiesced. Chapter 81. The Third Awakening of the Family Bloodline. It has been some time since Alec returned from the Lamé estate, just as Nickel had predicted. When Alec wrote again to the Lamé estate, he received no reply. During these days, Alec had visited Nickel's vault at the ancient Gringotts in Italy. Unsurprisingly, the vault was filled with rare alchemical materials and an abundance of galleons. Despite Alec's considerable family fortune, he was not in need of galleons. The wealth accumulated over generations was sufficient for him to indulge for several lifetimes, rendering wealth merely a figure in his eyes. However, who would ever disdain the possession of more galleons? Today, Alec remained seated in his study, engrossed in his reading. For him, summer in Italy was nothing short of a torment. The absence of peers his age to play with left him with little choice but to spend his time immersed in books within the confines of his study. Just as he set down the book in his hands, preparing to reach for another, his grandfather, old Samuel, entered the room. "Grandfather, what brings you to my study so suddenly?" Alec inquired, then paused thoughtfully before continuing. "Am I to undergo the third awakening of my bloodline?" Upon hearing Alec's question, old Samuel nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, in just a few days, we are set to depart for England. Thus, while we have these few idle days, I shall conduct your third bloodline awakening." Alec nodded, then followed the venerable Samuel into the family's subterranean chamber. The two exhibited no hesitation, proceeding directly to the third underground room. At the heart of that chamber stood an angelic statue, distinct from any previously encountered, seemingly imbued with life. This angel, extending its right hand, presented a posture that was both elegant and solemn, its fingers gently curved, as if beckoning something forth or offering some divine guidance. Upon the statue's left breast, the emblem of the Lucifer family was intricately engraved. The design of the crest was exquisitely detailed, every line and contour vividly discernible, as if narrating the family's ancient history and illustrious past. It resembled a slumbering sun, subtly emanating a golden radiance, though not blinding. Its glow possessed a penetrating essence that captivated the soul, rendering it particularly striking in the dimly lit chamber. Alec approached the statue, and for reasons unknown to him, he felt an inexplicable force drawing him closer. Before he realized it, he extended his right hand. As his hand made contact with the emblem upon the statue's left breast, the statue's outstretched right hand rested precisely over Alec's heart. Instantly, a brilliant crimson light emanated from the emblem, enveloping the area where Alec had touched, as well as the spot on his own body where the statue's hand pressed down. A sensation akin to being scorched by flames surged through him. Alec felt as if his heart were encased in fire. He instinctively tried to grasp the location of his heart, yet found himself unable to do so, for the statue's hand firmly held it in place. Alec had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. After approximately 10 minutes, he sensed the searing sensation in his heart gradually dissipating. Subsequently, the crimson glow slowly faded, indicating that this instance of bloodline awakening had come to a close. Alec gradually withdrew from the statue and exited the hidden chamber. Upon stepping out, he cast a puzzled glance at his left chest, where nothing was visibly amiss. Yet, he could distinctly perceive an unusual magical energy emanating from that very spot. The taciturn old Samuel remained silent, moving with a steady and resolute gait as he guided Alec through the elongated passageway, ultimately leading him to another room adjacent to the secret chamber. With a creaking sound, the ancient wooden door slowly swung open, unleashing a wave of stale, decaying air. Upon entering, Alec beheld a somewhat austere yet mysteriously atmospheric room. It was largely barren, save for the stone pedestal positioned at its center. Atop this pedestal lay a captivating tome, its cover an eye-catching fiery red, as if it were ablaze. This vivid crimson hue stood out strikingly in the dimly lit room, resembling a flickering flame in the darkness, drawing the gaze of all who beheld it. Old Samuel approached the pedestal and inquired, "Alec, what sensations do you experience from this awakening of your bloodline?" Alec first waved his left hand in the air, then gently touched his left chest and remarked, "It seems that the effects of this awakening are not as pronounced as the previous 2 times. However, it appears that my magical power has significantly increased." Old Samuel gazed at Alec, seemingly contemplating something, and then smiled as he said, "Indeed, This bloodline awakening has not bestowed upon you any extraordinary abilities. Yet, it lays the groundwork for your potential future as a holy mage akin to Dumbledore, or even for your aspirations to become a legendary archmage. Upon hearing this, Alec was filled with curiosity. "Grandfather, why do you say that?" Old Samuel, without any circumlocution, replied. "You must understand that centuries ago, the magical community categorized wizards into 8 tiers: apprentice wizard, junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, mage, archmage, holy mage, and the legendary archmage. A rank no one has ever attained. Although there are no clear standards for these classifications today, I believe some ancient families still possess records of them." Old Samuel drew Alec closer and continued. "Currently, there are very few means within the magical realm to enhance one's magical capacity. Thus, this bloodline awakening not only amplifies your magical power, but also allows the magic within you to expand continuously and safely over the coming years." Alec nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze towards the book on the stone pedestal. "So, grandfather, what is this book?" In response to Alec's inquiry, Old Samuel raised an eyebrow and said, "The spells contained within this tome are those you shall master in the future. They are ancient magics passed down through our family lineage. While there are not many, each possesses formidable strength." He then handed the red book to Alec, stating, "You may also teach the spells within this book to others. However, I cannot guarantee how easily they will grasp them. That decision lies with you." Alec accepted the book and nodded at Old Samuel, saying, "I understand." Chapter 82. Arrival in England. "Alec, hurry over here." Young Samuel called out loudly from the first floor of the Lucifer Manor. At this moment, Alec's grandfather, mother, and father stood before a wooden crate, eagerly awaiting Alec's arrival. Indeed, the time had come for Alec's father to take him to England for the matters he had previously mentioned. Alec's grandfather accompanied them to set up the teleportation array, while Alec's mother purely wished to join them under the pretense of inspecting Alec's house in the Muggle world and tidying up after him. Alec, however, sensed that his mother's intentions were more profound. Once the teleportation array was established, she would undoubtedly make herself at home in England. "Here I come." Accompanied by the sound of a response, Alec hastily descended from the second floor of Lucifer Manor. Alec stood upon one corner of the wooden crate. Upon noticing his arrival, the other 3 individuals promptly grasped the crate with their hands. Observing the actions of his family, Alec swiftly joined them in gripping the crate. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped them, and the 4 vanished from within the confines of the Lucifer Manor. The reception of the British Magical Department. The Alec family arrived at the Ministry of Magic in the United Kingdom, using their key. Just as they stepped into the ministry, young Samuel spoke up. "Father, Chloe, you may proceed to Alec's residence in the Muggle world. I will take Alec to attend a banquet. This gathering is crucial for determining whether the Lucifer family can establish a foothold in the British magical community." Chloe glanced at her husband's serious countenance and nodded slightly. While the elder Samuel interjected, "Should any miscreants dare to oppose, there is no need for leniency." Upon hearing his father's words, young Samuel nodded in agreement, then turned to Alec and said, "Hold on to my wrist." Understanding his father's intent, Alec reached out with his right hand to grasp young Samuel's wrist. Once he ensured that Alec had secured his grip, Samuel raised his wand before him. A flash of blue light emanated from the wand, enveloping the 2. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 exited the ministry, making their way towards the house Alec had purchased in Wiltshire. Alec was escorted by his father, traversing various paths until they arrived before a majestic edifice. It was a vast and opulent manor, reminiscent of an ancient and enigmatic castle, radiating an awe-inspiring aura under the sun's embrace. Intricate carvings adorned the grand entrance of the estate, with every texture seemingly narrating the illustrious history of the Malfoy lineage. Massive stone columns upheld the towering portico, exuding unparalleled grandeur. The gardens surrounding the manor were meticulously manicured, with exotic blooms competing in brilliance, while a central fountain cascaded crystalline droplets, forming resplendent rainbows in the sunlight's refraction. White peacocks wandered leisurely through the garden, their magnificent plumage akin to the finest silk, bestowing an additional touch of elegance upon the lavish surroundings. Little Samuel regarded his son with a complex expression in his eyes. Before explaining to Alec, "This is the Malfoy estate. I have brought you here to attend a gathering of pure-blood families in England, invited by Lucius Malfoy." His voice was deep and steady, yet Alec discerned a subtle note of caution within. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Alec furrowed his brow, pondering before he spoke. "But father, Might it not be somewhat unwise to attend unannounced? This banquet seems akin to a treacherous feast. I do not believe those self-proclaimed noble wizards will treat us, a foreign father and son, kindly. As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, keenly sensing the faint magical fluctuations, indicative of the manor's protective enchantments, much like hidden eyes observing every visitor. In response, little Samuel let out a cold chuckle, his expression infused with disdain and determination. Indeed, a lick. Those pretentious noble relatives are no benign figures. But do you recall your grandfather's words? If they treat us poorly. His gaze sharpened, as if he were ready to confront any eventuality. He understood well that this gathering could harbor countless dangers and conspiracies, yet retreat was not an option. For the dignity and future of their family, he must face the challenges ahead, as the next head of the Lucifer family. These trials were also to be Alic's future encounters. Seeing the resolute demeanor of his father, Alic nodded in agreement and followed him into the Malfoy manor. Meanwhile, in London at Louis Cupid Square, old Samuel and Chloe, after much effort, finally arrived at the house that Alic had acquired in the Muggle world. They stood at the threshold, pausing momentarily before pushing open the grand door of the mansion. Upon entering, their eyes swiftly scanned the interior. Although the furnishings were simple, Chloe's brow furrowed slightly as she shook her head, muttering, "This child truly knows nothing of frugality." Initially, her first thought upon seeing the house was that Alic had purchased such a vast abode, with many rooms likely to remain unused, which caused her to harbor some resentment towards her son. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, Chloe swiftly set to work. She retrieved paper and pen from her bag and meticulously compiled a list of essential items for daily living, including fresh ingredients and commonly used household goods. With each item she inscribed, she took a moment to ponder, ensuring that no crucial necessity was overlooked. In contrast, old Samuel, upon entering the house, unhesitatingly made his way toward the basement. For him, the primary purpose of his visit to England was to establish a teleportation array for Alic. This array would serve as a vital nexus connecting Lucifer Manor and several other locations, offering some assistance to Alic in his future endeavors. The basement was dimly lit, with a damp floor, yet Samuel paid little heed to these conditions. Drawing upon years of experience, he swiftly selected the most discreet and suitable room for arranging the array. After determining the site, he produced various mystical materials and tools from his cloak, then calmed his mind to meticulously construct the teleportation array. Chapter 83. The Banquet of the Pureblood Family returning to Malfoy Manor. Young Samuel and Alic immediately drew the attention of those conversing within the estate, as they were the only two to arrive more than 10 minutes after the banquet had commenced. "Father, it seems we are rather late," Alic remarked to his father with a hint of resignation. In response to his son, young Samuel shook his head, his gaze sharp as he replied, "Lucius Malfoy did indeed summon me for this hour, yet it appears the noble guests arrived quite early." He then turned to the host of the banquet, stating, "It seems Malfoy may not be particularly welcoming to us." Lucius Malfoy, having been addressed, approached young Samuel with a smile, saying, "How could that be, my friend? Malfoy Manor welcomes all guests." With that, Lucius ushered Samuel and Alic into the drawing room. Young Samuel snorted softly, then took a seat with Alic in the drawing room. Noticing that all the attendees had gathered, Lucius Malfoy strode to the most prominent spot in the hall and loudly addressed the guests. "Welcome. We are delighted to have you at our humble abode. The purpose of this banquet is primarily to introduce you to the recently renowned Mr. Samuel Lucifer of Wisnagammer." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Samuel rose and slightly bowed to the guests in the drawing room. After offering a brief greeting, he promptly took his seat. Observing that Samuel had little desire to elaborate, Lucius Malfoy displayed a rather displeased expression. However, he was acutely aware that the figure who had unexpectedly emerged in the British magical community was not someone he could provoke. While other families might remain oblivious, the Malfoy lineage had endured for centuries, and their historical records certainly contained references to the Luciferians. Lucius took a moment to steady his composure before addressing the assembly, stating, "Well, since Mr. Lucifer seems disinclined to elaborate, let us commence the banquet." Just as Lucius was about to raise his goblet, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. "Lucius, I believe that in our customary gatherings, we should not extend an invitation to not one, but two outsiders." Upon hearing this voice, young Samuel turned to regard the speaker. He recognized him immediately, Rabastin Lestrange, the brother of Rodolphius Lestrange, originally destined for Azkaban. He had ultimately been rescued by the Lestrange family with a substantial sum of galleons. Samuel remarked to Rabastin, "Oh, It seems this gentleman does not hold us in high regard. After a brief pause, he turned to his companion, Alec, who had been idly standing by, and inquired, Alec, what is your perspective on this matter? Called upon, Alec snapped back to attention and looked quizzically at his father, pondering internally, why did I suddenly get roped into this? Nevertheless, it appeared that the Lestrange family had previously been affiliated with the Death Eaters. Alec's gaze flickered as he addressed his father, are we not welcome? It seems that thus far, no one has ever been unwelcome in the Lucifer family, for those who were unwelcome have long since met their demise. However, since we are here as guests, death is inescapable, and living punishment is unavoidable. With that, Alec swiftly drew his wand, its tip aimed directly at Rabaston Lestrange. The air was thick with tension as a crimson beam of light struck Rabaston, eliciting a piercing scream from his lips. Witnessing Alec's decisive action. All present at the banquet gripped their wands, yet one among them moved faster. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from young Samuel, causing all to freeze in their tracks. In the midst of this chaos, a white wand soared into Samuel's outstretched left hand. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, positioning himself between Samuel and Alec, declaring, enough. As the host of this gathering, I offer my apologies on behalf of Rabaston. I implore you to spare his life. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Alec cast a disdainful glance at him, then contemplated for a moment before addressing the writhing Rabaston on the floor to offend the Lucifer family. A mere cruciatus curse is insufficient. If you wish for my mercy, you must relinquish the Lestrange family's seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Rabaston, in agony, gritted his teeth and retorted, no way, you cannot demand that. Oh, I did not expect you to possess such fortitude, Alec remarked mockingly at the twitching figure of Rabaston. But tell me, will you withstand this next curse? With a flick of his wand, a green radiance began to emanate from its tip, accompanied by a whisper that echoed like a demon's murmur from Alec's lips. Avada. As the incantation left Alec's mouth, Rabaston's pupils dilated in realization. And he suddenly cried out, I agree, I agree. Upon hearing Rabaston's acquiescence, Alec's expression shifted as he sheathed his wand and smiled at Rabaston, saying, then let us forge an unbreakable vow. Extending his right hand, Alec awaited Rabaston's response, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Rabaston rose from the ground and extended his right hand to clasp Alec's. Meanwhile, young Samuel glanced at his son and placed his wand atop their joined hands. I, Rabaston Lestrange, willingly cede the Lestrange family's seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors to Alec Lucifer, in hopes that he will forgive my disrespect on this occasion. Should there be any transgression, death by magic shall ensue. I, Alec Lucifer, hereby consent to overlook this instance of rudeness by Rabaston Lestrange, on the condition that the position of the Lestrange family on the Hogwarts Board of Governors is entrusted to me. Should this condition be breached, death by magic shall follow. Immediately, 2 golden threads emerged from young Samuel's wand, entwining themselves around the hands of the 2 individuals. Observing that the pact had been established, Lucius Malfoy refrained from further intervention. He was a man of intellect, keenly aware of when to speak and when to remain silent. Gazing at the stunned gathering at the banquet, Alec smiled and addressed them, I sincerely apologize, everyone, with such an unexpected occurrence. It seems you have little desire to continue the festivities. Let us reconvene another time. He then turned to his father, their eyes meeting, and said, shall we depart, father? Young Samuel nodded in agreement before turning to exit Malfoy Manor. Alec raised his wand, pointing it at Rabaston Lestrange, and declared, as for you, lead us to procure the Hogwarts Board of Governors contract. Rabaston took a step back, reaching for his wand. Chapter 84. A visit from friends noticing Rabaston's movement. Alec waved the wand that was not rightfully his and chuckled. Might I inquire if you are searching for this? Rabaston stood frozen, bewildered, unable to fathom how his wand had found its way into Alec's possession. Curious, are you? Do you recall my father's recent actions? Alec inquired. At this, Rabaston recalled that he had indeed felt a sudden absence of something a moment prior, though he had not noticed it at the time. Even if you are reluctant to hand over the Board of Governors contract now, it will eventually come into my possession, unless you wish to experience the sensation of being slain by an unbreakable vow. Upon hearing Alec's words, Rabaston appeared deflated, and he replied, very well. Let us proceed to Gringotts. The 3 swiftly made their way to Gringotts without delay, following a goblin to the vault of the Lestrange family within the bank. Alec surveyed the entirety of the vault. The gold galleons within had dwindled significantly. However, a plethora of magical artifacts lay strewn about, from which Alec could discern traces of dark magic. Rabaston swiftly retrieved a piece of parchment made from brownish-yellow sheepskin from a pile of contracts and handed it to young Samuel, stating, "This is the Hogwarts Board of Governors contract for the Lestrange family. Sign your name here, and a seat on the board will be yours." Hearing this, young Samuel inscribed his name upon the parchment. Instantly, he felt a peculiar connection intertwining with his essence. Observing Samuel's signature, Rabaston remarked, "Now, may I be released?" At these words, Samuel exchanged a glance with Alec, then raised his wand, addressing Rabaston. "That agreement was made between you and Alec. He has forgiven your rudeness. But I have not. Therefore, I must bid you farewell. Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light erupted, and Rabaston Lestrange perished within the confines of the Lestrange vault. Alec then searched Rabaston's body and retrieved a golden key, turning to his father and saying, "Father, now that this matter has been resolved, let us depart. If we linger any longer, Mother may become displeased." With that, young Samuel and Alec exited Gringotts, using apparition to arrive at Alec's villa in the Muggle world. Upon seeing the abundance of household items that had accumulated in his home, Alec felt a surge of joy. After exchanging greetings with his mother, he made his way to the basement, where he found the completed teleportation circle. Eagerly, Alec stepped onto it. In a flash of light, he materialized in a room within the Lucifer manor. Inside, his grandfather, old Samuel, greeted his grandson's arrival with warmth, asking, "How do you find the teleportation circle?" Alec nodded vigorously in response. Old Samuel then elaborated on the circle's additional functionalities, explaining that it could connect to another teleportation circle elsewhere, although this would require Alec to master spatial magic in the future. Subsequently, Alec returned to England via the teleportation circle. At that moment, only his mother remained at home, as his father had returned to Lucifer Manor. "Mother, in a few days, I would like to invite some friends over," Alec informed her. Hearing her son's intention to host guests, Chloe beamed with delight. "Of course. Shall I prepare some refreshments for the occasion?" Alec nodded thoughtfully, then briefed his mother before retreating to his room to compose a letter. A few days later, the doorbell chimed twice, resonating through the entrance of Alec's villa. Upon hearing the sound, Alec swiftly made his way to the grand door. As he swung it open, he was greeted by the sight of several friends from Hogwarts: Hermione, Cedric, the twins, and Ron. Alec welcomed the few individuals standing at the door into his abode. Upon entering, the twins and Ron exclaimed in awe, "Wow, it's so spacious." Alec gazed at the three individuals who were exclaiming in surprise and smiled as he remarked, "This house will be my residence in England from now on. If you find some leisure during your holidays, feel free to visit." Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione inquired, "Alec, are you the only one residing here?" After a moment of contemplation, Alec replied, "Under normal circumstances, I would indeed be living here alone. However, a few days ago, my mother, upon learning that I intended to invite you all over, decided to stay for a few days." Just as Alec prepared to call for his mother, Chloe seemed to sense something and emerged from the kitchen. Observing her presence, Alec introduced her to the group. Upon meeting Alec's mother, the others greeted her warmly, saying hello, "Ma'am." Chloe, seeing the young wizards before her, wore a motherly smile and greeted them before turning to Alec, saying, "Take good care of the guests. I shall return to my tasks in the kitchen." With that, she gracefully re-entered the kitchen. Noticing that all the others were boys, Hermione felt somewhat out of place and volunteered, "I will go help in the kitchen." With that, she promptly made her way into the kitchen. The remaining individuals exchanged few words and settled onto the sofa in the living room. However, no sooner had they taken their seats than Ron eagerly asked, "Alec, didn't you invite Harry? I haven't seen him around." Alec, taken aback, responded, "That's odd. I did invite Harry, but I never received a letter from him. I've heard he is not having a particularly good time at his aunt's place, though I cannot ascertain the truth of that." Ron nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Harry did mention this to me. He told me that his aunt was attempting to seize his acceptance letter, preventing him from attending Hogwarts. Could it be that this letter was intercepted by his aunt as well?" Upon hearing Ron's explanation, Alec pondered for a moment before responding, "That is indeed a possibility." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, "Harry's home isn't too far from here. Why not pay him a visit? We could also show you the Muggle world." At this, the twins and Ron exclaimed excitedly, "Absolutely. We've never explored the Muggle world before." Observing their enthusiasm, Alec turned to Cedric and asked, "Cedric, what are your thoughts? Would you care to join us?" Upon hearing this, Cedric nodded in agreement with the notion. Chapter 85. The visit continues. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, shortly after Chloe entered, Hermione followed her into the culinary space. Upon seeing the young witch accompanying her, Chloe smiled and greeted her. Chloe was somewhat familiar with this young witch, as during the time when Alec was at home, there was always a girl writing to him. As Alec's mother, she was naturally aware of this. Although this was their first meeting, Chloe felt an inexplicable fondness for Hermione. Perhaps because this young witch was only the second of her son's peers she had encountered over the years. Chloe then inquired, "Is something the matter, Hermione?" To which Hermione shook her head and replied, "No, Auntie. I noticed you were the only one busy in the kitchen, so I came to see if I could lend a hand." Chloe gently patted Hermione's head and said, "There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. You should go and play with Alec and the others. During our time in Italy, Alec never invited friends over to our home." Hearing this, Hermione asked in confusion, "Oh, why not? Auntie, I think Alec is quite popular. Why hasn't he invited any other young wizards over before?" Observing the puzzled expression on the young witch's face, Chloe smiled and explained, "Because Alec has always had a great passion for reading, which has led him to spend most of his time in the study, resulting in minimal interaction with others." After a brief pause, she continued, "Thus, I am truly delighted that you all accepted Alec's invitation to come here." In response, Hermione smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all, Auntie. Alec and I are very good friends at school." After a moment, she seemed to recollect something. Her ears slightly flushed and added, "Yes, just good friends." Chloe noticed Hermione's unusual demeanor and smiled subtly, peeking towards the living room. Once assured that no one in the living room was paying attention, she closed the kitchen door and, with a hint of mystery, asked Hermione, "Little Hermione, could you tell me if Alec has a crush on any young witches at Hogwarts?" Upon hearing Chloe's question, a faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It seems not. While many young witches have boldly expressed their affections for Alec at school, some drawn by his looks and others by his abilities, it appears he has never reciprocated any of their feelings." Chloe chuckled upon hearing about her son's romantic prospects at Hogwarts. "Is that so? Could I trouble you to keep an eye out for Auntie? If there are any ill-intentioned young witches attempting to approach Alex, please do write to me." Chloe then turned to Hermione and added, "However, if you have affections for Alex as well, Annie might just agree, considering you are the first girl he has invited to our home." Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Yet, before she could offer a rebuttal, Alex's voice called out from outside the kitchen, "Mom, we'd like to go out for a bit." As he spoke, Alex opened the kitchen door. Hearing her son's request, Chloe turned to him and nodded, saying, "Certainly. Just be careful while you're out." In response, Alex looked at Hermione and asked, "Hermione, we plan to visit Harry's place. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Hermione snapped back to reality and nodded, saying, "Sure. By the way, Harry has been a bit off this summer. I wrote to him asking when he planned to go to Diagon Alley for books, but he hasn't replied. I fear he might be facing some troubles." Alex pondered her words for a moment before replying, "Then let us set off now. If we hurry, we might just make it in time for dinner." With that, he took Hermione's hand and led her towards the living room. Watching her son lead Hermione away, Chloe's face broke into a smile, and she returned to her tasks in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the living room, the others had gathered. "All right, everyone is here, so let us depart," Alex announced. "Okay." With that, they all exited the house and boarded the bus bound for Privet Drive. After several minutes, Ron remarked, "Is this Privet Drive?" As he surveyed the row of identical houses. Hermione nodded and explained, "Privet Drive is quite an ordinary Muggle neighborhood. Most families of a decent socioeconomic status reside in such areas." Cedric then chimed in, "Let us hurry and find it. Once we locate number 4, just away from the roadside." Everyone nodded in agreement and split into 4 groups, scouring both sides of the street. As Alex and Hermione reached the end of the block, they heard the sound of renovation emanating from the 4th house. Soon after, a woman's voice rang out, "Vernon, be careful." Upon hearing that name, Hermione tugged at Alex's sleeve and said, "Harry mentioned that his uncle is named Vernon. I believe we may have found our destination." Upon hearing this, Alec halted his steps and waved to a few individuals across the street. Once they gathered, Alec elaborated on Hermione's earlier remarks and gestured towards the portly man perched atop a ladder, diligently affixing a railing to the second-floor window. After listening to Alec's explanation, Ron eagerly rushed to the front of the house and called out to Vernon, who was on the ladder, "Excuse me, may I ask if Harry Potter resides here?" Upon hearing inquiries about Harry Potter, Vernon hastily descended the ladder and anxiously replied, "No, Harry Potter does not live here. You must be mistaken. With that, Vernon swiftly retreated into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. Ron, perplexed by the lack of Harry's presence, joined the others, exclaiming, "This is definitely suspicious. I bet Harry is inside that house." Alec then glanced up at the window secured with steel bars and noticed Harry peering out, gesturing animatedly with his hands. Chapter 86. The Rescue of Harry. Realizing the situation, Alec beckoned to the others, urging them to look towards the window. They waved at Harry, who raised a piece of paper that read, "I can't get out. Think of something, everyone." Seeing this, Ron immediately suggested, "Perhaps we could use a spell to blast that iron window open." Hermione promptly countered, "That is absolutely out of the question. Have you forgotten? We are not permitted to use magic outside of school. Maybe we could sneak in while the family is away and rescue Harry?" Cedric proposed. "That could work. But if we get caught trespassing, we could end up in serious trouble," Alec replied. He then turned to George and Fred, asking, "Do you have any ideas?" Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged knowing glances and grinned, saying, "We might have a plan." Ron, noticing their mirth, urged, "What is it? Hurry up and tell us." George and Fred responded, "Do you remember the car back home?" Ron's eyes lit up as he realized, "Are you suggesting?" Fred and George nodded emphatically. Seeing their enthusiasm, Alec, Hermione, and Cedric shared their confusion. "Let's head back for now. As for Harry, leave that to the three of us," George declared. Alec and the others, still puzzled, nodded in agreement. Alec then waved his hand in the air, conjuring a message that appeared, "Stay at home, gather your things, and we will come to rescue you later." Upon confirming that Harry had witnessed the words inscribed in the sky, Alec returned to the villa with several companions. After partaking in dinner at Alec's residence, each individual departed for their own abode. Likewise, Alec's mother chose not to linger in England any longer and utilized the teleportation array to return to Lucifer Manor. As night fell, Alec sat in his room as usual, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a cacophony of car engines roared from outside the house. Alec was captivated by the sound and opened the window to gaze outside. There, he beheld a blue Ford Anglia gracefully descending from the sky. The car came to a halt at his doorstep, followed by the chime of the doorbell. Seizing the moment, Alec hurried downstairs and opened the grand door of his home. Standing at the entrance was George. Upon seeing the door ajar, George promptly guided Alec to the front of the car and, placing his hand on the roof, exclaimed, "What do you think of this vehicle?" Alec glanced at the Ford vehicle before him and inquired, "Where did you acquire this car?" Ron, seated within, promptly replied, "It belongs to my family. My father modified a muggle car into this." Upon hearing this, Alec pondered aloud, "If I recall correctly, your father is an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, is he not? Engaging in such illegal activities. Does he not fear being discovered by the Ministry?" Fred, occupying the driver's seat, chuckled and poked his head out, saying, "As long as we remain undetected, we should be fine. Now, come on, let's get in the car. We need to pick up Harry." George then pulled Alec into the back seat of the car. Shortly thereafter, Fred started the vehicle, which gradually ascended into the air. In a brief moment, the automobile soared to number 4, Privet Drive, a location Alec had visited earlier in the daylight. "Hey, Fred, drive a little closer," he urged. Alec addressed Fred, who occupied the driver's seat, and upon hearing this, Fred turned the steering wheel, maneuvering the vehicle closer to the steel window grille. Subsequently, Alec waved his left hand, and 2 ropes, as thick as his thumbs, entwined around the window bars. Observing this from the back seat, Ron exerted a firm pull on the ropes, ensuring they were securely fastened before he patted Fred and declared, "It's ready." In response, Fred pressed the accelerator, and with a resounding thud, the grille above the window was abruptly torn away. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been roused the moment the car approached the window, quickly seized his luggage and climbed up to the opening. As Harry ascended, a vigorous knocking resonated on the door of the room. "Harry Potter, what on earth are you doing here?" "Humph, I will give you one last chance. Before I open this door, you had better concoct a reasonable and convincing explanation. Otherwise, from this day forth, you can forget about setting foot in that school filled with peculiar individuals." Upon hearing this shout, Harry hastened his movements. Just as Vernon swung the door open and rushed in to seize Harry, Alec waved his hand, causing a cabinet to slide directly in front of the door, obstructing Vernon's entry. Seizing the opportunity, Harry hurriedly scrambled into the car. Once Harry was inside, Fred quickly started the vehicle, which then gently lifted off from Privet Drive. Meanwhile, upon catching a glimpse of Harry entering the car, Vernon dashed to the open space below, staring in disbelief at the Ford that had already soared away into the sky. The group set off in the car, heading straight for the Weasley residence. After rescuing Harry, George had invited Alec to the burrow. Initially, Alec intended to decline, preferring solitude at home. However, considering the prospect of being alone, he accepted the invitation. The group arrived before a crooked house just before dawn. Upon entering, Alec was immediately enveloped by an indescribable warmth. Although the interior space was not particularly spacious, every corner and piece of decor seemed infused with a rich sense of life. Ron smiled as he introduced Harry and Alec, saying, "Look, this is our home. While it may not be large, it certainly provides shelter from the elements and is filled with warmth." His words conveyed a deep affection for their home. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration, "Wow, this is simply fantastic." He surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the self-cleaning pots and the sweaters automatically knitting themselves on the sofa, his eyes shimmering with delight and wonder. Standing beside him, Alec nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Harry's sentiments. Alec approached a magnificent grandfather clock, noticing that it possessed only a single hand and bore no numbers. Surrounding the hand were inscriptions such as "It's time for tea," "Feed the chickens," and "You're late." Puzzled, Alec inquired about the clock. Observing Alec's intrigue, Fred and George joined him, exclaiming, "Isn't it fascinating? This grandfather clock serves more than just this purpose." As George tapped on the clock's glass, the dial within began to rotate slowly, revealing a face that displayed various locations including home, school, prison, and Quidditch. Notably, at the 12 o'clock position of this extraordinary clock was inscribed "Deadly Danger." The hand transformed from a mere pointer to representations of the Weasley family members' faces. At that moment, the indicators for Ron, Fred, and George gradually shifted from missing to home. This clock reveals the whereabouts of the entire Weasley family. "Mom always uses it to check if we are at home," George explained to Alec, just as Alec was about to ask further questions. A plump middle-aged witch rushed down the stairs. Upon her arrival, she exclaimed, "Where have you lot been?" Approaching them, she continued, "There was no sign of you in bed. No notes left behind, and the car is missing. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? You could be in danger out there." After hearing the witch's inquiries, Ron hastily replied, "Mom, we went to rescue Harry. His uncle has been absolutely dreadful, not only denying him food, but also boarding up his window." In response, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed angrily, "You had better pray I don't board up your window too, Ronald Weasley." She then turned her attention to Harry and Alec, first embracing Harry and saying, "You've had a rough time, dear." She then smiled at Alec and remarked, "You must be Alec. Fred and George mentioned you in their letters." Subsequently, Mrs. Weasley stepped forward and embraced Alec, adding, "However, I hope you do not take after George and Fred." Hearing their mother speak ill of them in front of their friend, Fred and George feigned sorrow, each saying, "Fred, George, it seems our mother no longer loves us." "Who says otherwise? Mom always treats other people's children as her own." Upon hearing the faint cries of the Weasley twins, Mrs. Weasley stepped forward to intervene, stating, "I presume no one has had breakfast yet. Ron, please go and fetch Percy and Ginny. We are about to have our meal." Reluctantly, Ron ascended the stairs, and shortly thereafter, Percy accompanied him back down. "Mother, Ginny says she requires a little more time. She has only just awakened." Nodding in response, Mrs. Weasley replied, "Very well. Let us begin without her." With that, she gestured for everyone to take their seats at the dining table. Just as Alex settled into his chair, a young girl's voice echoed from the staircase, followed by the sight of a similarly red-haired little witch racing down the steps. "Mother, have you seen my slippers?" the little witch inquired. While balancing breakfast in her hands, Mrs. Weasley answered, "Indeed, dear. They are right on the shoe rack." Once informed of her slippers' whereabouts, the little witch turned her attention to the individuals at the table, greeting each in turn. However, when she approached Harry to extend her greeting, she froze in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Harry, sensing her reaction, offered a casual greeting, "Hello." Yet, the little witch did not respond. Instead, she turned and fled upstairs, shrieking in fright. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry glanced at Ron and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Ron clarified, "That was Ginny, our youngest sister. She has been talking about you incessantly all summer. It's quite tiresome, really." Fred chimed in with a chuckle, "Indeed, Ginny is quite enamored with you. She even asked us if we could get her a signed photo of you for Christmas." However, upon noticing Mrs. Weasley's disapproving glare, Fred promptly fell silent. As the conversation unfolded, a middle-aged man entered from outside. Upon stepping into the house, he greeted the occupants warmly. "Good morning, Weasleys." "Good morning, Father," the Weasleys responded cheerfully. Mr. Weasley continued, "Last night was exhausting. We had 9 surprise inspections. 9. Perplexed by this revelation, Harry inquired, inspections? What kind of inspections? Before George could respond, Alex, who had been silent until now, interjected, I believe they were inspections by the Ministry regarding certain dark magical artifacts belonging to pureblood families. This information left George and the others in a state of confusion. How do you know that? George inquired, to which Alec explained. My father inadvertently overheard some information while assuming the position of Hogwarts board member at the Ministry of Magic a few days ago. Upon hearing this news, the attendees were further astonished, particularly Mr. Weasley. It was only when Alec spoke that he noticed the presence of 2 additional individuals in his home. Just as he was about to inquire about their identities, Alec's revelation left him astounded. It is well known that the board members of Hogwarts are typically drawn from the ranks of esteemed pureblood families, who are unlikely to relinquish their power willingly. May I ask who your father is? Mr. Weasley asked in a rather unfriendly tone, instinctively assuming that Alec hailed from one of those haughty lineages. Observing the tension in the living room, Mrs. Weasley quickly intervened, explaining, This is Alec Lucifer, not a child from any of the previously established Hogwarts board families. Upon hearing his wife's clarification, Mr. Weasley paused to reflect. He seemed to recall something and turned to Alec, asking, You bear the surname Lucifer. What is your relationship to the recent troublemaker at the Ministry, young Samuel Lucifer? Without hesitation, Alec replied, He is my father. Upon hearing this response, Mr. Weasley stood and shook Alec's hand, saying, I see. Please convey my gratitude to your father when you return home. If it weren't for his recent efforts to challenge those pureblood families at the Ministry, our search operations would not have proceeded so smoothly. Mrs. Weasley shook her head in exasperation at her husband's demeanor. However, upon seeing the Weasley twins, she turned to Mr. Weasley in indignation, saying, Do you know how they arrived at our home? Mr. Weasley looked at her in confusion. In light of this, Mrs. Weasley recounted the incident of the group secretly driving to rescue Harry. Upon learning that they had taken his modified car to fetch Harry, Mr. Weasley's face lit up with excitement. Yet, under the weight of Mrs. Weasley's stern gaze, he feigned criticism of the group before engaging in conversation with Harry. Breakfast unfolded in a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere. Following this encounter, Alec remained at the Weasley residence until the evening, at which point he returned home via the night bus. Though every member of the Weasley family warmly welcomed Alec to stay longer in their humble abode, he graciously declined their kind offer, citing other matters requiring his attention. Upon returning home, Alec refreshed himself before heading straight to his room to sleep. The following morning, Alec and Hermione stood together in Diagon Alley. To understand why Hermione was with Alec, one must recount the events of that morning. Bright and early, Alec had just awakened from his slumber when he received a letter. The missive, sent by Hermione, extended an invitation for Alec to accompany her to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary books and supplies for the upcoming Hogwarts school year. Naturally, Alec could not refuse such an invitation. Thus, the two found themselves in Diagon Alley, as if it were a matter of course. Initially, Hermione's parents intended to accompany her, as they were apprehensive about their daughter venturing alone into Diagon Alley. However, following Hermione's assurances that she would be in the company of a companion, her parents reluctantly consented to let her go without their presence, considering that Diagon Alley could harbor some wizards who were not particularly amiable toward muggles. Returning to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. As soon as Alex and Hermione arrived in Diagon Alley, Hermione hurriedly dashed towards Flourish and Blots. Observing the joyful little witch sprinting ahead, Alex could only shake his head in resignation. Just as he began to quicken his pace to catch up with Hermione, he caught a fleeting glimpse of 2 figures with platinum blonde hair. Alec pondered for a moment before turning to follow in the footsteps of the 2 individuals. On the northern side of Diagon Alley, Alec paused before a narrow alleyway nestled between the Quidditch Boutique and the Lehan bookstore. At the entrance of the alley stood a dark, weathered sign, bearing the name Tumbledown Alley in uneven, scrawled letters. Gazing at the alley before him, Alec cast a glance towards the adjacent Lehan bookstore. Alec stood still, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally made a decision and strode towards the Lehan bookstore. Upon entering the bookstore, his gaze immediately fell upon Hermione, who was diligently selecting books in front of the shelves. Alec briskly approached Hermione and softly said, Hermione, I require some alchemical materials. Hermione turned her head, smiling and nodding in understanding. After receiving her acknowledgement, Alec turned and departed from the leaky cauldron. Shortly thereafter, he found himself once more before the ominous alleyway. He then slowly raised his wand, precisely aiming its tip at himself. Incanting softly, he uttered, "Disillusionment." As the spell resonated, a peculiar beam of light emanated from the tip of his wand, enveloping Alec entirely in an instant. Consequently, his figure began to blur, gradually merging with the surrounding environment, becoming indistinct until he vanished completely. After casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, Alec strode directly into Nocturne Alley. The scenery within Nocturne Alley starkly contrasted with the vibrant and bustling Diagon Alley, as entering this place felt akin to stepping into a dark and foreboding realm. The narrow, winding streets seemed to constrict, as though the walls on either side were poised to close in, trapping any passerby. The path twisted like a labyrinth, with each corner concealing unknown terrors, and a moment's inattention could lead one astray. Moreover, the light here was dim to the utmost, perpetually shunning the sun. The scant illumination that managed to penetrate the oppressive darkness only served to accentuate the surrounding gloom. Every inch of air was saturated with the scent of dampness and decay, as if the sunlight had been deliberately banished by the dark forces of this place, forever unable to penetrate its depths. The buildings flanking the alley were ancient and dilapidated, their walls marred and worn, the passage of time having etched deep scars upon their surfaces, akin to countless desperate hands clawing at them. Chunks of plaster hung precariously, revealing the rotting bricks beneath. Some structures appeared on the verge of collapse, threatening to bury any unfortunate soul who passed beneath them in rubble. These decrepit edifices exuded an air of antiquity and decay, a fusion of death, darkness, and forgotten histories, evoking a sense of nausea in those who beheld them. The inhabitants of the alley also appeared rather unusual. Most were clad in black robes, shrouding their faces in shadow, revealing only occasional glimpses of eyes flickering with an eerie light. Their forms flickered in the dimly lit streets, akin to phantoms. Some were hunched, their steps heavy, as if burdened by profound sins. Others hurried past, their eyes betraying a madness and urgency, as if in pursuit of some unspeakable objective. They emanated a dangerous aura that deterred any approach, suggesting that even the slightest contact could plunge one into an abyss of unending darkness. Observing the alley and its denizens, Alec couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. He certainly did not believe that those in the alley would notice him. Subsequently, Alec began to search for the whereabouts of the two individuals with platinum hair within the narrow passage. After several minutes of fruitless searching, just as Alec was preparing to depart from the alley, a familiar figure came into his line of sight. He saw Harry stealthily emerge from the entrance of a shop named Borgin and Burke's. As Harry stepped out, he walked cautiously, his expression one of vigilance. Soon after, a witch with a face full of wrinkles and hair as unruly as weeds approached him. Observing this, Alec dispelled his invisibility charm and called out to Harry, "Harry, quickly, take cover." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Harry turned to see Alec's sudden appearance and promptly followed his advice, darting aside. Witnessing Harry, who had just been between him and the elderly witch, move to safety, Alec raised his wand and unleashed a stunning spell at the old witch. The incantation struck the witch, causing her to fly back, and she appeared quite enraged as she quickly regained her footing, bellowing at Alec, who had revealed himself. "How dare you ambush me?" She then raised her wand, but before she could cast a spell, Alec directed another disarming spell at her. At the moment her wand was knocked away, a resounding shout echoed from the depths of Nocturne Alley. "Harry? Alec? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this voice, the group turned to see the source. The old witch, upon glimpsing the tall figure, immediately fled in a panic. Harry, visibly surprised, exclaimed, "Hey, Hagrid, what are you doing here?" He then turned to Alec and inquired, "By the way, Alec, how did you end up here?" Hagrid pondered for a moment before replying, "Me? Oh, I came to find some pest control for the flesh-eating slug." He then glanced at Alec, asking, "Hey, Alec, what brings you to Nocturne Alley?" Hearing Hagrid's question, Harry also looked at Alec, his eyes filled with curiosity. In response, Alec raised an eyebrow and said, "I came to see if I could procure some alchemical materials. You know, certain items necessary for alchemy are not always permitted for sale in Diagon Alley. For instance, pure unicorn blood. This substance is crucial for inscribing alchemical circles. Yet it is forbidden for sale in Diagon Alley." Upon hearing this, Hagrid nodded and said to Alec, "Actually, you needn't come to Nocturne Alley just to take your chances. After we return to Hogwarts, I can provide you with some. I encountered an injured unicorn while patrolling the Forbidden Forest, and I collected some of its blood." As Hagrid led the two companions through Diagon Alley, he cautioned them. It would be wise to refrain from wandering about Nocturne Alley. There are no virtuous souls to be found there. Frequenting such a place may lead some to mistake you for nefarious characters. With that, the trio exited Nocturne Alley. Before long, a young witch hurriedly approached them. It was Hermione, who had grown concerned over Alec's prolonged absence and had been searching for him throughout Diagon Alley. Upon seeing the two companions beside Alec, Hermione greeted Hagrid first. "Hello, Harry, Hagrid. It brings me great joy to see you here." Harry replied warmly, "It's wonderful to see you too." Noticing Harry's disheveled appearance, Hermione inquired, "What happened to your glasses this time?" With a flick of her wand, she uttered, "Oculus reparo," and Harry's glasses were restored to their former glory. After completing this task, the young witch turned her attention to Alec, asking, "Alec, where have you been? Surely purchasing alchemical ingredients shouldn't take that long." With a smile, Alec responded, "You know, many alchemical ingredients cannot be found in Diagon Alley, so I ventured there." He gestured towards the sign indicating Nocturne Alley. Hermione followed his gaze, her irritation growing. How could you possibly go there alone? The books warn that Nocturne Alley is a haven for dark wizards and desperate sorcerers. It is exceedingly perilous. Before Hermione could finish her admonition, Alec interjected, all right, but I'm perfectly fine." He playfully patted Hermione on the head and asked, "Have you acquired everything you need for the new term?" Shaking her head vigorously to dislodge Alec's hand, Hermione replied, "I have most things sorted, but I still need my textbooks." Upon hearing this, Alec turned to Harry and suggested, "Harry, you haven't gathered your supplies for the new term either, have you? Shall we go together?" Harry glanced at Hagrid. "You and Alec along with Hermione can procure the textbooks. I'll assist you in acquiring the other items." Hagrid offered to Harry. Grateful for Hagrid's help, Harry thanked him before producing a small cloth pouch and a piece of parchment from his pocket, handing them to Hagrid. The pouch contained the funds for their purchases, while the parchment listed the necessary items. However, Hagrid declined the pouch, opting instead to take the parchment as he ventured deeper into Diagon Alley. According to Hagrid, the cost of those school supplies would be minimal. Consider it a birthday gift from him to Harry. Harry did not press the issue, for he could hardly contend with a half-blood giant. Subsequently, he entered the leaky cauldron with Alec and Hermione. Today, the establishment appeared to be particularly crowded. Alex gazed at the bustling shop, then turned to Hermione and Harry, saying, "Look at the throngs inside." Upon hearing Alex's remark, Hermione expressed her confusion. Indeed, while there were many people last year, it pales in comparison to the current crowd. With that, Hermione took hold of Alex and Harry's hands, pushing through the throng. Just as the trio reached the front, a familiar voice called out beside them, "Oh, Harry, so this is where you are." They turned to see the Weasley couple along with their 4 children. Mrs. Weasley approached Harry, embracing him warmly. "I thought you had been whisked away to some unknown place by the Fleur network." After releasing Harry, she greeted both Alex and Hermione in turn. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Mrs. Weasley gazed expectantly towards a table in front of the bookstore. Suddenly, a striking wizard with radiant golden curls and a tall, statuesque figure emerged from the back door of Flourish and Blots. The moment he appeared, Mrs. Weasley, standing in front of Alex, let out a high-pitched scream. Even little Hermione, standing beside Alex, became excited upon seeing the wizard, her grip on Alex's hand tightening ever so slightly. Alec discerned the shift in Hermione's demeanor beside him and inquired, "Hermione, who is this person? Why are you so agitated?" Upon hearing Alec's question, Hermione, astonished, replied, "You mean you don't know him?" Alec, perplexed, responded, "Am I supposed to?" "Of course. He is our defense against the dark arts professor this year, and if the contents of his book are to be believed, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart is undoubtedly a highly skilled instructor in the art of dark magic defense." Acknowledging her words with a nod, Alec turned to the twins, Harry and Ron, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Ron, with a look of disdain, remarked, "I'm not particularly fond of him." The twins chimed in, "Our mother absolutely adores him." Indeed, they added. Just as Harry was about to respond to Alec's inquiry, Gilderoy Lockhart, from behind the table, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, Merlin's beard. Is that Harry Potter?" This was swiftly followed by Harry being drawn to the desk for a myriad of photographs with Lockhart. When Harry returned, it was after a considerable passage of time, approximately 10 minutes. Chapter 90. The beginning of the second year at Hogwarts. As Harry rejoined Alec and the others, they proceeded toward the bookstore entrance together. "This is utterly dreadful," Harry lamented as they walked. "He didn't even consider my feelings." Ron nodded in agreement, while Alec chose to withhold his opinion, reflecting that had he been a writer concerned with reputation, he might have behaved similarly. Hermione appeared lost in thought, seemingly contemplating Lockhart's true character. Just as they neared the entrance of the bookstore, a haughty voice echoed from the staircase inside. It seems our savior, Potter, has captured Gilderoy Lockhart's favor. The speaker was none other than Draco Malfoy. He surveyed Harry's companions, poised to utter more, but his gaze met Alex, prompting a brief pause. He then addressed Hermione, saying, "Just wait. This year my grades will undoubtedly surpass yours. For the honor of the Malfoy family." Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left speechless by Malfoy's declaration, particularly Hermione. Alec glanced at Malfoy, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Then we shall await the outcome, Malfoy." Upon hearing this, Draco raised his proud head, preparing to utter a response when an adult resembling Malfoy entered the bookstore. "Draco, be a bit friendlier to your classmates." The newcomer was none other than Lucius Malfoy. He then directed his gaze toward Alec. Initially, he observed Hermione, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Alec standing beside her. Instantly, memories of the encounter at Malfoy Manor flooded Lucius's mind, causing the words he intended to say to remain unspoken. He shifted his attention to Harry, Ron, and the others nearby. Retrieving an old book from Ginny's cauldron, he remarked, "Red hair and old books. You must all be children of the Weasley family. I hope your father's meager salary at the ministry is sufficient for you to acquire all the necessary books for Hogwarts this year." As Lucius made this statement, Mr. Weasley emerged from the bookstore, positioning himself before Lucius as he replied, "That is not your concern, Malfoy. You should pray that nothing incriminating is discovered during the next ministry search of your household." With that, Lucius shot a glare at Mr. Weasley, and the atmosphere between them grew palpably tense. However, this tension was soon interrupted by a loud shout. "Hey, what are you two planning to do? Fight in front of the children?" The voice belonged to Hagrid, who had just finished assisting Harry with his purchases. He stepped between Lucius and Mr. Weasley, leaning slightly towards Mr. Weasley. Faced with this, Lucius merely huffed, tossing the old book into Ginny's cauldron before departing the leaky cauldron with Draco in tow. Observing the retreating Malfoy duo, Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled glances. "Malfoy seems rather strange today," Ron remarked. The others nodded in agreement, while Hermione scrutinized Alec, as if attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Unbeknownst to them, nestled quietly within Ginny's cauldron was a black notebook, discreetly tucked among her old books. 20 days later, as the new school term commenced, Alec was busily packing his belongings in his villa. A few days prior, Hermione had written to inquire if he would accompany her to King's Cross Station. Considering he would be going alone regardless, Alec accepted the young witch's invitation. It is likely that Hermione is about to arrive at Alec's home. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With the sound of the doorbell ringing, Hermione's voice resonated at Alec's doorstep. "Alec, are you ready?" Upon hearing her call, Alec picked up his luggage and made his way to the entrance. Observing Alec as he opened the door with his belongings in hand, Hermione remarked, "It seems you are all set, so let us hasten to the car." With that, she dashed into her parents' vehicle. The Granger couple exchanged amused glances, smiling as they witnessed their daughter's exuberant return and greeted Alec warmly. In response, Alec waved his hand, and his luggage instantly vanished. He then stepped out of the house and entered the Granger family's car. A short while later, the vehicle gradually came to a stop outside King's Cross Station. The four of them made their way to the space between platforms 9 and 10. "Hermione, your father and I want to accompany you inside. We trust that Alec will look after you well," her parents stated. Hermione felt a slight flush creep to her ears and quickly retorted, "I can take care of myself. There's no need to trouble Alec." The Granger couple chose not to respond to her protest, instead directing their gaze towards Alec, who stood beside their daughter. They were acutely aware of the unique feelings Hermione harbored for this young man, and after much deliberation, they resolved to refrain from interfering in their daughter's relationship with Alec. Though they did not know him intimately, they held a measure of trust in him. Noticing the Granger's attention, Alec nodded in acknowledgement and then led Hermione through the wall. The two entered the platform without hesitation and boarded the train. Once Hermione had settled into a suitable seat, Alec pointed to the Slytherin prefect badge hanging from his chest and said, "I need to manage the third-year Slytherin students. If you need anything, please come to the Slytherin carriage to find me, all right?" Hearing this, Hermione nodded and replied, "Go on, go on. Don't worry about me. After all, I'm already in my second year." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Alec nodded and exited the carriage where she was seated. Soon, the clock struck 11. As the train bound for Hogwarts began to move slowly, Hermione, nestled within the Gryffindor compartment, felt an increasing sense of unease. After pondering for a moment, she abruptly realized that Harry and Ron, who were supposed to be sharing the compartment with her, were conspicuously absent. not hesitating in the slightest. The little witch commenced her search throughout the Gryffindor carriage. After thoroughly scouring the entire compartment without success, Hermione resolutely ventured into the Slytherin carriage. This time, fortune favored her, as she immediately spotted Alec approaching upon her entry. Without delay, she approached him and inquired, "Alec, have you seen Harry and Ron?" Upon hearing her question, Alec shook his head and replied, "Aren't they on the train?" Hermione, in response, shook her head anxiously and exclaimed, "If they truly missed the train, how will they reach Hogwarts?" In light of her concern, Alec gently patted her head and reassured her, "That won't be the case. Once we return to the castle, we can inform Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she will resolve this matter." With this, Hermione appeared somewhat relieved, nodded at Alec, and returned to her compartment. Chapter 91. The new academic year and the feast in the evening. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid, as ever, held aloft his large lantern to guide the new students. "First years, this way. Upperclassmen, please proceed to the other side for the carriages." Just as Alec disembarked from his carriage, he was approached by the twins and Cedric. "Hey, Alec, care to share a carriage with us?" George proposed. "We've developed some new prank items recently. Would you like to see?" Fred added. Upon hearing their words, Alec nodded and replied, "I can ride with you. But we'll need to wait a moment." He glanced toward the Gryffindor carriage door. At that moment, Hermione, following a throng of Gryffindor witches and wizards, disembarked from the train. Noticing Alec looking in her direction, she waved vigorously at him. The three individuals standing beside Alec exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Cedric clapped Alec on the shoulder and remarked, "Not bad. You've only just arrived at Hogwarts, and already you've made a little girlfriend." The twins chimed in, echoing his teasing. Feeling somewhat bashful at Cedric's comment, Alec quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. Addressing the trio, I declared, "I am not in a romantic relationship. My search for Hermione stems from her parents' request for me to look after her before she boarded the carriage." Upon hearing this, the twins erupted into even greater mischief, simultaneously exclaiming, "Oh, looking after her, are we?" The sardonic tone of their words ignited within Alec a desire to silence them. However, before he could act, Hermione had already approached the group. "What are you all discussing?" she inquired, gazing at the four of us. "Never mind, it's not important. Alec, let us hurry along. We need to find Professor McGonagall soon." With that, Hermione took Alec by the hand and led him to a carriage. Alec gazed at Hermione before addressing the twins and Cedric, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get in the carriage." Prompted by his words, the three swiftly boarded the carriage. Inside, Fred, seated opposite Hermione and Alec, inquired, "Hey, Hermione, why the rush to find Professor McGonagall?" Hermione then elaborated on the absence of Harry and Ron from the train. Upon hearing that his brother was missing, George among the twins pondered momentarily before stating, "That's odd. Ron and Harry should have entered the station right after us." However, before he could dwell on the concern, George interjected, "No worries. Our parents will return to drive that car. If Harry and Ron truly missed the train, as long as they stay by the car, Mom and Dad will surely find them." Beside them, Cedric, perplexed, asked, "What car?" "The one belonging to my family, a blue muggle car," Fred replied. Cedric hesitated, pointing upward. "Are you referring to that vehicle?" Following his gesture, they beheld a blue car precariously flying through the sky, appearing as if it might plummet at any moment. Upon witnessing the airborne vehicle, Fred and George exchanged glances before George remarked, "It seems Harry and Ron have successfully arrived at Hogwarts." Cedric added, however, "I fear they might be in trouble. I bet there are definitely muggles who saw them." The others in the carriage nodded in agreement with Cedric's assertion. The carriage ambled onward, and soon they reached Hogwarts. The group then dispersed in front of the Great Hall, heading toward their respective house tables. The feast commenced as usual. During the banquet, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat, proclaiming, "Welcome, welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts once again. Before you indulge in the feast, I wish to share a few words. First, let us extend a warm welcome to your new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, who has graciously accepted the position." Just as Dumbledore concluded the introduction of the new professor, the castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, approached Dumbledore and whispered a few words to him. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, and he then moved to speak with Professor Snape, exchanging a few words with him as well. Subsequently, Professor Snape hurriedly departed from the hall. After completing his remarks, Professor Dumbledore reiterated several issues he emphasized annually, before inviting Professor McGonagall to conduct the sorting ceremony. Half an hour later, The ceremony for the new students proceeded smoothly, seemingly as per usual. However, Alex noticed that both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left the hall immediately after the ceremony concluded. Regarding the unusual actions of these two, or rather three professors, the only thought that crossed Alex's mind was about Ron, Harry, and that enchanted car. Nevertheless, Alex had no intention of investigating further. After all, they had arrived at school, and it was likely that no significant trouble awaited them. Meanwhile, in Professor Snape's office, he addressed Harry and Ron with indignation. Brandishing a newspaper, "Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? At least 7 individuals witnessed your foolishness. Had it not been for those obliviators promptly erasing their memories, our world would have been exposed. Not to mention, the modified car you piloted collided with the Whomping Willow, causing it considerable damage." As he spoke, Snape set the newspaper down and continued, "This tree is older than both of you." To this, Ron retorted, "Honestly, Professor Snape, I think the Whomping Willow caused us more harm." Hearing this, Snape's anger intensified. "Be silent," he bellowed at the two. "I assure you, if you were Slytherin students and I had the power to determine your fate, both of you would be taking the train home tonight, never to return to Hogwarts again." Ron and Harry were taken aback by Snape's words, remaining frozen in place, just as Snape was about to say more. An elderly voice resonated from the doorway of the office. "I believe they need not return home, Professor Snape." Hearing this voice, the occupants of the office turned to see Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who had just exited the hall. Upon their arrival, Snape immediately replied, "Headmaster, if I may. These two children have egregiously violated the underage wizardry restrictions. Were they not children, their actions would warrant several months of imprisonment in Azkaban." Dumbledore interjected, "I understand. And I am well aware of all the laws and regulations, many of which I instituted myself." Professor Dumbledore glanced at Harry and Ron before continuing, however. "Considering that both of them are students of Gryffindor, I believe Professor McGonagall holds the authority to address their situation, does she not?" Upon hearing this, Ron lowered his head towards Professor McGonagall and stated, "We will pack our belongings right now." McGonagall, perplexed, inquired, "What are you saying, Mr. Weasley? Aren't you going to expel us?" Ron replied. In response, McGonagall looked at the two of them and said, "Not today, Mr. Weasley. However, I must impress upon you the gravity of your mistakes. I will be writing to your families tonight and imposing a month of detention upon you." Professor Dumbledore then interjected, "Now, I propose we all return to the feast, where my favorite tarts await." With that, Dumbledore and McGonagall exited the office. Observing this, Professor Snape shot a scornful glance at Harry and Ron before departing the office as well. Harry and Ron promptly followed him. Back in the Great Hall, just as dessert was being served, Alec noticed the 3 professors entering through the back door, followed closely by Harry and Ron. However, before Alec could approach to inquire about the situation, a piece of parchment and a form flew towards him. Bewildered, Alec looked at the items before him. He turned to see Professor Snape regarding him with a stern expression. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Alec picked up the parchment to read. This form was one that every third-year student would receive, outlining the elective courses available after their 3rd year. Additionally, it stated, "Your detention will commence tonight at 8 o'clock in my office." After reviewing the parchment, Alec picked up the other form. Written in dark green ink were all the elective courses offered at Hogwarts: divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. At the bottom of the form, in red ink, it read, "If you wish to choose all courses, please communicate promptly with your head of house." Without hesitation, Alec marked a check next to each course. He thought to himself, "If I can learn everything, why make a choice? It is always beneficial to learn more." As night fell, Alec arrived at Snape's office half an hour early. "It seems our Mr. Lucifer has misread the time indicated in the letter I sent you," Snape remarked in a cold tone. In response, Alec raised an eyebrow and said to Snape, "I believe arriving half an hour early does not necessarily mean I am rushing to serve my detention, does it?" With that, Alec produced the form for selecting elective courses and placed it on Snape's desk. He then continued, "Professor, I have chosen all the electives. However, I noticed that several courses on the form appear to have overlapping schedules. The form states that if one opts for all courses, prompt communication with the head of the department is required." Upon hearing this, Snape took the form and examined it. After confirming that Alec had indeed selected all the courses, Snape spoke again. "It seems our Mr. Lucifer may be somewhat overconfident. In the past decade, very few have dared to select every elective course available at Hogwarts. I advise you to temper your ambitions. Take divination, for instance. Frankly, if one lacks the talent, it is better not to pursue it. Hearing Snape's comparison to divination, a subtle smile crept onto Alec's lips. He then replied, "While I do not deny that viewpoint, I must say, Professor Snape, that when considering whether a student is suitable for a particular course, perhaps it would be prudent to first assess the student's lineage." With a glance at the clock in Snape's office, he added, "So, Professor, I presume my detention has commenced. May I inquire about the specifics of my detention?" Snape regarded Alec with a penetrating gaze, then with a swift motion of his hand. A box filled with various snake skins and a book on common methods for processing snake skins flew before Alec. Snape pointed to the entire box of snake skins and declared, "Your task during this detention is to process this entire box of skins. And this book contains methods for handling various types." He then stood up and continued, "I expect that upon my return, Mr. Lucifer will have successfully processed this entire box." Pausing for a moment, Snape added with a cold smirk, "However, should I discover any damage to the skins, even a slight tear, you may as well forget about any request for leave from potion classes for the remainder of the term." At this, Alec's eye twitched slightly, a reaction that did not escape Snape's keen observation. Seemingly satisfied, Snape exited the office with a faint, triumphant smile. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Alec sighed and silently began to process the box of snake skins. Outside the office, Snape walked directly to Dumbledore's office. "Severus, is there something pressing that has brought you to seek me out at such a late hour?" Dumbledore inquired. Dumbledore smiled at Snape and remarked. Hearing this, Snape paused for a moment before placing the course selection form filled out by Alec on the desk in his office. Observing Snape's action, Dumbledore glanced at the form as well. He then said, "This comes as no surprise, does it?" In response, Snape inquired, "Should we provide him with the time turner?" Dumbledore pondered for a while, then nodded and replied, "Let him have it. I trust that the boy will not misuse it." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape expressed his astonishment. "Do you have such faith in him?" "Severus, this child is unlike any you have encountered before. Not everyone would relinquish the Philosopher's Stone upon obtaining it, would they? Moreover, I can perceive that this boy possesses love within him." At this, Snape fell silent. Observing Snape's quiet demeanor, Dumbledore continued, "All right, if there is nothing further, I believe, Severus, it may be time for this old man to rest, don't you think?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's statement, Snape turned to leave the headmaster's office. Just as he was about to step out, an idea seemed to strike him, and he turned back to ask, "Headmaster, may I inquire about Alec's family?" Chapter 93. The Time Turner. Dumbledore, taken aback by Snape's sudden question, asked, "What piqued your interest in this matter?" Snape then recounted his recent conversation with Alec. Dumbledore, "What about this child's family?" Snape pressed. Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Snape's inquiry and answered, "Indeed, he possesses many abilities that are rare among ordinary individuals. Some powers that even I or Voldemort have never wielded." Snape's expression turned to one of shock, and he immediately retorted, "Then why would you allow him to enter Hogwarts? Are you not concerned he might pose a danger to Potter?" Observing Snape's demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled softly and replied, "Severus, there is no need for concern. Do you remember what I said before? I see love in this child, something Voldemort never possessed. Therefore, with proper guidance, I believe he will not stray down a dark path." As he spoke, Dumbledore cast a deep look at Snape. Upon hearing Dumbledore's reassurances, Snape felt compelled to say no more. He then turned and walked directly out of the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, after approximately half an hour following Severus Snape's departure, Alec completed the processing of all the snake skins, without resorting to the methods outlined in that book. Given Alec's profound understanding of potion ingredients, he found that the annotations were entirely unnecessary. Having fulfilled his confinement task, Alec did not immediately exit Snape's office. Instead, he began to observe the potion shelves within the office. It appeared that, as the potions master of Hogwarts, Professor Snape possessed quite an impressive personal collection. Alec muttered to himself. He then picked up a glass vial containing several reddish-brown, elongated, spindle-shaped pupae of some insect, each measuring approximately 55 to 60 millimeters in length. As Alec was about to examine the label on the bottle more closely, Severus Snape appeared behind him without a sound. "Mr. Lucifer, are you attempting to pilfer my precious potion ingredients as the potion's master?" Snape remarked coldly, swiftly snatching the bottle from Alec's grasp. Gazing at the label, he continued, "Oh, I wonder what Mr. Lucifer intends to do with the boggart moth pupa?" Upon hearing Snape's words, Alec raised an eyebrow and replied, "I had no intention of stealing your materials. I was merely intrigued by some of the potion ingredients in your office. Please do not misinterpret my intentions, Professor Snape. Seemingly struck by a thought, he added, by the way, Professor Snape, I have completed my detention. May I take my leave? In response, Snape approached the box of snake skins he had previously entrusted to Alec and began to inspect it. After a thorough examination, he remarked, not bad. Your detention concludes here. Given your satisfactory handling of the snake skins, I shall return this to you. He then tossed the boggart moth pupa back to Alec. Alec, taken aback, accepted the bottle. He was well aware that the boggart moth pupa commanded a hefty price in the potion ingredient market. Snape's gesture was wholly unexpected. After relinquishing the item, Snape settled himself at his desk, opened a drawer, and placed a necklace upon the surface. Regarding your elective courses, I have discussed this matter with Professor Dumbledore and decided to present this to you. Hearing Snape's words, Alec approached the desk, his gaze fixed upon the necklace. It was not ostentatious. Rather, it consisted of a simple gold chain threaded through a golden timer, at the center of which lay a sandglass dial. As Alec scrutinized the enigmatic necklace, Snape, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Each year, third-year students at Hogwarts who have enrolled in all courses may, with the headmaster's approval, be eligible to receive this magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Alec furrowed his brow, filled with curiosity. Professor, may I inquire what this magical object is? What unique powers or purposes does it possess? He directed his gaze towards Snape, his eyes reflecting an eager desire for answers. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Alec, and let out a scornful chuckle. Humph. It seems our Mr. Lucifer is not as all-knowing and omnipotent as he would like to believe. He paused momentarily, and then spoke in his customary flat tone. This necklace is known as the Time Turner. As its name suggests, it possesses the ability to traverse time. Snape gazed intently at Alec, his eyes deep and piercing, as if he could penetrate the very essence of the soul before him. Subsequently, he extended his pale, slender hand, gently resting it upon the Time Turner, his expression growing increasingly grave. Alex, pay attention. Snape's voice was low and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority. The power of time is exceedingly formidable and difficult to control. It is akin to a ferocious beast that, if not expertly managed, can yield dire consequences. I understand your alchemy instructor is the illustrious Nicholas Flamel, yet I must strongly advise against any inclination to study the Time Turner. Snape's gaze turned exceptionally grave, a seriousness that sent a shiver through Alex. He had never witnessed such a somber and earnest expression from Snape. Instinct told him that the professor's words were not mere threats, but a heartfelt warning. Straightening his posture, Alex solemnly nodded. I understand, Professor. Satisfied by Alex's sincere and serious response, Snape inclined his head slightly. He then slowly removed his hand from the Time Turner, as if he had just set down an invaluable, yet perilously dangerous artifact. After a brief pause, Snape began to elucidate the specific usage of the Time Turner. His pacing was neither hurried nor sluggish, each word clear and resonant in Alex's ears. Throughout the explanation, Snape intermittently paused to gauge Alex's reactions, ensuring he comprehended the essential points and key details. Once it was confirmed that Alex had fully grasped the various precautions of time travel, Snape entrusted the Time Turner to him. He then gestured with his hand, signaling that Alex could leave his office. Receiving the Time Turner, Alex respectfully bowed to Snape before turning and walking out of the room with measured steps. Chapter 94. Ron's howling letter upon exiting the office. Alex made his way directly back to his dormitory. Lying on his bed, he did not contemplate studying the Time Turner as an alchemist. He believed he understood the power of time. Glancing at the Time Turner in his hand, he stored it within his ring and then retrieved the vial of demiguise hair Snape had given him, deep in thought. When Snape mentioned the demiguise, a potion sprang to mind, along with the accompanying spell for the animagus transformation. Rising from his bed, he seated himself at his desk and began to compose a letter. The primary content of the letter was a request for a batch of potion ingredients from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. To avert any suspicion from the shopkeeper, Alex listed at least a dozen different ingredients required for various potions, interspersed among them the ingredients for the animagus transformation potion. After completing the letter, Alex meticulously reviewed it, and once satisfied with its accuracy, he summoned his house elf to send the letter. Having accomplished this, Alex proceeded to the washroom to freshen up before retiring for the night. The following morning, as usual, Alec arrived early at the hall to prepare for breakfast, perhaps due to the bustling atmosphere of the first day of school. It seemed that there were significantly more young wizards in the hall this morning than usual. Alec immediately spotted Cedric and the twins seated at the long table of Gryffindor, and then he made his way to join them. As Alec settled down, the twins eagerly began to share some of their newly crafted mischievous items. Observing the alchemical creations before him, which exhibited a remarkable maturity and craftsmanship, Alec expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "I never expected your alchemical talents to be quite so impressive. How long have you been studying alchemy? You've already managed to create such commendable pieces." In response, the twins chuckled and replied, "Of course. Just take a look at who we are." Cedric, overhearing their banter, placed a hand over his face and remarked, "There's nothing to be proud of here. Remember, Alec told us that it took him only 2 or 3 months from his introduction to alchemy to crafting his first item independently. With this." The twins shot an indignant glare at Cedric, with one of them exclaiming, "Oh, you and your thick eyebrows, Cedric. Must you always undermine us?" Just as the twins prepared to tackle Cedric, Alec interjected, "By the way, Cedric, how are you preparing for your O.W.L.S.? I believe your exams are approaching." Cedric responded with an okay gesture, assuring, "Don't worry, I'm well prepared. After all, I spent 2 months reviewing at home during the summer. Besides, I have plenty of time to study before the exams after Christmas." Alec nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as the group conversed, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, along with a few other Gryffindor wizards, approached and took a seat beside them. After exchanging greetings, the twins immediately turned to Ron and Harry, asking, "So, is it true that you two drove your dad's car to school?" Ron and Harry nodded in affirmation, stating, "Yes, we couldn't think of any other way. So we took that car to school." The twins gasped in astonishment. "Cool. That must have been an unforgettable journey." Hermione, sitting nearby, felt a surge of irritation. Just as she prepared to stand up and voice her thoughts, she felt a hand grasp hers. Turning to Alec, her expression was one of confusion. Alec shook his head and leaned closer, whispering, "It's not appropriate, at least not right now." Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione glanced around the table and sighed softly, abandoning her intention to reprimand the others. As the twins were about to pose another question, the sound of an owl hooting echoed from above in the great hall. Suddenly, an unusually old owl swooped directly towards Ron. Before anyone could react, the owl crashed into a pile of cereal in front of them, creating a chaotic mess on the table. The twins looked at Ron, with one of them saying, "Look, Ron, it's Errol. It seems your mom has sent you a letter." Upon hearing this, Ron gazed at the owl perched on the table with a look of sheer terror. He then removed the crimson envelope from the owl's talons. At that moment, Seamus, who was seated not far from Ron, exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, look, Weasley has received a howler." Following this, Neville, who was positioned opposite Ron, urged, "Hurry and open it, Ron. The last time I received a howler from my grandmother, and didn't he open it? It exploded." Encouraged by Neville's words, Ron, trembling with apprehension, began to tear open the red envelope in his hands. As Alec observed Ron tearing open the envelope, he swiftly grasped his wand and cast a silencing charm over himself and Hermione, who sat beside him. Almost immediately, the envelope clutched tightly in Ron's hand began to levitate gently, as if drawn by some arcane force, before a thunderous roar erupted from within its confines. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you act with such reckless abandon? To have the audacity to take that flying car to Hogwarts. Are you not aware of the grave consequences such actions may entail? Your father is currently under investigation by the Ministry of Magic due to your utterly ludicrous behavior. Do you comprehend the extent of the trouble you have caused? Should you find yourself expelled from Hogwarts because of this, I would be utterly unperturbed. Frankly, your actions have brought disgrace upon the entire Weasley family." The furious letter paused momentarily before addressing Ginny, who sat in front of Harry. "Oh, Ginny. Your father and I are delighted that you were sorted into Gryffindor. I hope your studies there bring you joy." With that, the letter turned back to Ron, stuck out its tongue at him, and proceeded to tear itself apart. Upon witnessing the letter's self-destruction, Alec lifted the silencing charm. Hermione, seated beside him, quietly expressed her gratitude. He responded with a polite acknowledgement. However, their brief exchange went unnoticed as everyone in the vicinity remained transfixed on Ron, who stared vacantly at the remnants of the now shredded letter. It was not until Harry gently tapped Ron that he slowly regained his senses, awkwardly glancing around before burying his head in his breakfast. Chapter 95, Divination Class. After relishing a sumptuous and delightful breakfast, Alec bid farewell with a smile to a few individuals in the hall before embarking on a solitary path. He gradually departed from the lively dining hall, traversing a series of tranquil corridors as he made his way towards the north tower of the castle. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the stone floor. Alec followed the intricate patterns of light as he proceeded. After navigating several corridors, he finally arrived at the foot of the towering North Tower, which soared into the clouds, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Alec gazed at the window atop the tower, then turned his attention to the staircase before him, beginning his ascent. The spiral staircase seemed to stretch endlessly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the summit of the North Tower. Standing on the top floor, a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of Hogwarts, yet at this moment, it was the enigmatic circular trapdoor that captivated Alec's full attention. This trapdoor appeared somewhat antiquated, bearing the marks of time's passage. Alec felt an inexplicable force guiding him towards the divination classroom. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and gently pushed. The trapdoor creaked open, revealing an ancient aroma that wafted towards him, yet it did not deter his advance. He stepped boldly through the opening. As the trapdoor slowly revealed its secrets, a wondrous and unique room unfolded before him. This space seemed to be a perfect amalgamation of an attic and an old-fashioned tea house, exuding an air of both mystery and warmth. Upon entering, he noted at least 20 dainty round tables, artfully scattered throughout the room. Each table was accompanied by a floral upholstered armchair, with exquisite embroidery adorning the backs. Small cushions were casually strewn across the floor, adding a touch of whimsy and comfort to the ambience. The room was enveloped in a soft crimson glow, a result of tightly drawn curtains and many lamps draped in deep red scarves, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. On one side of the room stood a grand fireplace, flames dancing fiercely within. A large copper teapot sat steadily atop the fire, steam curling from its spout, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the circular walls lined with shelves brimming with an assortment of peculiar items. There were dusty, somewhat tattered quills, perhaps once used to chronicle countless captivating tales. Half-burned candle stubs flickered weakly in the darkness. Incomplete playing cards lay scattered, their designs faded, and crystal orbs, clear yet flawed, seemed to conceal untold secrets. Of course, there was no shortage of various teacups, some adorned with intricate patterns, while others remained delightfully unadorned. Alec ambled into the classroom, his gaze casually sweeping over the rows of seats before he swiftly made his way to a position towards the front, plopping himself down with a certain nonchalance. However, just as he settled into his seat, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the other door of the classroom. This sound was ethereal, as if it originated from the distant heavens. It carried an air of enigmatic allure that inevitably piqued one's curiosity, and it bore a hint of exaggeration, as though it were deliberately crafted to capture everyone's attention. I always knew that I would encounter you sooner or later, a born seer. It was the heavens that guided me to meet you. Alec turned his gaze in response to the sound, and beheld a slender woman emerging from the door. She wore an exceptionally large pair of glasses, which magnified her eyes considerably. Adorning her neck were numerous chains and strings of beads, and she was draped in a flowing blue gown, complemented by a sheer shawl and cloak. Her wrists were embellished with sequined bangles, presenting an overall impression of mystery, exaggeration, and a touch of antiquity. Upon noticing her, Alec greeted, "Hello, Professor Trelawney." Just as Professor Trelawney was about to respond, a cacophony of student chatter erupted from the direction of the hatched door. Subsequently, the young witches and wizards began to enter the classroom in dribs and drabs. Observing this, Professor Trelawney chose not to continue speaking and silently took her place at the podium. After a mere 15 minutes, approximately 20 young wizards had settled into their seats. Noticing that no further students were arriving, Professor Trelawney waved her right hand, causing the hatch door and curtains to close with a swift motion. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the once dim classroom was suddenly illuminated by an enigmatic glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere. The young wizards seated below were taken aback by this display of magic, for Professor Trelawney had not garnered a favorable reputation among her past students. Most who had attended her classes considered her to be rather eccentric. "Who would have thought this professor possesses some skill?" remarked a Gryffindor student. Nearby, a Slytherin student scoffed. "Such a feat could be accomplished by even some seventh-year seniors. I suspect this professor is simply unable to endure the whispers of the young wizards behind her back. Hence her eccentricity." Upon hearing this remark, Alec furrowed his brow and turned to face the Slytherin student, a member of the illustrious Axley family. The moment this Axley student finished his statement, Professor Trelawney, like a specter, swiftly approached him. The young wizard jumped in surprise. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, Professor Trelawney, her eyes slightly clouded, placed a hand upon his head. Her voice, husky and deliberate, echoed ominously. A demon shall visit your family. Should you show disrespect, terrible calamities will ensue. At that time, more than half of your precious possessions will vanish like water, and the status that symbolizes glory and power will be mercilessly swept away by the demon. Your family shall descend into endless suffering and chaos. Upon concluding her statement, Professor Trelawney lowered her hand, paying no heed to the stunned Axel, and proceeded to the podium where she began to introduce herself in a husky voice. I am your divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. Meanwhile, Alec, upon catching a glimpse of the professor's unusual gaze, fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 96, Alec's Prophecy. Naturally, Alec was aware of Professor Trelawney's current state. However, his mind was preoccupied with the prophetic utterances of the professor. He murmured, a demon? Could it be that my father has made new advancements at the Ministry of Magic in England? Just as Alec was lost in thought, he sensed that the light before him was being obscured by something. Upon realizing this, he lifted his gaze to find Professor Trelawney regarding him with her somewhat grayish eyes. Noticing Alec's attention, she continued, Now, I would like each of you to select a teacup of your preference from the cabinet over there. Today, we shall delve into the art of tea leaf reading. At her words, the young wizards eagerly approached the nearby shelf to choose their cups. Naturally, Alex was no exception. After most of the little wizards had selected their cups, he approached the shelf and retrieved a rather ordinary white cup. Upon witnessing all the young sorcerers successfully acquiring their respective vessels, Professor Trelawney gently waved her long, somewhat enigmatic arm. Immediately, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The teapot, which had been quietly resting above the classroom fireplace, seemed to be imbued with life, gracefully lifting and accurately hovering before each little wizard, elegantly pouring forth steaming, fragrant tea. However, the atmosphere in the classroom felt somewhat stagnant at that moment. All the little wizards cautiously held their teacups, their eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, seemingly at a loss for what to do next, entirely devoid of any intention to savor the tea. Observing this scene, Professor Trelawney furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, What are you all waiting for? Quickly take a sip of the tea, and then delve into the mysteries as described in your textbooks. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the young sorcerers seemed to awaken from their reverie, springing into action. Some took delicate sips of the tea, while others gulped it down eagerly, then hastily opened their books, beginning to scrutinize and interpret the shapes of the tea leaves floating in their cups. Meanwhile, Professor Trelawney was not idle. She glided gracefully among the little wizards, occasionally pausing to lean down, picking up a cup from in front of one of them, examining the distribution of the tea leaves, and offering unique insights and guidance based on her years of accumulated experience. In no time, the classroom was infused with a rich academic atmosphere. As the little wizards immersed themselves in the interpretation of the tea leaves, observing the engaged atmosphere surrounding him, Alex swiftly finished his tea and opened his textbook for comparison. However, before long, he found himself puzzled. The pattern in his white teacup did not resemble any of the designs described in the book. The remaining tea leaves were divided into two sections. The left side formed a neat shape reminiscent of a castle, while the right side was twisted and contorted, resembling a giant serpent. Gazing at the tea leaves before him, Alex raised his right hand slightly and said, Professor, I believe I am somewhat confused. Hearing someone call her, Professor Trelawney promptly approached Alex. Upon realizing that it was Alex who had posed the question, her brow furrowed in curiosity. She then turned her gaze to the teacup in his hand. Noticing the distinct shapes, her frown deepened further. Subsequently, Professor Trelawney extended her hand to receive the teacup from Alex. As her fingers made contact with the cup, she seemed to perceive something extraordinary. In an unexpected gesture, she cradled Alex's hand gently. Then, a subtle tremor coursed through her body, and her already pale eyes gradually shifted from gray to a luminous white. At that moment, Alex sensed an unusual shift and closed his eyes, delving into a deeper awareness. The two of them maintained this intimate posture of holding hands. Naturally, the young wizards in the classroom noticed the peculiar state of their professor and Alex. The students halted their tea leaf interpretations, turning their attention towards the duo, thereby enveloping the classroom in an eerie atmosphere. After a few minutes, a curious student from Gryffindor could no longer contain their intrigue and approached to call out to Professor Trelawney and Alex. However, just as this Gryffindor student reached Alex's side, he suddenly opened his eyes. What was once a pair of blue irises transformed into a brilliant gold, and an ethereal voice emanated from his lips. The Chamber of Secrets shall be unveiled, and on the eve of All Hallows, perilous entities will emerge from its depths, bringing harm to many. Upon uttering these words, Alex's eyes reverted to their original blue hue. Professor Trelawney, standing before him, inquired softly, "What have I done?" She slowly shifted her gaze towards Alex, a glint of mystery in her eyes, and murmured, "My child, from the moment my eyes beheld you, an extraordinary sensation surged within me. I can distinctly perceive that you emanate a unique aura of clairvoyance. This is an exceedingly rare and precious gift, foretelling that you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional seer in the future. However, dear child, remember well, do not allow this gift to suffer any form of taint or erosion. It is akin to a resplendent jewel that requires your pure heart to nurture and cherish. Only then can it radiate the most dazzling light, guiding you towards a future filled with uncertainty yet brimming with wonder." With that, Professor Trelawney slightly tilted her head, casting her gaze towards the ancient and solemn clock in the classroom. As the second hand ticked away slowly, time slipped by unnoticed. She nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "Oh, how swiftly time passes. It seems as though in the blink of an eye, our lesson today is drawing to a close." Class dismissed. Having spoken, Professor Trelawney gracefully turned on her heel and stepped through the wooden door behind the lectern. The young wizards, observing that the professor had departed, ceased to regard Alex and proceeded to gather their belongings before exiting the classroom. As Alex watched Professor Trelawney disappear through the door, his mind began to ponder. Is this my first prophecy? It seems to pertain to Hogwarts. Should I discuss it with Dumbledore? Just as Alex grappled with these thoughts, a silvery phoenix alighted before him. An ancient voice emanated from the phoenix's beak. "Mr. Lucifer, please visit the headmaster's office after dinner. The password is Fizzing Wispy." With that, the phoenix took flight, leaving Alex to murmur, "One must commend Dumbledore. It seems he is already aware of recent events." Sighing softly, Alex surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was near, he retrieved the time turner from his ring and draped it around his neck. Professor Snape had solemnly informed Alex that one complete turn of the inner circle represented 1 hour. As he spoke aloud, he glanced at the time turner in his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "If calculated accordingly, I believe that turning this hourglass 1.5 times should suffice." No sooner had he uttered the words than he resolutely grasped the petite hourglass and carefully rotated it a full 1.5 turns. In that instant, a wondrous spectacle began to unfold before Alex's eyes. The surroundings seemed enchanted, rapidly reversing at an unimaginable pace. What was once clear became obscured, with colors and shapes wildly distorting and transforming. In the blink of an eye, the area around him was devoid of life. After a moment, Alex glanced at the clock in the classroom. He had returned to 1.5 hours prior. Reflecting briefly, he then made his way out of the divination classroom. He had no intention of observing his past self, as he had not sensed anyone interacting with him during his earlier visit to the class, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Subsequently, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. Alec's defense against the dark arts class was actually scheduled for after today's divination lesson. However, during that interval, he intended to engage in other endeavors, prompting him to utilize a time turner to arrive at the start of the class in order to request an absence. As soon as Alec settled into his seat in the defense against the dark arts classroom, a voice, tinged with surprise, emanated from behind him. "Alec, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this call, Alec turned to see Hermione, the diligent young lady who had arrived early to immerse herself in the study of defense against the dark arts. Hermione promptly took a seat beside Alec and continued, "Weren't you supposed to be at the North Tower?" In response, Alec, maintaining a composed demeanor, fabricated a lie. "I came here to request a leave from defense against the dark arts before heading to divination." Hermione, upon hearing this, gave a slight nod and excitedly remarked, "What do you think of our defense against the dark arts teacher? I have read all of his works, and the content is utterly fascinating. I believe he must be an exceptionally powerful wizard." Observing Hermione's enthusiasm, Alec shook his head and replied, "I cannot say for certain. However, Professor Lockhart is indeed quite renowned in the magical community. As for his actual prowess, that remains to be seen. There are many wizards whose abilities do not align with their literary talents, much like Ms. Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet." At this, Hermione paused momentarily, reflecting on his words. There was indeed some truth to it. After a brief hesitation, she uncertainly stated, But someone capable of writing such articles shouldn't be entirely inept, right? With a raised eyebrow, Alec responded, "We shall wait and see." In truth, after perusing Lockhart's books, Alec had conducted an investigation into the man, for he was reluctant to have a defense against the dark arts professor who might be a vessel for Voldemort and remain oblivious to it. However, after employing various means to probe into Lockhart's background, Alec concluded that while Lockhart was not affiliated with dark forces, he could hardly be deemed a good person, as he resorted to using memory charms to appropriate the tales of others, an act far from honorable. Gazing at Hermione, and then at the portraits of Lockhart adorning the walls, Alec pondered, should he expose Lockhart's true nature? Meanwhile, as Alec contemplated, Hermione was also deep in thought. What could have prompted Alec to make such a statement? Had he uncovered something significant? The little witch felt a twinge of irritation, sensing that Alec had undoubtedly discovered something, yet he had chosen not to confide in her. As both of them were immersed in their own thoughts, the second-year young wizards gradually entered the classroom. Once all had assembled, Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from the door behind the podium. As he stepped forward, he introduced himself in an extravagant and self-important tone. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizards Against Dark Arts, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, though I do not boast about it. For I do not rely on my smile to vanquish the Banshee of Mallowan." After completing his introduction, he continued, "Before we commence our lesson, I believe it prudent to conduct a brief assessment to gauge your progress in learning." With that, Professor Lockhart retrieved a stack of parchment from his robes and distributed it to each young wizard in the classroom. Alec was not exempt from receiving a piece of parchment. He glanced at the questions inscribed upon it and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What are these questions?" The first asks what Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color is, and the second inquires about his preferred beverage. Are these questions truly of any significance to us? Sitting nearby, Hermione also displayed a look of skepticism. "I suspect this is Professor Lockhart's way of assessing whether we have diligently studied the textbook," she mused. Upon hearing this, Alec turned to Hermione with a face full of questions. However, the young witch paid no heed to his gaze and instead focused on answering the queries presented on the parchment. Alec refrained from writing, not for any particular reason, but because the parchment primarily pertained to the personal matters of Gilderoy Lockhart, none of which he could address. After a brief interval, "I was disheartened to hear Professor Lockhart express his apparent irritation. It seems many of you are unable to solve these questions. In fact, one individual has even submitted a blank paper. Who is Lucifer?" Upon hearing this, Alec stood up and replied, "It is I, Professor." Lockhart regarded Alec and inquired, then, "May I ask, Mr. Lucifer, why did you leave the parchment untouched, with even the multiple-choice questions unanswered?" In response, Alec extended his finger and said, "Professor Lockhart, first and foremost, I am not genuinely here to attend class. I merely came to request a leave of absence. Secondly, I do not believe the questions on the parchment will offer us any assistance. Therefore, I kindly ask to be excused from answering them." Upon hearing Alec's words, Gilderoy Lockhart appeared momentarily taken aback, then seemed to have an epiphany as he remarked, "It is not impossible to request a leave, provided you can capture these malevolent creatures." As he spoke, Lockhart tapped a cloth-covered object on the podium with his wand, then abruptly pulled away the cloth. Upon revealing the creature in the cage, a few young wizards chuckled. "Cornish pixies?" Hearing this, Professor Lockhart retorted, "Quite amusing. I assent it, Mr. Finnegan. You shall find it less amusing shortly." He then turned to Alec and stated, "If you can manage to capture all of them in the cage after I release them, then I shall approve your leave for today." Upon hearing Lockhart, Alec raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then by all means, proceed." Following this, Lockhart opened the cage, and the pixies erupted forth, wreaking havoc throughout the classroom. Observing the chaos, Alec pondered for a moment before breaking into a mischievous smile. "Might I inquire, Professor Lockhart, if you could demonstrate the spell required to drive these creatures away?" In response, Lockhart confidently proclaimed, "As a professor, I certainly can." However, before he could cast any spell, his wand was snatched from him by 2 Cornish pixies. Witnessing his wand being taken, Lockhart visibly panicked and dashed toward the back of the podium, exclaiming, "You all try to catch those pixies. I shall retrieve my spare wand." With that, he vanished behind the door at the back of the podium. Chapter 98, Potion Ingredients and Unveiling Truths. Observing Lockhart's hasty retreat, Alec let out a derisive laugh, commenting, "It appears our defense against the dark arts professor is rather mediocre." Hermione, seated nearby, had naturally overheard Alec's remarks but chose to remain silent. Now she has come to comprehend the words previously uttered by Alec. Noticing Hermione's silence, Alec drew his wand from within his robes and waved it gracefully through the air. All the Cornish pixies froze mid-flight. Subsequently, with another flourish of his wand, the immobilized pixies were swiftly confined within an iron cage. Having accomplished this, Alec exclaimed loudly towards the wooden door at the back of the podium, "Professor, I have resolved the matter." Upon hearing this, Lockhart opened the wooden door and feigned enthusiasm, saying, "Oh, splendid job, Alec. Your holiday is hereby approved." "Thank you, Professor," Alec replied with a smile. He then glanced at the clock in the classroom and continued, "Professor, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell." Before Lockhart could respond, Alec dashed out of the classroom. Lockhart, witnessing this scene, maintained an air of nonchalance and resumed his lecture to the young wizards. Meanwhile, Alec hurried towards the castle's north tower, glancing at the time with a sense of urgency. He was still in time. Alec thought to himself. The reason he had checked the clock was that the time block of his time turner was nearing its end. He must arrive at the place where he had vanished in the next second to complete the time loop. For Alec had no desire to face the consequences of failing to do so. Alec paused before the trapdoor of the divination classroom, blinking his eyes to ensure no magical fluctuations were present within. After confirming this, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon completing this brief task, Alec exited the divination classroom and made his way directly to his dormitory. There, on his desk, lay an enormous package. Upon seeing it, a slight smile graced Alec's lips. He quickly approached the parcel, and with a flick of his fingers, the ropes binding it slowly loosened. As the ropes fell away, the parchment encasing the package burst open. Noticing the potion ingredients teetering on the brink of falling to the floor, Alec swiftly drew his wand, unleashing a powerful surge of magic from its tip. Instantly, everything in the room began to levitate. With a focused effort, Alec guided the floating objects back down gently to the ground. Observing the ensuing chaos, he let out a soft sigh, irritation creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "I can hardly tolerate this." After purchasing such a significant quantity of materials from that apothecary, couldn't they have employed better packaging? Despite his complaints, Alec raised his wand once more and cast a tidying spell. In no time, the room regained its order. Once satisfied, he turned his attention to the various materials laid out on his desk. Among them, he discovered a package labeled with plant ingredients. After unwrapping it, he recalled that mandrake leaves should be kept under the tongue during a full moon for a month. "I wonder what they taste like," he mused. He placed a leaf in his mouth, initially finding it tasteless, though it felt peculiar. Then, for reasons he could not quite comprehend, he began to chew the mandrake leaf, and an overwhelming bitterness flooded his senses. "Ugh!" Alec exclaimed, quickly spitting out the chewed leaf. In a frenzy, he grabbed a bottle of water and rinsed his mouth vigorously. After using 3 or 4 bottles, the bitter flavor began to dissipate. He then stored the remaining mandrake leaves in his ring and proceeded to examine the other potion ingredients: daffodil roots, wormwood tincture, sun orchid roots, bezoar. It appeared he had everything he needed. With that, Alec gathered the materials and exited his dormitory. On the 8th floor, in the room of requirement, Cedric inquired, "Hey, Alec, what potion are you brewing this time?" "Indeed," chimed in George and Fred, "with so many ingredients, that must have cost quite a fortune." Alec gazed at the 3 individuals before him and let out a soft sigh. He had originally intended to concoct potions alone in the room of requirement, but upon passing by the ancient runic classroom on the 6th floor, he fortuitously encountered the Gemini twins, who promptly dragged him to Cedric. Upon learning of Alec's plans to brew potions, the trio insisted on accompanying him to the room of requirement. "Brothers, I believe potion brewing requires a certain degree of space. Does it not?" Alec remarked, nudging the clustered individuals beside him as he explained, "It's merely some basic healing potions, nothing particularly novel." The trio exchanged skeptical glances with Alec. Noting their expressions, Alec shrugged and said, "You can see the materials I'm using for yourselves." With that, he stepped aside, allowing them to approach the table filled with potion ingredients. The twins, upon observing the commonplace materials, promptly settled onto the sofa in the room, leaving only Cedric still examining the items. George sighed, "This is rather dull. We expected you to brew something new or rare," Fred added. In response, Alec merely shrugged. As they conversed, Cedric, with a playful grin, exclaimed, "Hey, Fred, George, look what I found." The others turned their attention to Cedric, who held a transparent glass vial in his left hand, its label reading Mothman Pupa. Alec's expression shifted to one of surprise. What on earth is my Mothman pupa doing here? He thought, just as Cedric remarked, the Mothman pupa, what a rare potion ingredient. Hearing Cedric's words, the twins rushed over, taking turns to examine the vial. Fred then spoke up. I recall that there aren't many potions that utilize the Mothman pupa. Indeed, Fred, to my knowledge. It seems that only the animagus potion employs this ingredient, George replied. They exchanged knowing glances before setting down the glass vial and began rummaging through the pile of potion materials. Hey, look at this, mandrake leaves, George exclaimed. And here is a vial of dew, Fred added. The twins turned to Cedric, saying, Cedric, it appears we've deduced the special potion Alec intends to brew. Chapter 99. A meeting in the headmaster's office. Upon hearing this, Cedric and the twins exchanged glances, and the twins swiftly approached Alec, with one of them lifting one of Alec's arms. They then turned to Cedric and declared, reporting, Sir, we have apprehended the criminal member Alec Lucifer. How shall we proceed? As the three individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward Alec, he could only shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, Alec divulged his plans to them. Wow, an animagus transformation? Is that for real? George inquired eagerly after hearing Alec's scheme. Fred, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Count us in, count us in. Cedric, however, posed a rational question. Are you certain you can succeed in the transformation? After all, becoming an animagus involves human transfiguration. In response, Alec nodded affirmatively. Are you still uncertain about my potion-making skills? He paused momentarily before continuing. What about you? Do you also intend to undergo the animagus transformation with me? Upon hearing this, the four of them exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of anticipation. Noticing their expressions, Alec shook his head in resignation once more. And with a wave of his hand, 3 leaves of mandrake floated before them. You must hold this leaf in your mouth until the next full moon, otherwise, the potion will not be completed, Alec instructed. Once this step is accomplished, we shall proceed with the next phase of potion making. The trio nodded in agreement and accepted the mandrake leaves. In the ensuing hours, Alec busied himself within the room of requirement, concocting various commonly used potions and assisting the twins with their newly developed prank items, tirelessly working until the sun began to set, at which point the group gradually departed from the room. Rather than joining the feast in the Great Hall, Alec made his way toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Alec approached the stone beast with the dripping mouth and addressed the statue, uttering the words, buzzing honey candy. Consequently, the statue parted to reveal a passage, allowing Alec to enter the headmaster's office. Within the office, Professor Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, which was cluttered with a multitude of black cockroaches scuttling about. Upon noticing Alec's entrance, Dumbledore looked up and remarked, Ah, Alec. I presume the Hogwarts feast has commenced. Are you not joining for dinner? With a wave of his hand, a chair materialized in front of the desk. Observing this, Alec took a seat and replied, Sir, I happen to be on the 8th floor, so I came here directly. In response, Dumbledore curled his lips slightly and gestured toward the items on the desk, asking, Would you care for a piece? Alec, accompanied by Dumbledore's gesture, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye and replied, No, thank you, Professor. I believe I have an aversion to consuming food that still rises upon entering my mouth. At this, Dumbledore nodded slightly and waved his hand. The pile of cockroaches on the table vanished, replaced by 2 cups of coffee and a mound of sugar cubes. As Dumbledore added a generous amount of sugar to his coffee, he turned to Alec, who sat before him, and said, Now, let us discuss the reason for my invitation to meet with you today. Alec nodded slightly before speaking. I wonder what brings you to seek me out, Professor? At this, Dumbledore paused momentarily before responding, Alec, I am eager to learn about the prophecy you made concerning the school during divination class. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, a knowing expression crossed Alec's face. He then replied, Indeed, I did make a prophecy, but wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to witness it firsthand, Professor? With that, Alec lifted his wand to his temple. As he extracted his memory, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the wand in Alec's hand, momentarily struck by its striking resemblance to his own. While Dumbledore was lost in thought, Alec completed the extraction. He called out, Professor? Professor? Dumbledore, roused from his reverie by Alec's voice, turned to him and inquired, This is the first time I have seen your wand. It possesses a rare shaft. May I take a closer look? Taken aback, Alec thought, wasn't he had agreed that we would discuss my prophecy? Why is he now focused on my wand? Nevertheless, he handed his wand to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, upon receiving the wand, did not speak immediately but waved it gently. He then shook his head and remarked, "It appears that I am indeed unable to wield this wand." He returned it to Alec, saying, "Several years ago, when this wand was first crafted, I was invited to test it, but I could not use it. At the time, we believed it to be a failed wand. Who would have thought it could be wielded by you? Quite rare. However, this characteristic also renders it unusable by others, which could serve as an advantage. So please make good use of it." Though perplexed, Alec nodded in agreement. Dumbledore continued, "Now, let us examine your prophecy." With that, he summoned the pensieve from his office and poured Alec's memory into it. Leaning closer, he began to scrutinize the contents. After several minutes, he remarked, "It seems this is indeed a significant prophecy." Alec inquired, "Do you believe in this prophecy?" Dumbledore replied, Alec, as a man who has lived for over a century and forged many friendships, I possess some understanding of seers and prophecies." In response, Alec nodded and asked, "So, Professor, does such a hidden chamber truly exist within the school?" Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, "I am not entirely certain either. There are numerous hidden chambers within Hogwarts, and no one can definitively ascertain how many remain undiscovered. Furthermore, the secrets concealed within those uncharted chambers are a mystery to all. Thus, I can only advise the professors to intensify their patrols during the night to ensure that the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, Alec nodded, muttering to himself, "It seems to be the optimal solution." Dumbledore observed Alec's murmurs with a smile and said, "All right, it is time for you to have dinner. After all, one must not neglect their meals, especially as a child." Realizing that this was Dumbledore's way of granting him leave, Alec bid farewell and exited the headmaster's office. As he watched Alec depart, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a silvery phoenix appeared on his shoulder. After exchanging a few words with the magnificent creature, the phoenix soared through the wall and vanished from the office. Chapter 100, A Conversation with Hermione and Being Caught. Since his last conversation with Dumbledore, Alec had experienced a few days of calm normalcy, attending classes during the day and spending nights in detention in Snape's office. However, it is during such tranquil moments that unexpected events often loom nearby. This morning, after rising from bed, Alec scratched his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something. After contemplating for a while without recalling anything, he simply left his dormitory and made his way to the library as per usual. Seated in the library, Alec was engrossed in a book about werewolves when a girl with brown hair approached and sat beside him. It was Hermione. Surprised that she had not sought him out since returning to school, Alec greeted her with a smile and inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Hermione?" Blushing slightly as she gazed at his handsome face, Hermione replied, "I wanted to ask you a few questions regarding potion making." She then produced a small stack of parchment and placed it before Alec. Observing the collection of parchment, which appeared to consist of over 10 sheets, Alec was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What are these?" Hermione's face flushed a deeper shade of red as she murmured, "These are some things I don't understand from my potion classes. I compiled them together, initially intending to come and ask you whenever I had questions, but..." Noticing the slight distress on the young witch's face, Alec chuckled and gently patted her head, saying, "All right, there's no need to be so formal when seeking my help. Is there something that has happened to make you hesitant to approach me?" Hermione seemed to recall something, her cheeks gradually reddening as she addressed Alec. "Well, about last time." Alec was somewhat perplexed. What happened last time? Upon hearing Alec's bewildered remark, Hermione seemed to have made a decision, and she solemnly addressed Alec. "It was during my last visit to your home when your mother spoke to me in a rather peculiar manner, suggesting that I should look out for you, and even inquiring if I would agree to be with you if I had feelings for you." Alec was momentarily taken aback and then laughed while covering his face, saying, "You needn't take that to heart. My mother is just like that. Her personality can be rather erratic at times. Don't pay it any mind." Observing Alec's demeanor, Hermione's gaze fell slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. However, it was just for a fleeting moment, as the young witch quickly regained her composure and picked up a piece of parchment, stating, "Well then, let us not dwell on that. What about these potions questions?" Despite the smile on Alec's face, his mind was racing, contemplating, "Mother, what are you doing? While it is true that I harbor some feelings for Hermione, how could you be so direct with a young lady about such matters? What if she doesn't reciprocate my feelings? It would be utterly embarrassing." As these thoughts swirled in his head, Alec looked at Hermione, who was inquiring about the parchment. He shook off his contemplations and began to address her various questions. After a couple of hours, Hermione neatly gathered all the parchment from the table and smiled at Alec, saying, "Thank you for your help this time." Alec nodded in response and remarked, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to approach me without hesitation." Hermione nodded in agreement, and just as they were preparing to leave, two red-haired figures strolled into the library side by side. Before Alec could discern their identities, a voice called out, "Hey, Fred, it seems I've found this treacherous scoundrel." Upon hearing that voice, Alec suddenly seemed to recollect something and prepared to make a hasty exit from the library. Meanwhile, Hermione looked at the newcomers with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Fred, George, why are you calling Alec a scoundrel?" Fred frowned, expressing his discontent, and replied, "Well, here's the situation. Alec had promised us he would come to watch our practice. George and I were quite thrilled since Alec rarely pays attention to Quidditch. However, yesterday during practice, we waited and waited, but Alec never showed up. It was utterly disappointing. We were hoping to showcase our training efforts in front of him, but alas, he didn't come, and we have no idea why he stood us up." Upon hearing the complaints of the twins, Alec realized that his secret had been uncovered. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the library's entrance. However, Fred and George appeared to have anticipated his escape. They exchanged a knowing glance before lunging at him from either side. Alec found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized by their reckless tackle. Witnessing the success of their scheme, Fred and George erupted into joyous laughter. One of them hoisted Alec's arm, addressing him. "If you didn't attend yesterday, attending today will be no different. Today is a team training session, and the duration will exceed that of yesterday." At this, Alec let out a lamenting groan before being dragged away by the twins. Meanwhile, Hermione watched as Alec was hauled off, a smile gracing her lips. She then recalled that her friend Harry was also due for training, and considering Alec's presence would surely make the experience less tedious, she decided to follow in their footsteps. The Quidditch pitch loomed ahead. Alec, Hermione, and Ron were seated in the stands, observing the individuals on the pitch engaged in training. However, it appeared that only Ron was genuinely interested. Hermione and Alec were engrossed in a discussion about advanced potion making. Just as their conversation reached a fervent peak, Ron, who was watching the training, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it's the Slytherin team. What are they doing here? Didn't he would say that the Quidditch pitch was reserved for today?" Upon hearing this, Alec and Hermione turned their gaze towards the field. At that moment, all the Gryffindor players had fallen to the ground, with Captain Wood standing before the Slytherin captain, conversing intently. Observing this, Alec remarked, "It seems that something unpleasant is about to unfold." The trio then descended from the stands and made their way toward the center of the pitch. Chapter 101. The Mudbloods on the field. Wood addressed a buck-toothed boy. "Hey, Flint, what brings you here today?" "The pitch is reserved for Gryffindor." Flint arrogantly replied, "We've come to train, of course. Besides, we have a professor's authorization." With that, Flint produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Wood. Wood accepted the parchment and began to read aloud. "I, Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, hereby grant permission for the Slytherin Quidditch players to train their new seeker today on the Quidditch pitch." Upon hearing about the new seeker, Wood immediately inquired, "New seeker? Who?" At that moment, a platinum-haired boy stepped forward from the Slytherin players. It was Draco Malfoy. Just then, Alec and his companions arrived on the scene. As they approached, Ron was captivated by the sleek, new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks held by the Slytherin players. "Wow, this is the new Nimbus 2001. But it hasn't even hit the market yet. How do you have these?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. In response, a familiar figure from their divination class, Ackerley, emerged from the Slytherin team, casting a mocking glance at Ron. "They were a gift from Malfoy's father," he taunted. Malfoy, standing beside him, wore an air of smugness. And Ackerley continued derisively, "Weasley, for them, this is merely a trifling expense." Ron was momentarily rendered speechless, but Hermione, witnessing her friend's embarrassment, stepped forward to address Ackerley. "Even if you possess superior brooms, what does it matter? At least the Gryffindor players rely on their own abilities. They do not need to resort to foul play to win Quidditch matches." Upon hearing the words of the young witch, the players of Slytherin became restless. And standing at the forefront, Axel's face flushed with indignation. He stepped forward and addressed Hermione. "Who asked you, you filthy," however, before he could finish his insult, Alec had already positioned himself before Hermione, brandishing his wand threateningly against Axel's face. Well, I advise you to refrain from uttering that word. It would be for the best of everyone," he warned. Axel, undeterred by the wand, scoffed. "Oh, what is this? A traitor from Slytherin daring to assault me on school grounds? I believe that filthy mudbloods like her have no place in Hogwarts." The crowd gasped at his words, particularly the young wizards from Gryffindor. Yet, Before they could react, Axel was sent flying by Alec's wand. By the time they regained their composure, the Slytherin team rushed towards Axel, who lay unconscious on the ground. Alec slowly retracted his wand and huffed, "I do not regard the bloodlines you speak of as noble. In my eyes, only strength is the ultimate measure of truth. It is arrogant fools like you, who look down upon others, that ought not to exist in Hogwarts." After uttering these words, Alec approached Hermione and gently wiped away a tear from her eye. "Hermione, it's all right now, are you okay?" he inquired. Hearing this, Hermione sniffled twice, her eyes welling with tears again, as if feeling wronged. Observing her distress, Alec chuckled. All right, don't let your snot spill out." Startled, Hermione quickly checked her nose, finding nothing there, and shot Alec an annoyed glare. The spectators in the Quidditch stadium were momentarily stunned by Alec's sudden action. Minutes later, the Slytherin students remembered the unconscious figure on the ground and hurriedly lifted him, making their way back to the castle. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students watched Alec comforting Hermione, and the twins began to tease. "Oh, sweet romance," George exclaimed. "Looks like Alec won't be able to prank with us anymore," Fred added with a hint of jealousy. To this, George replied, "Well, it seems we'll have to find someone else to brew potions for us." "No, please." Upon witnessing the scene with the twins, Wood promptly called over the Gryffindor players to escort them away for further training. The twins' playful antics caused Hermione's cheeks to flush slightly, and after rubbing her eyes, she turned to Alec and said, "I'm fine now." In response, Alec nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ron expressed his disappointment, remarking, "It's a pity that Malfoy isn't the one getting a lesson." To this, Alec replied, "Don't think of it that way. Malfoy isn't as bad as you all perceive him to be." Hearing this, Ron merely scoffed before inquiring, "So, do you all still wish to watch them train?" Alec did not nod but turned to his companion Hermione, his gaze imbued with a question. Hermione nodded and said, "Let's continue watching. After all, it is nearly over." In response, Alec nodded, and the three of them proceeded towards the stands. As they approached the base of the stands, they noticed a dark figure approaching them. It was Professor Snape, Ron exclaimed with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Hermione glanced at Alec, her eyes reflecting concern. Observing Hermione's expression, Alec gently patted her head and reassured her, "It's all right. I don't believe Professor Snape will take any drastic measures against me, so there is no need for worry." Hearing Alec's words, Hermione nodded in agreement and, along with Ron, ascended to the stands, with the two having taken their places. Alec approached the stands with a smile towards Snape. "Professor Snape, I wonder what brings you here so unexpectedly." Snape's face darkened at this, and he replied sharply, "Alec Lucifer, how dare you openly assault someone within the school premises? This is a grave matter, and if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I foresee a term of confinement awaiting you." In response, Alec let out a cold laugh, stating, "Professor, I hardly consider this an assault. After all, I merely rendered him unconscious. Compared to his misdeeds, my actions were but a minor reprimand." Chapter 102, Hermione's Birthday and the Unveiling of Secrets. Upon hearing Alec's words, Snape pondered briefly before saying, "Then, elucidate the circumstances of the matter." Alec addressed Snape, stating, "Professor, Yaxley referred to Hermione as a mudblood." "What?" Snape exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. Professor, you heard correctly. He called Hermione a mudblood. I trust you understand the implications of such a term." With this, Snape turned and strode towards the castle. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Alec ascended to the stands and resumed watching the training. Night fell. Alec sat at his desk in his dormitory, penning a letter primarily requesting his father to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Axley family within the magical realm, while also urging him to scrutinize the family further. Alec was indifferent to the method employed. Upon completing the letter, he stood by the window and summoned an owl, dispatching the missive into the night. After sending the letter, Alec gazed at the round moon in the sky, and seemingly struck by a thought, he composed yet another letter to send off. Following these tasks, Alec retrieved a leaf of mandrake and placed it in his mouth. Days later, Hermione perceived that since the last incident, Alec had taken on a notably peculiar demeanor, particularly in their conversations, where he seemed less inclined to engage. Initially, the young witch assumed that Alec's subdued mood stemmed from a reprimand by Professor Snape. But upon observing Alec's jovial interactions with the twins, she dismissed this notion. Furthermore, Hermione noticed that Alec appeared to be deliberately avoiding her. Whenever she approached him with questions, he would respond succinctly and then hastily depart. This left her feeling both perplexed and distressed. She feared that her actions might have led to Alec being punished by Professor Snape, and she worried about potentially losing him as a close friend. At that moment, Hermione made her way to the library within the castle, determined to inquire why Alec had been evading her. She did not wish to lose his friendship. Unsurprisingly, she found Alec at a window-side table in the library and promptly took a seat opposite him. "Alec, do you dislike me?" she asked directly. Upon hearing her question, Alec displayed a look of confusion and pulled out a piece of paper, writing, "Of course not. Why would you think that?" Hermione, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "Then why have you been avoiding me lately? And when I talk to you, you always respond this way. Do you not consider me a friend anymore?" Hearing her plaintive response, laced with a hint of tears, Alec felt a rush of urgency. Just as he was about to explain, he remembered the mandrake leaf still in his mouth. After a moment's contemplation, he slightly parted his lips and said to Hermione, "It's not something I can explain in just a few words. If you wish to understand the specifics, meet me by the large tapestry on the 8th floor after dinner." With that, Alec promptly closed his mouth, sensing that the mandrake leaf was on the verge of falling out. Upon realizing that Alec was indeed speaking to her, the young witch wiped her eyes and replied, "All right. I will wait for you there." The little witch then dashed out of the library as the evening approached. Alec strode purposefully towards the 8th floor of the castle, sighing as he walked. If only he had confronted Hermione sooner, he mused. During the banquet, he had noticed her absence from the hall, surmising that the young witch had skipped dinner to head to their agreed-upon rendezvous. With this thought in mind, Alec quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived on the 8th floor, where he spotted Hermione standing by the window at the end of the corridor, occasionally wiping her face with her hand. Seeing her, Alec hurried over. Upon hearing footsteps, Hermione swiftly turned around, her expression shifting from joy to disappointment upon recognizing him. "You're here, Alec," she said, her voice laced with sadness. "Can you tell me why you've been avoiding me lately?" In response, Alec remained silent, pacing in front of a tapestry 3 times before gently taking Hermione's small hand and guiding her through the door into the room of requirement. As they entered, Alec swiftly covered her eyes, causing her to panic momentarily. She instinctively reached for his hand, but before she could grasp it, he let go. Then, she heard Alec's voice whispering in her ear, "Happy birthday, Hermione." Alec stood behind Hermione and spoke. As Hermione regained her focus, her gaze fell upon the birthday cake resting on the table, along with the decorations adorning the room. It suddenly dawned on her that today was, in fact, her birthday. Seemingly struck by a thought, the young witch turned to Alec, who was standing behind her, and said, "So, have you been busy preparing for my birthday these past few days?" In response, Alec noncommittally nodded. At that moment, Hermione unexpectedly leaped into his embrace. With a quivering voice, she expressed, "Thank you, Alec. But could you please not avoid me in the future? I thought you no longer wanted me as a friend." Hearing this, Alec nodded and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Hermione's eyes, softly assuring her, "No, there won't be a next time." Embarrassed by his response, Hermione blushed and extricated herself from Alec's arms. The two then indulged in the birthday cake together. Later, as Hermione sat on the sofa facing Alec, she inquired, "By the way, Alec, why have you been so quiet lately?" Alec, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Oh, really? I think you must be mistaken." With that, he summoned an orange cat, a creature he had purchased from the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. Having noticed that Hermione had shown a particular fondness for it during their visit, he had bought it as a birthday gift for her. Upon seeing Alec holding the cat, Hermione promptly snatched it from his hands and declared, "Don't think you can hide behind Crookshanks. Confess quickly." Observing the determined look on the young witch's face, Alec sighed and said, all right, you drive a hard bargain." He then retrieved a piece of parchment from his ring and handed it to Hermione, revealing it to be information on a animagus transformation. After reading the parchment, Hermione looked at Alec, astonished, and asked, "So you are preparing for a animagus transformation?" Alec nodded in affirmation. Hermione, somewhat irked, responded, "That's far too dangerous." Before she could finish, Alec raised his hand to interrupt her, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There won't be any issues. Besides, Fred, George, and Cedric will be with me, and if anything goes awry, they will inform Professor McGonagall." Hermione nodded in understanding, but then seemed to ponder something, extending her right hand toward Alec. Seeing this, Alec looked puzzled. Hermione then stated, "Give me a mandrake leaf. I want to be part of your plan, and don't even think about leaving me out." Upon hearing this, Alec earnestly began to elucidate to Hermione the perils associated with an animagus transformation. However, in the end, he was unable to sway her resolve. After imparting several precautions, Alec presented Hermione with a few leaves of mandrake. After all, who could resist the charm of an adorable little girl fervently displaying her affection right before their eyes? Chapter 103. The Daily Prophet and the Invitation. Time swiftly passed. This morning, upon awakening, Alec was greeted by a plethora of sinister pumpkins that had appeared in various corners of the school. Coupled with the clear blue skies, this only exacerbated Alec's growing unease. Approximately a fortnight prior, the initial phase of the Animagus transformation potion had been completed by Alec and his companions, and now they awaited a tempestuous storm filled with thunder and lightning. Yet, for over a month, the typically rain-soaked England had enjoyed an uncharacteristic stretch of clear skies, devoid of even a single cloud. This rarity, combined with the fact that today was Halloween, contributed significantly to Alec's dismal mood. With a heavy heart, Alec made his way to the school's great hall. However, the atmosphere within the hall this morning was decidedly peculiar. The young wizards seated at the tables were not partaking in breakfast. Rather, they were clustered in small groups, engrossed in animated discussions over a newspaper. Observing this unusual scene, Alec approached the Hufflepuff table, perplexed, and took a seat. He then turned to Cedric, who was nearby, and inquired, "What is going on? Why does the atmosphere in the hall feel so strange today?" Cedric, visibly surprised, replied, "What? You haven't heard? It's about this morning's Daily Prophet." He then produced a copy of the newspaper and handed it to Alec. A perplexed Alec took the newspaper, where the front page was emblazoned with enormous letters. Shocking. A major transformation in pure blood families. Beneath this bold statement lay an image depicting a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, handing several magical agreements to the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. To the right of this image, in slightly smaller font, it read, "Campbell Ackerley, head of the Ackerley family, unexpectedly announced this morning that over half of the Ackerley family's fortune would be donated to the Ministry of Magic as a scholarship fund for Muggle-born students at Hogwarts, and that he would resign from all positions held by the Ackerley family within the ministry." This revelation led us to ponder whether this pure-blood patriarch had been influenced by some external stimulus or if he was scheming something altogether different. Our reporter, Rita Skeeter, will continue to cover this unfolding story, so please stay tuned. It seems a significant event has transpired. After reading the newspaper, Alec remarked to Cedric. Cedric nodded, and just as he was about to speak, the voices of the twins chimed in beside them. "Good morning, brothers." "Good morning," replied Alec and Cedric in unison. George then eagerly seized the newspaper and turned to Alec, asking, "Alec, does this matter concern you in any way? After all, you had a conflict with that Ackerley fellow. I recall you mentioning that although your family resides outside of Britain, your father has begun to engage with matters here." Fred interjected. Faced with the inquisitive expressions of the twins, Alec shook his head in resignation. "It is true that I had a disagreement with Ackerley, but that was long ago. Do you still believe this situation involving the Ackerley family relates to me?" Upon hearing this, not only the twins, but also Cedric nodded in affirmation. Observing their reactions, Alec rubbed his forehead in exasperation and chose to disengage from the conversation. Just then, Hermione hurriedly approached Alec. The little witch blinked her bright eyes, her face alight with curiosity and anticipation, and, like the twins, inquired, "Alec, I wonder if the news in the Daily Prophet this morning has anything to do with you?" Alec shook his head, responding dismissively, "No, not at all." The little witch nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, but then cautiously asked, "So, Alec, do you have any free time this evening?" At that moment, the other three overheard her question and immediately perked up, like cats sensing gossip. George, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Wow, it seems our Alec is off to a date with his little girlfriend." Fred joined in the jest, "Hee, indeed. How enviable." The two individuals, in their exuberance, raised their voices in a cacophony that filled the air with a lively atmosphere. Hermione, standing nearby, felt a rush of embarrassment that painted her cheeks a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She lowered her gaze, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, betraying her unease. However, in stark contrast to the playful banter of the crowd, Alex was less than amused. With a furrowed brow, he waved his hand dismissively. "Shooing away the rowdy mischief makers. Away with you, troublemakers. Please refrain from causing chaos here." Following this, he cast them a stern look as a warning. Yet, the twins were undeterred, continuing their teasing with their characteristic rise and fall in tone. Realizing that his words had little effect on them, Alex turned to Hermione and suggested, "Let us step outside to converse." At his words, Hermione nodded in agreement. "All right." With her affirmation, Alex paid no further heed to the ruckus behind them, taking Hermione by the hand as they made their way out of the hall. Once outside, they found a bench and took a seat. Alec was the first to speak, inquiring, "Hermione, is there a particular reason for your sudden visit?" To which Hermione replied, "Indeed, I recall that you are not particularly fond of the Halloween feast. Am I correct?" Alec nodded in confusion. Then he heard Hermione say, "How about we attend a different dinner together this evening?" Alex was increasingly perplexed, and he promptly inquired, "Another banquet?" Hermione, with a hint of excitement, nodded and replied, "Yes, it is nearly the anniversary of Nearly Headless Nick. He has invited us and mentioned that we could bring along more young wizards. I thought you might be interested, so I wanted to ask if you would like to join." Upon hearing this, Alex fell into contemplation. When it came to the ghosts within the castle, he had indeed had little interaction with them. After all, the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, was a taciturn spirit who rarely engaged with young wizards. Moreover, Alex was usually preoccupied with attending classes or researching alchemical items, leaving little opportunity to encounter ghosts. Consequently, his understanding of such ethereal beings was limited to the chilling sensation one experiences when passing through them. Meanwhile, Hermione, who awaited his response, felt a twinge of disappointment as she noticed Alex's silence. "If you don't wish to go, that's perfectly fine. I can attend with Harry and the others." Alex's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Hermione's sudden interjection. He then looked at her, who appeared somewhat despondent, and gently patted her head, saying, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight, and she joyfully exclaimed to Alec, "Really?" Alec nodded and expressed, "I, too, wish to engage with this unfamiliar creature." Upon hearing this, Hermione beamed with joy at Alec's agreement to her invitation. She then remarked to him, "Let us not part ways during the banquet." Chapter 104. The Ghost's Commemoration Banquet. As evening descended, Alec emerged from the room of requirement on the 8th floor of the castle. Indeed, he had just been there once again, delving into the study of alchemical artifacts. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Alec's intent to keep his appointment. After a brief moment of orientation, he made his way downstairs. Before long, Alec reached the first floor of the castle. As he approached the corridor near the Great Hall, Hermione's voice rang out from ahead. "Alec, over here." Upon hearing the call, Alec turned to look in Hermione's direction. There stood Hermione, Harry, and Ron at the entrance of the Great Hall, with Hermione raising her hand high and calling out to him. Seeing this, Alec quickened his pace towards them. Upon his arrival, the trio greeted him with cheerful enthusiasm. "Shall we head over now?" Alex exclaimed with a hint of excitement. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to engage with the ghosts up close. Upon hearing Alex's enthusiastic tone, Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. "Alex, why are you so excited?" Harry inquired. Ron, slightly perplexed, nodded in agreement with Harry's observation. Noticing the bewildered expressions on Ron and Harry's faces, Alex sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Oh, please don't look at me like that. Ghosts are not something you encounter every day. Barrow from Slytherin always has such a cold demeanor. It's a rare opportunity to interact with a ghost openly. So I want to seize this chance." Ron, still confused, questioned, "What is so special about interacting with ghosts? They're always so cold." As he spoke, Ron involuntarily shivered. "Come on. Don't be so skeptical. As an alchemist, it's only natural to be curious about everything," Alex reassured them. With that, the group said little more and, under Harry's lead, descended into the castle's basement. The basement was illuminated by candles, but unlike the warm, orange glow of those in the Great Hall, these candles emitted a somewhat eerie blue light. Occasionally, chilling sounds echoed through the basement, causing Ron, Harry, and Hermione to hesitate at the entrance. However, Alex pressed on, striding confidently into the hall of the basement. Seeing Alex enter, Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron, then followed Alex inside. "Harry, I think you shouldn't have agreed to attend this Death Day party with Nearly Headless Nick," Ron said, his voice trembling. Harry nodded in acknowledgement but retorted, "Since we're already here, we might as well take a look." Ron nodded in agreement, and the two of them followed suit. Once in the hall, Alex approached the large group of ghosts, confidently striking up a conversation. "Hello, Sir Nicholas." Addressed by name, Sir Nicholas looked at Alex with mild surprise and said, "Oh, a rare little Slytherin wizard. May I ask your name?" Without hesitation, Alex responded, "I am Alex Lucifer, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you." Impressed by Alex's politeness, Sir Nicholas began to share his story. When Alex heard about Sir Nicholas's nickname, he curiously asked, and to his astonishment, he witnessed Sir Nicholas detach his head from his neck. However, instead of being frightened, Alex bravely inquired, "May I ask, sir, did you feel anything when you removed your head?" Upon hearing this, Sir Nicholas shook his head and then smiled, saying, "Of course not. We are ghosts, and thus we are impervious to pains akin to physical injury." After a moment of contemplation, Alec replied, "So, you mean to say that you are essentially immortal?" This time, Sir Nicholas fell silent. However, after a few seconds of quiet, he continued, "Certainly not. If the attacks pertain to the realm of the soul, I believe we would be unable to withstand them. As for the specific incantations, I think, as a young wizard, you are not yet prepared to encounter them. They are exceedingly perilous." Alec nodded and bid farewell to Sir Nicholas before seeking out other ghosts for conversation. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron found themselves less than pleased. Initially, they were overwhelmed by the pungent food consumed by the ghosts, and subsequently encountered Peeves and Moaning Myrtle, some of the less favored spirits at Hogwarts. To their dismay, the trio stumbled upon all of them. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat quietly on an old sofa, their gazes collectively directed at Alec, who was animatedly engaging with the ghost in the center of the hall. Alec wore a smile, eagerly conversing with the translucent apparitions, as if they shared an endless array of topics. Observing this scene, Ron turned to Harry and Hermione, his face a mask of bewilderment as he murmured, "It's quite perplexing. How could Alec be so enchanted by these ghosts?" His brow furrowed, his large eyes filled with confusion. Harry, upon hearing Ron, shrugged lightly, indicating his own lack of understanding. Hermione, deep in thought, bit her lip and after a moment of hesitation, uncertainly offered, "Perhaps Alec might glean some insights on alchemy from these spirits? After all, they have existed for ages, and their knowledge might surpass our imagination." Despite her speculation, a hint of uncertainty lingered in her tone. While the trio whispered about Alec, none noticed that Sir Nicholas had quietly positioned himself beneath a blue spotlight. Suddenly, the hall resonated with his sonorous, slightly melancholic voice. "My late lords, ladies, and gentlemen, today, with a heavy heart, I host this event in commemoration of my 500th anniversary." Upon realizing that the banquet would continue for quite some time, Harry nudged Hermione, saying, "Hermione, could you fetch Alec? I think it's time for us to return for the Halloween feast." He glanced at Ron, signaling him to speak as well. Receiving Harry's silent cue, Ron nodded and chimed in, Yes, if we head to the feast now, we might still catch the pudding." He paused briefly before continuing, "And since you were closest to Alec, I'm certain he would agree to return with you." Hearing this, Hermione looked at Alec in the hall and then at the somewhat odorous food on the nearby table. She nodded at Harry and Ron before making her way toward Alec. Chapter 105. The School Attack Incident. Navigating through a throng of ghosts, Hermione finally reached Alec's side. She gently tugged at his hand, signaling that she wished to speak with him. Noticing someone had grasped his hand, Alec turned to face her. Upon seeing that it was Hermione who had grasped his hand, Alec ceased his conversation with the specter before him and gently inquired, "What is it, Hermione?" In response, Hermione quietly urged Alec, "Please follow me." The young witch then led Alec to a more secluded area, where she spoke again, "Alec, let us return. I find myself rather hungry." Upon hearing this, Alec glanced at the time and then at the food laid out on the surrounding tables, realizing there was nothing suitable for a person to consume. He offered Hermione an apologetic smile and remarked, "It appears I may have indulged a bit too much in conversation with those ghosts. Let us return, then. I hope there is still something edible at the feast in the Great Hall." Hermione sighed in relief. She had truly feared Alec might express a desire to linger, which would necessitate her concocting yet another excuse to distract him. With a smile, she took Alec's hand and waved to Harry and Ron, signaling their intention to leave. Observing Hermione's gesture, Harry and Ron also rose from the sofa and made their way toward the door leading to the basement. Just as they reached the corridor leading to the entrance hall, Harry suddenly halted. The voice reemerged. He pressed himself against the wall, seemingly in search of something. Noticing this, Ron paused and asked, "Harry, what?" "Don't speak," Harry interjected. It appeared he had truly heard something, as he continued to edge forward against the wall. He then looked up at the ceiling and called to the others, "It's above us. Hurry, follow me." With that, Harry dashed up the stairs. Ron and Hermione appeared to grasp the situation and hurried after him, while Alec remained behind, his expression one of confusion. He murmured to himself, "What peculiar occurrence is unfolding now?" With that, Alec slowly ascended the stairs. The moment he reached the second floor, a powerful scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Alec furrowed his brow and swiftly made his way towards the source of the acrid scent of blood. Upon catching up to the pace of the three companions, he first examined them for any signs of injury. Once he confirmed they were unscathed, he intended to investigate the origin of the foul odor. However, before he could begin his search, Ron's loud voice echoed from the end of the corridor, urging everyone to look at the wall. Prompted by his words, Alec entered the corner of the hallway. The floor was marred by pools of water, yet he paid little heed to them, his gaze following the direction of Ron's finger. Before him, 2 lines of words, inscribed in blood, adorned the wall at the corridor's bend. The secret chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. The sight sent a shiver through Hermione, who instinctively grasped Alec's arm, only to find it empty, for he had already moved closer to the wall. In an act that left the others astounded, Alec touched the blood on the wall with his hand and brought it to his nose for a sniff. This is not human blood. The scent of human blood is far more pungent, he remarked. He then approached a torch mounted on the wall. Reaching up to remove an object from its perch, observing Alec's actions, Hermione inquired, "What is that?" In response, Alec placed the retrieved item onto a patch of ground where water pooled less abundantly. Harry and Ron gasped upon seeing the object, exclaiming, "It's Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris." Hermione then asked with concern, "Alec, is it dead?" Alec first pinched Professor Dolores with his hand, then drew his wand and tapped it on her, subsequently shaking his head and stating, "She should be alive. However, it seems she has fallen victim to a formidable petrifying curse." Upon hearing this, Harry hesitated and suggested, "Shouldn't we seek a way to rescue her?" Meanwhile, Ron interjected, "Let's just leave this place. I would rather not be discovered here, as others might assume we are the ones who cursed Professor Dolores." Just as Ron uttered these words, a commotion erupted from both ends of the corridor. Soon after, the young wizards, having finished their Halloween feast, pushed and jostled their way into the corridor. When they beheld the inscriptions on the wall and the sight of Professor Dolores being held aloft by Alec, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering of young wizards. After a brief pause of several seconds, murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. "What is the meaning of the writing on the wall? That Slytherin wizard is holding Filch's cat, isn't he?" The chatter soon attracted the attention of the caretaker, Filch. "What is happening? What is going on?" he shouted as he squeezed into the throng. The moment he entered the crowd, a louder outcry erupted from the center. My cat, who has done this?" Filch exclaimed as he snatched Professor Dolores from Alec's grasp and accused him and his companions. "It must have been you. You are certainly responsible for her demise, especially you." Filch directed his ire at Alec, exclaiming, "I knew you were no good, first attacking students in the castle and now assaulting my Professor Dolores." Hearing this, Alec furrowed his brow. While he was indifferent to his reputation within the school, being publicly slandered irked him nonetheless. "Mr. Filch, I hardly think I would randomly assault a cat within the school, and your claim about attacking students is utterly absurd. If he hadn't first insulted my friends and me, I would not have resorted to violence," Alec replied coldly. Just as Filch was about to retort, a venerable voice emerged from the crowd. "Argus." Dumbledore slowly made his way through the throng, followed by several professors. He approached Filch and stated, "I believe some matters require further investigation. It is rather inappropriate to hastily accuse students without concrete evidence. Wouldn't you agree?" Filch shot a glare at Alec before respectfully responding to Dumbledore. "Of course, Headmaster. The decision rests with you. Now please follow me." Dumbledore glanced at Alec and his companions, adding, "And you as well." At this moment, Lockhart hurriedly approached and said, "My office is the closest, Headmaster. Perhaps we could discuss this matter in more detail there." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore did not decline, leading the group towards Lockhart's office. As they entered, all the portraits on the walls, depicting Lockhart, fled in fright at the sight of Mrs. Norris. The real Lockhart, after lighting a candle, took refuge behind Dumbledore. Harry and Ron couldn't help but chuckle at Lockhart's demeanor, though their amusement was swiftly quelled by Professor McGonagall's stern glare directed at them. Once Harry and Ron settled into silence, Dumbledore led the group to the desk and took the lifeless form of Mrs. Norris from Filch, placing it upon the surface. Observing this, Lockhart stepped forward with renewed confidence, proclaiming, "Headmaster, I believe this poor feline must have fallen victim to a curse, perhaps the Transfiguration torture curse. I have witnessed others using this spell numerous times, and had I been present, I could have saved her. I happen to know the counter curse." "What a pity, Professor Lockhart." "I believe Mrs. Norris is not dead," Dumbledore interjected. Shortly thereafter, Eileen spoke up. "I think that is indeed the case. I can still sense a trace of life within her." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Eileen and then addressed Harry, saying, "Harry, would you kindly recount the events that transpired?" Called upon unexpectedly, Harry nodded and gradually began to narrate the sequence of events. After listening intently to Harry's account, Dumbledore paused for a moment in contemplation, seemingly struck by a thought as he glanced at Eileen. He then spoke to Filch. Argus, Mrs. Norris is not gravely harmed. She has merely been petrified. Ah, I thought as much, Lockhart chimed in excitedly. Moreover, I may have a lead on the perpetrator. At this, Filch, filled with fervor, pointed towards Eileen and the others, exclaiming, Headmaster, please tell me which of them is responsible. I shall ensure they face the consequences. They will be punished. Alec gazed at the finger pointed directly at his face and coldly replied, Mr. Filch, I believe I have reiterated that the events concerning Mrs. Loris are not of our doing. If you continue to defame me, I believe I have the right to bring you before the Wisingamot. At this proclamation, the individuals in the office fell silent, especially Filch, who, as a squib, was acutely aware of the significance of the Wisingamot and the fate that befell most who had been judged there. He swallowed hard, refraining from uttering another word. At this moment, Dumbledore broke the oppressive silence that enveloped the office. All right, Mr. Lucifer, I extend my apologies on behalf of Argus. He then addressed Filch, saying, Argus, the perpetrator behind the harm inflicted upon Mrs. Loris is not among these children. Furthermore, Professor Sprout has cultivated mandrakes, and once they mature, we will be able to brew the potion necessary for Mrs. Loris's recovery. As he spoke, Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape. However, before Snape could respond, Gilderoy Lockhart interjected, eager to assert his presence. Oh, Headmaster, I believe the responsibility of brewing the potion could be entrusted to me. I have concocted the mandrake restorative potion no fewer than 100 times. I could even brew it in my sleep. Snape, stepping forward from behind Lockhart with a frigid tone, retorted, I believe I am the potion's master at this institution, and I would kindly ask Professor Lockhart not to usurp my role. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly in response, prompting an atmosphere of palpable discomfort in the office. Dumbledore once again sought to alleviate the tension. Harry, you may return now. Harry nodded, and just as the group was about to leave, Dumbledore continued, Oh, Alec, could you remain for a moment? I wish to discuss the prophecy you made in divination class a month ago. Alec nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Hermione, he said, You all can head back. With the headmaster present, I trust there will be no issues. Hermione, understanding, nodded as she exited the office with Harry and Ron. Once the trio had departed, Dumbledore addressed the remaining professors in the office. You may return to your duties, but do remain vigilant regarding the students from each house. Should any further attacks occur, please ensure immediate assistance is rendered. The professors nodded in agreement before filing out of the office. After they had all left, Dumbledore turned to Alec and said, Now, Alec, how about we discuss this in my office? Upon hearing this, Alec nodded and subsequently followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Once seated in the office, Dumbledore spoke. Alec, I must once again apologize for Argus's actions. He is, after all, a pitiable soul. Mrs. Loris is essentially his sole hope for survival. Alec fell silent upon hearing this, choosing not to respond directly, but instead inquired, I wonder, Headmaster, what prompted your decision to retain my presence here? It cannot merely pertain to this matter. Dumbledore, amused by Alec's abrupt change of topic, replied, Indeed. My primary purpose in summoning you pertains to that prophecy of yours. I believe the current situation aligns with the essence of your foresight. Therefore, I would like to request another prophecy from you. Alec, somewhat perplexed, responded, Professor, I believe you understand that prophecies are not easily controlled. Absent specific circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging to produce an accurate prediction. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement and said, Of course, I am well aware of that. Thus, I do not require a comprehensive prophecy. Merely a glimpse of some fundamental truths will suffice. In light of Dumbledore's words, Alec nodded in agreement and remarked, Very well. I shall make an attempt, though I cannot guarantee any useful insights. With that, he produced a crystal ball and placed one hand upon it. Gradually, the crystal ball began to emit a soft glow, and within it, an image of a black notebook slowly materialized. However, this vision did not linger for long. With a sudden crack, the crystal ball shattered in Alec's hand, signifying the limits of this prophecy. Observing the fractured crystal ball, Dumbledore offered a wry smile. It seems there was some information, albeit scant. Would you not agree? Alec smirked in response. It appears to be so. May I take my leave now? I suspect Hermione may be rather concerned about me. Of course, you may go. Such a commendable friendship, is it not? Dumbledore chuckled. Subsequently, Alec exited the principal's office. Indeed, As Alec had mentioned, Hermione immediately inquired about the situation upon seeing him. After a thorough explanation from Alec, the young witch gradually set aside her concerns. Chapter 107. The Quidditch match and its circumstances. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this brief period, Alec continued his studies at Hogwarts as usual. However, he sensed that Hermione and her two companions were concealing something from him. This realization struck him during one of their library encounters when Hermione posed a question. It appeared that the young witch was engrossed in researching a peculiar potion. Yet, she did not confide in him, and Alec had no intention of pressing further. Sometimes, knowing too much can be burdensome. Of course, Alec had his own troubles. For this entire half-month, the weather remained devoid of the tempestuous conditions described in the Animagus potion, despite sporadic rain that fell gently, failing to meet the criteria for a storm. At that moment, Alec sat in the Great Hall, a tome titled Prophecy and Weather resting beside him. Indeed, Alec intended to consult this book to discern when the next storm might occur. As he immersed himself in the dense, yellowed text, he remained oblivious to the light footsteps approaching him. The owners of these footsteps were the mischievous twins, George and Fred. Like phantoms, they had silently crept up behind Alec. One of them chuckled and remarked, "Hey, George, look at our industrious friend Alec. So engrossed in his studies that he probably doesn't even have time to watch this afternoon's Quidditch match." The other chimed in, "Indeed, Fred. After all, Alec seems to be preoccupied with the enigmatic transformation of Animagus all day long." The twins exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with playful mockery. Upon hearing their banter, Alec, who had been lost in the world of books, abruptly lifted his head and turned to face the twins, retorting defiantly, "Humph. Don't you two wish to master the Animagus transformation sooner rather than later? Once we can transform it, Filch will never catch us roaming the castle at night again." The twins sheepishly scratched their heads, and then Fred replied, "Oh, come now, what's the rush? The potion won't sprout legs and run away." "Exactly," George agreed. They exchanged glances, and one of them draped an arm over Alec's shoulder, saying, "So, now, you ought to go watch this year's first Quidditch match." As they spoke, the two individuals promptly hoisted Alec up and made their way towards the Quidditch pitch. Despite being escorted to the field by the twins, Alec did not follow them to the Gryffindor stands. Although he harbored little interest in the inter-house Quidditch match, he felt it somewhat inappropriate as a Slytherin to cheer for Gryffindor from their stands. Thus, he decided to head directly to the Hufflepuff section instead. "Alec, who do you think will win this match?" Cedric inquired, taking a seat beside him. "I heard that your Slytherin team has a new seeker. How skilled is he?" In response, Alec shook his head, stating, "I don't know. I haven't observed their training. However, I suppose he should be competent, considering they are equipped with Nimbus 2001. Such luxurious equipment. If only I had a Nimbus 2001, perhaps I could lead Hufflepuff to a Quidditch championship," Cedric remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Upon hearing Cedric's words, Alec pondered for a moment, as he seemed to have an idea for a Christmas gift for Cedric. He then turned his gaze towards the Quidditch pitch. The match was particularly intense, with the scores tightly contested. One moment Gryffindor was ahead, and the next Slytherin took the lead. Alas, it appears that the outcome of this match will depend on the Seekers. With such excellent equipment and yet no significant lead, it seems that Marcus Flint and his team may not be training as diligently as they ought to, Cedric commented while watching the game. Alec nodded in agreement, feeling that the Slytherin players were somewhat lacking. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Gryffindor would emerge victorious. After all, in terms of Seekers, Draco, Slytherin's Seeker, was participating in such a significant match for the first time, whereas Harry had already accumulated considerable experience from several matches. He shook his head slightly. At that moment, without any forewarning, Alec abruptly rose from his seat. This sudden action startled Cedric, who looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Alec, where are you going?" Alex pursed his lips, responding with exasperation. Alas, matches with predetermined outcomes are exceedingly tedious. One can easily foresee the results. I would much prefer to seek out the library for tomes that might reveal the secrets of weather prediction. Perhaps I shall uncover some intriguing and novel magical knowledge. No sooner had he spoken than he turned away, preparing to descend from the stands. In the very moment Alex pivoted, a cacophony erupted from the upper tiers, followed by the voice of Cedric. "Hey, Alex. It seems there is an unusual occurrence on the field." Perplexed, Alex turned and approached the railing of the stands. There, he beheld the rogue Quaffle soaring erratically through the air at an alarming speed. Several players had been struck by the rogue ball, causing them to tumble from their brooms. The quaffle appeared to be out of control. Cedric remarked to Alex. Yet, Alex remained silent, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene, where a red magical thread was slowly vanishing at the edge of the field. Moments later, he addressed Cedric. This seems to be more than mere loss of control. It appears someone has cast a spell on the quaffle. Cedric sighed in response. Why is it that every year, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin is fraught with complications? I recall there were issues last year as well. Alec nodded solemnly and addressed Cedric with gravity. This cannot continue. George and Fred may very well be struck down by the rogue bludger. Cedric, please inform Madame Hooch that the bludger seems to be out of control. See if we can halt the match. I will seek out the one who cast the spell. Observing Alec's serious demeanor, Cedric also nodded, and the two departed in opposite directions from the stands. Chapter 108. Dobby beyond the pitch. As Alec descended the stands, his expression was dark, gripping tightly the exquisite and enigmatic wand in his hand. His steps were firm and swift as he strode purposefully toward the open expanse beyond the field. Before long, he navigated through throngs of people and obstacles, successfully reaching the wide-open area outside the pitch. At that moment, he was taken aback by a sight that left him astonished and incredulous. Before him stood a diminutive and frail house elf, whose slow movements revealed a certain nervousness and guilt. It was evident that this little creature had just performed some form of magic. Witnessing this scene, Alec's astonishment swiftly transformed into curiosity and confusion. Without a moment to spare, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, followed by the silencing charm, and cautiously approached the house elf. His caution was warranted, as house elves possess a far keener sense of awareness than ordinary folk. Alec halted within approximately 10 meters of the house elf, standing still to scrutinize it. This house elf bore a striking resemblance to the one from Alec's home, both being small in stature, with elongated noses, bat-like ears, and large eyes. However, it was notable that this particular house elf had green eyes, and its attire was rather shabby. A tattered pillowcase suggested that its master was not particularly kind. Upon observing the house elf's features, Alec appeared to recall something. He dispelled the disillusionment charm and called out to the house elf. Hey, Dobby, what are you doing here? Upon hearing his name, the house elf named Dobby sprang upright, raising his hand as if to perform apparition. Seeing this, Alec called out again, Dobby, it's me, Alec Lucifer. At the sound of this name, Dobby turned to him, and a note of joy resonated in his voice as he exclaimed, Ah, it is the esteemed Master Lucifer. You have found Dobby. As he spoke, Dobby gradually approached Alex. To explain how Alex came to know Dobby, one must recall the last time Alex visited the Malfoy residence. At that time, it was Dobby who attended to Alex and his father, and Alex developed a particular fondness for this house elf, who seemed to possess his own thoughts and feelings. Thus, before departing from Malfoy Manor, Alex gifted Dobby a beautifully patterned tie, which caused the elf to weep bitterly as Alex took his leave. Returning to the original topic, Alec gazed sternly at Dobby, who had approached him, and inquired, Dobby, was that uncontrollable bludger in the arena you're doing? At this, Dobby began to stammer, No, Dobby. Dobby just. Observing Dobby's demeanor, Alec's frustration surged as he pressed on, Why did you do this, Dobby? Why did you manipulate the bludger to harm my classmates? Dobby visibly panicked, hastily explaining, No, Dobby didn't. Dobby never intended to harm Master Lucius's friend, Dobby merely. He trailed off again, moving toward the wall of the pitch, preparing to bash his head against it. Seeing this, Alec immediately commanded in a firm tone, Dobby, I command you to cease this foolish behavior. Afterward, he approached and insisted, I order you to reveal the purpose of your spell. Dobby slowly responded, Dobby only wished to protect Harry Potter. Protect Harry Potter? Elaborate, please. Upon hearing Alec's request, Dobby muttered to himself, bad Dobby, cannot reveal Master's secret. He then turned again to the wall, intent on striking his head against it. Alec, compelled to act, raised his wand toward Dobby and uttered, Incarcerus. Instantly, Dobby was ensnared by a vine. Alec, observing Dobby bound in place, stated, Now I shall inquire. You need only nod or shake your head, and it shall not count as disclosing your master's secret. Dobby nodded. Alec continued, You mentioned wanting to protect Harry Potter. Does your master, Lucius Malfoy, wish to harm Harry? Dobby shook his head. Then does the danger to Harry stem from the castle itself? Dobby nodded in affirmation. As Dobby's head bobbed up and down, Alec fell into contemplation. Could the peril originating from the castle be related to the recent Chamber of Secrets? He then pressed further. Is the threat associated with the chamber within the castle? Dobby again nodded. Given this revelation, Alex slightly inclined his head and asked, So, Dobby, do you truly wish to protect Harry Potter? Dobby emphatically nodded in response. Alec continued, Then you shall do as I instruct. How does Master Lucius require me to proceed? Dobby inquired, his excitement evident. Observing Dobby's somewhat anxious and uneasy demeanor, a subtle smile crept upon Alec's lips, an almost imperceptible expression of amusement. He then spoke slowly in a gentle yet assertive tone. To my knowledge, the Malfoy family has long possessed a profound understanding of the secrets held within Hogwarts. Thus, I surmise that they may harbor pertinent documents regarding that enigmatic chamber. I need you to return to the Malfoy residence, discreetly copy those vital records, and bring them back to me. Are you capable of accomplishing this task? Upon hearing Alec's words, a flicker of conflict appeared in Dobby's wide, round eyes. As a house elf, his bloodline forbade such actions. However, the thought of protecting Harry Potter ignited a fierce sense of duty within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dobby resolutely nodded, as if having made a monumental decision, and earnestly declared, For the sake of the great Harry Potter, Dobby is willing to exert all his efforts to undertake this task. No matter the obstacles, Dobby shall not falter. Seeing Dobby's unwavering determination, Alex smiled with satisfaction and carefully extracted an exquisite badge radiating a silvery glow from his pocket. He gently presented the badge to Dobby, patiently explaining, Dobby, this badge possesses magical properties that can protect you from malevolent spells during critical moments. However, you must remember my counsel. If you find yourself in a perilous situation or cannot locate the necessary items, do not force yourself. Your safety is paramount. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dobby accepted the badge, clutching it tightly in his palm. He then addressed Alec. May I, Master Lucius, take a moment to see Harry Potter? Alec nodded in affirmation. Of course, that is your freedom. Gratefully, Dobby bowed deeply to Alec before snapping his fingers and vanishing from sight. With Dobby now gone, Alec did not linger and stepped forward into the arena. Chapter 109. The Aftermath in Dobby's chamber records. Upon entering the arena, Alec encountered Cedric, who was also returning to the stands. As soon as Cedric spotted Alec, he inquired, So, did you discover the identity of the spellcaster? Alec shook his head slightly and replied, No, I did not even catch a glimpse of anyone. What about you? Cedric, puzzled by the question, responded, It is indeed strange. Just after I spoke with Ms. Hooch about this matter, it seemed that the bludger abruptly ceased, as if the spellcaster had conveniently departed. Seeing that the quaffle was no longer in chaos, Madame Hawk had not halted the Quidditch match. Upon hearing this, Alec nodded and turned to Cedric, inquiring, Well then, what do you think? Do you wish to continue watching the match? Cedric nodded in agreement. However, just as the two ascended to the stands, Madame Hawk's voice echoed from the field. Gryffindor's seeker has seized the golden snitch. Gryffindor triumphs. At the sound of this announcement, Cedric quickly glanced towards the pitch, where a group of professors surrounded Harry and Malfoy, both of whom lay on the ground, appearing rather unwell. Yet, Harry's face bore a joyful smile, while Malfoy displayed an expression of discontent. It seemed to have been a fierce contest, remarked Alec. Hearing this, Cedric expressed his disappointment. Alas, it is a pity that I could not witness that competition. Alec chuckled softly, and soon the two exited the Quidditch pitch together. Meanwhile, within the confines of the stadium, Malfoy addressed Harry, declaring, Wait and see, Potter. Next time I will undoubtedly triumph over you. With that, he was carried away by the personnel from the infirmary. Harry, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Ron and inquired, What has gotten into Malfoy lately? As night fell, Alec sat within the confines of his dormitory, eagerly anticipating something of great significance. Before long, a sudden ripple of spatial distortion manifested above the empty space in his room. In an instant, a house elf emerged from the swirling anomaly. Observing this, Alec spoke, You've arrived, Dobby. Have you obtained the information regarding the secret chamber? With a hint of excitement, Dobby replied, Master Lucifer, the task you entrusted to Dobby has been accomplished. He then produced a stack of parchment, the topmost sheet inscribed with a chronicle of all significant events at Hogwarts over the past century. Without a moment's hesitation, Dobby extended the substantial collection of parchment towards Alec. However, rather than immediately accepting the documents, Alec inquired, Dobby, did you encounter any peril while acquiring this information? At this, Dobby gasped, Oh. The great and benevolent Master Lucifer is concerned for Dobby's safety at such a time. This is overwhelming. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. Noticing Dobby's distress, Alec's tone grew slightly more serious. Dobby, Upon hearing the gravity in Alec's voice, Dobby fell silent. He then responded, Master Lucifer, initially. There was no trouble in obtaining the documents. However, while I was using the duplication spell, a powerful and malevolent magic suddenly erupted from the parchment. As he spoke, Dobby revealed a badge, now shattered in two, the very one Alec had previously entrusted to him. The magical aura of the badge had shielded Dobby, albeit at the cost of its integrity. Filled with remorse, Dobby lamented, Oh, wretched Dobby, I have damaged Master Lucifer's belongings. He then prepared to strike his head against something in self-reproach. Witnessing this, Alec firmly instructed, Cease your actions, Dobby. The damage to the badge is not your fault. As Dobby gradually calmed, Alec waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Dobby. Your task is complete. I shall discuss the dangers at Hogwarts with Professor Dumbledore in detail. I trust that he will address this matter. Upon hearing this, Dobby leapt joyfully in place, exclaiming, Then I shall trouble Master Lucifer no further. Upon concluding his words, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished into thin air. Staring at the spot where Dobby had just disappeared, Alec finally picked up the stack of documents and began to read. On the second page, it was inscribed, This document chronicles all significant events that have transpired at Hogwarts over the past century. From the third page onward, momentous occurrences from each year were meticulously recorded. One particular entry from 1944 captured Alec's attention. The content read, In 1943, Hogwarts headmaster, Armando Diped, was dismissed by the Ministry of Magic for unspecified reasons, and the position was assumed by Professor Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration instructor. In the same year, a young witch named Moaning Myrtle, Elizabeth Warren, was mysteriously murdered at Hogwarts, with the perpetrator believed to be a half-giant student, Rubeus Hagrid, who was subsequently expelled. The accuser was a Slytherin student named Tom Marvolo Riddle. However, my investigations suggest that the truth is shrouded in deeper complexities, seemingly linked to the legend of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. Yet, the Ministry of Magic prohibited any further inquiries into the matter, for reasons unknown. This was recorded by Encladus Lucius in 1944. As Alec's gaze fell upon this information, he found himself momentarily stunned, as if time had frozen in that instant. The reason for his astonishment lay in the sheer magnitude of the implications contained within what appeared to be an ordinary account. Not only did it pertain to an incident that occurred over 50 years ago, but the echoes of that distant past seemed to leap from the page, compelling one to delve into the long-buried secrets of history. Concurrently, hints of a mysterious chamber intertwined with the narrative, resembling a puzzle awaiting revelation. It appeared that matters concerning the chamber were far more intricate than he had initially presumed. 50 years prior, a murder, the Ministry's intervention, and this time Alec murmured to himself. He then grasped a quill and, with slight modifications, transcribed the information onto a piece of parchment. It seemed necessary to inquire further in the headmaster's office. With that thought, Alec gathered his belongings, rose from his seat, and slowly made his way out of the common room. Chapter 110, Re-entering the headmaster's office, stepping out of the common room. Alec proceeded directly to the 8th floor of the castle. As he reached the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office, he suddenly paused. Since his visit to the office was unplanned, he was unaware of the current password. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a long slip of paper from his ring, remnants of a bill from a previous visit to Honeydukes. He addressed the gargoyle, saying, Lemon drops. The password was incorrect. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The password is incorrect. Thus, Alex attempted nearly a dozen types of candies, yet the water-dripping stone guardian remained resolutely unyielding. In frustration, Alex contemplated casting an explosion spell upon the creature. However, just as he was about to proceed, the voice of Dumbledore resonated from behind him. Ah, Alex, what brings you to my office at this hour? Turning to face Dumbledore, Alex replied, Professor, I believe I have uncovered some clues, yet I am beset with numerous uncertainties regarding them. Therefore, I thought it prudent to seek your insight. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I assume you possess a profound understanding of many matters pertaining to the school. Dumbledore raised his thick, arched eyebrows slightly, his deep-set eyes glimmering with wisdom as they regarded Alex. He spoke slowly. To claim a comprehensive understanding might be an exaggeration, but in comparison to your awareness, I certainly possess a bit more knowledge regarding the events that transpire within our esteemed institution. With that, Dumbledore addressed the stone guardian, uttering, Slug jelly, and gestured for Alex to follow him. They settled into the office, where Dumbledore summoned a pot of coffee and poured a cup for each of them. With a calm demeanor, he invited, Now, do share, Alex, your discoveries and your doubts. Without hesitation, Alex inquired, "Professor, may I ask if Hogwarts had a student named Tom Marvolo Riddle approximately 50 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes reflected a mix of curiosity and contemplation. "Child, how did you come to know that name?" In response, Alex produced a piece of parchment, which contained the very information he had recently transcribed from some documents. He was unwilling to disclose to Dumbledore that he had instructed a house elf to pilfer the materials, fearing the old wizard's potential disapproval. To avoid any complications, Alex presented only his handwritten notes. Dumbledore examined the parchment, casting a glance at Alex, his expression filled with puzzlement. Noticing Dumbledore's demeanor, Alex maintained his composure and stated, "The information is the result of an investigation I requested from my father. Given the recent prophecy and the attacks, I wish to ascertain the truth of the matter." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement and began to scrutinize the parchment in his hand. After 2 minutes, he sighed softly, "Though I am unsure how you came by this information. I must assert, Alex, Hagrid is certainly not the murderous fiend you suspect him to be. I would entrust my very life and fortune to Hagrid's care." Upon hearing this, Alec interrupted, saying, Stop, Professor. I believe you have misunderstood my intent. I harbor no doubts regarding Hagrid. Rather, I am eager to uncover the events that transpired 50 years ago, specifically the mysterious circumstances surrounding Moaning Myrtle's tragic demise within the school." Dumbledore, unperturbed by the interruption, replied gently, "As indicated in the materials you provided, Myrtle's death indeed was not an accident. Someone had opened the Chamber of Secrets within the school and summoned a creature from within, which ultimately led to her untimely death. However, the individual who opened the chamber was not Hagrid. He was wrongfully accused. And who was the true culprit?" Alec inquired. Dumbledore continued, "According to my subsequent investigations, the one who framed Hagrid was none other than Tom Marvolo Riddle, a name you may find more familiar, Voldemort." At this revelation, Alec's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, Professor, but I must have misheard you. Did you say Voldemort?" Dumbledore nodded and elaborated, "Indeed, 50 years ago, Voldemort was a student at Hogwarts, and at the time of the incident, he was already in his 7th year. However," Dumbledore paused, sighing deeply, "it ultimately reflects our failings as professors." After taking a sip of the coffee on the table, he continued, "In summary, as the detailed records illustrate, by the time we realized that there were hidden layers to this incident, Voldemort had already graduated from Hogwarts, and the then headmaster, Mr. Dippet, was compelled to resign in disgrace due to the fallout. What perplexed us further was the Minister of Magic, who was deeply invested in the education and well-being of young witches and wizards, inexplicably obstructing our efforts to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Ultimately, we had no choice but to abandon our inquiries, allowing the incident to be obscured by the sands of time, becoming a little-known secret of the past." Alec nodded thoughtfully and then asked Dumbledore, "Professor, did you manage to locate the entrance to the chamber?" Dumbledore shook his head, replying, "No, we searched numerous times within Hogwarts. Yet the entrance eluded us, and we remain unaware of the creature that resided within the chamber." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Alec responded, "Very well." Observing Alec's demeanor, Dumbledore reassured him, "Do not dwell excessively on this matter, Alec. After all, there are many professors in the castle, are there not? Moreover, I intend to have the professors revive the Dueling Club as a means of honing your skills. I believe that once your spellcasting abilities improve, you will be able to withstand any creature until the professors arrive." Just as Professor Dumbledore finished speaking, a series of footsteps echoed from the direction of the office door. Then, Dumbledore remarked, "It seems they have arrived." Chapter 111, The Inception of the Dueling Club. Upon hearing these words, Alec turned to gaze toward the entrance of the headmaster's office. Entering in succession were Professor Flitwick of Charms, Professor Snape of Potions, and Professor Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Dumbledore then continued, "Oh, welcome, everyone." Rising from his chair, he addressed the 3 professors. "In light of the recent inexplicable attacks within the castle, I have summoned you here." He then turned his attention to Professor Flitwick, stating, "Flitwick, I wish to revive the Dueling Club. As the reigning champion of the last dueling tournament, I believe you are well suited for this role." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor Flitwick nodded, his face alight with eagerness. However, before he could respond, Professor Lockhart hastily interjected, "Headmaster, this is indeed a wise decision. I assure you, my dueling skills will greatly benefit the young wizards of Hogwarts." Dumbledore shook his head, replying, No, Professor Lockhart. I believe that you alone would struggle to manage students from all year groups. So I would like you to collaborate with Severus and Flitwick in training the young wizards in dueling. Lockhart seemed to consider this for a moment before responding to Dumbledore. Of course, Headmaster, that is entirely agreeable. After all, I do not possess the time to oversee all the young wizards. He glanced at Professors Snape and Flitwick, then confidently suggested to Dumbledore, "Then, Headmaster, may I invite Professor Snape to assist me in teaching the young wizards during dueling practice?" Before Dumbledore could respond, Professor Snape, standing beside Lockhart, wore an expression of annoyance. "I wonder, as the defense against the dark arts professor, do I lack the competence to guide the young wizards in dueling practice? Furthermore, as the potions master, I do not have the time to provide additional instruction in what you call dueling training." Snape then cast a glance at Alec, seated in the headmaster's office, and a smirk crept across his face as he continued, "However, I believe that Mr. Lucifer, who achieved outstanding in all subjects last semester, may possess both the capability and the time to serve as your assistant in dueling training. What do you think?" Upon hearing Snape's sudden declaration, Professors Lockhart and Flitwick became aware of the presence of another individual in the office. The unexpectedly named Alec gazed at Snape in confusion, only to hear Dumbledore speak next. "I believe it to be a commendable choice," he remarked, turning his attention to Alec. "Are you willing, Alec?" In response, Alec first glanced at Dumbledore, then at Snape, as a rather mischievous thought crept into his mind. "Certainly, Professor. However, I must admit that my abilities may not suffice for the role of assistant and practice partner. Thus, I believe having Professor Snape nearby would provide a greater sense of security should a young wizard inadvertently be injured by a spell. I trust Professor Snape's expertise in potions would enable him to administer timely aid." Dumbledore nodded slightly at Alec's words before promptly declaring, "Then it is settled. Flitwick, you shall oversee the dueling training for fourth-year students and above. Professor Lockhart, you will be responsible for the training of students in third year and below. Alec, you will serve as Professor Lockhart's assistant, aiding him in instructing first and second-year students in dueling." Dumbledore then turned to Snape, stating, "Severus, any injuries sustained by the young wizards during their duels will be attended to by you." Snape, wishing to voice further objections, was interrupted by Alec's interjection. "I find this arrangement particularly suitable." With a smile directed at Snape, he added, "Professor, you wouldn't deny such a modest request to assist the injured young wizards, would you?" Meanwhile, Alec's thoughts were laced with mischief. "Ah, old bat. Since I am embroiled in this, you shan't have it easy either." Snape, casting a lethal glare at Alec, contemplated, "You little wretch. You can forget about missing any potions classes this term. Since it is the headmaster's arrangement, I shall have no objections," Snape finally conceded. Dumbledore, delighted by this, smiled broadly. And thus the plans for the dueling club were set in motion. The following morning in the Hogwarts Great Hall, the long tables that typically graced the hall had vanished, replaced by a grand wooden platform adorned with an elaborate carpet. "Look over here. Can everyone see me?" Lockhart, clad in an expensive-looking white dueling robe, stood at the center of the platform, addressing the surrounding young wizards. "In light of the recent terrifying incidents, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me and several other professors to establish this modest dueling club. In this manner, I shall train everyone, so that when the need arises, you may protect yourselves with the knowledge acquired here. Just as I have engaged in self-defense numerous times in the past, further details can be found in my publications." With that, Professor Lockhart removed his robe and tossed it toward a group of young witches, eliciting gasps of surprise from them. He then announced, "Next, I would like to introduce my assistant, Mr. Alec Lucifer, a third-year wizard. He shall bravely accompany me in demonstrating a few minor exercises. However, there is no need for concern, as your potions professor, Severus Snape, will be standing by to provide timely assistance should anyone incur injuries." As he spoke, Professor Lockhart extended a hand to direct the attention of the young witches. Upon hearing this, the young witches leaned forward to gaze at the place Lockhart indicated, where Alec, clad in a black and gold dueling robe, approached the dueling platform with a smile. Meanwhile, at the foot of the platform, Professor Snape stood in his customary black robe, his expression grave. Chapter 112. The duel with Professor Lockhart and Parseltongue. As Alec ascended the platform, he first bowed to the young witches below, then nodded toward Professor Lockhart, stating, "I believe we may begin, Professor Lockhart." In response, Lockhart nodded, and the two took their positions, bowing to one another. While Alec and Professor Lockhart performed the formalities of dueling, a young witch in the audience was conversing with her friend. Oh, how could Alec be chosen as the practice assistant? This is far too dangerous. What if he gets hurt? Hermione expressed her concerns to Harry and Ron. To this, Harry replied uncertainly, "It should be fine. I believe the professor knows how to manage his strength, and besides, if there is any real injury, Professor Snape is right here. Let us not forget, he is a master of potions." Ron chimed in, "Oh, really? There's no need to worry so much. I think it's uncertain who will be injured in the duel between Alec and Lockhart. Don't you remember? During Professor Lockhart's first class. And even the last time he treated Harry, his spell casting was dreadful. I doubt he can outmatch Alec." Hearing this, Hermione pondered, but still felt uneasy. Just as she was about to voice her concerns further, the actions on stage compelled her to look back. There, after completing the dueling formalities, Alec and Professor Lockhart moved in opposite directions. When they turned to face one another, Alec's demeanor had shifted. His gaze was sharp, his wand gripped tightly in hand, exuding an aura of readiness to strike at any moment. On the other side, Professor Lockhart was still greeting the young witches in the audience, utterly unguarded. Once he had completely turned around, he remarked to Alec, 3, 2, 1, begin." The very moment Lockhart uttered the word begin, a crimson spell shot forth from the tip of Alec's wand. Unbeknownst to Lockhart, who stood directly in front of Alec without any form of defense, he was struck by the spell and sent flying. Observing this, Alec promptly retracted his wand and called out from a distance, "Are you all right, Professor Lockhart?" The airborne Lockhart quickly responded, "Indeed, that was an excellent silent disarming spell. However, such techniques are rather challenging for young witches and wizards to master." As he spoke, Lockhart glanced at Alec and proposed, "Now, I believe it would be beneficial to engage in some practical training. After all, true knowledge is only acquired through experience. Is it not?" He then turned his attention to the group of young witches and wizards below. "Next, you shall pair off for training. Professor Snape, I trust you can assist us with the group assignments." Under Snape's deliberate guidance, Draco Malfoy was paired with Harry Potter, Ron with Seamus, while Hermione teamed up with a young witch named Millicent Bulstrode. The duels commenced swiftly, yet they proved to be rather insipid, as the young witches and wizards wielded only harmless jinxes. For instance, Harry cast the tickling charm on Draco, who retaliated with the Tarantaligra. Some young witches and wizards resorted to unfamiliar spells. Neville conjured a spell that enveloped the area in a thick cloud of green smoke, while Ron, due to a malfunctioning wand, inadvertently cast a spell that rendered Seamus's face ashen. Amidst this chaotic scene, Alec even observed Hermione engaging her opponent in a hand-to-hand struggle without the use of her wand. With a bitter smile, Alec approached Hermione and promptly separated the two who were engaged in a scuffle. Hermione, having been pulled apart, scurried behind Alec and stuck her tongue out at her adversary. Professor Snape, witnessing the scene as he administered a potion to the small wizard who had succumbed to a mishap caused by a faulty spell, exclaimed loudly, "Enough! All of you, get off the stage." The young wizards were momentarily stunned into silence by Snape's commanding voice. Observing their bewilderment, Snape's expression darkened further. He continued, "Do I need to repeat myself? Hurry up and leave the dueling platform." At his words, the young wizards sheepishly descended from the stage. Seeing this, Snape cast a cold glare at the remaining students, stating, "With your meager skills, you wouldn't even be able to disarm a true monster." At this, Lockhart jumped in, saying, "Indeed, Professor Snape's words echo my own sentiments. Thus, I believe it is prudent to teach you some spells that can thwart hostile magic." He scanned the group of young wizards and proposed, "How about you, Longbottom and Finnegan? Come up and demonstrate." In that instant, Snape smirked and remarked, "Mr. Longbottom, even with the simplest of spells, you are prone to errors. If you wish to avoid seeing a mangled corpse belonging to Finnegan in the infirmary, I suggest we find a different pair." With that, Snape's gaze shifted to Harry Potter. As for Malfoy and Potter, I believe their recent performance was relatively acceptable. "Very well." He acquiesced, granting the dueling stage to Harry and Malfoy. Once called to the stage, the two bowed, and Draco took the initiative. However, a blunder ensued. As Draco cast a spell, the tip of his wand suddenly erupted, and a black serpent, approximately 6 feet long, sprang forth from it. The snake raised its head, seemingly poised to strike. Observing this, Alec quickly cautioned, "Harry, stay still, I will handle it." Just as Alec drew his wand, Professor Lockhart approached Harry and declared, "Allow me." He then raised his wand and directed it at the black serpent, uttering, "Ascend." The snake soared into the air before crashing down heavily. Although this spell prevented the serpent from advancing towards Harry, it only served to infuriate the creature further. At this moment, it hissed menacingly at Justin Finch-Fletchley, displaying an aggressive demeanor. Observing this, Alec, wielding his wand, intended to advance and eliminate the serpent. However, at that instant, a sound distinct from the hissing of the black snake emanated from Harry's lips. Hearing this, all eyes turned toward Harry. He had slowly approached the serpent, fixated upon it, occasionally emitting a series of hissing sounds. Under the influence of Harry's hisses, the black snake gradually lowered itself to the ground, ceasing its aggressive posture. The moment the serpent laid down, Professor Snape cast a spell that transformed the recently subdued snake into a wisp of black smoke, causing it to vanish. Yet, this scene was not well received by the onlookers, for Parseltongue was not a language associated with anything good. Suddenly, Justin Finch-Fletchley shouted at Harry, "What kind of trick was that?" With that, he dashed out of the Great Hall. Harry, taken aback and looking innocent, remained frozen in place, while the crowd murmured amongst themselves. The professors on the platform, along with Alec, fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, Ron tugged at Harry's robe and whispered, "Harry, let's go." Heeding this, Harry followed Ron and Hermione out of the hall. After a moment of reflection, Professor Snape exited the Great Hall, while Professor Lockhart hurriedly left after dismissing the class. Chapter 113. Conversations in the Great Hall and departure. As the young wizards gradually exited the Great Hall, Alec approached Hermione, who was still waiting, and remarked, "I believe you should check on your friend Harry. He may encounter much unfair treatment in the school henceforth." Upon hearing this, Hermione shook her head and inquired, "Alec, do you know something?" Alec nodded and remarked, "Harry possesses a rather unique ability known as Parseltongue, which allows him to converse with snakes. However, I do not perceive this as a negative trait." Hermione gazed at Alec with confusion, to which he smiled and added, all right, dear child, do not ponder too much. Go and offer some comfort to Harry. I believe you wouldn't want to distance yourself from your friend, would you?" Hearing this, Hermione nodded and promptly exited the hall. Meanwhile, Alec remained deep in thought, pondering why Harry possessed such a rare ability. Typically, such a skill is difficult to acquire without familial legacy. As someone who has forged a bond with dragons and understands Dragonese, Alec was acutely aware of the challenges involved in acquiring such talents. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided not to dwell further on the matter. Although he was a friend of Harry, it would be inappropriate for him to investigate Harry's abilities too closely. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting horse galloping by, catching one off guard. The cold northern winds howled through the Scottish Highlands, their icy breath slicing through the land like a sharp blade. They bore the frigid air of Siberia, sweeping through, causing temperatures to plummet and a biting chill to ensue. This frigid wave descended upon Hogwarts without restraint, blanketing the entire castle overnight in a thick layer of snow, resembling a plush white carpet. The towers, walls, and courtyards of the castle were enveloped in this vast expanse of snow, the drifts atop the spires glistening in the sunlight like brilliant diamonds. The trees on the campus bowed under the weight of the snow, their typically lush branches now encased in ice, resembling finely crafted artworks of nature. At that moment, Alec sat quietly in the warm hall, surrounded by an atmosphere of festive joy and the enticing aroma of delicacies. Beside him were Harry, Hermione, and Ron, seated in succession. Ever since the last duel in the club, the way everyone looked at Harry had changed peculiarly. Ron complained, "The professors have clearly stated that Harry is not the heir of the Chamber of Secrets." Harry sat dejectedly, his head downcast. This was understandable, following the school's recent attack. Harry's sudden display of abilities akin to those of Salazar Slytherin inevitably raised suspicions. Alec turned to Harry and suggested, "Perhaps you should seek out Professor Dumbledore. I am certain he will offer you assistance." As he spoke, Alec slowly rose, adjusted his robe, and turned to leave the hall. Observing this, Hermione's keen and lively eyes sparkled with urgency. She hurriedly stood, quickly approached Alec, gently grasped the sleeve of his robe, and anxiously inquired, "Alec, where are you going?" As Alec heard Hermione's inquiry, a look of bewilderment involuntarily appeared on his face. His blue eyes reflected a hint of confusion, and his brows gently arched as he replied, "Going home, of course. What else would it be? Tomorrow is Christmas." Upon hearing Alec's words, the young witch nodded in understanding. Recently, she had been preoccupied with gathering evidence to prove that Harry was not the heir of Slytherin, to the extent that she had forgotten the impending holiday. However, this year, the young witch did not plan to return home, as her parents were unable to due to work commitments, meaning Hermione would spend Christmas at Hogwarts. Then, looking at Alec with a touch of concern in her eyes, she asked, "What about the potion for Christmas?" At her words, both Harry and Ron looked on in bewilderment. Inquiring, "What potion?" "The invigorating potions I brewed a few days ago," Alec hastily explained. He then turned to Hermione and added, "I consulted my divination recently, and I assure you, there should be no issues." As he spoke, he winked at Hermione and continued, "All right, I must be off now. If I miss the train and end up not going home again this year, my mother will come to the school to fetch me." Just as Alec finished his sentence, a pair of familiar voices emerged from the entrance of the hall, saying, "Indeed, last time Alec didn't go home, and Chloe sent a rather loud letter." The twins then patted Alec on the shoulder, urging, "Hey, Alec, aren't you leaving yet? The Hogwarts Express is about to depart." Hearing this, Alec glanced at the clock in the common room and realized that it was indeed nearly time to leave. He quickly bid farewell to his friends and rushed out of the hall. Before long, Alec arrived at Hogsmeade Station, where he looked at the bustling crowd around the train and let out a soft sigh. He then made his way to the rear of the train, settling into the prefect's carriage. Shortly after he sat down, the train began to move slowly. As evening approached, having endured a long day of travel, Alec finally arrived at King's Cross Station. He then hailed a taxi at the roadside, which took him near his residence in England. Upon reaching a vacant lot, Alec waved his hand, and a villa gradually materialized before him. With a gaze resolute and unwavering, he strode purposefully towards the closed door. As it creaked open, a wave of antiquated air met him. Stepping inside, the house began to slowly fade from sight behind him. Contrary to what one might expect, Alec did not ascend towards the cozy, welcoming bedroom upstairs. Instead, he turned without hesitation and made his way briskly towards the basement. The entrance to the basement is concealed within a dimly lit corner, where a narrow and steep staircase winds downward, seemingly leading to an enigmatic realm of mystery. Upon arriving in the basement, Alex makes his way directly to the innermost chamber, the very room where his grandfather once constructed a teleportation array. This time, Alex is determined to use this array to journey to the Lucifer Manor. Alex stood upon the teleportation array and spoke, "Transport to Lucifer Manor." With a flash of azure light, he vanished from the room. Chapter 114. News at home just a few minutes after Alex's disappearance in England. In the basement of Lucifer Manor in Italy, a similar blue light flickered, and Alex's figure materialized in the manor's subterranean chamber. Almost instantaneously, the family's house elf, Gel, appeared outside the door of the teleportation room, accompanied by a soft knocking. Gel's voice echoed from beyond the door, "Is the young master home? Madam has sent me to greet you." Upon hearing this, Alec gradually emerged from his teleportation state and approached the door, opening it with a flourish. "Gel, please inform my parents that I will come upstairs shortly," Alec instructed the house elf. Gel nodded in acknowledgement and snapped his fingers, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Alec retrieved a vial of invigorating potion and downed its contents before making his way upstairs. As he ascended from the basement to the ground floor, a woman's voice resonated from below. "Oh, Alec, my darling, you finally decided to return home this Christmas." The voice belonged to Alec's mother, Chloe. Upon hearing her, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Alec's mouth. He replied, "Mother, is that really necessary? I've only been away for 2 or 3 months." Chloe, visibly upset, retorted, "What do you mean by that? You've been studying alone in England and rarely write home. Do you know how worried I've been?" As she spoke, she adopted a tearful demeanor. Seeing this, Alec relented. All right, I'm sorry, Mother." He stepped forward and embraced her. Chloe's lips curled into a subtle smile as she cupped Alec's face in her hands and pressed a firm kiss upon it, saying, "Now that's more like it. This is how a good child should behave." In response, Alec flashed a sheepish grin and glanced towards the living room on the ground floor. Noticing that his father seemed to be absent, he inquired, "Mother, has father not returned yet?" Chloe promptly replied, "Your father appears to be quite busy at the Ministry of Magic in England, particularly concerning matters related to Hogwarts." She then seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, Alec, I heard your father mention a creature had appeared at Hogwarts. What is the situation regarding that?" Upon hearing this, Alec recounted to his mother the recent events transpiring at Hogwarts. Subsequently, Chloe exclaimed loudly, "Has Hogwarts become so perilous now? Is that terrifying creature still lurking about?" Alec shook his head, only to hear Chloe exclaim, "Have you found nothing? This is far too perilous. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from attending Hogwarts for the latter half of the term. I harbor doubts regarding the capabilities of the professors there. I do not believe they can adequately safeguard you. Just as Alec was about to respond, a male voice resonated from the entrance of the estate. Do not worry, Chloe. Upon hearing this voice, both Alec and Chloe turned their gazes towards the doorway. The newcomer was none other than Alec's father. After learning of the recent events at Hogwarts, I took the liberty of investigating the qualifications of all the professors at the school. I must admit, each professor at Hogwarts is an exceptional talent, with the exception of that Gilderoy Lockhart who joined this year. As Alec was about to inquire further, the house elf, interjected, Master, Sir, Madam, and Young Master. The dinner is prepared and ready to be served. Young Samuel, upon hearing Gare's announcement, chimed in, Then let us enjoy dinner before we continue our discussion. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, young Samuel led Chloe and Alec into his study. The three of them settled onto the sofa within the room. Subsequently, Samuel retrieved a substantial stack of parchment from his briefcase and declared, Here lies the records of all the professors at Hogwarts. He then extracted 2 documents from the pile and placed them upon the table before him, stating, However, I believe these 2 documents are the most worthy of your attention. Upon hearing this, both Alec and Chloe picked up a copy, with Alec holding the dossier on Professor Snape. The document meticulously chronicled Snape's origins, his academic journey at Hogwarts, and various events following his graduation, including his affiliation with the Death Eaters and his subsequent protection by Dumbledore. Among these revelations, what piqued Alec's interest was the fact that Snape had been at odds with Harry's father during their school years. To be precise, Harry's father, James Potter, had formed a group called the Marauders with Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, frequently bullying the young Professor Snape. No wonder Snape harbored such animosity towards Harry. Alec mused. At that moment, an indignant voice emanated from beside Alec. How could Hogwarts appoint a buffoon who can merely steal memories as a professor for such a crucial subject as defense against the dark arts? Upon hearing this, Alec turned his gaze to the document his mother held, which detailed Professor Lockhart's credentials. He then remarked, I too find him lacking, especially since he could not even withstand my silent disarming charm. In response, Samuel scoffed and continued, regarding the faculty at Hogwarts. I believe the safety of the young wizards is not in jeopardy. However, it seems that the British Ministry of Magic has been pressuring Dumbledore, warning that if any more young wizards are attacked by creatures, Hogwarts may have to be closed for a time until Dumbledore can identify the monster. Alec raised an eyebrow, seemingly reminded of the long history of his own family. He then turned to his father and inquired, Father, are you aware of any tales regarding Salazar Slytherin? Before young Samuel could respond, an aged voice emanated from the doorway of the study. It is said that during Salazar Slytherin's lifetime, he was often accompanied by a serpent monster. Thus, I believe the creature you refer to at Hogwarts is likely that very serpent. Upon hearing this, Alec glanced towards the study's entrance, where he beheld the elder Samuel standing with a box in hand. Seeing that it was his grandfather, young Samuel expressed his confusion. Father, what brings you here? Aren't you? Elder Samuel waved his hand dismissively and replied, A few days ago, I inexplicably received a prophecy that indicated I needed to return home. It appears I have come at an opportune moment. He then extended the box to Alec, stating, The gaze of the serpent monster can cause instant death to those who meet its eyes. But this item will allow you to remain unharmed even after being directly stared at by the creature. However, it is only usable once. Upon hearing this, Alec accepted the box and opened it, revealing a scale-like object nestled within. He looked at his grandfather with a puzzled expression. This scale is the reverse scale shed from your dragon, Leviathan. The magical properties contained within it can protect you from lethal spells, Elder Samuel elucidated. Alec nodded slightly in acknowledgement and subsequently placed the scale within his ring. Observing Alec stow away the scale, Elder Samuel nodded in approval before snapping his fingers and vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Alec turned to his father once more, but young Samuel merely shook his head, signaling to Alec not to press further. Chapter 115. Hermione transformed into a cat after a heartwarming Christmas holiday. The atmosphere at home still resonated with the remnants of the festive spirit. Surrounded by family, Alec reveled in this tranquil and delightful period, momentarily casting aside the burdens of academic pressures and the turmoil of the magical world. However, time flew swiftly, and soon it was time for him to return to Hogwarts. Alec's mother stood before the platform 9 3/4, gazing at her son, whose hand she held tightly, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. She felt a tumult of emotions, utterly unwilling to let Alec depart so swiftly back to Hogwarts. In her heart, she believed that Hogwarts could never provide the same safety as home. All right, Mother, I assure you I will be perfectly fine. Especially since Grandfather has given me something for protection, Alec reassured her. In response, Chloe shot Alec a disapproving glance before releasing his hand and saying, all right, enough of this sentimentality. Remember to write to me often once you're back at school. Alec nodded and then boarded the Hogwarts Express. Shortly thereafter, the train began its gradual journey towards Hogwarts. As evening approached, Alec successfully arrived at the majestic castle. However, just as he appeared in the Great Hall, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Hey, Alec. Upon hearing this voice, Alec turned around to see the twins standing at the entrance of the hall, waving enthusiastically. They soon approached him, and Fred, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Alec, you weren't supposed to come back home for Christmas. George chimed in, indeed. You simply cannot fathom the extraordinary events that unfolded at the school during the holiday. Raising an eyebrow, Alec inquired curiously what intriguing occurrences took place. The twins then began recounting all the amusing incidents from Christmas, such as the embarrassing blunder of Professor Lockhart during the festive dinner, where he intended to showcase his transfiguration skills before Professor McGonagall, but inadvertently caused her goblet to explode. George chuckled. Oh yes. What a pity you missed the look on McGonagall's face at that moment. I dare say it was the most unpleasant expression I've seen since my enrollment. Fred added, indeed. It was quite a sight. Alec couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. By the way, Alec, did you know? Fred suddenly posed a question, prompting a puzzled look from Alec. Know what? He asked. This time, George and Fred exchanged confused glances. Did Hermione not write to you? And what about Harry and Ron? George queried. Alex seemed to recall something and remarked, there are a few letters at home in England, but I didn't have time to read them as I rushed to catch the Hogwarts Express. What happened with Hermione? Upon hearing Alec's words, Fred replied, Hermione was sent to the hospital wing the very day you left. It appears she hasn't emerged yet. What? Alec exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm, attracting the attention of some young witches and wizards in the hall. Is she all right? He asked anxiously. The twins, noticing Alec's concern, jokingly teased, Oh, it seems you care quite a bit for your little girlfriend. Alec's face flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat, adopting a more serious demeanor as he replied, Ahem. On a serious note, what exactly happened? Seeing Alec's newfound gravity, the twins became serious as well. Professor McGonagall mentioned that she ended up in the hospital wing due to a failed potion. However, according to Ron and Harry, it seems Hermione has transformed into a cat. However, it seems that there are no significant issues, as Alex, with a resigned shake of his head, turned to the twins and said, I shall go check on Hermione. I will see you later. Without waiting for the twins' consent, he hurriedly made his way towards the school infirmary. Observing this, the twins merely exchanged knowing smiles, showing no intention of hindering Alex's departure. Shortly thereafter, within the confines of the infirmary, Alec had approached Hermione's hospital bed with measured steps. Unlike other beds, the curtains were drawn tightly, as if the patient behind them was suffering from an ailment too shameful to be revealed. Upon hearing footsteps cease in front of her bed, Hermione inquired from behind the curtain, Harry, Ron, is that you? She then reached out and pulled aside the curtain. A gasp escaped her lips as she exclaimed, Alec, what are you doing here? At that moment, Alec stood frozen, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Hermione. His eyes were fixated on her head, where, astonishingly, a pair of ears, perfectly matching her chestnut hair, had sprouted. These ears, of an appropriate size and graceful form, appeared to be meticulously crafted by nature itself. They rested delicately on either side of Hermione's head, seamlessly blending with her being as if they had always belonged to her. Even more astonishing was the way these ears gently quivered as she spoke, dancing to the rhythm of her words like two lively sprites. Hermione, in this enchanting form, exuded an irresistible charm, her playful ears enhancing her unique allure and radiating an indescribable vivacity. Alex stood there, captivated, an inexplicable affection swelling within him. Noticing his dazed expression, Hermione felt a blush creep across her cheeks. She waved her right hand in front of Alex's eyes, prompting him to snap back to reality. He softly asked Hermione, Are you all right? She responded with a simple mm, and then continued, What brings you here? With a smile, Alec replied, I heard from the twins that a foolish witch had drunk a botched potion and ended up in the hospital wing, so I came to see for myself. But this potion's effects, He reached out to touch the ears perched atop Hermione's head. At his words, Hermione's blush deepened, and she stammered, "Who is the foolish witch? I merely used the wrong ingredient." As she looked up at Alec, he was just about to touch her ears. Suddenly, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany and quickly covered her ears with both hands, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" Alec, taken aback by her reaction, retracted his hand sheepishly and said, "I was just curious if those ears are truly a part of you." Upon hearing Alec's words, Hermione lowered her hands from her ears and remarked, "Since you are so curious, you may touch them." At this, Alec's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he reached out to caress the cat ears atop Hermione's head. The moment his fingertips made contact with the ears, he felt as if he were touching a soft silk. The sensation was incredibly gentle and radiated a slight warmth. He could also perceive a subtle tremor, suggesting that the ears had indeed become a temporary part of Hermione's being, possessing a genuine tactile quality for her. Just as Alec was about to continue speaking, Hermione suddenly interjected, "Have you touched enough? If so, please let go." Hearing this, Alec realized something was amiss with Hermione. Her face had turned crimson, resembling a ripened apple, and steam seemed to emanate from her head. It dawned on him that if these were the ears of a real cat, that would likely be the most sensitive part. With this thought, Alec quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly apologized. "Haha, my apologies. I got a bit carried away." Seeing Alec's embarrassed demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the infirmary. Alec turned to glance at the door, spotting Harry and Ron appearing at the entrance. They did not linger, but walked in, calling out to Alec, who was seated beside Hermione's bed, "Hey, Alec, you're back at school." In response, Alec greeted them and then turned to Hermione, saying, "I want to interrupt your reunion with your friends. I'll visit you tomorrow." With that, he exchanged a few words with Harry and Ron about other matters before heading towards the infirmary exit. However, just as he reached the door, he overheard an unexpected name from the trio's conversation. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. I remember hearing that name." "Yes, it was in the trophy room." "But that trophy was awarded 50 years ago," Ron remarked. Upon hearing the name and the mention of 50 years, Alec immediately turned back and re-entered the infirmary. "Excuse me. Did you just mention someone named Tom Marvolo Riddle?" he inquired, his expression serious as he approached the bedside. Harry and Ron were taken aback by Alec's sudden appearance and his solemn demeanor. Meanwhile, Hermione, sitting on the bed, looked at Alec with curiosity and asked, "Alec, how do you know that name?" Upon hearing this, Alec recounted the findings of his investigation to Harry and the others. Subsequently, he waved his hand through the air, and the name Tom Marvolo Riddle gradually disassembled, transforming into a new name, Voldemort. "Are you saying that the Tom we are discussing is the Dark Lord?" Ron inquired, his face pale with terror. Alec nodded, and then he witnessed Ron shout loudly before forcefully tossing the diary he held away. Observing this, Alec approached the diary, covered it with a cloth, and picked it up. The moment he grasped the diary, a faint golden light emanated from his eyes, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. The three young ones noticed Alec's peculiar state, prompting Ron to call out, "Alec, what's wrong with you?" When Alec remained unresponsive, Ron nudged Harry and suggested, "Harry, why don't you give Alec a push?" Hesitating, Harry replied, "Are you sure? I think something is off with Alec." In response, Ron continued, "P.S. holding the diary of the mysterious one. Perhaps Alec is under its influence. You are the boy who lived. The mysterious one cannot harm you." With that, Ron gave Harry another push, urging him to act swiftly. However, just as Harry's hand was about to touch Alec, Hermione, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Harry, come back. Don't interrupt Alec." Both Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, and Hermione elaborated, "I've read that Alec's state resembles that of a seer." "What? A seer?" Harry and Ron queried, bewildered. Hermione, exasperated, covered her face and explained, "Don't you remember? Alec made a prophecy before, the one about the attack. But no one believed it at the time." Upon hearing this, the two recalled the incident, and Ron remarked, "So, you mean Alec is a prophet?" While Harry inquired, "What will Alec predict this time?" "I don't know," Hermione pondered. "Alec's prophetic gift must be hereditary, but what he will foresee remains a mystery. The texts state that such abilities are often uncontrollable, and the content of the prophecies is unpredictable. They may prove useful or utterly irrelevant." Nodding in understanding, Harry and Ron turned their attention back to Alec. At that moment, Alec began to speak slowly. "The chamber, the monster, the passage converge in a dark, damp, forsaken place. Only a specific incantation can properly unlock the entrance to the chamber. Otherwise, even the strongest magic will fail to unveil it. As he finished speaking, the golden light in Alec's eyes gradually faded, transitioning to a blue hue. Alec then stated, "It appears we may have acquired some crucial information regarding the chamber." Upon hearing this, the three young ones erupted into laughter. Then, as if a thought struck her, Hermione turned to Alec and said, "What about the diary? After all, it belongs to Voldemort. I mean, the Dark Lord's possessions should not be kept close at hand." Hearing the young witch's words, Alec nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a piece of dragon hide from his ring and wrapped the entire book within it, subsequently casting several protective charms upon it. He handed the book to Harry and Ron, saying, "You two should find a moment to deliver the diary to Professor Dumbledore. The dragon hide and the spells will ensure it poses no threat to you." Harry gazed at the diary before looking back at Alec, questioning, "But why? Wouldn't it be safer for you to deliver it to Professor Dumbledore?" In response, Alec pondered for a moment before replying, "I could do that, but then I would need you both to research information regarding the prophecy." As he spoke, Alec intended to stow the diary away. However, upon realizing that he might have to spend the entire day in the library poring over materials, and with Ron vehemently shaking his head at the prospect of researching in the library, Harry abruptly seized the book from Alec's hands. "Let Ron and me deliver the diary," Harry declared. Alec's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing this, and he addressed the trio, "Then I shall proceed to investigate the prophecy." With that, Alec made his way toward the infirmary door. Just as he reached the entrance, a thought seemed to occur to him. He turned back to Harry and Ron, saying, "Oh, when you hand the diary to Professor Dumbledore, remember to inform him of the specifics. We wouldn't want him coming to find me again." Once he saw Harry and Ron nodding in agreement, Alec felt reassured and exited the infirmary. Chapter 117. The Compass and Disturbances in the Following Days. Alec indeed kept his word, visiting the library each day to search for information regarding his prophecy, while Hermione successfully discharged from the infirmary. It appeared that everything was progressing favorably. Yet, could events truly unfold so smoothly? Clearly, that was not the case. Harry and Ron's attempts to find Dumbledore met with delays. Each time they sought an opportunity to visit the headmaster's office, he seemed to be nowhere to be found, leaving them unable to deliver the diary. This unfortunate circumstance inevitably led to unforeseen consequences. At that moment, within the library, Alec and Hermione sat quietly in the library of Hogwarts Castle. Spread before them on the wooden table lay a collection of hefty ancient tomes. Hermione's delicate fingers deftly turned the yellowed pages, her gaze filled with concentration and determination. "Alec, look here," Hermione suddenly whispered, her voice as soft as a feather falling in the stillness of the library. "It appears that the first floor of the South Tower at Hogwarts has been sealed off for many years. Do you think this could possibly be the location you predicted?" She lifted her gaze, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Alec furrowed his brow slightly, his profound gaze reflecting a deep contemplation. He gently shook his head and remarked, "I have visited the South Tower, although it is rather secluded. With its walls adorned by the creeping vines of time and seldom frequented by visitors, it is oddly immaculate. It appears that house elves have tidied the place, leaving no trace of neglect or dust accumulation. Hence, it cannot be the location foretold in the prophecy. We must continue our search for other clues." With that, he lowered his head once more, delving into another ancient tome. Upon hearing this, Hermione expressed her frustration. "What a pity. There is no place in the castle that resembles what your prophecy describes. It's all your fault. The prophecy should have been more precise." With that, she rested her head on the table. Observing the little witch in such a state, Alec could only smile helplessly and gently ruffled her hair, saying, all right. Have a little patience. Besides, if it were that simple to decipher, it would undoubtedly lack intrigue." Hermione nodded in agreement, then suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "I will look for more materials." With that, she exited the study. Shortly after Hermione left, two figures appeared at the entrance of the library. Seeing them, Hermione was taken aback and exclaimed, "Harry, Ron, what brings you here?" Harry and Ron, however, did not respond to her inquiry but quickly asked, "Hermione, where is Alec?" Noticing their urgency, Hermione sensed the gravity of the situation and abandoned her quest for books, leading the two to where Alec sat by the window. Upon seeing the hurried trio, Alec inquired with a puzzled expression, "What is the matter? You all seem quite anxious." Harry promptly replied, "Alec, my diary is missing. It was fine this morning, but after class, I returned to find mine and Harry's beds wrecked." Then Harry discovered that the diary was gone. Alec's brow furrowed in concern. He then asked, "Missing? Have you searched everywhere?" Harry and Ron nodded. Hearing this news, Hermione was taken aback and inquired, "Why did you not report the notebook to the headmaster?" Harry, appearing somewhat disheartened, responded, "This is all my fault. I should have delivered the notebook to Dumbledore's office sooner." Ron interjected, "You cannot blame Harry. We have attempted to find the headmaster several times, but he has been unavailable each time." Seeing their distress, a slight smile crept upon Alec's lips. Observing this expression, Ron exclaimed anxiously, "How can you still find amusement in this? It must be the heir of Slytherin who has stolen it. He must surely have some intentions for that notebook. What should we do now? We need to think of a solution." Hearing this, Alec addressed the group. "Let us not be hasty." He then produced a compass-like object from his ring and said, "Did you really think I had no contingency plan?" The three turned their gazes toward the item in Alec's hand. "What is that?" Ron inquired. Alec explained, "Do you remember the dragon hide used to wrap the notebook? That, in fact, is also an alchemical artifact." "Another alchemical item?" Harry asked, perplexed. Meanwhile, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany. She remarked, "So you mean this object is the alchemical counterpart to the dragon hide?" Alec smiled and affirmed, "Precisely. Once someone unravels that dragon hide, this compass will react, and its needle will point towards the location of the hide. Therefore, all we need to do now is wait for the hide to be opened." As he spoke, Alec handed the compass to Harry, saying, "You'll be in charge of the surveillance." He then resumed his research. Harry's eyes brightened at this, and he began to examine the compass in his hand. Noticing that its needle was slowly rotating, "Is this what you meant by reacting?" he asked, gazing intently at the compass. Ron and Hermione leaned in to observe as well. "Hey, Alec, the needle is moving," Ron exclaimed. Alec quickly snatched the compass back, observing that the needle was now spinning clockwise. Seeing this, Ron asked with curiosity, "Alec, is it broken? Why does it keep spinning?" "No, it's not broken. A continuous clockwise rotation indicates that the dragon hide has been opened, and the opening is located above us," Alec explained. Ron nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Hermione covered her face and said, "What do you mean by understanding?" "The needle is moving, which means the person who stole the notebook is about to act again." She then turned to Alec and urged, "Let us hurry and check that location." Alec nodded and tossed the compass back to Harry, addressing the group, "Shall we go together?" All three nodded in agreement, and they ascended the staircase leading to the upper floor. Chapter 118, The Lavatory and Moaning Myrtle. Just as the four stepped onto the somewhat antiquated second-floor staircase, Harry's attention was immediately captured by the compass in his hand. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he raised his voice to the others, who were focused on their surroundings, exclaiming, "Hey, look! The needle has stopped." The voice was imbued with an unmistakable excitement, as if they were on the brink of reaching their elusive goal. Upon hearing this, Alec's profound gaze swiftly shifted to the compass in Harry's hand. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, he spoke with calm assurance, "It appears that the location where the mysterious dragon hide was opened is likely somewhere in this corner of the second floor." With that, Alec's eyes turned to Harry as he decisively declared, "Harry, let us proceed in the direction indicated by the needle, while remaining ever vigilant." Harry nodded resolutely, a determined glint in his eyes, and without hesitation, he took the lead along the path ahead. His steps were marked by a sense of urgency, the compass tightly gripped in his hand. The others followed closely behind, their hurried footsteps echoing through dimly lit corridors, where flickering candlelight cast fleeting shadows of their swift movements. At last, after their brisk journey, they arrived before an extraordinary lavatory. The door of this lavatory was a deep, enigmatic black, resembling a vast piece of onyx embedded in the wall, exuding an air of mystery. Above the door hung an elegant golden plaque, on which the words "Girls' Lavatory" were inscribed in graceful calligraphy. "Hey, Harry, Hermione, isn't this where we brewed potions before?" Ron's somewhat elevated exclamation abruptly shattered the surrounding silence. His eyes were wide with astonishment. Upon hearing Ron's remark, Hermione tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing the environment around them, and then nodded in agreement with Harry. However, Alec was too preoccupied to concern himself with Ron's surprise or the reason for their previous potion-making endeavors in this location. He gazed at the lavatory before turning to Harry, asking, "Are you certain that the spot indicated by the compass is indeed here?" To this, Harry looked at the compass in his hand and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. If your alchemical items are functioning correctly, then this should be the place." Alec's expression turned grave as he nodded solemnly. He then turned to face the three individuals behind him and spoke with a serious tone, "You three should step back a bit and maintain a safe distance." I shall now use my magic to carefully examine the situation here. Taking a deep breath, Alec concentrated all his attention on the seemingly ordinary restroom door before him. He murmured incantations under his breath while gracefully waving his arm. The tip of his wand shimmered with a mysterious light, tracing elegant and intricate arcs in the air. Finally, as the light converged into a single point, Alec whispered, "Reveal the prototype." The spell's effect enveloped the wooden door, yet there was no visible change. Subsequently, Alec cast several detection spells. Upon confirming that the door bore no traces of malevolent magic, he addressed the door with the incantation, Alohomora, with the unlocking charm. The restroom door creaked open slowly. The group stepped into the myrtle restroom, and a damp, musty odor enveloped them. The flickering yellow light overhead seemed on the verge of extinguishing, threatening to plunge the space into darkness. The floor was covered in stagnant water, the black and white tiles appearing slick and treacherous beneath the puddles, compelling them to tread cautiously, lest they stumble upon the cold ground. The tiles on the walls had mostly lost their original luster, some were cracked, others peeling away to reveal the rough surface beneath. In the corners, cobwebs spread unchecked, with several spiders lurking silently within. The wooden partition doors hung askew, some even half-detached, creaking ominously as if in pain. A row of white ceramic sinks stood silently, their faucets occasionally dripping, the rhythmic sound echoing throughout the restroom, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Just as they were surveying the restroom, a ghost suddenly emerged from one of the white ceramic sinks. "It's Myrtle," Hermione exclaimed. The ghost, addressed by name, looked at them with a smile and said, "Hee hee. Are you all planning to brew some potions in the restroom again? Oh, this time you've brought an extra person." As she spoke, Myrtle floated closer to Alec. Just as she was about to inquire about Alec's name, he interjected, "Dear Myrtle, I believe we do not have the luxury of discussing potions at this moment. May I ask if you have seen anyone come through here recently?" At this, Myrtle shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "What a rude fellow you are. I did see someone, but I won't tell you." With that, she prepared to drift away. Alec, feeling somewhat exasperated, called out to her, "I can chat with you later, but right now we truly have no time. So, please, share with us what you know about that individual." Upon hearing Alec mention his intention to come and chat with her, Myrtle swiftly approached, then inquired of Alec, "Is what you said truly the case?" Alec nodded thoughtfully. Then, the beautiful nymph spoke, "Considering your striking appearance and the fact that you'll return to chat with me, I shall share some information." With that, the nymph fluttered to Alec's side and continued, "To be honest, I didn't get a clear look at that individual. She seemed to be a witch clad in a red robe. When I saw her, she was casting a blasting curse on something wrapped up." As she spoke, the nymph flew to a certain spot and pointed to the ground. "Look, there are remnants of the shell that was destroyed by the blasting curse." Upon hearing this, the others approached. Harry then spoke up, "Alec, isn't that the dragon hide you used to wrap your notebook?" Alec, crouching down to examine the remnants, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appeared that the notebook had been taken by that individual. However, he pondered why she had chosen to blast the dragon hide specifically. Turning to the nymph, Alec expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the information, Madam Nymph." The nymph smiled at Alec and replied, "You're welcome, Alec. Do remember to come and chat with me again. Otherwise, I might just pop out from the toilet while you're in there." With that, she soared away. "She can be quite insufferable," Hermione remarked, watching the nymph disappear. Alec gently patted Hermione on the head and said, "Nevertheless, she has been of assistance, has she not?" He then folded the blasted dragon hide and turned to the trio. "I believe it is time for us to depart. Our leads have run dry here, and if we linger any longer, we risk being caught by Filch and facing detention." The three nodded in agreement, and together they exited the lavatory. Outside, around a corner in the corridor, a witch with red hair, clad in a Gryffindor robe, lurked, secretly observing the departing group, a chilling smile curling upon her lips. Chapter 119. An assault in the castle. A few evenings later, after a day of toil in the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Alec finally set down the item he had been holding. Had the trio been present at that moment, they would have recognized that the object was identical to the dragon hide Alec had previously used to wrap his diary, albeit now considerably smaller. Gazing at the dragon hide before him, Alec let out a soft sigh. Had he known better, he wouldn't have used that piece of hide for the diary. He then put away the dragon hide on the table and looked at the scraps that had been cut off, lamenting, "Alas, it will be quite the challenge to procure a new, complete piece of Hungarian horntail hide." As Alec stepped out of the room of requirement, he made his way towards the descending staircase. Just as he arrived before the entrance to the Slytherin common room, poised to utter the password. A shout and a wave of foreboding surged from behind him. Instantly, Alec turned around, only to witness a colossal serpent's head lunging towards him from within a dilapidated wooden door. The serpent's head bore a massive mouth, filled with long, sharp teeth. Behind this fearsome visage lay an enormous body, adorned with a thick, long tail and covered in emerald green scales. As Alex beheld the approaching entity behind him, his pupils constricted instinctively, leading his gaze to the serpent creature's eyes. However, he found himself neither petrified nor slain, for the eyes that should have adorned the creature's head had vanished, replaced by two scorched markings resembling wounds inflicted by flames, with two X-shaped scars superimposed upon them. Realizing this, Alex swiftly drew forth his wand and cast a transparent spell towards the serpent. The incantation known as Crystal Shard Divide struck true, impacting the creature's massive form. A significant portion of the serpent's scales was dislodged by the force of Alex's magic, and as the scales fell away, the spell continued unabated, piercing through the creature's flesh. This elicited a pained shriek from the serpent, which then writhed and retreated into the shadows. Witnessing this, Alex unleashed several more spells towards the serpent's fleeing form, but upon discovering it had vanished, he cautiously approached to collect the scales that had fallen from the creature. Oh, serpent scales. What an unexpected boon, he mused, as he gathered the scales into his ring before making his way to the dilapidated wooden door through which the serpent had emerged. Alex had not forgotten. Just a moment before he encountered the serpent creature, a clear human voice had resonated. Thus, Alex resolved to discern the identity of its source. Beyond the wooden door lay an abandoned washroom that appeared to have been long forsaken. However, to Alex's astonishment, he found no one within the dilapidated restroom. Only a chaotic disarray. Faced with this, Alex fell into contemplation. Who could it be? After a moment's reflection, Alex seemed to grasp something significant. He then touched the ring on his finger, and a pocket watch pendant materialized in his hand. As he gazed at the watch, a glimmer sparked in Alex's eyes. Could it be? With that thought, Alex turned and stepped into a shadowy corner, lifting the pocket watch in his grasp. It seemed that the voice unmistakably belonged to him. Subsequently, Alex spun the watch twice. As a flurry of scenery whirled past him, he found himself transported back 2 hours, observing the surroundings, which were evidently brighter than before. Alex raised his wand and pointed it at himself. With a ripple in the air, he vanished from sight. It appeared that the most prudent course of action was to wait in this vicinity. Alex murmured to himself, harboring suspicions about who had called out to him earlier. His visit was not solely to fulfill an inevitable task, but also to unravel the mystery of the serpent creature's emergence and the identity of its summoner. With determination, Alex made his way toward the direction from which he had heard the voice. As time passed, over an hour slipped away. Concealed in shadows, Alex remained alert. And soon he heard footsteps descending the stairs, indicating that another version of himself had arrived. He then turned his gaze to the abandoned lavatory where the serpent had first appeared, and without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The lavatory appeared unchanged from Alex's previous encounter, yet it now housed a figure draped in a crimson wizard's robe, their face obscured. This made it impossible for Alex to discern the individual's gender. Upon seeing this person, Alex instinctively raised his wand, ready to cast a spell. However, the figure reacted swiftly, waving their hand to conjure a transparent barrier that materialized within the room. A chilling hissing sound emanated from the wizard, sending shivers down Alex's spine, as he sensed a malevolent presence emanating from one of the stalls in the lavatory. Suddenly, the serpent creature lunged forth with ferocity. In an instant, the serpent struck, its tail whipping towards Alex. Reacting to the imminent danger, Alex's pupils dilated as he raised his wand, summoning a cerulean shield that appeared before him. Yet, this incantation proved insufficient to withstand the serpent's assault. The tail collided with the barrier, shattering it in moments and sending Alex hurtling backward. As he was thrown across the room, a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, and he heard the red-robed wizard hissing once more. After the hissing ceased, the red-robed wizard slipped into the place where the serpent creature had emerged. Subsequently, Alec witnessed the serpent creature, which should have had its eyes closed, suddenly open them, locking its gaze directly with his. Before Alec could react and close his eyes, the dragon scale that was supposed to hang around his neck flew forth. Seizing this opportunity, Alec promptly shut his eyes. Accompanied by a flicker of crimson and ebony light, the serpent creature let out a pained cry, and when Alec opened his eyes again, he beheld the creature's eyes, which should have appeared, now resembling charred lumps as if set ablaze. In response, Alec raised his wand and uttered a spell directed at the creature's eyes, Holy Cross Judgment. Two golden X-shaped spells shot forth towards the serpent's gaze, causing it to recoil in agony and charge towards the restroom door. Observing the creature's reaction, Alec instinctively shouted. Yet, upon realizing his outcry, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Enduring the pain, he cast several cloaking spells upon himself and followed the serpent creature out of the restroom. Chapter 120. After the assault, damn, this is truly a significant loss, Alec muttered as he exited the restroom. He then made his way to a deserted corridor, retrieving several vials of emerald green potions from the ring on his hand, which he consumed in one swift motion. Afterward, he took a few deep breaths to steady his rapid breathing and somewhat disordered steps. Once he had composed himself, he lifted his gaze, resolutely directing it towards the staircase leading to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, preparing to take his first step. However, just as one foot touched the first step, an icy, detached voice, laced with an eerie chill, echoed from a corner behind Alec, drifting like a specter. Oh, let us see who this is. Though the voice was soft, it resonated with unsettling clarity in the empty hallway, sending shivers down his spine. Upon hearing this sudden utterance, Alec felt as though struck by lightning. His body jolted, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. He quickly turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment and alertness, towards the source of the voice. There stood Professor Snape, clad in a black robe, his slick-back hair glistening, peering at Alec with a gaze reminiscent of a young wizard caught in mischief. Upon recognizing Snape, Alec exhaled in relief, having initially feared that the red-robed wizard had followed him. It seemed that the individual dared not cast spells against him within the castle. Alec then greeted Professor Snape. Good evening, Professor Snape. Upon hearing these words, Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly oblivious to Alec's cordial greeting, enveloped in silence. However, his low and icy voice shattered the brief stillness. I wonder what clandestine machinations our esteemed Mr. Lucius might be harboring in this secluded corridor, seldom trodden by others. As the words hung in the air, Snape, akin to a poised hawk, cast a ruthless and penetrating gaze over Alec from head to toe, as if seeking to pierce through his exterior to unveil the secrets hidden deep within his soul. When Alec's gaze met Snape's profound, fathomless eyes, a sudden flash of realization struck him. He became acutely aware that remnants of blood, splattered from the recent ferocious attack by the basilisk, lingered at the corner of his mouth. The crimson liquid seemed to silently narrate the wounds and perils birthed from that harrowing battle. Almost instinctively, Alec swiftly raised his right hand to wipe away the evidence. Yet, at the very moment his fingers were about to brush against his lips, Snape's attention was irrevocably drawn to the subtle movement. In an instantaneous blur, Snape extended his left hand with remarkable swiftness, grasping Alec's moving wrist with unerring precision. Alec felt an overwhelming force tightly restraining his arms, preventing him from continuing to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. In astonishment, he raised his head, meeting Severus Snape's tense, questioning gaze, which perhaps held a hint of concern. Snape's eyes were fixed intently on Alec, his brow slightly furrowed as he gravely inquired, "What precisely is the meaning of the blood at the corner of your mouth?" Although his voice was low, it carried an undeniable authority, as if it sought to penetrate Alec's very soul in pursuit of the truth. Upon hearing this, Alec was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. However, just moments later, he forcefully broke free from Snape's grasp. Without hesitation or reservation, he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, really. I merely encountered that terrifying creature that has been lurking around Hogwarts lately. In the heat of the moment, I had no time to think and engaged in a fierce battle with it. Fortunately, I was lucky. Though I sustained some injuries, overall, I am quite well. And rest assured, Professor, I carry some healing potions with me." Snape was taken aback by Alec's nonchalant account of his confrontation with the Hogwarts monster. His deep-set eyes widened instantly, pupils constricting in shock at the startling revelation. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure, meticulously examining Alec from head to toe, fearful of missing even the slightest wound. Once he confirmed that Alec bore no serious injuries, Snape let out a slight sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he soon adopted a grave expression and solemnly stated, "Lucifer, I believe your encounter is of great significance and must be reported to the headmaster without delay." Alec nodded in agreement. Had Snape not intervened, he too had intended to inform Dumbledore about the incident. He had no desire to keep a watchful eye on the serpent creature or the robed wizard, feeling that the matter was far from simple. A few minutes later, in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, Dumbledore, dressed in his nightclothes, regarded Alec with a serious demeanor. His blue eyes, visible behind half-moon spectacles, bore an intense focus as he urged, "Now, tell me about your experience." Alex slowly recounted his ordeal, including his use of the time turner to travel to the past. Upon hearing Alex's narrative, Dumbledore fell silent. Meanwhile, Snape's expression darkened upon learning that Alec had used the time turner merely to investigate sounds he had heard. "Mr. Lucifer." Snape's icy voice suddenly broke the silence. "I distinctly remember warning you, with the utmost seriousness, that you must never, under any circumstances, attempt to use it for anything unrelated to your studies." Professor Snape spoke each word with a deliberate severity, as if extracting them from between clenched teeth, imbued with stern discontent. Just as Alec was about to interject, the usually silent Dumbledore slowly began to speak. "All right, Severus, although Alec's actions may have been somewhat misguided, had he not intervened to thwart the basilisk, it is conceivable that other young wizards would have faced petrification or even death." He then turned his gaze to Alec and inquired, "Alec, is that notebook connected to your prophecy?" Upon hearing this, Alec nodded, the implication clear. "It seems we are in a predicament," Dumbledore remarked, looking back at Snape. "Severus, I would kindly ask you to investigate that restroom once more to see if any discoveries can be made." Snape nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited the headmaster's office. Chapter 121. A stormy night. As Snape departed, Dumbledore addressed Alec once more. "Alec, are you still able to locate the notebook?" Alec shook his head in a gesture of helplessness. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore murmured, "It appears we must await the next move of that individual. However, it is fortunate that the basilisk's eyes have been damaged by you. Thus, there should be no further risk of young wizards being petrified." Dumbledore then expressed his gratitude, saying, "Alec, I must thank you once again." Alec waved his hand dismissively and replied, "If there is nothing more, Headmaster, I believe I should return to my slumber." Dumbledore smiled and nodded in agreement. Alec then exited the headmaster's office. In the subsequent month, despite the absence of any attacks within the castle, Professor Dumbledore organized several thorough searches of the premises. However, judging by the professor's serious demeanor during these searches, it seemed they had uncovered nothing of significance. Meanwhile, Alec found himself in the room of requirement, accompanied by the twins, Cedric and Hermione. "Hey, what do you think the professors are searching for lately?" George inquired. The others remained silent, their gazes fixated upon Alec. They unanimously believed that Alec must possess some knowledge of the situation, particularly given his prophetic abilities, which they were all aware of. Noticing their curious stares, Alec shrugged helplessly. While he was indeed privy to the professor's search, he had no intention of divulging any information. He knew that with the twins' nature, upon learning of an unidentified wizard's presence within the school, they would undoubtedly venture into the castle in search of that individual. This was not the sight Alec wished to behold. Although the deadly gaze of the serpent creature had been vanquished, a fierce lash from its tail could certainly spell disaster. Contemplating this, Alec spoke up, "Don't look at me. I have no idea, as prophecies do not occur daily. Besides, are you not planning to undertake the animagus transformation?" Hearing this, Hermione, engrossed in her homework, inquired without raising her head, "But don't we have to wait for a stormy night?" Cedric then noticed the book in Alec's hands, which was the same one Alec had previously perused regarding weather divination. "Have you already gleaned the recent weather through divination?" Cedric asked, astonished. The other three turned their gaze toward Alec upon hearing Cedric's question. Alec nodded slightly and replied, "If the divination holds true." As he spoke, he produced a crystal ball, within which Hogwarts was depicted under the assault of a tempest. The group exclaimed in unison, "When was the last storm?" In response, Alec glanced at the crystal ball and said, "Tonight." Upon hearing this, the twins instinctively looked outside, where the sun shone brightly, clearly not indicative of an impending storm. They then exchanged skeptical glances with Alec. Alec, upon witnessing the twins' bewilderment, placed his right hand upon his forehead and exclaimed, "Have you forgotten where we are? This is the House of Requirements. The scenery beyond the window may not be what it seems." The twins nodded in understanding and promptly exited the House of Requirements. Moments later, they rushed back in, exclaiming, "By Merlin's beard, it is overcast outside, and yet it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon." At their response, a faint smile graced Alec's lips. He addressed the group, "Well then, let us prepare. We shall venture into the Forbidden Forest later to inspect our potion." With that, Alec began to tidy the books before him. Observing this, the others followed suit, gathering their belongings. "Shall we convene at the entrance of the Great Hall at 7 this evening?" Alec inquired. to which they all nodded in agreement before departing the House of Requirements one by one. As evening approached, as agreed, Alec arrived at the entrance of the hall, where Cedric and a few others were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Alec's arrival, they greeted him warmly. Cedric then remarked, glancing at the heavy rain outside the castle. It appears that this downpour is not likely to cease any time soon. The twins, eager as ever, chimed in, "Let us all the better. Let us hurry." With that, they pointed their wands at themselves and vanished from sight. Approximately half an hour later, they reappeared beneath a towering tree in the forbidden forest. "Hey, George, do you think our potion might be dug up by the creatures in the forest?" Fred inquired of his brother. "Perhaps," George replied thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Cedric, Hermione, and Alec exchanged bemused glances at the twins, who were ready with shovels for any excavation. Alec then remarked, "It should be soon." Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a distant rumble of thunder. The twins quickly turned their attention to the base of the tree, where 5 vials of crimson potions lay quietly. Elated at the sight of the potions, the twins eagerly picked them up and distributed them according to the labels on the vials. "Let us find a more open space. This isn't suitable for transformation," Alec suggested, surveying the surrounding trees. The others nodded in agreement, and they made their way to a clearing devoid of trees. "Hey, Fred, isn't this the place where that dark wizard appeared before?" George exclaimed in astonishment. "What dark wizard?" Cedric asked, puzzled. Fred then took a moment to explain. Upon hearing Fred's account, Cedric looked crestfallen, saying, "Oh, so you came to the Forbidden Forest without me." With that, the 3 of them began to playfully tussle. Meanwhile, Hermione cast a disapproving glance at Alec after Fred's explanation. Noticing her gaze, Alec awkwardly defended himself. "I didn't come willingly. The twins dragged me along." The twins, still engaged in their playful banter, rushed over excitedly. "Come on, you didn't object at the time." Alec rolled his eyes and said, all right, enough of that. Are we still planning to transform?" He then looked at the group and asked, "Who wishes to go first?" Chapter 122. The animosity of the group upon hearing Alec's words. George and Fred, filled with excitement, exclaimed simultaneously, "I'll go." They then turned to each other, saying, "I'm the elder brother. I should go first." Upon hearing this, Alec felt a moment of disorientation. He then addressed the 2 individuals, inquiring, "Who shall go first?" As the twins continued their debate, Cedric uncorked his potion bottle and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Subsequently, he pointed his wand at his heart and uttered the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. In an instant, Cedric's wand slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The twins were taken aback by Cedric's sudden transformation, prompting George to quickly turn to the fallen Cedric, asking, "Hey, Cedric, are you all right?" Hearing George's voice, Cedric nodded slightly. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Cedric's form gradually diminished, eventually transforming into a 1-foot-long badger. Seeing the small badger that was once Cedric, the twins stepped forward, ready to seize him. However, before they could act, Alec inquired, "Cedric, can you understand me?" The small badger nodded in response. Noticing this, Alec continued, "Do you feel anything amiss in your body?" The badger shook his head, then tried to transform back. With that, Alec picked up Cedric's clothes and gestured for him to move aside. Minutes later, Cedric reappeared before them, fully clothed. "Now, who will go next?" Alec asked. The twins remained persistent, still bickering over who should proceed first. Seeing their obstinacy, Alec shook his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "I cannot tolerate you 2 any longer. Fine. You shall both go together." He then turned to Cedric and said, "Cedric, you watch over George, and I will keep an eye on Fred." He then glanced at Hermione and added, "You shall go after they have completed their transformations." Both Hermione and Cedric nodded in agreement. Thus, one by one, they accomplished their transformations. The twins' animagus forms were identical, each becoming a magpie. Hermione transformed into a cat, which Alec deduced to be a British shorthair with a golden shaded coat. This is a personal alteration. I am aware that Hermione's original Patronus is an otter. However, since there is a certain ambiguity regarding Hermione's Patronus and Ron's, and given that animagi often share their forms with their patronuses, I opted to depict Hermione's animagus differently. Should there be a reference to Patronus spells later on, similar adjustments will be made. Please refrain from criticism. During Hermione's transformation back, considering that all present, aside from Hermione, were males, Alec cast a charm to obscure their sight. This way, Should any mishap occur during her transformation, she could create noise to alert the others. "Alec, it is now your turn," they called. Fred addressed Alec, who nodded in response. Subsequently, he produced his potion and, under the watchful gaze of the others, consumed it in one swift motion. Almost immediately, a profound sense of tearing agony surged through every part of his body, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish to escape his lips. With that, Alec collapsed onto the ground. The four surrounding him were taken aback by his distressing state, particularly Hermione. Upon hearing Alec's agonized scream, the young witch hurriedly prepared to approach, exclaiming, "Alec, are you all right?" Yet, before she could reach him, Alec's voice rang out, urging, "Step back." Hearing the pain laced in his tone only deepened her concern. Meanwhile, the twins turned to Cedric, inquiring, "Cedric, what is happening to Alec?" Cedric shook his head in uncertainty and replied, "I'm not sure. While the initial transformation into an animagus can indeed be excruciating, Alec's condition clearly deviates from the usual process. We should inform a professor." With that, Cedric turned to head towards the castle. At the very moment Cedric pivoted, the agonized Alec began his transformation. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body, intensifying until it radiated like a resplendent sun, illuminating everything around in a dazzling golden hue. His garments were gradually consumed by the light, replaced by shimmering scales of lustrous gold that spread from his neck, enveloping his entire form. Each scale resembled meticulously crafted armor, exuding a formidable aura. In that instant, a golden light materialized before Alec, from which emerged an elderly man with flowing white hair. "Indeed, has the contract influenced the animagus transformation?" The old man murmured, then waved his hand, releasing a soft golden glow that soon formed a vast semicircular shield, encasing the surrounding area entirely. After completing this, the elder turned to the four onlookers, smiling as he said, "We shall discuss the unnecessary details once Alec completes his transformation." He then refocused on Alec, who was still undergoing his metamorphosis. The four, including Hermione, nodded in a daze and turned their attention back to Alec. At that moment, a pair of magnificent golden wings erupted from his back, unfurling instantaneously to blot out the sky. The feathers were distinct and appeared to be forged from the purest gold, refracting brilliant light under the sun, creating a gale with each beat that roared like thunder. His hands gradually morphed into sharp, golden claws, glinting with a chilling brilliance, as if capable of rending anything asunder. His feet transformed into robust and powerful dragon claws, each step resonating with a tremor that shook the very earth. His head elongated swiftly, morphing into a fearsome and majestic dragon's visage, with what should have been azure eyes now gleaming as a pair of golden slit pupils, exuding an aura of infinite authority and strength, as if capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. A torrent of searing golden flames erupted from his maw, igniting the surrounding air with a crackling sound. Ultimately, Alex completely metamorphosed into a magnificent golden dragon, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, imbued with boundless might and fury, as if heralding his arrival to the world. The trees around Alex trembled violently, seemingly frightened by his resonating roar. Chapter 123. The Dragon Animagus. Upon witnessing Alex in this state, the elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow slightly, then raised his right hand, murmuring something under his breath. Subsequently, a symbol resembling text floated towards the forehead of the imposing dragon. As this glyph made contact, the golden hue in the dragon's eyes gradually faded, replaced by the azure pupils that were rightfully Alex's. To onlookers, this transformation appeared to be the extent of the changes. However, Alex felt a sudden influx of information flooding into his mind, prompting him to shake his head. After a considerable pause, he began to comprehend the deluge of knowledge that had surged into his consciousness. This encompassed various applications of the dragon language, such as how to converse with dragons. Previously, Alex could only understand their speech but had no knowledge of articulating the dragon tongue himself. Additionally, there were insights into dragon-related magic, which constituted the bulk of the information, detailing the spells Alex could wield after transforming into a dragon. Having initially processed this information, Alex turned his gaze toward the few individuals before him. Realizing he remained in dragon form, he nodded in acknowledgement before striding into the surrounding woods. Moments later, Alex emerged from the thicket, having reverted to his human shape. He immediately approached the elderly man, addressing him, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" In response, old Samuel smiled and remarked, "Naturally, I sensed something extraordinary was unfolding." As he spoke, he pointed to his eyes. Understanding dawned upon Alex. His grandfather had likely foreseen the unusual circumstances that would occur during his animagus transformation, prompting his timely arrival. Remembering the presence of others, he introduced, "By the way, family, this is my grandfather." Turning back to his grandfather, he added, "Grandfather, these are my dear friends from Hogwarts." Hearing these words, Hermione and her companions greeted old Samuel with evident delight. Old Samuel gazed at them and remarked, "I must say, you children are remarkably brave. Although you are not yet of age, you dare to attempt what many adult wizards would shy away from, the transformation into an animagus." The group exchanged shy smiles. Indeed, it was a considerable risk for underage witches and wizards to engage in such transfigurations without the guidance of a proficient adult in the art of transfiguration. The consequences could easily lead to a half-human, half-beast form, or even a complete metamorphosis into a feral creature. However, old Samuel refrained from further criticism, merely shaking his head in resignation. He then addressed Alec, saying, "Next time you intend to perform such spells that involve your very being, do inform me. Additionally, practice the concepts in solitude." As he spoke, he pointed to Alec's forehead. Alec nodded in acknowledgement, and with a wave of his hand, old Samuel vanished in a flash of golden light. Once old Samuel departed, the others gathered around Alec. "Hey, Alec, that old man was your grandfather," Fred exclaimed. George, appearing puzzled, interjected, "I thought Hogwarts prohibited the use of apparition?" Hermione and Cedric, however, were oblivious to this detail. One inquired about Alec's physical state, while the other focused on his animagus transformation. Meeting the eager gazes of his friends, Alec began to respond to their inquiries. "I believe my grandfather did not use apparition, though I am uncertain of the specific spell. As for my animagus form," he paused and took a few steps back. In a moment, he transformed once again into the dragon form he had previously assumed, though this time with a slightly smaller stature. "Cool," the twins exclaimed in awe at Alec's sudden metamorphosis. Cedric, intrigued, approached to touch Alec and remarked, "That is quite peculiar." In response, Alec reverted to his original form, gazing at Cedric with curiosity. "What is peculiar?" "Of course, your animagus shape is strange," Hermione interjected. "Books state that an animagus cannot take the form of a magical creature, let alone transform into a dragon." At her words, Alec fell silent. Indeed, his form was rather unusual, along with those dragon language spells. Absently, he reached toward his forehead, and then, as if struck by inspiration, he addressed his friends. "This may be attributed to my family's lineage." The others nodded in understanding, though they chose not to delve further into the matter. They were all aware that the family behind Alec was rather formidable, hence delving into the intricacies of familial privacy was widely considered inappropriate. Suddenly, George interjected, "By the way, Alec, does your animagus possess any unique abilities?" Indeed, Fred chimed in. "Can it breathe fire like a true dragon?" Upon hearing the twins' inquiries, Alec replied, "It should, I suppose." However, immediately after uttering this, Alec regretted his words. One of the twins seized one of Alec's hands, shaking it fervently while exclaiming, "Come on, Alec. Our dear brother, our beloved family, show us." At this, Alec wore a look of exasperation and retorted, "What do you take me for? A circus monkey?" With that, he glanced toward Cedric. The twins, seemingly sensing something amiss, turned to Cedric and warned, "Cedric, if you dare to take us away, you can forget about having a peaceful week at school." In response, Cedric merely shook his head at Alec. Alec's complexion had darkened considerably. Yet, he refrained from addressing the twins, merely letting out a resigned sigh as he remarked, all right, just this once." Upon hearing Alec's response, the twins exchanged a glance, and one of them stepped aside to retrieve a skewer of assorted ingredients, expertly threaded with iron sticks, and called out to Cedric and Hermione, "Hey, you two, stop dawdling and come over." Opportunities like this, with Alec transforming into a dragon to roast our food, are rare. At these words, Hermione and Cedric hurriedly approached and accepted the skewers from the twins. Then, in perfect synchrony, they raised the ingredients before Alec. In response, Alec could only shake his head in resignation before transforming into a dragon and unleashing a torrent of flames. Chapter 124. The disappearance of Ginny and Harry as the group finished their skewers in the Forbidden Forest and prepared to return at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Professor Dumbledore stood by the window of his office, his cerulean eyes gazing toward the Forbidden Forest. It seemed as though he could discern the figures of several individuals tidying up their belongings within the woods. Subsequently, Dumbledore shook his head, opened the window, and planned to create a chance encounter for the group, intending to admonish them for their midnight excursion into the Forbidden Forest. However, just as he opened the window, the door to the office swung open. Professors McGonagall and Snape entered, accompanied by a visibly distressed Ron. The trio hurriedly stepped into the room, and before they could regain their composure, McGonagall, usually so stern, wore an expression of acute anxiety. She rushed to Dumbledore's side, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Professor Dumbledore, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. That dreadful heir of Slytherin has once again left a chilling message, and this time, an innocent young witch has been horrifically captured by that terrifying basilisk and taken into the mysterious Chamber of Secrets." Upon hearing this news, Dumbledore's previously placid demeanor shifted, his brow furrowing slightly as his thick eyebrows knitted together, as if to crush a fly. A flicker of concern and gravity danced in his deep, oceanic blue eyes as he inquired in a low voice, "So, who is the unfortunate soul that has met this grim fate?" At that moment, Ron, standing off to the side, could no longer contain his inner turmoil of fear and sorrow. Tears blurred his vision as he choked out, "It's Ginny. My poor sister Ginny. She was taken away by that vile monster." By the end of his words, Ron's voice had become nearly hoarse, his body trembling with extreme tension and worry. In response, Dumbledore turned his azure gaze toward Ron and said, "Mr. Weasley, I believe you have more to share with us." Ron glanced at Snape behind him and the two professors before him and replied, "Yes, Professor. It's Harry. He mentioned that he might know the location of the chamber's entrance, and then he went ahead to seek additional help." Upon hearing Ron's words, the expressions of the three professors present darkened considerably. Severus Snape was the first to speak, addressing the headmaster, "Sir, I believe it is imperative that we conduct a thorough search of the entire castle to locate Potter at once." Without waiting for a response from Dumbledore, Snape strode out of the headmaster's office. Observing Snape's departure, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and instructed, "Professor McGonagall, please inform all students and faculty to assemble in the Great Hall. Ensure that at least 3 professors remain there to safeguard the students, while the others conduct a full-scale search of Hogwarts. We must find Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley." He then glanced at Ron and continued, "As for Mr. Weasley, I believe you must be fatigued. It would be wise for you to rest." At these words, Ron intended to assert that he could assist in the search for Harry Potter, but a wave of drowsiness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed as if he had fainted. Fortunately, he did not fall to the ground but was caught by Dumbledore's spell, who then proceeded toward the Great Hall. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, Alec and his companions had just finished enjoying their skewers and were making their way back to Hogwarts Castle. However, as they cautiously approached the entrance to the Great Hall, ready to part ways, the commotion within piqued their curiosity. "Why is the Great Hall so raucous at this hour?" George inquired. The others merely shook their heads. Fred, however, had already reached the doors of the hall and declared, "Let us see for ourselves." With that, he pushed the doors open just enough for passage and gestured for the others to follow. The remaining friends exchanged glances and nodded, trailing after Fred. To their astonishment, the Great Hall was nearly filled to capacity with young wizards from all 4 houses. The entrance of the 5 did not draw the attention of the gathered students. As Professor McGonagall soon entered and addressed the heads of houses, "Please ensure that each house accounts for its students. They will be resting in the Great Hall tonight, while the professors conduct a thorough investigation of the castle." With a flick of her wand, a multitude of sleeping bags materialized in the hall. At the sight of Professor McGonagall, Alec and his companions retreated to their respective houses. Alec was perplexed as to why the school would suddenly necessitate a comprehensive search of the castle, especially since just a week prior, after he had relayed information about the basilisk to Dumbledore, a similar investigation had been conducted. However, his questions were soon answered when the twins, Hermione, and Cedric approached him, each clutching a sleeping bag, while George and Fred displayed expressions of anxious urgency. Cedric and Hermione exchanged glances laden with concern, evidently having received some particularly distressing news. "What is the matter with you all?" Alec inquired, puzzled. In unison, the twins responded, "They say the heir has re-emerged, and this time, Ginny has been taken." Hermione nodded, her expression tinged with frustration as she remarked, "Moreover, I have realized that Harry is not amidst the Gryffindors. I suspect he may have gone in search of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Had I known, I would have refrained from sharing my suspicions with him." Cedric then interjected, "It seems this is no trivial matter. Hogwarts may well face the threat of closure." Sighing at this revelation, Alec turned to his companions and asked, Do you have any thoughts on this? Upon hearing Alec's question, they all regarded him, their intentions clear in their eyes. The twins were determined to rescue their sister. Cedric wished to prevent the closure of Hogwarts, while Hermione dreaded the prospect of her friends embarking on a perilous adventure without her. Observing their expressions, Alec sighed once more and said, "Very well, let us convene at the first floor of the East Tower in a short while to search together. But prioritize your safety above all. If the situation proves unmanageable, we must swiftly retreat and seek out a professor." The group nodded in agreement before dispersing. Seeing this, Alec found a relatively secluded spot and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before making his way to the East Tower. Chapter 125, The Search for the Chamber of Secrets. Before long, Alec arrived at the designated first floor of the East Tower. He then dispelled the disillusionment charm. Just as he did so, two magpies swooped in from different directions, followed closely by a cat and a small badger. Indeed, the animagous forms of the twins, Hermione and Cedric. The small creatures approached Alec and gradually transformed back into their human forms. Once they had successfully reverted to their original shapes, Fred, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Alec, why did we have to come all this way to gather here?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, sharing his curiosity. At that moment, Alec chose not to answer Fred directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Hermione and gently remarked, "Hermione, I wonder if you recall the location we reached while tracking that mysterious notebook?" "I believe it was in Moaning Myrtle's restroom," Hermione murmured, her eyes reflecting a distant memory, as if her thoughts had drifted back to that particular scene. Suddenly, as if a divine spark had illuminated her mind, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of surprise adorned her face. Following this, she spoke in a voice that trembled slightly. Could it be that? Upon witnessing the little witch in such a state, Alec nodded. However, for the twins and Cedric, the dialogue seemed utterly disconnected. "What kind of riddle are you two trying to solve?" George inquired, perplexed. Alec then proceeded to recount his earlier experiences, while Hermione shared her speculations regarding the entrance to the chamber. Upon hearing their explanations, Cedric remarked, "So, does that mean the entrance to the chamber is located within Moaning Myrtle's bathroom?" In response, both Alec and Hermione nodded in affirmation. "And directly above is Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," Alec added. The twins, upon receiving this information, eagerly exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry up." With that, they rushed toward the staircase. However, Alec seized one of them by the arm, saying, "Wait, take these with you." He then produced several alchemical items and distributed them among the group. "Although I managed to blind the basilisk, it has lost considerable strength. We must not forget that I also encountered an unidentified wizard. These items can shield against certain spells." With that, the group accepted the alchemical objects, nodded in agreement, and ascended the staircase together. Within minutes, they arrived at the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The door, which should have been closed, stood ajar, indicating that someone had recently entered. Observing this, Alec drew his wand and uttered, "Reveal the traces." A great mass of golden substance, resembling sand yet akin to mist, erupted from the tip of his wand. Subsequently, part of this sandy material gently settled to the ground, forming numerous distinct footprints and other traces as if something had glided across the surface. Another portion hovered in midair, gradually shaping into various scenes. The first sight that met their eyes was a chilling, colossal serpentine figure, coiling ominously in the darkness, its scales glimmering with a cold and eerie light, reminiscent of an ancient, malevolent beast that exuded an aura of dread. Before this serpent's shadow stood a remarkably handsome youth, appearing to be around 16 years of age, with a youthful visage that belied an unsettling maturity and mystery. In the hands of the youth lay an unassuming notebook, which was, in fact, Riddle's diary. Beside him, Ginny seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, her body levitating uncontrollably in the air, her gaze vacant and bewildered, resembling a marionette from which the soul had been extracted. Mechanically following the youth step by step into the washroom, thick with dampness. This eerie and mysterious scene lasted but a moment before two figures, one tall and one short, entered, Professor Lockhart and Harry. Professor Lockhart strode in with his customary blend of confidence and a hint of flamboyance, a signature smile plastered across his face, though a subtle tension and unease flickered in his eyes. Following closely behind him was Harry Potter. Observing this tableau, the twins remarked, "Hey, Alec, that's quite a trick." In response, Alec waved his hand dismissively, only to hear Hermione comment, "It seems Harry indeed knows the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But why did he seek out Professor Lockhart for assistance? Is he planning to face doom together? Taken aback by Hermione's words, Alec cast a surprised glance in her direction. Noticing his gaze, Hermione shyly replied, "Why are you looking at me like that? Lockhart's books may be entertaining, but he truly lacks capability." Turning her attention to Cedric, she inquired, "Cedric, that boy from earlier seemed about your age. Do you know who he is?" Cedric shook his head, responding, "No, I've never seen him at school." "Well, we'll find out who he is once we go in," Alex stated, tucking away his wand. "Since the previous entrance did not set any enchantments here, let us proceed." With that, Alec took the lead into the washroom, prompting the others to hastily follow. However, upon entering, the sight within left them all astounded. The sinks, which should have been neatly arranged in the center of the washroom, were now disjointed, revealing a vast chasm below. They approached the edge of the void. "It seems we have arrived at this passage," Cedric remarked. Nodding in agreement, Alec turned to the group and asked, "Who shall go first?" The twins, unable to contain their eagerness, exclaimed, "I will." To Alec, his eyes darkening at their eagerness to compete even in this, replied, "Then you both shall go together." With a swift motion, he pushed them down into the abyss. He then addressed Cedric and Hermione, saying, "You two, descend first. I shall follow." The two individuals exchanged nods, subsequently donning their shock-absorbing gear before leaping down in succession. Observing that everyone had descended, Alec left some traces behind and followed suit. Chapter 126. The Secret Chamber Adventure. Before long, Alec reached the bottom of the passage. It opened into an expansive cavern, which appeared not to be man-made, but rather a product of natural formation. "Alec, you are quite inconsiderate," George remarked upon Alec's arrival. "Indeed. You didn't even cast a charm for us and just pushed us down. Fortunately, we transformed in time and flew up. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire for us," Fred added, his expression one of indignation. However, Alec had no time to heed the twins. He was intently surveying the cavern. The stillness within was palpable, akin to a graveyard in the dead of night. Numerous animal bones littered the ground, varying in size, some as robust as Alec's arm, while others were no thicker than his wand. It appeared that this was indeed the dining area for the basilisk that resided in the secret chamber. "This must be where the serpent feasts," Alec declared, before venturing deeper into the cave, with Hermione and Cedric trailing him. Seeing this, the previously disgruntled twins refrained from pursuing the matter further, as their mission to rescue Ginny remained incomplete. They could address Alec's impulsive actions once their task was fulfilled. With this thought, the twins exchanged glances and slowly fell in step with Alec. As the five traversed the cavern, George's keen eyes caught sight of a shadowy corner. "Hey, what is that?" he exclaimed. Prompted by George's voice, the others hurriedly turned to the indicated direction. There, a colossal figure lay quietly in the shadows. At this sight, the nerves of Alec and his companions became taut. Almost simultaneously, Alec and Cedric unleashed their spells. Defendo, Reducto. Two spells hurtled towards the corner. However, to their astonishment, the massive form did not lunge at them in pain, as they had anticipated. Instead, it erupted into fragments. "Wait, something feels amiss." As Alec beheld the scene before him, a note of confusion escaped his lips. He then raised his wand and uttered the incantation, Lumos Maxima. Instantly, the tip of his wand radiated a brilliant light, illuminating even the previously shadowy corner. However, what met their eyes was not a basilisk, but rather a serpent's skin, marred by two large holes created by magic. Realizing this, the group approached to examine the peculiar sight more closely. To their astonishment, it became evident that there was not merely a single serpent's skin, but rather a substantial accumulation of them, layered one atop the other. Alec picked up the serpent skin, which he and Cedric had recently blasted two holes into, and remarked, "It appears this must be the shed skin of the basilisk." Upon hearing this, the twins' eyes lit up, and one of them turned to Alec and asked, "Is that true? Are all of these here?" Alec nodded, and soon he heard Fred exclaiming, "We struck gold. The basilisk skin is a rare magical material in the wizarding world. It can fetch quite a fortune." With that, George turned to Alec and asked, "Can we take it with us?" Understanding their implication, Alec replied, "Let's leave one person to collect the basilisk skin. We have important matters to attend to." The twins exchanged glances, and George said, "I'll stay behind. Fred's spellcasting skills are slightly superior to mine." Alec nodded in agreement and handed George a bag, saying, "You can use this to store it. It has been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm." After George accepted the bag, Alec addressed the others, "Let us continue our journey." With that, he ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, The appearance of the cave transformed dramatically. The walls, once naturally formed, were now structured with massive black stone bricks. Just as the group marveled at this change, a startled cry echoed from a short distance ahead. "Professor Lockhart, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the voice, they hurried forward and discovered their defense against the dark arts professor brandishing Harry's wand at him. "Mr. Potter, your adventure ends here. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of everything that transpires here, and I will tell them we arrived too late to save the girl. The monster has sustained severe injuries and fled outside the school," Lockhart declared. Harry, panic-stricken, retorted, "You can't do this. Ginny is a student at Hogwarts. You have a duty to protect her." "Absolutely not, Mr. Potter. Do you recall the basilisk skin outside? I hardly believe the two of us could contend with a serpent nearly 30 feet long. Besides, my sole purpose for coming to Hogwarts was to seek inspiration for my new book. I have no desire to risk my life here." Lockhart then shifted his tone. Smiling at Harry, "Fear not, Mr. Potter. I will use a memory charm to erase your memories. Externally, I shall claim you lost your sanity upon witnessing the mutilated body of that young witch. No one will ever know what truly transpired in this chamber. So, bid farewell to your memories." As Lockhart waved his wand, Alec and the others, concealed behind the scenes, made their move. For spells of varying colors struck Lockhart, sending him tumbling away. Seeing Lockhart propelled backward, Harry looked at Alec and the others with surprise. "Alec, Hermione, Fred, and Cedric, how did you get here?" Harry inquired. Upon hearing this, Alec first approached Lockhart, confiscating the wand hidden in Lockhart's possession, and subsequently handed Harry's original wand back to him, saying, "Harry, this should belong to you." Harry hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly accepted the wand. "What is wrong with this guy?" Cedric asked. In response to Cedric's inquiry, Harry recounted all the events that had led him here. Hermione, with a look of discontent, remarked, "Harry, you acted recklessly. You should have notified a professor immediately instead of venturing here alone." To this, Harry muttered under his breath, "But I did seek out Lockhart, didn't I? Who knew he would prove so inept?" Just as Hermione was about to say more, Alec raised his hand to interrupt her, saying, "Harry, the true Chamber of Secrets must lie behind this wall." Chapter 127. The Chamber of Secrets 1. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards the wall Alec was facing, where two serpents were intricately entwined, their eyes adorned with glimmering emeralds. Harry stepped forward, declaring, "Yes, I can hear the basilisk speaking behind the wall." Fred chimed in. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us blast it open." With that, Fred brandished his wand at the wall, chanting Reducto. A beam of red light erupted from his wand, soaring towards the wall. However, the spell did not harm the surface. Instead, it ricocheted, hurtling back towards the prone Lockhart. Fortunately, Alec was quick to react, casting a protective charm over Lockhart just in time. Otherwise, Fred might have faced charges of wizard homicide before even reaching adulthood. Fred, seeing this, reluctantly withdrew his hand, which had been poised to cast another spell, and said to Alec, "It appears standard spells cannot breach this wall." Beside them, Harry remarked, "I think I can give it a try." He then stepped up to the wall and spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." As he finished speaking, the two serpents slowly parted, and with a resounding rumble, the stone wall split in two, revealing a passageway before them. Observing this, Fred exclaimed, "Wow, Harry. I didn't realize you possess such a talent." Fred then attempted to enter the chamber directly, but Cedric restrained him. "What are you doing?" Fred complained. In response, Cedric could not help but punch Fred lightly, saying, "Have you forgotten? The chamber contains a basilisk, not to mention an unknown wizard. Do you intend to walk into danger?" Upon hearing Cedric's words, Fred suppressed his urge to charge in recklessly and remarked, "What should we do? Ginny is still inside." At this, the others turned their gaze towards Alec. Alec remarked, "Cedric, you stay here to guard Lockhart." Turning to the other three, he suggested, "Let us four enter the chamber and take a look." Upon hearing Alec's proposal, the others nodded in agreement, and soon Harry, Fred, Hermione, and Alec ventured into the chamber together. Barely moments after their entrance, they beheld a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin towering against the chamber's wall. At the statue's feet lay a figure clad in Gryffindor robes, with fiery red hair, nestled between its legs. Harry and Fred rushed towards the figure, while Alec and Hermione approached cautiously, wands at the ready, drawing closer to Ginny. Kneeling beside Ginny, Harry urgently implored, Ginny, please don't die. I beg you." As he spoke, he and Fred carefully turned Ginny onto her back. They observed her pallid complexion, her body chillingly cold, and her breaths faint and shallow, as if she were on the brink of death. just as Harry continued to shake Ginny's lifeless form. A male voice emanated from behind the left side of the Slytherin statue. She will never awaken again. A striking young man emerged from that direction, eliciting immediate alertness from the group. Harry addressed the newcomer. Tom, or perhaps it is more fitting to call you Voldemort. What have you done to Ginny? The figure responded. I never anticipated you would deduce my identity. With that, a wand appeared in Tom's hand, and he unleashed a crimson curse towards Harry. Fred, noticing the spell hurtling towards them, instinctively shoved Harry aside. The curse struck Fred instead, and from his body, a badge-like object floated forth, forming a blue barrier that shielded him from the spell. Astonished, Tom gazed at the hovering emblem. It seems that in just 50 years, the magical world has developed items capable of autonomous defense, he remarked. Fred, with a hostile tone, inquired, What have you done to Ginny? He then cast a disarming spell at Tom. With a casual flick, Tom deflected Fred's spell. Do you not comprehend? Ginny is the one who opened the chamber. I merely seized the opportunity, just as I did 50 years ago, to capture the one who awakened the chamber. Harry retorted, You're lying. You manipulated Ginny with your diary. You heartless monster. Infuriated by Harry's accusation, Tom replied, And what of it? Everything is to fulfill the grand legacy of Salazar Slytherin. My memory is imprisoned within that diary for precisely this purpose. As Tom turned towards the statue of Salazar Slytherin, he began to hiss. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Harry urgently exclaimed to the others, Quick, stop him. He intends to summon the basilisk. At this, Alec and the others sprang into action, casting spells directly at Tom. However, to their astonishment, the spells passed right through Tom's form without inflicting any harm. Ha ha ha, I am merely a memory sealed within this diary. Your spells may not affect me. Tom taunted. However, if you were to eliminate Ginny, perhaps you could thwart my plans. No sooner had he uttered these words than the mouth of the Slytherin statue began to slowly open. Soon, a blind basilisk slithered forth. Tom commanded the creature to attack Alec and his companions. Seeing the basilisk lunging toward him, Alec, unable to restrain himself, transformed into a magnificent golden dragon and charged at the creature. Tom, witnessing Alec's transformation, looked on in astonishment, murmuring, Is that an animagus? An extraordinary animagus would not possess such a form. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were not idle. They swiftly moved Ginny to a safer location beside the Slytherin statue. Harry and Hermione began to contemplate how they could inflict tangible harm on Tom, while Fred remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden moves from him. Chapter 128. The Chamber of Secrets 2. As Harry and Hermione pondered their next steps, a resounding call of a phoenix suddenly echoed from the direction they had come. A phoenix soared into the chamber, clutching a tattered hat in its talons. Fred and Harry gasped in surprise. Fawkes, what brings you here? Yet Fawkes paid them no heed, dropping the hat and pecking at the diary lying beside Ginny. Tom's eyes narrowed at the phoenix's actions, and he raised his wand, addressing it, You wretched bird, stay away from my diary. With that, he sent a spell hurtling toward Fawkes. However, being a creature of exceptional caliber, Fawkes shrugged off the spell and flew directly toward Tom. On the other side, Alec, in his dragon form, seemed to have lost his initial caution against the basilisk's attacks. Instead, he charged forward, his assault becoming increasingly frenzied and unpredictable, no longer targeting the creature's weaknesses. This not only left the serpent monster with wounds, but also inflicted some injuries upon Alec. Just as the serpent monster elongated its neck and intended to continue its assault on Alec, he seized the opportunity to bite down on the creature's body. With a swift flick of his neck, he sent the serpent monster flying away. The creature crashed into the Slytherin statue before gradually coming to a halt. Fred, witnessing the serpent monster hurtling towards him, shouted to Alec, Hey, Alec, we're still here. Are you planning to crush us with that serpent monster? However, Hermione, noticing the crimson hue in Alec's eyes, interrupted Fred, saying, No, something is amiss with Alec. Pointing at Alec's eyes, she continued, Look at his eyes. They resemble those from the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing this, Fred turned to Alec and observed that his once blue irises had transformed into a vivid red. Fred recalled the moment Alec first transformed in the Forbidden Forest and murmured, Surely not. Yet, seeing Alec's increasingly frenzied demeanor, Fred felt a twinge of apprehension. Clearly, when faced with a rampaging dragon, Fred would prefer to confront a serpent monster. He then said to Hermione, Hermione, your spell-casting abilities aren't sufficient. So please hurry and find Professor Dumbledore. Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, considering Tom's fixation on the diary, I believe we must target the diary to harm him. Additionally, The hat sent by Fawkes must hold some significance. With that, Hermione cast a disillusionment charm on herself and swiftly dashed along the wall of the chamber. Hearing Hermione's words, Fred summoned the diary and the hat with a levitation charm. He then picked up the diary and began to scrutinize it. Meanwhile, Harry took the hat, from which a sword fell to the ground. Just as Harry bent down to retrieve the sword, a blinding light emanated from the confrontation between Alec and the serpent monster, accompanied by the creature's hissing cry. Sensing something was amiss, Fred and Harry turned their heads towards Alec and the serpent monster. They beheld smoke billowing from Alec's mouth, while the serpent monster lay severed by an unknown spell. Alec then let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to Harry and Fred, the serpent's blood began to pool beside the sword. At the moment the blood touched the blade, it was absorbed entirely, causing the sword to gleam with newfound brilliance. Meanwhile, Tom, who had just driven away the phoenix, narrowed his pupils upon seeing the serpent monster reduced to two halves. His expression turned frantic as he scanned his surroundings. And soon enough, he spotted Fred hiding to the right of the Slytherin statue, clutching the diary. Then he shouted, "Damn it, throw the notebook over here." It was precisely this exclamation from Tom that caused Alec, who had been howling at the heavens, to turn and gaze at him. In response, Alec unleashed a torrent of flames towards Tom. However, this did not inflict any harm upon Tom, who was incensed by Alec's sudden assault. In retaliation, he brandished his wand and cast a spell at Alec. Meanwhile, Fred and Harry, noticing that Alec had been distracted by Tom, turned their attention back to the diary. Clearly, this diary was closely linked to Voldemort, Fred remarked. Hearing this, Harry suggested, "Perhaps we can obliterate the diary with a spell." Fred nodded in agreement and distanced himself from Harry and Ginny, ensuring that his spell would not endanger Harry and Ginny. Fred drew his wand and directed a blazing incantation at the diary. To his astonishment, Fred found that his spell inflicted no damage whatsoever on the diary. Undeterred, he cast several more spells, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Seeing this, Harry grew anxious, but then he caught sight of a gleaming sword lying on the ground nearby. For reasons unknown, he picked up the sword and approached Fred, saying, "Let me give it a try." With that, Harry raised the sword and swung it towards the diary. A visible gash appeared where the sword struck, and a black, blood-like substance oozed from the wound. Fred and Harry exchanged smiles upon realizing that this method was effective. And Fred urged, "Go on, Harry." In response, Harry lifted the sword once more, preparing to strike the diary again. "Wait, stop!" A voice called from behind them. They turned to see the battered form of Tom standing behind them, declaring, "If you two hand over the diary, I can grant you any wish you desire." Harry scoffed at this, retorting, "I wish for you to disappear right now." With that, he swung the sword toward the diary once more, leaving a massive gash in its surface. As the diary was severed, Tom's form gradually dissipated into the air. Shortly thereafter, Ginny began to awaken, just as Harry and Fred sighed in relief and prepared to celebrate. However, an untimely roar from a dragon echoed before them. Chapter 129, Aftermath. It seems we may have rejoiced too soon. Fred wore a wry smile as he spoke. Not far in front of them, Alec was roaring. And then he flapped his wings, charging toward Fred and the others. However, just as Alec was about to launch his attack, an ancient incantation echoed through the entrance where they had arrived. "Bind him swiftly." Immediately, Alec was ensnared, rendered immobile by the spell. Fred and his companions let out a heavy sigh of relief as they turned to gaze in the direction from whence the incantation had come. There stood Professor Dumbledore, slowly retracting his wand and approaching them with measured steps. Following closely behind him were Hermione, along with Cedric and George, who was carrying Gilderoy Lockhart. "Hey, we're over here," Fred called out, waving to the newcomers. However, it was only George who walked directly to Fred's side, while Hermione and Cedric were focused on Alec, who was struggling against Dumbledore's binding spell. "How did you manage to control Alec back in the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore inquired, regarding Alec as he spoke to Hermione and the others. Hermione quickly responded, "Professor, we were able to subdue him because his grandfather arrived then. However, the spell his grandfather used was unfamiliar to us." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's brow furrowed in concern. Noticing his reaction, Hermione anxiously asked, "Professor, do you have any other means to calm Alec down?" Dumbledore did not respond to her query, but the tension in his brow eased as he turned toward the passage from which they had come. "It seems there is no need for me to devise a solution," he remarked. "The one who can resolve this has already arrived." At Dumbledore's words, Hermione and Cedric turned to follow his gaze. There, at the entrance of the chamber, stood Alec's grandfather. Ah, Samuel, my friend. It appears you are already aware of Alec's unusual behavior, Dumbledore addressed the elder Samuel. As he approached, the elder Samuel lamented, Alas, I should be sitting in Lucifer Manor, sipping coffee. Who would have thought that my troublesome grandson would cause another incident before I could even leave England? With that, the elder Samuel drew his wand and pointed it at Alec. Then, as he had done in the Forbidden Forest, he began murmuring incantations, and words, resembling ethereal script, floated toward Alec's forehead. The once furious Alec gradually calmed, and his form slowly began to shrink. Before long, he reverted to his original form. However, it was likely due to the earlier rampage that Alex fell into a state of unconsciousness upon returning. Old Samuel, observing the unconscious Alex, approached to assess his condition. After confirming that Alex sustained only minor external injuries and was suffering from excessive magical depletion, Old Samuel rose and addressed Dumbledore, saying, Dumbledore, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. With that, he turned and made his way towards the entrance of the chamber. Upon reaching the threshold, Old Samuel paused momentarily, turning to Dumbledore to add, By the way, once Alex awakens, please remind him to seek me out as soon as he returns home for the holidays. He knows where to find me. With those words, Old Samuel departed. The remaining individuals in the chamber were momentarily taken aback by Old Samuel's demeanor. Eventually, it was Dumbledore who broke the silence. All right, children. It seems that all dangers have now been averted. He then turned to the others in the chamber and continued. I believe it is time for everyone to return to your respective common rooms and rest, is it not? Also, I would appreciate it if you could escort Alex to the infirmary. I trust Madame Pomfrey will take good care of him. The group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Cedric and George approached Alex, lifting him up and leading the way out of the chamber, followed closely by the others. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained behind, gazing at Lockhart, still sprawled on the ground, and he sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, Fawkes appeared out of thin air. Fawkes, I must trouble you to take him to the dungeons of the school, Dumbledore instructed, pointing at Lockhart. In response, Fawkes let out a displeased squawk, then grasped Lockhart and soared away. Dumbledore then gradually exited the chamber. The following morning, Alec gradually awoke from his stupor. As he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at the pristine white ceiling and the surrounding bed curtains, momentarily lost in thought. It soon dawned on him to recall the events of the previous night. To his bewilderment, a portion of his memories seemed to be missing. He only remembered encountering Tom in the secret chamber, where Tom summoned the basilisk. Beyond that, his recollections were a blank slate. With this thought, Alex shook his head and prepared to rise from the bed, eager to uncover what had transpired thereafter. However, just as he turned to sit at the edge of the bed, Madame Pomfrey approached and gently pressed him back down. I must first confirm that you are indeed free of any issues before allowing you to leave, she stated, commencing a series of examinations on him. After several minutes, she remarked, It appears you are indeed fine, though your magical energy seems to be yet fully replenished. While perusing her notes, she produced a bottle of emerald green potion from her pocket and handed it to Alec. Drink this. Alec took the potion, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, and questioned, A replenishing potion? Precisely, brewed overnight by Professor Snape. Once consumed, you may leave the infirmary, she replied before departing. Upon hearing her words, Alec fell into silence. Pondering, the scent of this replenishing potion seems rather unusual. Could it be expired? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that the professors at the school would not keep expired potions in the infirmary. With that, Alec tilted his head back and poured the potion directly into his mouth. As he swallowed the potion, a frown creased his brow. An overwhelming sensation of nausea surged within him, and he nearly expelled the concoction he had just ingested. I knew Snape's potions were never straightforward, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the potions office on the first floor of the castle, Snape involuntarily sneezed. Chapter 130. Aftermath 2. In the very moment Alec downed the potion, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the closed door of the infirmary, drawing closer. The previously tranquil Alec, reclining on his sickbed, was startled by the sudden noise, instinctively turning his gaze toward the direction of the infirmary's door. Soon, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Hermione, the Weasley twins, and Cedric, who entered in a steady stream. The first sight that met Alec's eyes was Hermione's anxious expression. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Alex sitting at the edge of the bed, clutching an empty potion vial. Alarmed, Hermione hurriedly approached Alec, taking swift strides before bending down with genuine concern in her eyes. Alec, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that discomforts you? she inquired earnestly. However, in response to Hermione's urgent questioning, Alec merely displayed a look of bewilderment. Scratching his head in confusion, he replied, "I feel perfectly fine. There is nothing amiss." What exactly happened? Hearing Alec's response, Hermione couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, then pressed on. "Do you truly not recall anything from yesterday when you transformed and lost control?" Alec shook his head. "Is that so?" Fred approached and remarked, "Indeed it is. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Professor Dumbledore, perhaps Harry, Ginny, and I would have been devoured by you." With this, Fred feigned a look of great terror. Cedric, standing nearby, nudged Fred aside and inquired of Alec, "Do you truly not sense anything peculiar?" Alec shook his head in disbelief. Observing this, Cedric solemnly remarked, "Very well, but Alex, it appears that your animagus form possesses certain flaws. I would recommend consulting with Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, both of whom are well-versed in transfiguration." Upon hearing this, Alex nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I understand. I shall make time to visit them." He then turned to the others and inquired, "By the way, what transpired in the chamber afterward?" In response, Fred, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, recounted all the events that followed in great detail. Upon hearing that the basilisk had been slain and was still in the chamber, Alec immediately leapt from his bed, preparing to dash out of the infirmary. However, he was restrained by Hermione and Cedric. "Where do you think you're going?" Hermione inquired. Alec hastily replied, "Of course. I'm going to collect some materials from the basilisk. There are numerous ingredients perfect for alchemy and potion making." I think you should reconsider that notion," George interjected. Addressing Alec, "When we left the chamber last night, Professor Snape entered. I suspect that by now, the basilisk's corpse has been packed away by him. I feel that acquiring any materials from Snape might be a task for the next lifetime." As George continued, Cedric, standing behind him, gently patted his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. "Stop it, George. Just stop." Yet George remained unfazed, pushing Cedric's hand away. "What's the matter? It's just the way it is. Trying to get anything from Snape feels akin to attempting to defeat Professor Dumbledore." "Indeed, Alec, you might as well abandon the hope of acquiring the basilisk's materials," Fred chimed in. Meanwhile, Alec, Cedric, and Hermione exchanged furtive glances, avoiding eye contact with the twins, hesitant to speak. Noticing the odd tension, George promptly asked, "What's wrong? Why is everyone silent?" In response, Alec subtly gestured for George and Fred to turn around. Realizing his cue, the twins turned to see a figure clothed in black robes. Professor Snape, holding a vial of vibrant green potion, his expression dark as he glowered at them. The sight of this ominous silhouette startled the twins, prompting them to cry out, "Ah, a ghost!" Hearing their exclamation, Snape's already grim countenance deepened with displeasure. His cold voice slowly emerged. 20 points deducted from you two for your insolence towards a professor." He then directed his gaze at Alec, saying, "What are you staring at? Hurry and take the potion you require." With that, Snape extended the green vial towards Alec. Alec quickly regained his composure, taking the potion from Snape's hands and inhaling its aroma. Upon detecting the rather unpleasant scent, Alec furrowed his brow and inquired, "Professor, what is the reason for the peculiar odor of your potion?" Snape's eyes narrowed as he directed a stern gaze at Alec. Perceiving the unusual intensity of Snape's stare, Alec swallowed back the retort he had intended to voice. "Now that you are awake, make haste to see Dumbledore. The password is licorice." With that, Snape turned and exited the infirmary. "Phew, at least it was just a loss of points," Fred remarked, gazing at the door of the infirmary. "Wow, you two are quite lacking in consideration. When that old bat Snape arrived, you didn't even give us a heads up," George exclaimed. In response, Cedric rolled his eyes at the pair and said, "We did signal you just now. If you failed to notice, that's not our fault." Turning his attention back to Alec, he continued, "By the way, Alec, why has Professor Dumbledore suddenly summoned you?" Alec shook his head and subsequently tucked the potion he held into his ring, stating, "I suspect it may be related to my animagus." Upon hearing Alec mention his animagus, Hermione appeared to have a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh right, Alec, when we were in the Chamber of Secrets, your grandfather mentioned that you should seek him out as soon as the holidays commenced." In response, Alec nodded and addressed the group. "I understand. However, I shall first pay a visit to the headmaster. It is rather inconsiderate to keep an elderly gentleman waiting for too long. We shall reconvene in the Great Hall this evening." With that, Alec bid farewell to his companions and exited the infirmary. "Oh, I hope there is nothing amiss with Alex and Nimigus," Hermione sighed. The twins, upon hearing her, chuckled and remarked, "All right, we understand your bond. But instead of fretting over Alec, perhaps we should focus on the upcoming end-of-year exams and the holidays. Suddenly, Hermione exclaimed, "Oh, the end-of-year exams. I must go study." With that, she bid her farewells and dashed out of the infirmary. The twins and Cedric exchanged helpless smiles before they too departed the infirmary. Chapter 131. After leaving the infirmary, Alec made his way alone to the stone gargoyle on the 3rd floor, addressing it, "Licorice Snap." Once the gargoyle stepped aside, Alec ascended the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Just as he was nearing the 8th floor, a voice he found rather familiar echoed down from above the staircase. "Potter, do you think that by wedging a sock between the pages of your notebook, I wouldn't notice you attempting to gift it to my house elf?" Following this was a slightly trembling, high-pitched voice. "Mr. Malfoy, please do not harm Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby, do not plead for him. The Malfoy family does not deserve your servitude," came the retort. Intrigued by the commotion, Alec approached. He found Harry sprawled on the ground, a sock nearby that appeared to belong to him. Before Harry stood Lucius Malfoy, his platinum hair gleaming, brandishing a wand while glaring at Dobby, intending to strike him with it. At this moment, Alec, now close enough, interjected, "Mr. Malfoy, I believe this house elf need not endure such punishment." Upon hearing this, Malfoy halted his movement and turned to face Alec, suddenly adopting a more amiable expression. "Oh, it seems Mr. Lucius has some particular insights to share." Upon hearing this, Alec smiled and remarked, "While I cannot claim to offer counsel, Mr. Malfoy, since this house elf named Dobby refuses to heed your commands, might I request that you relinquish him to me? I am prepared to offer a substantial sum of gold galleons in exchange." Lucius Malfoy fell silent, uncertain of what intentions lay within the mind of the future head of the Lucifuge family before him. Observing Lucius's silence, Alec continued, "How does 100,000 galleons sound? This amount would suffice for you to procure several utterly loyal house elves in the black market." At Alec's proposition, Lucius Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the Malfoy family was indeed affluent, it did not imply that 100,000 galleons would be dismissed lightly. In truth, recent confiscations by the Ministry of Magic had compelled the Malfoy family to relinquish many of their less reputable enterprises. Thus, exchanging a house elf who seldom complied with his commands for such a sum appeared quite worthwhile to Lucius. After a moment, Lucius Malfoy responded, "Agreed. How shall you provide the 100,000 galleons?" Before Lucius could finish his sentence, Alec waved his hand, and a bag materialized in his grasp. "This bag contains 100,000 galleons, more than sufficient for you to acquire a superior house elf in the black market. The method of use is to infuse it with your magical energy." With that, Alec tossed the bag towards Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was still reeling from Alec's immediate production of such a sum when he realized the bag filled with galleons had already struck his chest, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. "Since the galleons are now in your possession, Dobby shall henceforth belong to me," Alec declared. Lucius Malfoy nodded in silence and shot a final glare at Dobby before making his way down the staircase. Just as Lucius reached the stairs, Alec's voice echoed from behind him. "By the way, Mr. Malfoy, I hope to visit Malfoy Manor during the holidays to discuss some other matters with you." At this, Malfoy paused momentarily before replying, "You are always welcome." He then continued his descent. Watching Malfoy disappear down the staircase, Alec turned to Harry and the house elf Dobby. However, before Alec could speak, Harry interjected, "Alec, how do you know Dobby? Also, while Dobby may not always obey everyone's commands, I implore you not to harm him or sell him in the black market." In response, Alec gazed at Harry with curiosity, asking, "Why do you think that?" Harry, somewhat anxious, replied, "The history books from the Muggle world mention that in the Middle Ages, disobedient house elves would be punished and subsequently sold or, worse, outright disposed of." Alec was rendered speechless by Harry's remarks. After a moment, he turned to Dobby, who stood nearby, and said, "Dobby, I would like to offer you the position of my butler in England. Would you accept?" Upon hearing Alec's proposition, Dobby was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Really? Master Lucifer wishes to employ Dobby as his butler?" Alec nodded and then retrieved a contract from the ring, presenting it to Dobby. "It is indeed genuine, a salary of 10 gold galleons per month, as this contract attests." With that, Alec took out a quill and inscribed his name upon the document. However, Dobby did not accept the contract. Instead, he expressed his dismay, exclaiming, "No, Dobby cannot accept such a high wage. It is already a tremendous fortune to be employed by Master Lucius. Dobby must not take so much." Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. In his distress, Dobby attempted to strike his head against the wall. Seeing this, Alec furrowed his brow and sternly admonished Dobby, "Cease this foolish behavior, Dobby. If you are dissatisfied with the salary, it shall be reduced to 1 galleon per month, which is the standard wage for house elves at Hogwarts." Upon hearing Alec's words, Dobby halted his actions and approached Alec to accept the contract, saying, all right, Master Lucius. 1 galleon as Dobby's wage is more than sufficient." With a snap of his fingers, Dobby's name appeared on the contract. Pleased with this outcome, Alec nodded in satisfaction and handed Dobby a note with an address, stating, "Dobby, should you wish to discontinue your service to me in the future, you may inform me directly. The contract can be dissolved at any time. For now, you may proceed." Hearing this, Dobby expressed his gratitude once more, and had it not been for Alec's intervention, he might have knelt in reverence before him. Meanwhile, Harry, who had witnessed the entire exchange, wore an awkward expression and shyly offered Alec a smile, saying, "I apologize. I expected you to treat Dobby similarly to how those medieval nobles treated their servants." In response, Alec waved his hand dismissively, his attention drawn to an object on the floor. This is chapter 132. Alec gradually crouched down to retrieve the notebook from the ground. Noticing a gash on the black cover, as if it had been cleaved by a sharp blade. Observing Alec's actions, Harry hastily remarked, "By the way, Alec, this notebook is the one from before. You see, a fragment of Voldemort's memory has been sealed within it. And that memory was used to lure young wizards into releasing the basilisk." With an angry tone, Harry continued. Upon hearing this, Alec felt a mix of shock and curiosity. It was astonishing to realize that the series of attacks throughout the school year were merely orchestrated by a fragment of Voldemort's memory. He was curious about how such a mere memory could manifest Voldemort in human form before everyone. It is worth noting that many portraits at Hogwarts maintain the ability to communicate as they did in life through the preservation of memories, yet they cannot, like Voldemort, escape their frames. Contemplating this, Alec turned to Harry and asked, "Harry, is this notebook still of any use to you?" Taken aback, Harry replied, "Not anymore. I initially intended to use this notebook to help Dobby escape from the Malfoy household, but it seems my plan was discovered." With that, Harry sheepishly picked up his sock from the side. Dobby, overhearing Harry's intentions, was moved to tears and attempted to bang his head against the ground, but Alec sternly intervened. "All right, Dobby, from now on, I want to restrict your movements. Just make sure to clean my house in England every week. The rest of your time is yours to manage." As he spoke, Alec handed Dobby a note with an address written on it. "You can start working now." Grateful, Dobby thanked him profusely before snapping his fingers and vanishing from sight. Witnessing the entire exchange, Harry smiled, genuinely pleased for Dobby's liberation from the Malfoy household. However, Alec's subsequent actions sparked Harry's curiosity once more. At that moment, Alec produced a wooden box and placed the notebook inside it. "Alec, what do you need that notebook for? It once belonged to Voldemort." Before Harry could finish, Alec interjected, "It's nothing to worry about. The memory contained within has already been eradicated by you all. There is no danger, and I am intrigued by some of the alchemical techniques employed in it." With that, Alec secured the box containing the notebook. Seeing this, Harry felt it unnecessary to press further and simply nodded, "Be careful while you study it." Alec nodded in response and then seemed to recall something, saying, "Oh, by the way, Professor Dumbledore summoned me earlier. I think I should go now. Goodbye, Harry." As Alex briskly entered the principal's office, Harry's lips parted slightly, as if he intended to utter a word of caution, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, upon entering the office, Alex was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore playfully engaging with Fawkes. Just as he was about to inquire about the reason for Dumbledore's summons, the headmaster, with his back turned, spoke first. "Alex, regarding the recent events in the Chamber of Secrets, I must express my gratitude to you and your companions. Your prompt action in locating your classmates during a time of danger warrants an additional 50 points for each of you." Upon hearing this, Alex raised his eyebrows. While he did not particularly care for the House Cup, receiving 50 points without effort was, indeed, a pleasant surprise. Observing the subtle shift in Alex's expression, Dumbledore continued with a slight smile. "However, due to your disregard for school regulations by venturing into the Forbidden Forest, I must deduct 50 points from each of you. Thus, your gains and losses are effectively balanced." With a furrowed brow, Alex responded, "So, Headmaster, you called me here solely to inform me of this?" Noticing the sudden change in Alex's demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled. "Of course, it is not only for that purpose. Primarily, I wish to discuss your animagus." As he spoke, Dumbledore settled into his chair behind the desk and inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" Observing this, Alex waved his hand, conjuring a chair behind him before sitting down and replying, "Just coffee, please." In response, Dumbledore waved his hand, summoning a tea set that began to prepare itself. "Alex, about your animagus," Dumbledore began, but sensing the headmaster's uncertainty, Alex shook his head. "Headmaster, as you can see, I truly had no control over the situation in the chamber." Dumbledore sighed. "What a shame, though it was somewhat expected." "Expected?" Alex queried, bewildered after taking a sip of his coffee. "What do you mean by expected, sir?" In reply, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing a stack of parchment to materialize on the desk. Seeing this, Alex picked one up to examine it. The parchment depicted a wizard named Andy. Yet the accompanying image revealed a monstrous figure with a serpent's head and a human body, which left Alex utterly astounded. Dumbledore remarked, "Throughout the history of the magical world, there have been those who attempted to assume the forms of fantastic beasts as animagi, but invariably, they either succumbed to madness or transformed into grotesque half-human, half-beast creatures." He paused, turning to Alex and adding, "However, your case appears to be different. There are no signs of bizarre transformations or psychological distress." At that moment, as I witnessed your transformation, I contemplated whether I should intervene. Upon hearing this, Alex, with a bemused expression, remarked, "I had no idea that our esteemed headmaster harbored such an interest in the antics of young wizards. Ha. Let us not harbor ill thoughts towards an elder. He is merely concerned for the well-being of the young sorcerers." With that, Dumbledore shifted his tone, growing serious as he said, "Alex, until you can fully master your animagus form, I advise you to refrain from its frequent use. After all, an uncontrollable dragon poses a formidable challenge, both in the wizarding world and the Muggle realm." Observing Dumbledore's grave demeanor, Alex nodded in agreement, replying, "I understand." Hearing this, Dumbledore chuckled once more, saying, "Very well. Since you comprehend the gravity of the matter, I believe we have discussed the important points. Would you care for some coffee?" Alec gazed at the nearly cold coffee resting on the table before him and remarked, "No, thank you. I believe I should save room in my stomach for the evening banquet." With that, he rose and addressed Dumbledore, saying, "Until we meet at the banquet, Professor." He then turned to exit the office. Just as Alec was about to step outside, Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind him. "Oh, by the way, Alec, remember to return Tom's notebook after you finish studying it. I have a keen interest in the alchemical techniques noted within." Upon hearing this, Alec paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Chapter 133. The weekend of the penultimate week of the academic year. The approach of the end of the school year heralded the imminent arrival of the sole assessment of the term, and an atmosphere of diligent study enveloped the entirety of Hogwarts Castle. At that moment, within the Hogwarts library, our protagonist Alec was seated by a window, engrossed in final exam preparations alongside Hermione. "Alec, aside from using a knife to slice and squeeze the juice from the snake fruit, is there a simpler, more effective method?" "Indeed, my friend, there is." Just as the two were immersed in reviewing various potion ingredients and their efficient processing, two familiar voices suddenly interrupted from behind them. "Oh, Fred, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment." "Who could disagree, George?" Upon hearing the voices, Alec and Hermione swiftly turned to face the source. There stood the twins, mirroring the very discussion Alec and Hermione had just been engaged in. Alec and Hermione exchanged glances, accustomed to the twins' antics. Alec spoke up, "Hey, you two, enough already." Hermione, looking puzzled, turned to the twins and asked, "Shouldn't you both be busy pranking your brothers? What brings you to the library all of a sudden?" At this, George and Fred feigned heartbreak, exclaiming, "Oh, Hermione, how can you say that about us? In your eyes, are we merely the ones who enjoy tormenting Percy and Ron?" Hermione regarded them with an expression that clearly suggested they fit that description. Realizing their theatrics had failed to sway Hermione, the twins ceased their antics and directly pulled out chairs to sit in front of her and Alec. As soon as they settled down, Alec inquired, "So, what's the matter?" The twins, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, they grabbed the books positioned in front of the two and said, "I say, don't you two ever glance at the notice board outside the Great Hall?" George added, "You see, my dear friend, in the realm of academic excellence, we seldom take time to peruse notices that bear no relevance to our studies." Hearing their exchange left Hermione and Alec utterly baffled. Contrary to what the twins claimed, they certainly did not ignore the notice board. In fact, they checked it regularly. Barring exceptional circumstances such as early morning study sessions in the library, Observing the bewilderment on their faces, George shook his head with exasperation and said, honestly, I'm at my wit's end with you too. With that, he presented a notice to them, saying, take a look. Upon receiving the notice, Alec began to read aloud. Throughout this academic year, we have shared numerous memorable experiences, both grand and small. These events have not only enriched our lives at the School of Magic, but have also fostered growth and development in every young wizard. However, in light of the efforts and experiences each of you have contributed over the past year, and to provide a delightful and joyous holiday, it has been decided after careful deliberation by the school administration that the final examinations for this term will be officially canceled. From this moment until the end of the academic year, our beloved young wizards can finally set aside their heavy academic burdens and wholeheartedly immerse themselves in campus life, relishing this rare opportunity for leisure. However, I must emphasize that while examinations have been canceled, this does not grant permission to disregard school rules. At all times and in all places, adhering to the school regulations is the duty and obligation of every exemplary young wizard. Therefore, please keep this in mind and refrain from any actions that may violate school rules. Finally, I wish all young wizards a truly wonderful and unforgettable holiday. This announcement has been personally penned and issued by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. So, does that mean we no longer need to study? Alec gazed at the notice in his hand, while the twins nodded noncommittally. Sitting beside Alec, Hermione expressed her displeasure, saying, what a waste. I could have secured the top spot in the entire grade. Sensing Hermione's slight discontent, Alec chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, it's all right. Even with the exams canceled, our Hermione will undoubtedly achieve first place in the grade. I have no doubt about that. Hearing Alec's words, the young witch ceased to dwell on the cancellation of the final exams and turned to him, inquiring, by the way, Alec, what do you plan to do over the holidays? Yes, indeed. How about staying at our house this summer? George suggested. Fred nodded in agreement, adding, with your alchemical skills, I believe that after a summer with us, we could certainly bring some of our little inventions to fruition. Hermione, upon hearing the twins, frowned and admonished them, don't even think about it. Alec isn't going to spend his summer creating those pranks for you. Hey, Hermione, you and Alec haven't even defined your relationship yet, and you're already managing his summer activities? Fred teased. At this, Hermione's ears turned slightly red. She wanted to retort, but struggled to find a suitable comeback to Fred's remarks. Watching the exchange unfold, Alex smiled and interjected, all right, enough of that. Hermione, don't pay any mind to these two. He then turned to the twins, saying, George, Fred, it's not that I don't want to visit your home during the holidays. I need to return to my own house for a bit. My grandfather has some matters to discuss with me. Oh, fine, they replied simultaneously. Hermione then seemed to recall something, her tone shifting to one of concern. By the way, Alec, what about your animagus? What will you do? After a moment of silence, Alec responded, I don't know. I'll ask my grandfather when I get home. I remember you mentioning that he helped me calm down the last time I lost control. Hermione nodded, refraining from saying more. Meanwhile, Fred, seated in front of them, casually remarked, oh, come on, Alec will be just fine. Exactly. Alec's grandfather seems like a very knowledgeable wizard. I'm sure he has a solution, George added. No need to worry. However, before Hermione could finish her thought, a bell rang, interrupting her. The twins immediately exclaimed, oh, it seems dinner time has arrived. Hurry, or all the good food will be gone. As the words left his lips, Gemini swiftly approached Alec from behind, lifting him with ease and making a hasty exit from the library, leaving Hermione alone in her seat. Chapter 134. 2 weeks later, the young wizards of Hogwarts, after a joyous fortnight, finally welcomed the onset of a 2-month summer vacation. Meanwhile, at King's Cross Station, the Hogwarts Express, heralded by the sound of a train whistle, gradually came to a halt beside the platform. Within the Gryffindor compartment of the train, Alec and Hermione were leisurely organizing the various books scattered across the table. However, just as they had yet to arrange their belongings, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, wafted in from the entrance of the compartment. Alec, as the head of your grade, why have you failed to dutifully fulfill the responsibilities that come with your position? Upon hearing this voice, Alec instinctively lifted his head and directed his gaze towards the entrance of the compartment. There stood Marcus Flint, the 7th-year head of Slytherin, firmly positioned at the doorway. However, before Alec could utter a word, a cacophony erupted from the corridor. One voice called out, Hey, Flint, what brings you here? Another responded, George, isn't it obvious? He must be here to cause trouble for Alec. Just watch me. It's the perfect opportunity to test our latest invention, the dung bomb. No sooner had the words left his lips than another urgent voice interjected. Stop, George. Did you not hear what he just said? Besides, are you so certain that using a dung bomb here won't result in Alec casting a petrifying spell and leaving you frozen on this train? Hearing the commotion, Alec stepped to the doorway, disregarding Flint's dark expression, and addressed the corridor. I believe Cedric is correct. If the stench of that dung bomb wafts into the compartment, I would not hesitate to cast a petrifying charm on you and hang you from the front of the train. George retorted. Alec, how could you think of treating me this way? That's not very friendly. With a grin and a hint of disdain in his eyes, George boldly extended his arm and elbowed Flint aside, who clearly did not anticipate such a sudden shove, stumbling a few steps to the side. George and the two others strode confidently into the compartment, their demeanor exuding self-assurance. Once inside, George halted, turned around, and faced Flint, who remained at the doorway, momentarily stunned. With a slight smirk, George said, Hey Flint, stop standing there like an idiot. Alec hasn't taken his responsibilities as head seriously for the past 2 years, let alone now. So, there's no need for you to be so diligent in watching over him. With that, George dismissed Flint from his thoughts, swiftly spun around, and forcefully pulled the compartment door shut. With a resounding thud, the door closed tightly, seemingly sealing off the outside world. Upon hearing George's words, Flint's already narrow eyes widened in fury, akin to a raging fire burning within him. Yet, despite the overwhelming anger, he restrained the impulse to strike. After all, they were on a train, and acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Setting aside other factors, Flint was well aware of Cedric's formidable magical prowess, which instilled a sense of caution in him. Given his current capabilities, should he truly engage Cedric in combat, it is highly likely that he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage, possibly facing a most humiliating defeat. Moreover, it is important to note that Cedric is not alone in this private chamber. Alec is also present. Flint is acutely aware that the recent events surrounding the Axley family are undoubtedly intertwined with Alec. Contemplating these matters, Flint can only grit his teeth, suppressing the fury that wells within him, releasing a heavy snort through his nostrils before swiftly turning on his heel and departing the scene. At that moment, within the confines of the chamber, Alec's laughter rang out. Ha ha, Alec, I wager Flint's expression will be even more unpleasant than Merlin's socks, George remarked with a chuckle. Fred nodded in agreement, laughing as well. Cedric then turned to Alec, saying, By the way, Alec, if you plan to send me a letter during the summer, you should consider using a sturdier owl. The twins seemed to recall something simultaneously, adding, Indeed, we too. Alec, why? Cedric, I traveled to Bulgaria with my father during the summer vacation, and we also had the opportunity to watch a match featuring a Bulgarian team. The twins nearby let out an envious gasp. Upon hearing this, Alec turned to the twins and inquired, What about you two? Are you also planning to travel? The twins, somewhat surprised by the question, nodded and replied, Just now, Ginny told us that our parents won the galleon prize in the Daily Prophet, which amounts to 700 galleons. Thus, this summer, our family will take us to Egypt to visit our elder brother Bill, who is residing there. Alec nodded thoughtfully, and soon he heard a voice emanating from beside him. Well, if you wish to contact me during the holidays, you should consider finding a sturdier owl. Alec spoke with a hint of skepticism. Are you going on a trip as well? Hermione nodded in affirmation. Yesterday morning, my family sent me a letter stating that they plan to take me to Hawaii for vacation. Upon hearing this, George glanced at Fred and remarked, It seems that during the summer, Alec will be the only one left at home. Fred, with a teasing look directed at Alec, added, Who could argue otherwise? If we don't come to visit you, make sure not to hide under your blankets and weep. Meanwhile, Cedric, seemingly exasperated, interjected, What are you two thinking? Alec might not even be at home this summer. The twins looked at each other in confusion, noticing their bewilderment. Cedric delivered a light punch to each of them and said, I can't tell if you two are genuinely foolish or just pretending. Remember in the Chamber of Secrets when Alec's grandfather asked him to visit after the summer break? Realization dawned on the twins, leaving them feeling awkward as they turned to glance at Alec. Hearing Cedric mention this, Hermione also looked at Alec and said, Alec, if you cannot control your animagus, it might be best to forego it altogether. After all, safety is paramount. Alec nodded, then addressed the others. All right, hurry up and gather your belongings. If we don't disembark soon, we shall be taken back to Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the group hastened to pack their things and subsequently descended from the train. Chapter 135. The individuals eventually parted ways, responding to the calls of their respective parents, embarking on their journeys home. After separating from the others, Alec made his way alone to a room, which housed a wooden table adorned with an exquisite vase. Without hesitation, Alec reached for the vase, and with a resounding explosion, he and his luggage vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Lucifer Manor, young Samuel, old Samuel, and Chloe were seated on the sofa before the fireplace. A small table before them held an entire coffee brewing set. The atmosphere among the three was rather peculiar, imbued with seriousness, concern, and a hint of surprise. However, this odd ambience was shattered by young Samuel's remark. "Father, are you certain that Alec's animagus form is as we suspect?" Old Samuel remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be that way." As he spoke, old Samuel turned his gaze toward Chloe, who felt the weight of his stare.